However, the small joy Lin Feng felt quickly vanished the moment the system screen lit up for the second time. 9,000 exchange points. Lin Feng was instantly stunned. Damn it, even if I drained my entire house, I wouldn't have enough for that odd number. Having grown accustomed to the system's unscrupulous ways, his mood quickly stabilized. Lin Feng composed himself, but based on his experience, he knew that what existed in the system's exchange section could certainly be unlocked by the lottery feature, and he hadn't used any of the previous lottery draws. With that thought, Lin Feng activated the lottery system. Staring at the unfamiliar interface, Lin Feng was slightly taken aback. Did the lottery system refresh? Lin Feng recalled that in the past, the system only had the number drawing or dice shaking programs, but this time there seemed to be an additional category. His gaze inadvertently lingered on the divination tube, and his hand reflexively pressed on it. In the blink of an eye, a line of explanatory text appeared on the system screen. The user must choose an item they currently possess to wager with the system. Note: items obtained from the system cannot be used as wagers. Lin Feng was momentarily puzzled. So a wager is required for the lottery? Putting aside his doubts, Lin Feng continued to scan the screen. The lottery system had a total of 30 divinations, with 4 categories. Red divination: lose 1 lottery draw, directly exchange for a favorite item. Long white divination: use 1 lottery draw without returning the wagered item. The system will randomly choose an item in exchange for the white divination. Use a single draw to return an item in its original short white divination state. Using a single draw does not return the wagered item. Below the text, an additional note was added: the higher the value of the wagered item, the greater the efficiency of the pink and long white cards, and conversely, the higher the efficiency of the white and short white cards. Lin Feng had relatively grasped the main point. In other words, only by wagering a valuable item could the draw efficiency be high. His expression was pensive. He couldn't use an item taken from the system as a wager, so what could he use instead? He went through the treasures he currently possessed, starting with the Black Cloud banner. Lin Feng immediately shook his head. No, I rely on this for traveling. The independent internal space is also very useful. The second treasure he considered was the Wind Thunder Talisman Seal. Lin Feng rubbed his chin in contemplation. The Flowing Wind Talisman Seal came from the system, but the Wind Origin Talisman Seal did not, yet it could serve as a foundational artifact for the sect, making it hard to part with. The third item Lin Feng weighed was the Heaven and Earth Mirror. He frowned. Its utility was immense. Intelligence gathering and observation were crucial, so it was also difficult to part with. Suddenly, he remembered, that's right, the Black Stone Divine Mountain. Holding the Black Stone Divine Mountain in his hands, Lin Feng evaluated it carefully. Although slightly damaged, after all, it was still a Jin Dan Qi magical artifact, surely of some value. Lin Feng decided to use this treasure as his wager. Next, he turned to the system screen and continued reading the rules. Before drawing a reward, he was invited to choose a preferred item. The simplified demon breaking pill, which counteracts the heart demon, the cultivation withdrawal pill, and the demon sealing pill could all temporarily boost one's strength, but would weaken after aging. The clone shadow pill, which could create a duplicate with half of the user's cultivation for a short time. The immortal pill of creation, which, after 33 days, directly breaks through cultivation, enhancing breakthrough efficiency. Upon reading this, Lin Feng thought to himself, although the pills are good, only the primordial spirit artifact will be effective later on. I'll wait until I reach the nascent soul stage to use it. For now, he'll choose something else. The screen continued to display his preferred items for Lin Feng to consider: Pure Yang Sword. A simplified artifact of Jin Dan Qi, forged from pure Yang True Fire. Lin Feng paused for a moment in thought. Pure Yang True Fire is one of the 7 great True Fires, Lin Feng thought, and as if reading his mind, the system explained: Pure Yang True Fire, one of the 7 great True Fires, is an ivory-colored flame, the ancestor of all fires, the purest fire in the Tian Yuan world. It is the most fundamental fire, a fusion of many different flames, both righteous and demonic. Based on this information, Lin Feng seemed to have made up his mind. Pure young true fire, this one then, he thought. Perhaps I can uncover some secrets within this pure yang true fire. With a firm decision, he chose the pure yang sword. The system has moved on to the next part. Please enter your bet. Black Stone Divine Mountain. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, making up his mind to take a gamble. Turn the bicycle into a motorcycle, don't give me that useless thing. With that, he pressed the decision button on the screen. A moment later, the divination tube appeared before Lin Feng. Sweat slowly dripped down his forehead. The divination tube has appeared. Out of the 30 divinations, 3 were red, 9 were long white, 10 were white, and 6 were short white. His mind raced as he calculated the white and short white divinations made up 18, which was 60%, while the chance of drawing a red divination that would give him the pure yang sword was only 10%. It's because the value of the small mountain doesn't match the pure yang sword. The first draw had no comparison, making it hard to discern any patterns. At this point, Lin Feng could only tell himself, well, danger brings good things. Maybe I can still get something. With that, he shouted loudly, start the divination. As Lin Feng's shout echoed, the divination tube began to shake in midair. After a while, it came to a stop. Lin Feng's eyes were fixed on the tube, his expression serious, though nothing unusual could be seen on the outside. Now, it's all up to luck. With that thought, he extended his hand and pointed to a random divination. The divination moved slightly. A moment later, it slowly emerged from the tube. Lin Feng jumped in shock, shouting, damn it, it's white. When the divination had completely left the tube, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Long white, not too bad, luck isn't that bad after all. Lin Feng anxiously looked up at the screen. Although he hadn't wasted a single draw and hadn't lost any capital, who knew what the system would change it into? If it turned into some useless junk, it would be better off returned. While lost in thought, the system screen suddenly flashed, causing Lin Feng to instinctively raise his hand to shield his face. He squinted his eyes. There, on the screen, appeared a black token with a single character engraved on it. Lin Feng's eyes widened. He rubbed his chin and wondered aloud, what is this? The system quickly updated with the item's name, Sect Construction Token for the main hall of the Imperial Palace. This was a type of token used for building a sect. The details explained that this token could be used to rebuild structures within the sect. The sturdiness of the architecture would surpass the cultivation level of the builder. If an enemy was 2 realms stronger than the builder, the structure could be destroyed. The host could use this token to construct their own sect. The interiors would be built using rare and valuable materials suitable for the core of a mountain protection formation. After using the token, the main hall would be completed, and the host would have the opportunity to name it. Holding the construction token in his hand, Lin Feng couldn't help but give a wry smile. While it was said to be the foundation and exterior of the sect, it had no real use in improving his cultivation at the moment. He sighed. I'll just accept it for now. With that, Lin Feng tucked the token into his pocket. His eyes suddenly gleamed with a sharp light, but this time, the seclusion had not been in vain. It had been a month already, and it was time to emerge from seclusion and show the disciples a new master. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng wore a confident expression. At the foot of the mountain, as soon as they met him, Xiaobu Dian joyfully ran over. Master, you've finally emerged from seclusion. Xiao Yan and Wang Lin stood beside the boy, hurriedly bowing in respect. Disciple respectfully welcomes master out of seclusion. Only 3 of the 4 core disciples had come, so Lin Feng asked aloud. Why isn't Zhou Yi here? Xiao Yan, who stood at the front, clasped his hands and replied. A few days ago, the second disciple broke through to the 12th level of qi condensation, encountered some difficulties, and is now in seclusion. Lin Feng glanced at Xiao Yan, and the corner of his mouth involuntarily curved upwards. It seems that not only Zhou Yi, but even you have changed quite a bit. He narrowed his eyes, examining him. After just 1 year of not meeting, Xiao Yan had already broken through to the 12th level of qi condensation. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration and began to calculate with his fingers. It had been exactly a year since he took Xiao Yan as his disciple. Lin Feng slowly recalled the first time they met the young man who had once stood at the peak, only to fall into the depths. In just 4 years, with 1 year of effort, Xiao Yan had returned to the 12th level of qi condensation, gradually accumulating such achievements. Looking at the Xiao Yan of the present, Lin Feng couldn't help but compare. Not only had his cultivation advanced, but his character had also matured. No longer was he filled with doubts about the world or hatred for unfairness. But returning to a state of heightened combat readiness, strengthening his will and determination to train, there remained a certain calmness within him. From now on, Xiao Yanzi's path of cultivation would become both faster and steadier. Lin Feng felt a sense of relief. As he was lost in thought, Xiao Budian suddenly called out. "Master," Xiao Budian called. Lin Feng shifted his gaze to the boy and gently patted Xiao Budian on the head. "Go and take Master to find that snake. Use its blood for your baptismal ritual," Lin Feng instructed. Having said that, Lin Feng turned to give Xiao Yan and Wang Lin some guidance. "Right, this time Tian Hao will take Master ahead. You two stay behind to support Zhou Yi," Lin Feng said. Upon hearing his instructions, Xiao Yan and Wang Lin replied in unison. "Yes, Master." Before turning toward Xiao Yan, Lin Feng's tone became serious as he said, "If Zhou Yi successfully breaks through to the peak of the qi refining stage, tell him not to rush into foundation establishment. You should do the same, wait until Master returns, and then things will be arranged." Xiao Yan responded respectfully. "Understood, Master." After making all the arrangements, Lin Feng stirred the black cloud banner and said to Xiao Budian, "Let's go." In no time, the swirling black cloud carried Lin Feng and Xiao Budian away. In another scene, the sky opened, and a ray of light gently shone down. The beam fell directly onto the compass in Gao Long's hand. At that moment, he was riding an ancient ferocious beast named Fei Lian. Beneath the high sun, Long sat cross-legged, back straight, his brows furrowed. His eyes never left the needle of the compass as he estimated in his mind, it should be not far now. At that very moment, the compass needle suddenly spun wildly. Gao Long was startled, wondering why it suddenly couldn't locate anymore. His face darkened in an instant. Was it blocked by some magical artifact? The hand holding the compass trembled slightly. Gao Long sneered coldly, "You can't escape from my grasp." He gritted his teeth with hatred. "But those 3 brats dared to kill someone from my Wind God sect. No matter how far you run, even to the ends of the earth, your only fate is death." At the same time, Lin Feng and Xiao Budian had already flown to a valley. From afar, Xiao Budian excitedly pointed to a mountain gorge. "Master, it's right here." Lin Feng thought to himself. Even from this distance, he could clearly feel the violent aura of lightning from within the gorge. He looked up and just in time, saw faint purple light flickering behind the clouds. It seemed that the lightning bolts from the sky were the focal point, far stronger than the energy within the gorge by 100-fold. Then, Lin Feng and Xiao Budian gently landed on the ground. Lin Feng took the opportunity to glance around the forest and sighed in relief. Fortunately, the heavenly golden thunder serpent hadn't begun its transformation yet. Xiao Budian, walking beside him, suddenly spoke, "Master, when are we going to take action?" Lin Feng lightly tapped the boy's head, "What's the rush? Did you forget what I told you?" Lin Feng sternly admonished Xiao Budian. "Have you already forgotten what the master said so quickly?" Xiao Budian rubbed his head, whispering, I haven't forgotten." The boy immediately repeated what Lin Feng had taught earlier. The heavenly golden thunder serpent is a fierce beast, its strength comparable to a foundation establishment stage cultivator. Absorbing lightning completes its transformation, allowing it to evolve into the heavenly golden thunder interfire, proud of its 9 heavens. Lin Feng bent slightly, raising an eyebrow, and Xiao Budian hurriedly answered. Once the heavenly golden thunder interfire has evolved, its strength is on par with a golden core cultivator. The boy smiled awkwardly, but right after it evolves, the heavenly golden thunder interfere will be weaker. At this, Lin Feng nodded. That's right, Master wanted to use the blood of that serpent after it ran through the lightning storm earlier to baptize you, but that serpent is, after all, a high-level demonic beast. The heavenly golden thunder serpent needs to evolve with the power of its own lightning, but that's not enough. It must borrow the power of heaven and earth, the natural lightning, to complete the transformation. With that, Lin Feng's gaze grew distant. He turned and gently patted Xiaobu Dian's head. So just stay here and wait with the master. Based on the situation, it won't be long now. Sure enough, above, the thundercloud churned more violently by the moment, and the purple glow grew increasingly brilliant. Eventually, the purple light even dispersed the thundercloud. Seeing the opportunity had arrived, Lin Feng's lips curled into a smile. Let's go take a look. At that moment, the purple light suddenly shot straight down, and the valley echoed with a long, hissing sound. Lin Feng and Xiaobu Dian arrived at the location and immediately encountered a heavenly golden thunder serpent thrashing wildly within the purple thunder lightning. The serpent writhed uncontrollably, its scales glinting sharply, and gradually, two sharp horns sprouted from the top of its head. In an instant, the heavenly golden thunder serpent transformed into a dragon, its eyes blazing with fire. In the sky above, the thundercloud suddenly trembled, splitting the heavens and the earth with a bolt of lightning that surged toward the valley. Lin Feng squinted. A moment later, a powerful heavenly thunder struck the heavenly golden thunder serpent directly. Immediately, the anguished roar of the serpent echoed, causing the entire valley to tremble. Lin Feng furrowed his brows. This evolution seemed exceedingly reluctant. He raised his head to look upward. The lightning above still blazed fiercely. There was not just one bolt of heavenly thunder, and he wasn't sure if the serpent could withstand it. Lin Feng suddenly froze. He took out the heaven and earth lens, and a golden dot appeared on its surface, representing his current position. Not far away, a red dot flickered. Lin Feng thought to himself, something's wrong. He curled his lips into a slight smile. There's a Foundation establishment stage cultivator here too. It seems I'm not the only one trying to seize this opportunity. Lin Feng closed his eyes, channeling his spiritual energy to probe the movements of his opponent. The sensation indicated that someone was arranging a major formation. The magical force and the atmospheric energy seemed to be drawing in the wind, and its power was not insignificant, covering the entire valley. He then called Xiaobu Dian over. Good disciple, take this flowing wind talisman seal, and wait for your master's command. Receiving the flowing wind talisman seal from Lin Feng's hand, Xiaobu Dian eagerly responded. Master, don't worry, just watch me. As soon as he finished speaking, the boy's figure transformed into a streak of cold light, cutting through the clouds as he sped down into the valley below. Seeing the sky filled with purple lightning, Lin Feng carefully assessed the growing power. Countless bolts of purple lightning gathered from all directions, heading straight toward the heavenly golden thunder serpent's head. Purple light flickered continuously, forcing Lin Feng to reflexively raise his hand to shield his face. The phenomenon appeared wildly violent, and in the blink of an eye, the thunder ceased. Below, thick clouds of black smoke began to rise. Lin Feng waited nervously, wondering whether it would be a success or a failure. As the black smoke gradually dispersed, Lin Feng's eyes flashed with brilliance. After the haze cleared, the dragon claw slowly emerged. The mighty form of the river dragon gradually revealed itself, its body nearly 10 feet long, its entire form shimmering with golden light. This was the heavenly golden thunder demon, a beast with the strength of Jin Dan Qi. Suddenly, a series of whirlwinds erupted, enveloping the entire valley in a howling wind. On the cliff, Gao Long calmly sat atop Fei Lian, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile. Although the mark left on you flickers in and out of sight, this young master knows you are here in this valley. Gao Long stared intently at the heavenly golden thunder demon below. Despite the mighty appearance of the river dragon, one could feel the aura of the beast weakening. Gao Long chuckled coldly. Just in time to deal with you and this heavenly golden divine strike in one go. With swift movements, he formed seals with both hands and shouted loudly. Ancient Wind Retreat Demon Formation, activate. At Gao Long's command, the whirlpool beneath the valley intensified even further. Gao Long sneered. I originally planned to subdue this thunder interfire first and then deal with you, but I never expected you to walk right into my trap. Muttering to himself, his hands continued forming seals. The corners of Gao Long's mouth curled slightly upward. This time, I'll catch them all in one sweep. With that, Gao Long channeled his spiritual energy into the ancient wind retreat demon formation, strengthening the formation's power, silently waiting for the heavenly golden thunder demon to approach. At the same time, deep within the valley, Xiaobu Dian gradually moved forward. A ray of white light emanated from his body, holding back the fierce winds around him. Xiaobu Dian's eyes gleamed with anticipation as his right hand tightly gripped the flowing wind talisman seal. After a while, Xiaobu Dian smiled faintly. Master was right, the power of the flowing wind talisman seal is limited. It can't truly avoid everything. For now, I must proceed cautiously, making sure not to move too quickly or the white wall will collapse. With that, he infused his spiritual energy into the talisman seal. Xiaobu Dian gradually sensed the correct direction and looked up toward the mountain peak. It's here. The storm grew stronger, and even though the flowing wind talisman seal protected him, Xiaobu Dian did not dare to relax. He carefully and slowly climbed upwards. Close to the summit, Xiaobu Dian thought to himself. It seems that the deeper we go into the formation, the more powerful it becomes, affecting the flowing wind talisman seal. If I continue forward, the flowing wind talisman seal might not be able to hold up. With this thought, the corners of his mouth turned down, and a look of sadness appeared on his face. Xiaobu Dian was still anxious when suddenly, the roar of the heavenly golden thunder demon reached his ears. The heavenly golden thunder demon had just undergone its tribulation. Although its power had reached the Jin Dan Shi level, its aura was currently weakened, and it was temporarily unable to break through the ancient wind retreat demon formation set by Gao Long. In the midst of the vortex, the heavenly golden thunder demon writhed in pain, its eyes filled with fury. Its mouth opened wide as the thunderous magic inside quickly began to condense. In an instant, the heavenly golden thunder demon suddenly released a fierce bolt of lightning. Both sides were locked in a struggle, and Xiaobu Dian took advantage of the situation. The purple light and furious winds suppressed each other. The pressure on the flowing wind talisman seal was partially relieved. Xiaobu Dian joyfully shouted, feeling the wind grow weaker. He smiled, is it because that thunder blade is opposing the formation? Xiaobu Dian's little hand clenched into a fist in excitement. Alright, this time I can safely climb up. Upon reaching the summit, Xiaobu Dian panted, finally arriving at the top. He remembered Lin Feng's warning. This formation was different from the one with the 24 arhats he had broken before. The flowing wind talisman seal could only be used for guidance, not for breaking the formation. Except for the formations where the opponent used magical weapons to set them up, breaking the formation could only rely on his own skill. Xiaobu Dian closed his eyes and took a deep breath. 2 months ago, Xiaobu Dian, Zhou Yi, and Xiao Yan had set out together to search for the Thunder Origin Talisman Seal. After much difficulty, the three of them finally found the Thunder Origin Talisman Seal and returned. The Wind Thunder Talisman Seal was now fused. At this moment, Xiaobu Dian gradually realized that wind and thunder, working in harmony, could unleash limitless energy. The division of lightning could generate infinite life. With this thought, the boy stood up and stretched out his arms. His right hand wielded the purple light magic, while his left held the flowing wind talisman seal. Then, Xiaobu Dian unleashed the violent thunder and lightning force. The hand holding the flowing wind talisman seal slowly tightened, his mind communicating with the pattern on the seal, which gradually began to glow. Seeing the opportunity arrive, Xiaobu Dian altered the wind thunder interfire, with the flow of air speeding up more and more, gradually turning into a vortex, one side charging with thunder. The vortex and the thunder blade suppressed each other, nearly breaking apart at the same time. Sweat beaded on Xiaobu Dian's forehead, his mind intensely focused as he struggled to bind the vortex and thunder blade together. Heaven did not disappoint him. Wind and thunder, in the end, not only failed to suppress each other, but instead supported one another. Xiaobu Dian exclaimed in delight, "This is it." He shouted, "Help me." The thunder blade tore straight through the storm, charging directly at the flag with the ancient fierce beast Fei Lian emblem. On it, Fei Lian's eyes began to glow. Xiaobu Dian simultaneously shouted loudly, and instantly, a whirlwind and thunderbolts rushed forward together, their violent force crashing directly into the amber-colored flag. A terrifying explosion rang out, and dust and smoke filled the air. Gao Long, furious, shouted, "My flag!" He pointed directly at Xiaobu Dian, growling, "You damn brat, seeking death." With that, Gao Long raised his hand, and immediately, more than 10 tornadoes began to converge. Xiaobu Dian looked up, furrowing his brows. Calmly, he formed a lightning barrier around himself. As the whirlwinds howled and furiously battered him, the boy extended both his hands, standing firm against the assault. A resounding sound echoed, dust and dirt flying in all directions, the smoke dissipating to reveal Xiaobu Dian's small figure. Seeing the boy able to withstand the fierce storm, Gao Long sneered, "This little mixed blood is surprisingly resilient." His tone was haughty and aggressive. "Today, this young master will see just how many rounds you can endure." Xiaobu Dian looked up and coldly smirked at Gao Long, "You're arrogant again. The more difficult you make it for me, the worse your fate will be when my master deals with you." Gao Long raised an eyebrow in disdain. "Master, is he nearby?" "So what? Even at most, he's just a foundation establishment stage cultivator, nothing more." He stared sharply at Xiaobu Dian, laughing coldly, "Don't you know? The secret seals of my sect can only be detected by cultivators at the Jin Dan stage or higher. Your master and you can't sense a thing." The corner of Gao Long's mouth curled up in a disdainful sneer. "It can be seen that your master is just a mere foundation establishment stage cultivator. As for this young master, I possess the Fei Lian and the ancient wind retreat demon formation. Anyone below the golden core realm is no match for me. So, even if your so-called master shows up, this young master will still teach him a lesson. Don't boast in front of your belongings. You are still too green. But before that, I'll deal with this beast." With that, he waved his hand, and a series of powerful tornadoes shot directly at Xiaobu Dian. Facing the intense whirlwinds, Xiaobu Dian remained calm, making a face and taunting Gao Long, "You're finished, shorty." Just as he spoke, a strange distortion suddenly appeared in the air, devouring the tornadoes Gao Long had summoned. A moment later, an eerie silence surrounded them, and Gao Long was shocked. "What? Dispelled?" His mouth twisted in disbelief. "No, it hasn't been dispelled, I can still feel it." Following the sensation, Gao Long turned to look toward the valley. Sure enough, when he turned around, the tornadoes hadn't disappeared but had been shifted elsewhere. Gao Long was astonished, someone had redirected his tornadoes. Before he could recover from his shock, he heard Xiaobu Dian excitedly shout, "Master!" Gao Long looked down and saw Lin Feng standing next to Xiaobu Dian, his eyes glinting with a composed brilliance. Xiaobu Dian was on the verge of tears, looking up at him with grievance as he complained, "Master, that shorty's bullying me." Lin Feng smiled and patted the boy's head. "You little shorty, how old are you? That guy is at the foundation establishment stage. It's normal that you can't defeat him right now, but once you reach the foundation establishment stage, you'll be able to kill him easily and with pleasure." Gao Long silently listened as the two of them laughed and talked happily. The veins on his forehead bulged, and his face darkened in an instant. "You." He clasped his hands together and shouted, "Fine, this young master will see just how carefree and easy you think this is." Beneath his feet, the clouds and mist swirled, and the remnants of a broken formation diagram appeared. Gao Long suddenly coughed up blood, and his essence blood merged into the whirlwind. In an instant, the whirlpool turned a deep red, like fresh blood, filled with a sinister aura, turning half of the sky into a sea of blood. Lin Feng sneered, "Is that all the power you have? How could I not notice it? But I'm not even bothered by it. You bring as much as you want, I'll take it all." Lin Feng's expression remained calm as he raised his hand and gently tapped the air. The dual void mystical technique activated. Immediately, the 8 trigrams all heaven's great Tao treasury appeared in front of him, and its overwhelming aura swallowed the blood-red whirlwind. A moment later, the space around Lin Feng and Xiaobu Dian suddenly fell into silence. The blood-red vortex slowly weakened before unexpectedly reversing and attacking Gao Long. Gao Long's pupils contracted violently, and cold sweat poured down his face. Suddenly, a beam of Lu Guang erupted from the center of his belt. The Lu Guang shimmered and spiraled around Gao Long and Fei Lian. Lu Guang was invisible and formless, yet contained an overwhelming power that directly split the storm, staining it with blood, into 2 halves. A cold gleam flashed in Gao Long's eyes as he ordered Lu Guang to turn and attack Lin Feng. Lu Guang sliced through the wind, heading straight toward Lin Feng. The corners of Lin Feng's lips curled into a faint smile. "It seems you don't understand," he said. "Compared to the wind you create, the true invisible and unimaginable power is mine." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng's figure vanished in an instant. Lu Guang continued to fly forward, crashing down on the mountain behind with a mighty strike. The entire mountain shook violently. Lin Feng reappeared at his original spot, and Gao Long's face immediately turned pale. 9 heavens without form was crafted by the elders, I can't control it. It's obvious and no match for this person. He hurriedly urged, "Fei Lian, go." Fei Lian moved at lightning speed, quickly whisking Gao Long away. As he did so, Gao Long thought to himself, "Even if I can't defeat you, you still can't catch me. I'll return and bring experts from my sect to kill you." Seeing Gao Long's smug expression, Lin Feng smiled faintly. He pointed at him and said, "You still don't understand?" Lin Feng muttered an incantation, invoking the dual world void technique. The space beneath Gao Long suddenly distorted, and his face turned ashen. "What is this? I feel dizzy." In an instant, Gao Long found himself back in front of Lin Feng. Sweat poured down his forehead. "Why am I back here?" He hurriedly made a gesture. 9 heavens without limit. Lin Feng's voice was calm as it echoed. In fact, compared to the supreme 9 heavens wind thunder pavilion which aims to subdue the mighty fire crown, the power of space is the strongest. Because, in any sense, the true strength comes from space itself. As he spoke, Lin Feng pointed downward. An overwhelming pressure immediately descended upon Gao Long. His face drained of color, and he was utterly defenseless. His upper body directly fell into the abyss, plummeting thousands of meters. What's going on? Why can't I control myself and keep from falling? Gao Long's eyes widened in shock as he looked at his lower body, still sitting atop Fei Lian, his heart filled with extreme confusion. Wait a minute, that. He saw the blood continuously spurting from his severed lower half. A thought flashed through Gao Long's mind, am I about to die? Blood streamed from his 7 orifices as he screamed in desperation, no. Before his eyes appeared the figure of Lin Feng, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. That smile filled Gao Long with bitterness and resentment. I won't accept this. Meanwhile, Lin Feng paid no attention to Gao Long's feelings. He thoughtfully stroked his chin, silently pondering, this scene might not be suitable for children. With that, he looked down at Xiaobu Dian, who was now incredibly excited, shouting, this move is amazing. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth twitched. Seems like I was overthinking. His gaze then shifted to Fei Lian. It looked at him as if he were a devil, instinctively trembling and backing away. Lin Feng gently patted Xiaobu Dian's head. This Fei Lian beast is of mixed blood, but it has the bloodline of a noble, ancient creature. You're lucky, kid. Not only do you have the heavenly golden thunder interfire, but now someone has brought even more good things right to your doorstep, including another Fei Lian. Xiaobu Dian excitedly climbed onto the Fei Lian's back. Can I ride it? Fei Lian glared at the boy angrily, suddenly feeling a chill run down its spine. Reflexively, Fei Lian turned around and, just in time, saw Lin Feng squinting and smiling. It immediately calmed down and obediently let Xiaobu Dian ride. At this moment, Lin Feng noticed a belt on the lower half of Gao Long's body, emitting a faint light. This is. The boy sneered coldly. A belt, and you still want to run? Lin Feng raised his hand, drawing a symbol in the air. Heavenly Dragon Seal, seal the belt. Finally, his gaze shifted to the heavenly golden thunder interfire. He calculated in his mind and decided to take it as well. With that thought, he extended his hand and cast the heavenly dragon seal. Lin Feng then took out the black cloud banner and shouted, "Capture!" Immediately, the heavenly golden thunder interfire was sucked into the space inside the banner. Xiaobu Dian turned to him, calling softly, "Master." Lin Feng sat on the Fei Lian's back and said to Xiaobu Dian, "Let's go. This harvest isn't bad. Your baptism ceremony will be quite impressive." Xiaobu Dian turned his head and pouted, "Master, can I have that belt?" Lin Feng gently tapped the boy's head and spoke in a gentle tone. "This is actually harmful in the opposite way, but this is something even the master has to use, so I'm afraid I can't give it to you. However, when we return, there are still some good things waiting for you." Thinking of Zhou, Xiaoyan, and Wang Lin back at home, Lin Feng smiled, "It's not just you, your 3 brothers will also benefit." Xiaobu Dian, curious, asked, "What is it, master?" Lin Feng replied mysteriously, "When we return, the master will tell you. Let's go." At the same time, in the east of the Dezhou imperial dynasty, Mingyu closed her eyes to rest her spirit. After a while, her eyelids flickered slightly. Beneath her feet, the waves of the sea lifted her up, and she respectfully bowed towards the horizon. Disciple Yen Mingyu pays respects to the master. As Mingyu bowed, multicolored clouds surged and quickly condensed into a figure, a young girl with beautiful features. Her voice was gentle and soft. "How is the recovery?" Mingyu clasped her hands and replied, "Fortunately, with the master's help, my physical body has recovered. Now, my soul and inner energy are completely in harmony, with no gaps remaining. However, to fully restore my cultivation to what it was, it will still take some time and effort." The young girl Bai Yun nodded slightly. "That's the best outcome, now the master can be at ease." She looked at Mingyu with a kind gaze and sighed, "Mingyu, you caused a great disaster this time, but it can be considered a blessing in disguise. The new heir to the world has already been chosen. When you return to the sect, you'll need to wait for the right opportunity." Mingyu bowed respectfully. "Disciple understands." The woman Bai Yun continued, "If you want to return as an ordinary disciple, you can always go back to the sect." Upon hearing this, Mingyu lowered her head, but she was unwilling to accept it. At this point, Mingyu's face was full of confidence, and the disciples felt that the opportunity had finally arrived. The woman Bai Yun smiled knowingly. "The opportunity you have always believed in, is it related to the independent cultivator named Taoist Lin that you mentioned?" The woman Bai Yun asked Mingyu. "The opportunity you believe in must be related to the independent cultivator called Taoist Lin, whom you mentioned earlier." Mingyu nodded, confirming that she might indeed bring some surprises. Seeing the disciple smile, the woman Bai Yun nodded. "In that case, the master eagerly awaits." "You had spoken to me before about your choice. Have you made your final decision?" Upon hearing this, Mingyu bowed her head. "Yes, I am preparing to choose the imperial dynasty Dezhou. The martial armies of Liangban and Zhuhong complement each other well, and after clearing out all the domestic forces, I believe the imperial dynasty has the greatest chance of success." The woman Bai Yun did not object to Mingyu's thoughts. "In that case, go ahead and carry out your plan." With that, her figure slowly faded away. Mingyu respectfully bowed, seeing her off. Once the woman Bai Yun had left, the sun gradually set in the west, and the tranquil night enveloped everything. The stars in the sky twinkled. Mingyu momentarily lost herself in thought, her eyes reflecting a trace of melancholy. After a moment, Mingyu regained her composure, her fingers together, gathering spiritual energy, and she softly whispered, "Go." The Tao force of the spirit shot down into the calm waters, and in no time, a water being manifested. Mingyu gave it an order to spread news far and wide, so that the information could reach the ears of disciples cultivating across the lands. The water being looked up, anxiously asking, "If your disciple learns that the flute has been lost in the hands of Taoist Lin, he will certainly not let Taoist Lin off easily. Could this pose a threat to your disciple?" Mingyu responded indifferently, "Let him probe the situation of that good disciple of mine." It would be fine. The water being immediately acknowledged, understood. With that, it submerged deep into the lake. Mingyu suddenly let out a cold laugh. Why do I feel like the one who will suffer is my junior disciple? Mentioning Lin Feng, her expression turned pensive. Clearly, he is just an independent cultivator. Am I being too sensitive? Why do I always feel that you will one day become the great enemy of Taishu Guan? This person always gives the impression that he is brimming with confidence, which is hard to explain. Perhaps my junior disciple should investigate his situation. At the same time, at the Celestial Emperor governs the 6 demon realms, a corner of a great tree suddenly radiated with brilliant light. Slowly emerging from the trunk of the tree, Long Yi stepped forward. He clasped his hands in salute. Long Yi pays respects to master. Before him, the air rippled like waves. A young woman slowly emerged from within, her figure shrouded in a faint mist as she turned to face him. She is the heavenly enchant demon tribe Great Sage, with a mesmerizing, deep voice. If it weren't for that stubborn Yi Lang Yuan being aligned with you, you probably wouldn't have been able to form your internal body so quickly. Long Yi smiled with a hint of mischief, and, on the contrary, felt grateful to the peculiar human. The heavenly enchant demon tribe Great Sage slowly approached Long Yi. Did you give that flute from Taishu Guan to him? Long Yi smiled slyly. Not exactly. I also leaked some information to Yen Mingyu. Upon hearing this, the heavenly enchant demon tribe Great Sage smiled in satisfaction. Well done, but why did you tell him about discovering that hidden cave? A glint of light flashed in Long Yi's eyes. I have a feeling this person isn't small-minded. If he can build his own force, he could defeat that Taishu Guan. The heavenly enchant demon tribe Great Sage sneered. So confident, huh? Long Yi narrowed his eyes and smiled. I'm just going by my instincts. Even if I'm wrong, there's nothing to lose. That cave was never in my territory, so what happens if he takes it over? Besides, speaking of which. He suddenly paused. The heavenly enchant demon tribe Great Sage looked at Long Yi and spoke out its own calculation. And, the grandson of that old man Golden Crow is living near that cave, right? Long Yi winked, looking playful, and embraced the heavenly enchant demon tribe Great Sage. Hasn't Golden Crow Great Sage been making things difficult for you these past few years? I'm just giving him a bit of work to do, getting him to stretch his muscles a bit. The heavenly enchant demon tribe Great Sage silently looked at Long Yi. The two masters and disciples laughed softly at the same time. Outside, in the mountains and forests, Joey, Wang Lin, and Xiao Yan were overjoyed to see Lin Feng and Xiao Budian return and quickly ran towards them. Master, little disciple, you two are back. As soon as Lin Feng reunited with Joey, he immediately felt Joey's body radiating with immense spiritual power, circulating freely. It seemed that he had successfully broken through and reached the great perfection of the qi refining stage. Seeing all the disciples gathered, Lin Feng slowly spoke. Now that everyone's here, there's something I need to say. He stood facing the disciples, speaking with a serious tone. Previously, I taught you all different teachings, some of which included the Buddhist sect's teachings, while others were passed down from your respective treasures. Have you ever found it strange or doubted whether our sect has its own unique teachings? Or even thought that perhaps we've simply picked up scraps from others? Joey, Xiao Yan, and Wang Lin silently exchanged glances. Xiao Yan scratched his cheek, sometimes thinking aimlessly. It was indeed a bit strange, but on the other hand, he didn't doubt his master. He believed that his master simply had his own way of thinking. Joey stroked his chin thoughtfully. Although the teachings we learned were different and quite diverse, Master always taught according to each of us. What Master taught was always very suitable for us. Wang Lin's eyes sparkled with admiration. Whatever Master teaches, I'll learn it. Xiao Budian grinned widely. The teachings Master imparts are truly powerful. Of course. If there are powerful teachings, don't forget about me, Lin Feng replied with a smile. Lin Feng affectionately looked at the boy, this name. After hearing the opinions of the disciples, Lin Feng gently explained, when I passed on the cultivation techniques to you before, it was only to help you establish your foundation. Once your foundation is built, I will teach you the true cultivation techniques and divine powers. Of course, those of you who have reached foundation establishment will receive techniques suited to that level. Then, I will pass on the techniques of our sect. The 8 trigrams false heaven great Tao treasury is the true cultivation method of our sect. Upon hearing his words, everyone's face lit up with excitement and joy. Receiving teachings from Lin Feng, Joey, Xiaoyan, Xiaobu Dian, and Wang Lin focused on circulating their energy. Each of them radiated the spiritual power that represented their individual strengths. After a while, Lin Feng slowly spoke, Master will pass on the 8 trigrams false heaven great Tao treasury to you, but this technique is very profound. You must go back and ponder it on your own. The disciples immediately responded in unison, we follow Master's guidance. Then, Lin Feng turned to Xiaobu Dian and patted his head, aren't you still worried about your baptism ceremony? Let's finish it today. Hearing this, Xiaobu Dian joyfully exclaimed, thank you, Master. Lin Feng took out the heavenly outer heart fire furnace and used the immovable wisdom king to heat it up. When the time was right, Lin Feng added the spiritual herbs last. A dozen rare, poisonous insects and spiritual herbs were added one by one, and the liquid inside the furnace began to bubble with a 5-colored, mixed glow. A strange and pungent odor began to rise from it. Xiaoyan, Joey, and Wang Lin stared at the furnace of water, their faces turning pale simultaneously. Xiaoyan pointed at the furnace, this color, I feel something's not right. Wang Lin furrowed his brows, in fact, the smell wasn't good either. Joey twitched the corner of his mouth, after all, this was supposed to be alchemy, but now it was being used to train a person. Afterward, the 3 turned around and looked at Xiaobu Dian, who was grinning wickedly. Xiaobu Dian had already stripped off his clothes, his body trembling, but still stubbornly kept his mouth shut. Aren't you afraid? Lin Feng stood in front of the furnace, one hand forming a seal while the other held a vial of medicine. It's almost done. With that, he poured the contents of the vial into the alchemy furnace. Then, Lin Feng glanced at Fei Lian, it's your turn now. His eyes gleamed. Hearing Lin Feng's eerie laugh, Fei Lian broke out in a cold sweat and shakily extended his leg. Lin Feng nodded, good. Without further ado, he used his right finger to make a small incision on Fei Lian's leg. Fei Lian approached the heavenly exquisite fire furnace and injected his spiritual energy into it. Once everything seemed fine, Lin Feng called, Tianhao, come down. Xiaobu Dian immediately leaped up. I'm ready, Master. The boy jumped into the furnace. Standing outside, Lin Feng waved his hand, and the furnace lid flew up once more, sealing the alchemy furnace tightly. The primal storm used its method to guide the medicinal liquid, circulating through the whole body of the person inside. Inside the furnace, Xiaobu Dian was sweating profusely. Yes, Master, the boy replied, following Lin Feng's instructions, concentrating on circulating his energy. A day later, watching the flames raging fiercely around the alchemy furnace, Xiaoyan anxiously asked, Master, it's been a day and a night. Isn't the firepower too strong? Lin Feng shook his head. No, your junior disciple is about to come out. Just then, a voice came from inside the furnace, belonging to Xiaobu Dian. All right, Master, quickly open the furnace. Lin Feng waved his hand, and the furnace lid opened. Xiaobu Dian swiftly dashed past him. At this moment, Xiaobu Dian looked no different from a lump of charcoal, causing Lin Feng, Xiaoyan, Joey, and Wang Lin to burst into laughter. After a while, Xiaobu Dian had cleaned up and changed into neat clothes. Xiaoyan quietly observed the boy. Then, he took out the evil emperor's sword and tossed it to Xiaobu Dian. Little disciple, show us your strength. Xiaobu Dian easily caught the evil emperor's sword with one hand. The boy forcefully swung the sword. Upon seeing this, Xiaoyan, Joey, and Wang Lin all shared the same thought. This sword weighed 5,000 pounds, and yet he lifted it with one hand. Just how immense was his internal strength? Lin Feng also nodded in approval. Xiaobu Dian not only possessed unparalleled innate talent, but his internal strength was also astonishing. No wonder he had such a solid foundation. Lin Feng instructed Xiao Yan, Joey, and Xiao Budian. The baptism ritual is complete. You three should follow the teachings of your master and try out the foundation establishment stage. The three of them cupped their hands and bowed respectfully. Yes, master. Lin Feng quietly watched the backs of his three disciples. He glanced at Wang Lin and saw that he was also watching the three brothers, admiration unmistakable in his eyes. Lin Feng suddenly spoke, "Master knows you admire your brothers. The path to victory is long, but as long as you put in the effort, you will catch up to them very soon." Wang Lin bowed respectfully and said, "Yes, master, that's right. Just now, when I heard you teaching them the Tao techniques, I felt a slight enlightenment and was able to make a minor adjustment to the yellow spring finger. May master kindly help me take a look?" Lin Feng looked at Wang Lin. "You adjusted the yellow spring finger?" Wang Lin replied politely, "Just a little, master. Please give me your guidance." Lin Feng smiled wryly. He nodded, "All right, tell master what you have realized. I will guide you, and you can continue your cultivation afterward." Wang Lin immediately responded, "Yes, master." Lin Feng sat cross-legged, waiting for Wang Lin to explain the insights he had gained. Lin Feng held 24 Saraira in his hand, needing to safeguard them here for Xiao Yanzi, lest they attract other unwanted attention. 3 months later, Lin Feng sat cross-legged, surrounded by the shimmering radiance of the Buddhist relic. His eyes half closed, his expression serious, he suddenly opened them. Lin Feng gazed at the Buddhist relic, a smile curling at the corner of his lips. Finally, success. Holding the Saraira in his hands, Lin Feng smiled. These 18 Saraira were all the essence of the Buddhist sect. If it weren't for Arhat having practiced it once, who knows how much longer it would have taken. Speaking of this, he suddenly snorted coldly, "But the other 6 grandmasters will have to suffer a bit. You die like a flickering flame, your body decays in the middle, and I assume you won't care." Lin Feng furrowed his brows, not knowing how Xiao Linzi had changed the yellow spring finger technique. Xiao Yanzi and the others had also been in seclusion for 3 months now. At this moment, a powerful stream of spiritual energy emanated from the entrance of the cave, causing Lin Feng to freeze in place. This feeling. It seems like they are about to break through. Just then, a notification from the system rang in his ears. The system screen displayed, "Congratulations to the direct disciple of the host, Shi Tianhao, for reaching the foundation establishment stage. Congratulations to the direct disciple, Xiao Yan, of the host for also reaching the foundation establishment stage." Lin Feng was very pleased with the accomplishments of his 2 disciples. "Not bad, not bad." The mechanical voice of the system echoed monotonously in Lin Feng's ears. Since half of the host's disciples had successfully reached the foundation stage artifact, the system granted a special reward. The host's cultivation would break through to the next small realm. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes widened in surprise. "Wait, I also get a reward?" He gradually steadied himself and slowly closed his eyes. Lin Feng's mind entered a meditative state, and it seemed like a stream of pure energy flowed into the chi pool in his dantian. The spiritual power inside the chi pool surged upward, causing Lin Feng's heart to tighten slightly. When Lin Feng opened his eyes for the second time, he found himself in the world of his subconscious. Lin Feng glanced at the shining spirit platform at the center, sighed, and said, "Although this is a spirit platform of a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, this platform is a bit too ordinary." Suddenly, the spirit platform underwent an abnormal change. Lin Feng exclaimed, "Wait a minute, first-grade spirit platform." He thought to himself, "Well, that's fine, it's already rare enough for a talented disciple to possess a first-grade spirit platform in the Taishu Guan's foundation establishment stage. After all, my disciple once had a supreme spirit platform, didn't he?" Lin Feng silently pondered, "But the system configured the spirit platform based on my foundation establishment cultivation from the 8 trigrams false heaven great Tao treasury, so it's clear that my 8 trigrams great Tao is truly extraordinarily mysterious." He mumbled, "That's enough. There's no reason to claim everything good for myself. Lin Feng comforted himself. In fact, among tens of thousands of cultivators, only one with a first-grade spirit platform can be considered a genius among geniuses, a freak among freaks. I'm already quite lucky. As he was lost in thought, the system sent him another message of good news. Congratulations, the personal disciple of the host, Joey, has broken through to the foundation establishment stage. As your disciple surpasses half of those who have reached the foundation establishment stage, the host will receive a special reward. Your platform is upgraded by 1 level, elevating your spirit level. This news immediately captured Lin Feng's attention. His eyes suddenly gleamed with golden light. An upgrade in spirit level also meant his spirit platform, originally raised by 1 level, is now elevated by another level. Lin Feng shouted with excitement, 10 levels of the Supreme Spirit Platform. He placed his hands on his hips and laughed loudly. This lousy system has finally given me a bit of an advantage. Lin Feng's mood was elated as he waited for the day the Spirit Platform would reach Supreme Pill Peak. The great Tao of Supreme Wisdom was beckoning to him. He reminisced, although he had powerful spiritual energy in the past, without the Spirit Platform, his energy was somewhat scattered. After acquiring the Spirit Platform, not only could his spiritual energy be increased and not drained by others, but he could also use his mind to channel the energy throughout his body, making it even more powerful. Thinking about this, he glanced at Wang Lin sitting beside him. Wang Lin had also regained consciousness, and the others seemed to be doing well too. From a distance, Xiaobu Dian excitedly waved at Lin Feng. Master! Lin Feng smiled at his disciples. Very good, none of you have been lazy, and that's why we have these results today. Wang Lin clasped his hands and addressed his brothers. Congratulations, senior martial brother, second brother, little disciple, for successfully reaching the foundation stage artifact. Xiao Yanzhouyi and Xiaobu Dian knelt before Lin Feng. It's all thanks to Master's guidance. Lin Feng smiled kindly. Master is just a door that leads you in. The cultivation is up to you. The key to success is to give your all, to fight relentlessly, and to persist from beginning to end. You must always remember the goal you've set today and keep moving forward. Upon hearing Lin Feng's instructions, the disciples chorused, "Thank you for your teachings, Master." At that moment, Wang Lin suddenly spoke to Lin Feng, "Master, your disciple too has given his all to persist from beginning to end for his own goal." Xiaobu Dian stood silently, watching Wang Lin and Lin Feng laugh and talk. In his heart, the boy silently muttered, "Parents, where are you now? My son is about to gain the ability to search for you both." Xiao Yan made a firm resolution. Mu Rongyan ran, in less than 2 years, the humiliation I've suffered today, I will repay it 100-fold. Joey also held his own aspirations. I must make my father admit his mistakes in front of my mother's grave, so that my mother can be comforted, even if just a little, in the afterlife. Xiaobu Dian turned to his master and solemnly said, Master, the process of my foundation establishment has given me some understanding of the secret techniques of our sect. How should he put it? The disciple had comprehended a certain spell from it. Xiao Yan was shocked upon hearing this. Little disciple has also gained something. He then turned to speak to Lin Feng, while also reporting to his master. During this seclusion, I also comprehended a certain magical technique from it. Joey simultaneously spoke up. Disciple has also gained some insights and would like to seek master's guidance. Seeing all 3 of his disciples eager to show off, Lin Feng secretly chuckled. Young people really love to compete for victory, but what I enjoy the most is dousing others with a cold shower of reality. Thinking of this, Lin Feng glanced at Wang Lin. When the master first passed on the Dao treasury to the disciples, Xiao Linzi had gained some understanding after listening and had even modified the technique he was practicing. You all suggest that you've been in the sect for quite some time and have naturally gained some understanding of our sect's Dao treasure. Today, we shall sit down together and share your insights regarding the Dao methods of our sect. Hearing this, each disciple's expression changed. Wang Lin was surprised, Xiao Yan remained expressionless, Joey was calm, and Xiaobu Dian was excited. Lin Feng spoke gently to his disciples. You have all been in the sect for some time now and have your own understanding of our sect's teachings. Today, we will have an internal discussion to test your understanding of the Taoist arts. Xiao Yan eagerly agreed. Then, as Master said, let the two disciples have a friendly competition. Lin Feng glanced at Wang Lin, who lowered his head in shame. Master, I think he'll pass. These two have already reached foundation establishment. Lin Feng smiled. It's just a friendly discussion among fellow disciples. Besides, now that I have transferred my spiritual power to you, you should be able to complete the yellow spring finger after the improvement. Wang Lin spoke carefully to his brothers. Well, let's just discuss a few techniques. Is it alright if we don't actually fight? Xiaobu Dian teased him. Third brother, you're being too cautious. Wang Lin only smiled and did not respond. Lin Feng quietly assessed him. Although Xiao Lin Zi seemed overly cautious, when the moment came, he was no less brave than anyone else. Seeing the disciples ready, Lin Feng asked, Alright, who among you will try to spar with Xiao Lin Zi? Xiaobu Dian pouted, I'm not stupid. Competing with third brother is just giving him a chance to show off his moves and demonstrate everything he's learned. Joey stood next to the boy, his brows furrowed. The third disciple has good comprehension, but his cultivation is still too low. Even if he wins against him, it won't be anything to brag about. At this moment, Xiao Yan stepped forward and patted Wang Lin's shoulder. If neither of them wants to go, then let me take the first match. Old third, remember to leave me some face, Wang Lin said with a polite smile. Of course, I will ask senior martial brother to show mercy, Xiao Yan replied. Lin Feng turned to remind Xiaobu Dian and Joey, although you two are not participating, you should still keep your eyes open and observe closely for your master. Let's go, to the top of the mountain. Xiaobu Dian and Joey followed Lin Feng, obediently responding, Yes, master. Upon reaching the empty ground, Wang Lin saluted Xiao Yan. Senior martial brother, please. Xiao Yan gave a faint smile. You'd better make the first move. Wang Lin stared intently at Xiao Yan. Then I won't hold back. With that, he immediately used the all heavens yellow spring finger, obliteration. A stream of black smoke poured from the tip of Wang Lin's finger, surrounding Xiao Yan. Trapped within the black smoke, Xiao Yan remained calm, observing. His body felt extremely weak, as if he were about to perish in the bright prison of the yellow springs. From above, Lin Feng carefully watched the scene. Wang Lin's comprehension truly seemed extraordinary. Even at the qi refining stage, he was able to grasp and improve upon Taoist techniques. The yellow spring finger, after my guidance, perfectly integrates the two realms of the void with the yellow spring finger. Lin Feng pondered, stroking his chin, because in a certain sense, it was essentially impossible to defend against an attack coming from the space crack. The void duality technique targets two spaces of a specific size within the scope of the spell, manipulating the space's dimensions to shift their positions, thus forming a destructive force akin to the splitting of space. The earlier move was when Wang Lin directly pierced the highest level of condensed death qi through space, with no visible distance, no trajectory. As long as one was within Wang Lin's spell range, they could be trapped within the death realm in an instant. Lin Feng's gaze shifted to Xiao Yan. Without the ability or spatial fixed magical artifacts, and without any preparation for the spell technique, most people would face disaster. Xiao Yan Zi, how will you counter this move? At that moment, Xiao Yan's body was enveloped in blazing red flames, a faint smile playing on his lips. Very good, third disciple, but I wonder how many moves you can actually execute. With that, Xiao Yan swung his fist, unleashing a powerful palm strike. The terrifying flames quickly dispelled the black smoke. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan returned to his normal state. A moment later, his body flared up once again. He unleashed the monster ice dissolver punch, striking directly at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's pupils contracted. However, he maintained his calm demeanor. He channeled his spiritual power into his hand once more, using the ultimate technique All Heaven's Yellow Spring Finger. Wang Lin shouted loudly, and in an instant, the cycle of reincarnation unfolded. A Bagua diagram appeared in front of him, blocking Xiao Yan's punch. The Bagua diagram shone brightly in mid-air, drawing Xiaoyan's power into it. In no time, the Bagua diagram returned to its original state. Xiaoyan couldn't help but praise, interesting. Immediately after, a terrifying blaze of flames erupted behind him. Wang Lin quickly raised his hand to block it. You can only use the portal 3 times. If you're afraid of continuing the fight, then you might embarrass yourself. I still hope Senior Marshal Brother will show some mercy. Wang Lin's face showed a look of apology. Xiaoyan sighed regretfully, such a pity. Lin Feng thought to himself, Monster Ice Dissolver and All Heaven's Yellow Spring Finger, both of their techniques align with their own characteristics. It seems that the All Heavens Bagua truly contains everything, offering unique insights. He pondered, this was just the first chapter of the Heavenly Tao Virtue Scripture, so there must be even more profound techniques ahead. He had to thoroughly study this self-created method of cultivation, or he would be embarrassed. As Lin Feng was lost in thought, Zhouyi's voice reached his ears. This technique of the third disciple is indeed extraordinary, it's just a shame about his cultivation level. Xiao Budian also expressed regret for Wang Lin. Exactly, if third brother's cultivation were a bit higher, this battle would definitely be even more spectacular. At this moment, Lin Feng spoke up to remind Zhouyi and Xiao Budian. A scholar who hasn't met for 3 days may need to see things differently. Who knows when Xiao Lin Zi's cultivation might suddenly break through. You 3 are a step ahead now, so you must stay alert. Later, if Xiao Lin Zi surpasses you, don't come crying in front of Master. Zhouyi quickly bowed, it is the disciple's pride. Fortunately, Master has reminded us. Then Lin Feng said to Zhouyi and Xiao Budian, not satisfied? If you're not satisfied, go fight on your own. In the second round, it will be your turn. The 2 of them replied in unison, please guide us, Master. Lin Feng calmly turned to Xiaoyan and Wang Lin and asked, well? Did you gain anything? Xiaoyan and Wang Lin exchanged a glance and replied together, of course we did. Lin Feng said to Xiaoyan, the disciple's yellow spring finger, you actually have a second technique. Hearing this, Xiaoyan glared at Wang Lin, smirking coldly, this little brat, still hiding a trick, huh? Wang Lin flusteredly tried to explain. Wang Lin's face looked extremely awkward. Master, could you explain after this round? Otherwise, Senior Marshal Brother will beat me to death. Lin Feng pinched Xiaoyan's ear, this kid, don't be so hasty. After Master spoke, Xiaoyan said, alright. I'll explain on Wang Lin's behalf. This third technique of Xiao Lin Zi has some mystical properties. It's not meant for combat yet, it's still incomplete and needs further refinement. While he was speaking, Wang Lin suddenly interrupted, everyone, look. The match has started. According to him, Xiaoyan and Lin Feng both looked down at the open field. Zhouyi and Xiao Budian had already taken their stances. Xiao Budian took the initiative to speak. Second brother, let me make the first move. I'm sure you won't mind, right? After saying that, the boy immediately harnessed his spiritual energy. Thunderous light burst forth, shooting straight towards Zhouyi. Facing the thunderclap, Zhouyi remained calm. Bring it on. Amidst the deafening thunder, Xiao Budian charged forward, his eyes focused, shouting loudly. Seeing that Zhouyi had no response, Wang Lin speculated. Perhaps there's something more to this? Xiaoyan also felt confused, unsure if this was really all little disciple had to offer. Lin Feng turned his back, his expression unclear, but his tone was calm as he spoke. Nice. Keep going. Your little disciple isn't as simple as you think. However, a slight worry lingered in his heart. If this kid truly had the kind of comprehension ability I suspect. At that moment, Zhouyi finally spoke, his tone calm. Little disciple, if this is all you can do, then I must say you've been a bit lazy lately. This is the sword technique I comprehended from my sect's treasure vault. I hope you can teach me a thing or two. With that, Zhouyi unsheathed his sword and swung it powerfully, releasing a forceful sword strike that carried immense might, invoking the sword Tao. immediately clashing with the purple light thunderclap. Joey just unleashed his move and spoke slowly. This sword technique is called Everlasting Thunder Wind. Joey's voice was steady and powerful, as he chanted the incantation, Heavenly Actions, a gentleman's will, invincible in the land, a divine force beyond the earth. Thundershock Gentleman of Rapid Lightning is a terror to the cultivators. Everlasting Thunder Wind, the gentleman who remains unshaken by death. As he finished reading, Joey shouted loudly, and the purple light flashed, dispelling the thunderstrike. Xiao Budian nodded in praise. As expected of second brother, your swordsmanship is truly marvelous. At this point, Xiao Budian's lips curled slightly. But these principles, I don't understand. What I understand is that the strength of the previous strike wasn't enough. Therefore, the next strike must be stronger to the point that second brother will not be able to block it. I am not the kind of person with extraordinary comprehension like second brother, who can use a single sword technique to encompass all the transformations of the Bagua within. I'm not that complicated. I only have two kinds of strength: thunder and wind. With that, Xiao Budian flicked his hands, channeling more energy into the sword move. He continuously provoked Joey, limitless power, let's see if second brother can take it or not. The boy surged forward, carrying the overwhelming force of a thunderstorm's impact. Take my strike. Infinite wind thunder. The void distorted violently as the two forces Joey's and Budian's collided, forming the Bagua and yin yang of wind and thunder. Wang Lin exclaimed, "It's so powerful." Xiao Yan also gasped in astonishment, "This is beyond imagination." Lin Feng's expression turned contemplative. As expected, Xiao Budian hasn't disappointed me. He silently compared the enlightenment of his disciples from the 8 trigrams All Heaven's great Tao treasury. Wang Lin had grasped the meaning of the All Heaven's flow. Combined with his yellow spring finger, Xiao Yan, like the others, deduced the rules and advanced fiercely to destroy the All Heaven's 8 trigrams myriad phenomena, unstoppable in power. Xiao Budian had the ability to transform the potential of the thunderstorm into its highest form, surpassing even the 8 trigrams and the 4 symbols, comprehending the profound principles within. Meanwhile, Joey was the most learned, with the deepest understanding, having distilled the sword Tao, which encompassed the entire creation of the 8 trigrams All Heavens. Thinking of this, Lin Feng smiled contentedly, although we've only uncovered a bit, it's already precious. Not bad, not bad. Xiao Budian asked, what about Joey? Second brother, is this technique good? Joey smiled and nodded, little disciple, your technique is formidable. Just the wind and thunder Qi Dao alone makes me admire you. As he spoke, the long sword in his hand suddenly gleamed brightly. If the outcome of this battle were to be decided, it would still be far too early. Joey assumed a fighting stance and said, but it's still too early to determine the winner of this battle. With that, he used the tip of his sword to create a magical formation. He pointed the sword forward and began chanting the incantation. Xiao Budian looked towards the shadow of a figure that suddenly disappeared in front of him and exclaimed. But immediately after, the boy smiled confidently, it's all right. After speaking, 2 streams of powerful purple-green energy appeared behind him. Suddenly, the afterimage of Joey flashed behind Xiao Budian, catching the boy off guard. Joey's sword was aimed at Xiao Budian's back but was stopped by a surge of energy. Without turning around, the boy spoke, second brother, your teleportation technique is even stranger than the Cloud Dragon escape. But Joey did not react to this. At this moment, Xiao Budian seemed to unleash his full power, and with confidence, he muttered, but if I get close, you're finished. Then, taking advantage of Joey's momentary distraction, the boy threw a punch at him, catching him off guard. However, Joey didn't panic, he simply smiled, uttered a word, and his figure suddenly vanished into the air. Xiao Budian's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and thought, he ran again. After that, no matter how Xiao Budian attacked, Joey would disappear instantly. Xiao Yan, observing the battle from the outside, smiled and said, the battle situation is ever-changing, even the slightest shift can affect the final outcome. He clasped his hands behind his head and continued, but this time, second disciple made a mistake. Close combat with little disciple is impossible, he'll have to rely on long-range tactics. Wang Lin immediately retorted, that's not right. Xiaoyan, can't you understand? Wang Lin explained, I don't know either, but I always feel like something's off. Xiaoyan rubbed his hair and muttered, oh, is that so? In the distance, two shadowy figures were still flickering by swiftly. Zhou Yi remained calm, smiling. Xiaoyan sighed, second brother, you're so calm. Lin Feng clasped his hands behind his back. The outcome had already been decided, but the decision was not based on who was stronger or weaker in cultivation. Hearing this, Xiaoyan half-asked, Master, what do you mean? Lin Feng did not respond to Xiaoyan but only said, just wait and see, you will understand soon enough. The figure of Zhou Yi flickered in and out of sight, making Xiaobu Dian extremely angry. The boy was frustrated and thought to himself, damn it, always hiding and running. Then the boy shouted, his strength exploding. He accelerated forward, and Zhou Yi, noticing Xiaobu Dian catching up from behind, calmly said, little disciple, we've just performed the ritual, and the crime isn't too long ago, right? It was only a month ago when your momentum reached its peak. Don't start declining now. What I mean is, your power can draw infinite strength, but you shouldn't push your body too hard. Even though your physical form is strong, it might not be able to withstand the infinite wind thunder. As for my accumulation, it has just begun to erupt. Suddenly, Xiaobu Dian felt his body go stiff, and he silently thought to himself, I can't move at all. At that moment, Zhou Yi began to perform a fire technique, the fire creature of the underworld. Ming Di, seeing this, Xiaobu Dian's eyes welled up with a few tears. The boy thought to himself that something was wrong. The flames rushed towards him, and he tried to push them back with all his might, but in the end, he was still pushed away, letting out a cry. Ah! Xiaobu Dian sat up, puffing his cheeks in frustration, second brother is too crafty. Zhou Yi, hearing this, was not angry. He smiled and extended his hand to help Xiaobu Dian up, saying, when it comes to craftiness, with the master around, who would dare surpass him? Today, I'm helping you learn from experience, so that next time, if you encounter a real enemy, you won't act this recklessly. Xiaobu Dian was still fuming. Today, I lost in one move, but next time I won't be so hasty. Seeing the outcome of the battle, Xiaoyan and Wang Lin clasped their hands and bowed their heads to Lin Feng. Just as the master had predicted, in terms of cultivation level and strength, the little disciple was superior, but when it came to mental state, he had still lost. Lin Feng smiled, turned around, and though the 5-year-old child had matured early, his patience could not compare to that of a 16-year-old youth. He then spoke loudly to Zhou Yi and Xiaobu Dian. Be careful. You should rest for now, and take a moment to reflect on the points that went wrong during the battle. After that, Lin Feng turned to Xiaoyan and Wang Lin and asked, are you interested in sparring with Zhou Yi? Hearing this, Wang Lin quickly declined. Your disciple is no match for second brother. But Xiaoyan spoke up. Then let me try. He raised his fist, confidently saying, let's see whose swordsmanship is better, disciple. Zhou Yi observed all of Xiaoyan's actions but remained silent and expressionless. Xiaoyan approached Zhou Yi and said, let me test the sword technique of the second disciple. A confident expression appeared on Xiaoyan's face, second disciple, just like junior disciple, I will choose to engage you in close combat. With that, he lunged forward, channeling his strength directly toward Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi smiled, holding his sword and telling Xiaoyan, if that's the case, then come at me, senior martial brother. He then chanted a loud incantation, thunder on high heaven, great might. He pointed the tip of his sword at Xiaoyan and shouted, a gentleman does not act against rituals. Seeing this, Xiaoyan widened his eyes and immediately threw a fireball toward the stream of energy Zhou Yi had unleashed. The two forces collided, causing an immediate explosion that startled Xiaoyan. Before he could react, Zhou Yi continued to wield the power of heaven and earth, an unstoppable force. Xiaoyan watched the incoming power and smiled, unfazed, then clenched his fist to create a flame. From the outside, it was clear. Senior martial brother's new powerful technique was one of destruction, capable of annihilating everything, even the very heavens and earth, under the overwhelming might of this force. Build and create a force, but it's easily broken. We fight against his 8 trigrams ice dissolution, truly like a grasshopper trying to overturn a cart. Seeing Xiaoyan's fiery fist heading towards him, Joey shouted. He looked at the fireball, silently thinking, no matter what, it's best to leave here first. Wang Lin observed the battle situation and asked, second brother, is he trying to use the same tactic he used against the little disciple to wear down the patience of the senior envoy? Xiaobu Dian frowned and responded, senior martial brother, please don't rush forward. But it's not quite accurate. There are times when senior martial brother's temper is even more impatient than mine. Lin Feng suddenly spoke, startling both of them. Watch quietly. The three of them continued to observe the unfolding battle. Xiaoyan smirked, his eyes full of confidence. You want to use the same tactic you used on the little disciple to deal with me? But don't say I didn't warn you. I won't fall for your trick, and now I'll unleash my full power. I'll give you the chance to decide the outcome. A fireball appeared in Xiaoyan's hand, soaring towards Joey, causing him to flinch. However, Joey didn't panic. Calmly, he reached for the sword beside him. He grasped the sword in his hand and chanted, within the marsh, there is fire, reform, a gentleman governs by the calendar, illuminating the world, he shouted. At that moment, the sword in Joey's hand soared forward. He smiled, now is the moment your spirit falters, senior martial brother. You have lost. Joey countered with a powerful sword strike, shattering Xiaoyan's fireball. The surge of energy shot straight toward Xiaoyan, but he remained unfazed and even praised. Impressive, but not enough. Hearing this, Joey's eyes widened in surprise. Xiaoyan smiled, monster ice dissolve. At that moment, a blazing red aura enveloped him. Seeing this, Joey thought to himself. What? I've unleashed my sword with the utmost energy and magical power. His expression darkened. After 2 fierce battles, his magical power had already weakened considerably. Even with this sword strike, he barely had any fighting strength left. I have lost. Lin Feng, watching the battle from atop a cliff, suddenly spoke. Xiaoyi, come up here first. Then he turned to Xiaobu Dian. Do you feel like sparring with senior martial brother for a bit? Hearing this, the boy cheerfully replied. Then I shall go and pay my respects to senior martial brother. As Xiaobu Dian went down, Xiaoyan shouted. Why is it the little disciple? In contrast, the boy ran forward laughing joyfully. Senior martial brother, shall we have a little duel? Zhou Yi's expression darkened. Seeing this, Lin Feng thought to himself. Joey, 10 years of arduous training though he walks the path of the gentleman warrior, he is far from modest. It is clear that a smoldering flame burns fiercely in his heart. He turned to smile and said, what's with this expression? You're upset because you lost and can't accept it. As he spoke, Lin Feng thought to himself, indeed, a rare gem, even a master cannot casually lay hands on it. Lin Feng said, you lost, you can't accept it, and you're uncomfortable inside. Upon hearing this, Joey was taken aback. He clenched his fists in anger, lowered his head, a disciple who follows the path of a righteous gentleman. But I consider myself a passionate youth, one who dares to think and act. How could I accept being defeated by someone else, even if that person is my brother? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng thought to himself, the competitive nature of youth. Forget it, rather than trying to stop him, it's better to guide him. He then asked, so what will you do? How do you plan to handle this? Joey raised his head and looked Lin Feng directly in the eye. I want to have another match with senior martial brother. If I don't, it will feel like a heavy stone pressing on my heart, full of frustration that cannot be dispelled, and my thoughts will remain tangled and unclear. Hearing this, Lin Feng smiled and asked, what do you mean by clearing your thoughts? Joey replied, the Buddha Sutras say, clear thoughts are called merit, understanding the true nature is called work, and following one's true nature is called virtue. I believe this is what clear thoughts mean. Lin Feng smiled, I can't say it's completely unreasonable, but have you ever thought of something else? He continued, you follow your true nature, doing whatever you feel like. And you think that's clearing your thoughts? But there is a great possibility that it could make others go against their true nature, causing them to think irrationally. As for worshipping the morals of a gentleman, it is surely something you don't like, so don't impose it on others. Hearing Lin Feng say that, Joey was momentarily speechless, unable to say anything. Lin Feng looked up at the sky and continued, you live in this world, following the wishes of your heart, everything goes smoothly, and you live a carefree, happy life. There's nothing wrong with this, but if you only care about your own clarity and follow a secret to understanding that others don't share, this would be called selfishness. Upon hearing this, Joey opened his eyes wide. He repeated Lin Feng's words in his mind, not caring about the feelings of others. Everyone must follow their own moral standards and rules, using their own likes and dislikes to distinguish between right and wrong, making decisions for others arbitrarily, and then believing that they are right and that the other should be grateful. He was confused. I live when things go smoothly, and I die when they go against me. Then, Joey remembered the image of a man standing in a desolate field. He frowned, realizing, wasn't that his father? Seeing his expression darken and falling silent, Lin Feng sighed. One cannot help but say, the power of heredity is truly terrifying. Even if father and son are at odds, they are still alike down to their bones. Joey closed his eyes, as if seeing two tombstones before him. He silently thought, one is a gentleman of integrity, with a heart like that of a child, and an iron will. A person who is selfish, indifferent to others, and stubborn. Although they may seem similar on the outside, the former is genuine, following their heart, while the latter, by nature, is someone who gives in to their desires. He slowly opened his eyes, smiling as he realized. He bowed his head before Lin Feng. Disciple almost went astray, but thanks to Master's reminder, I feel ashamed. Lin Feng replied, your quick realization shows that you truly understand your heart. However, in his heart, he still felt powerless and thought, I'm glad I managed to pull you back. If you continue down the same path as your father, Xianji Marquis, in the future, not only would you clash with him, but there could also be conflicts with me, your master, and eventually we would become strangers and enemies. Then Lin Feng turned to Joey, smiling, alright, focus now. Watch the duel between Xiao Yanzi and Tian Hao. The outcome will be decided soon. Down below, Xiao Yan spoke loudly, little disciple, we both are straightforward people, we don't like to beat around the bush. He smiled, how about we settle this with one move? Hearing this, Xiao Budian smiled, sure. Then two gleaming swords appeared in his hands. He gathered two streams of energy and shot a powerful force towards Xiao Yan. Senior martial brother, take this. Xiao Yan smiled, you brat, you couldn't wait to make a move before I finished speaking. Do you really need to take advantage of me like this? He was no less impressive. A ball of fire appeared in him, countering Xiao Budian's move. The two forces collided and instantly disappeared into the air. Xiao Budian thought to himself, I keep summoning a whirlwind of thunder, and the master keeps dismantling it. This match has turned into a battle of attrition. On the other side, Xiao Yan was also deep in thought. This showed that, in terms of magic, he and this kid were on equal footing. If nothing changed, the outcome of this contest would depend on whose magical power was greater. With that thought, he smiled confidently, little disciple, someone like me should be trusted. Then, he unleashed a powerful surge of energy that surrounded his body, watching the battle unfold. Lin Feng smiled, Joey is so competitive, does Xiao Yan have no chance? In his belief, a senior martial brother should be someone worthy of respect, a true role model for the disciples. Xiao Yan threw a punch towards Xiao Budian, who immediately blocked it. Senior martial brother, sometimes you should trust me. He then used his own energy to intercept Xiao Yan's attack. Xiao Yan suddenly leapt high into the air, causing Xiao Budian to be startled. But the boy quickly regained his composure, focusing his strength into his hand. He blocked Xiao Yan's strike, and the two forces collided, creating a burst of powerful sparks. Seeing this, Lin Feng smiled, so, has the winner been decided? The two forces collided violently, sending out strong flashes of fire. Xiao Yan immediately widened his eyes. He was knocked away by Xiao Budian, but then quickly stabilized his body and landed on the ground as lightly as if nothing had happened. He rubbed his arm, unable to hide his surprise. It seemed that he really couldn't help but believe it. How did that little brat grow so big? This body is really amazing. Xiao Budian smiled, clasped his hands together politely, and said, "Little brother, I concede." At that moment, 3 figures descended gently from above. Xiao Yan was slightly startled and hurriedly called out, "Master." Lin Feng clasped his hands behind his back, calmly speaking, "During this time, what did it feel like to be continuously attacked like that?" Without hesitation, Xiao Yan replied, "It was really uncomfortable, Master." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng said, "Training with fellow disciples is not the same as facing an enemy. Winning or losing is not important, what matters is what you learn from it." His gaze landed on Xiao Budian, and he smiled in appreciation. "Tian Hao, you did not disappoint your master. You devoted yourself to practicing the wind and thunder Qi Dao, even surpassing the 8 trigrams all heaven's great Dao treasury, and managed to comprehend a portion of the profound principles of the twofold Yin. That is already very impressive." Pleased by Lin Feng's praise, Xiao Budian rubbed his head happily and said, "Thank you for the compliment, Master." However, the joy didn't last long. Lin Feng suddenly became serious, though he paused for a moment before continuing, "Your infinite wind thunder technique is powerful, but its speed is slow. Your senior martial brother and second brother have worked hard to allow you to deploy the spell, but they struggled to grasp it fully. Therefore, during a fight, you should wait until you're fully prepared before making your move, but your opponent will never give you that chance," he continued. "Not to mention anything else, the extinction technique that your third brother activated is a huge issue. The wind and thunder energy that you just formed was devoured by the death space he created." Hearing Lin Feng mention his name, Wang Lin was startled. Lin Feng then turned to Xiao Yan and Xiao Budian and said, "Of course, you can follow Xiao Yan's method and use your own strength to break through the death space, but Xiao Linzi, with your cultivation level, it won't be so easy for you to deal with." Upon hearing this, Xiao Budian was stunned. He clasped his hands in front of his chest, his gaze filled with determination. "Master, I understand now." Then, Lin Feng's gaze shifted to Wang Lin. "Xiao Linzi, right now, the most important thing for you is to quickly improve your cultivation, not to enhance the third technique in your All Heavens yellow spring finger." Wang Lin immediately clasped his hands and bowed respectfully. "I will work hard to cultivate." Lin Feng stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before asking, "So, have you two figured out what you need to improve?" Xiao Yan and Wang Lin answered in unison, "Yes, Master." Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction, looked at his disciples, and smiled lightly. "It's good that you've gained something." All 4 disciples simultaneously clasped their hands and bowed, responding in unison, "Everything is thanks to Master's guidance." Lin Feng said, "All right, this time your training wasn't bad. You also understand the strengths and weaknesses of the martial arts techniques you've used. Next, you must strive to comprehend and summarize, improving your own magical abilities." The 4 of them all shouted in unison, "Disciple takes their leave." Lin Feng stood still, watching the backs of the disciples gradually disappear into the distance. In his heart, he quietly murmured, 8 trigrams ice dissolution. Then, Lin Feng extended his hand, swinging 2 iron chains forward, before using his finger to perform a fire spell. He paused, and a surge of intense heat erupted, leaving 2 long and deep grooves on the ground. Lin Feng suddenly widened his eyes, skillfully and powerfully applying both wind and thunder techniques. Looking at the deep rift he had created, he thought to himself, after all, this was a technique of his own creation. The insights of this Tao indeed could be understood in a single glance. He rubbed his chin and muttered, "These prodigies are truly remarkable, but just like the wrathful flame of the King of Darkness and the Ksitigarbha golden body, they are not my own. They do not belong to me, nor do they align with my techniques." Lin Feng murmured again, "It turns out that without comparison, the feeling isn't clear. But after personally comprehending the mystic arts of the 2 realms, I now truly feel that those are the genuine Tao techniques that belong to me." He took a deep breath, his mind sinking into contemplation. "But the others can still be useful. In battle, with quick adaptability, I can still emerge victorious. But my own Dao techniques, my own magic, are the foundation. Suddenly, a strange thought flashed through Lin Feng's mind. It seems I've realized something entirely different from the void of the two realms, a marvelous technique, but the key points within it still need to be perfected step by step. He sighed, whispering to himself, well, I'll comprehend it gradually in the future. The most urgent task right now is the mission. Then, he suddenly remembered something and spoke aloud. The intelligence that the succubus Long Yi gave me only mentions that there is a mountain range to the west at the foot of the northern Guluan, but does not provide a specific location. He looked up at the sky. The northern foot of Guluan Mountain is tens of thousands of miles away from here. Even finding that place won't be easy. He opened the system panel. How long was the time limit for this mission? He glanced at the system interface. Main mission: find a suitable place to establish a sect. Mission description: the way of cultivation, the land of Dharma talent. If a sect wants to grow strong, in addition to having its own unique cultivation methods, it must also have a mountain range with good feng shui, suitable for cultivation, and capable of attracting elites from all over to build and strengthen the Evening Sword legacy. Mission time limit: 3 years. If the time limit is exceeded, the host will be killed directly. Seeing the mission, he thought to himself. Since receiving the task, the time he spent in seclusion, plus the 3 disciples' seclusion, had already taken nearly half a year. He stroked his chin. The mission deadline this time was 3 years, which was longer than the last 2, but time always passed by so quickly without him even realizing it. Then Lin Feng raised his head and immediately set off for Guluan Mountain. After half a year in the Guluan Mountain range, Lin Feng let out a long sigh. He thought to himself, searching for this so-called Yujing Shan. I've been wandering here for half a year already. Even the 4 disciples with heaven-defying luck have been sent off by me to search. He sighed again. Could it be that what that seductive woman said was true? He recalled the words of the enchantress. There is a Yujing Shan in the northeast of the Daihuan mountain range, along the main street. Interested people can take a look. The enchantress continued, in fact, it is not entirely located within the Guluan range, but rather floats above the 9 heavens. At the end of the year, the foggy winds often merged into the space of the other world, sometimes hidden, sometimes revealed, making it hard to trace its whereabouts. Lin Feng asked, so how should we search for it? The succubus replied cheerfully, normally, Yujing Shan hides in the crevices of space. Every 60 years, it will reveal itself once, and the whole mountain will break free from the other world space. The interval between the current manifestation and the last one has been 58 years. It will take another 2 years before Yujing Shan shows itself again. By then, it depends on whether you can seize the opportunity. Lin Feng stood on the dark clouds, flying swiftly while muttering to himself, the information the succubus provided is too vague, searching like this is a waste of time. Although the spiritual energy of Guluan Mountain is strong, all the blessed caves suitable for cultivation have been claimed by major forces. With my current abilities, I can't even steal one. He scratched his head, feeling frustrated and confused, unable to simply find a cave to take shelter in. It's not that I'm unwilling, even my rebellious disciples are so disappointed they're on the verge of giving up. This is tough. Suddenly, he was startled to see a fire in the distance. A giant bird was spewing flames, burning down an entire village. People were running for their lives, and the air was filled with cries for help, save us. Run, there's a monster. The giant bird continued to spew fire, loudly cawing, caw, caw, caw. Lin Feng stared at the bird, his heart silently thinking, is that a fire crow? His fingers formed a seal to begin a spell. He shouted, go. Immediately, a large stream of fire shot towards the fire crow. The fire crow was startled when it saw the fire rushing toward it. The people below, seeing that the fire crow had been destroyed, cheered, the fire crow has been destroyed, we're saved. They turned towards Lin Feng, who was floating in the sky, and shouted, it is the immortal who has saved us. Thank you, immortal, for saving our lives. The crow cursed, that arrogant Taoist, mind your own business. He'll kill you and turn you into spiritual essence. My young master and my kin are nearby. Don't seek your own death." Upon hearing the crow, Lin Feng thought to himself, why would the young master and kin of these fire crows act on such a large scale? There must be a purpose. The most likely reason is that they are searching for something. Could it be that they are looking for you, Jing Shan? Thinking this, he asked, "Where are your kin? Take me to them." The crow, enraged, shot 2 fireballs at him. Humans, not knowing life or death, immediately, crows surrounded it, cloaked in flames, and attacked Lin Feng. Seeing this, Lin Feng realized that these fire crow spiritual essences were all people who had been killed by this fire crow, then carefully refined into such forms. Lin Feng angrily said, "You've killed so many to make spiritual essences for the fire crows. You deserve to die." With that, he cast the dual world void spell in mid-air, and a black hole appeared, absorbing all the fire from the crow. The crow was startled and panicked. "My fire has disappeared? How is that possible?" Before it could react, Lin Feng soared toward it, causing the crow to flinch. As he approached, he struck it hard on the head, making it spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. The crow realized it could not defeat him, so it spread its wings, preparing to fly away. Seeing this, Lin Feng immediately recognized its intent to escape and quickly cast a spell. Heavenly Dragon Seal. A wind pressure tightly enveloped the crow within a sphere. It struggled violently. "Let me go." Seeing this, Lin Feng said, "All right, now tell me, where are your kin? Why have you appeared here in such large numbers?" The crow, enraged, laughed. "Don't even think you'll learn anything from me. You will surely die, consumed by the flames." Hearing this response, Lin Feng's expression darkened. A white fireball appeared beside him. "I only know that if you don't speak, you will be buried in those very flames." With that, he snapped his fingers, and the flames instantly scorched the crow, causing it to scream in pain. Stop burning me, they'll tell you everything." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng withdrew the flames and forced the fire crow to speak. The crow said, "This time, we infiltrated the northern foot of Mount Guluan to find you, Jing Shan." Hearing this, Lin Feng became even more certain of his suspicions. It was just as he had thought. Although demons rampaged around Mount Guluan, not even a fire crow would dare invade the territory of the humans. Let's return to the main issue. Do you know where Yu Jing Shan is? The raven replied, "Of course, our leader, the young master of the fire crow, knows the exact current location of Yu Jing Shan. It is in a desolate mountain region, with the houses around it destroyed, now nothing but a pile of ruins." Lin Feng gently set his foot on the ground, looking around. Seeing the scene before him, he thought to himself, "It seems all this effort was in vain, those fire crows have already flown away." He glanced over to his side. His father had asked for quite a while, but all he could learn was that the fire crow clan was nearby, without getting any details about the exact location. Lin Feng muttered, "How many times has this been? Either they've escaped, or it's just an empty lair." Suddenly, a noise behind him startled Lin Feng. He cautiously turned his head, noticing a young man with light green hair also on alert, looking back at him. Yang Qing said, "These damned beasts have destroyed an entire village." Then, with a startled glance, he turned to Lin Feng and asked, "Who might you be? Did you come here to deal with these monsters as well?" Flustered, Lin Feng replied, "That's right, I came here because of those fire crows." Upon hearing this, Yang Qing looked into the distance. Gao brother had a rare treasure in hand, one that could pinpoint the location of the fire crows. "We're chasing after these demon beasts." The fire crows suddenly appeared near here, wreaking havoc in the mountains and forests, causing the death of many innocent people. Lin Feng raised his sleeve to cover his mouth and said, "Before I could finish my sentence, Yang Qing spoke up. Some disciples of nearby sects have recently united and are preparing to eliminate them. Would you, my friend, like to join us?" Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was taken aback. He smiled hesitantly. "Do people really trust me so easily? We've only just met." Hearing this, Yang Qing replied, "After all, we are both human. Even if you have done many evil deeds, we now share a common enemy. Isn't that right?" He continued, "Moreover, I find you to be noble and graceful, with an extraordinary demeanor. You don't seem like the kind of person who would be cruel or vicious." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng smiled. "All right, I'll follow Yang Qing's lead. Since that's the case, we shall journey together." The two walked into the forest, and Lin Feng asked, "I haven't yet asked which sect you belong to. I'm not sure how to address you properly." Yang Qing happily replied, "Just call me Yang Qing. I am a disciple of Cloud Water Cave." Lin Feng then remarked, "Looking at your appearance, you must be quite young. To have reached the great perfection of qi refining at this age is truly impressive. You're a genius." Flattered by the compliment, Yang Qing humbly responded, "I'm just quick in my cultivation, but in reality, my combat skills are still quite weak." He lowered his head, a sorrowful expression on his face. "Whether it's magic or martial arts, I'm not good at either. The brothers in the sect quickly learned what they wanted to learn, but I couldn't, so I could only risk everything to cultivate the Tao." Hearing him say that, Lin Feng thought to himself, Cloud Water Cave is just a small sect, and with his aptitude like this, he's truly a gem covered in dust, yet he tortures himself like this. Looking at Yang Qing's back, Lin Feng thought, he seems like a young man with a gentle temperament, inexperienced in life, and easily trusts others. Otherwise, he wouldn't have shared his situation with someone he just met for the first time. As the two climbed the stairs, a voice suddenly rang out. "Is that young disciple returning?" Yang Qing turned around to explain. "That's Gao brother's voice. Let's hurry over there." Lin Feng nodded, signaling that he understood. Lin Feng and Yang Qing moved toward a group of people. Gao Fan led the way and stepped forward, asking, "Did you find the whereabouts of those fire crow guys?" Upon hearing that voice, Lin Feng thought to himself, why does this voice sound so familiar? Yang Qing quickly clasped his hands together and bowed his head. "Sorry for keeping you waiting, Gao brother." Then he turned to introduce Lin Feng. "This is Gao Fan, Gao brother from Wind God sect." The joint operation to eliminate the fire crow this time was organized by Gao brother. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's expression darkened. Wind God sect, a disciple of Wind God sect from the foot of Nanguluan mountain, why are they appearing in this northern mountain range? A voice came from behind. "Yang Qing, you're so slow, don't you know? Do you realize you've kept Gao brother waiting for so long?" When Gao Fan turned around, the others immediately fell silent. The women in the group blushed, silently screaming in their hearts. "Gao brother is looking this way." Seeing this, Gao Fan was very pleased with himself. He smirked and said, "All right, disciple sisters, don't speak ill of Yang disciple like that." Then he turned to the two of them, clasping his hands behind his back and continued, "It's only right that I waited for him a bit. If there's any danger, I could step in and help." Looking at the scene before him, Lin Feng thought to himself. It seemed that many people here looked down on Yang Qing, even though his cultivation wasn't exactly low among these people. Could it be because his combat skills were poor? This foolish kid, when he first met me, he listed all his flaws right away. This was probably why he was looked down upon by these people. I hope he can learn from this later. Then Lin Feng spoke up, "Wind God sect, I've actually met someone from there before, a person named Gao Long. I wonder if he's related to you." Upon hearing this, Gao Fan immediately replied, "Gao Long is my younger brother, and also a disciple of our sect. His temper is impatient, a bit arrogant, and he often causes trouble outside. If he's offended you in any way, I apologize on his behalf." Hearing this, Lin Feng responded, "Well, I wouldn't say we're close, but after our first meeting, it's been 2 years since I last saw him. It feels a bit regrettable, but today meeting his Tang brother can also be considered as fate." Gao Fan quickly asked, "May I ask how to address you?" Lin Feng cupped his hands and bowed his head, "You may call me Taoist Lin." Gao Fan hesitated, then he stopped for a moment before continuing, "Taoist Lin, did you come to eliminate the fire crow as well?" Lin Feng replied, yes, I heard from Yang Cheng that you have a way of tracking the whereabouts of the fire crow. Upon hearing this, Xinshi crossed her arms and frowned, saying, Yang Cheng really is too talkative. Hearing that, Yang Cheng lowered his head and apologized. At this moment, Gao Fan spoke up, Xinshi's sister, it's fine. Xinshi, seeing that Gao Fan had spoken, blushed awkwardly, yes, Gao brother. Gao Fan then smiled and said to Lin Feng, actually, it's nothing special. In the past, by chance, I acquired a feather from the fire crow general. With this feather, I can roughly sense the fire crow within a certain range. Xinshi leaned closer and whispered into Gao Fan's ear, Gao brother, this person's background is unclear. Gao Fan replied cheerfully, the one who exterminates the fire crow is the one who walks the righteous path. He then lowered his head, still hoping that Lin Bro would accompany them, as it would add more strength to eliminate the fire crow. Lin Feng smiled upon hearing this, then, I shall not disturb you. As he watched Gao Fan happily chatting with those around him, he silently thought, Hey Gao Fan, you are the leader of the younger generation of the prestigious Wind God sect. The second-rank spiritual platform foundation establishment stage monk, you possess a spell from the Wind God sect, the Blazing Fire Pure Azure Dragon, Whirlwind Slash. A heaven's favored child, yet humble, simple, approachable, and still compassionate enough to act on behalf of heaven. To others, not only does he speak openly, but he also generously shares his insights into the path, helping others with the elixir of miraculous medicine. Isn't this a song of noble qualities, with ideals, ambitions, a karmic bond that brings a sense of righteousness, and a heart full of kindness, simplicity, and approachability? He sat down near Yang Qing, propping his chin up, and said, You've been observing the path that Gao Fan has been pointing out for so long, why not go over there and ask him for advice? Yang Qing replied, flustered, everyone knows my title, and even the elders of the sect couldn't resolve it. It would be better not to trouble brother Gao. Hearing this, Lin Feng smiled inwardly and thought, this child, your issue doesn't lie in your talent, but in your mindset. The weakness of the mind cannot be helped by others, it must rely on oneself. Then he closed his eyes. Alright, rest for now. We'll continue our journey later. In his heart, Lin Feng thought, forget it, it's our first meeting. It wouldn't be appropriate to get too close. Everyone continued on their journey, passing through a foggy road. At the end of the path, they all saw a mountain looming through the mist. They watched as Gao Fan took out a bright red feather, and Xinshi spoke up, brother, could that be the feather of the fire demon commander? He didn't respond to Xinshi's question. He only turned his head and said, they're getting closer to us, just up ahead. A girl said anxiously, there are too many fire crows. Relying only on us, it won't be easy to handle. The boy suddenly agreed, that's true, our cultivation is not high enough. Gao Fan smiled, his mouth spitting out rising sun true flame, their wings can produce smoke, which will generate poisonous flames, specifically designed to break through the protective energy shields of our people. He then took out a gourd-shaped bottle and poured a few red pills, handing them to everyone. These are fire crow repelling pills, made by an elder of my sect. After using them, you'll be able to avoid the attacks of the poisonous flames. Each of you should take one quickly, we're about to fight. Xinshi couldn't help but admire him. No wonder Gao brother is so reliable, he thought of everything. Holding the pill in his hand, Lin Feng suddenly realized something. This medicine. He remained silent and looked around. By now, everyone had already taken their pills. Suddenly, someone shouted, look towards the mountain, a flock of crows is flying toward us with blazing red flames. A creature, half human, half crow, appeared. Gao Fan's group shouted in recognition, young lord. Lin Feng looked at the half-human, half-crow figure, thinking to himself, is this the young Lord Fire Fong? Just then, Gao Fan stepped forward, drawing the figure's attention, and said, Fire Crow tribe, you've always occupied the southern side of Mount Guluan. Why are you suddenly rampaging through the Guluan mountain range, slaughtering everyone? Killing commoners. The person noticed the feather in Gao Fan's hand and realized what it was. He raised his hand, signaling for 3 crows to fly down toward their group. The army is wondering why there are humans chasing us closer and closer. It turns out you have obtained the feather of our kin. You are rushing to your death, and I will grant your wish. Gaofan looked at him seriously. If I cause trouble, I can avoid it. But creating opposition is something you cannot survive. With that, he waved his hand, summoning a force that blocked the approaching crows. Suddenly, a massive whirlwind appeared, sweeping the crows away. In the end, the crows vanished. The others cheered with joy. Hail to Gao brother, you're incredible, amazing. Yang Qing was full of admiration. I wish I could be as powerful as Gao brother. At that moment, Gaofan raised one arm high, the demons disguised as humans. Today is the day. Those people, all of you, charge forward together. We will fight with Gao brother and kill them. Lin Feng silently observed the group, quickly running forward. He looked at the pill in his hand and thought, is this a fire pill? Then, Lin Feng bit into the pill, secretly mocking himself. Everyone there rushed forward to engage in the battle and eliminate the fire threat. Yang Qing's expression was complicated as he stood frozen, asking, can I go too? Xinshi, irritated, turned around and shouted, why are you two still standing there? They're in a hurry, what are you waiting for? This is the moment for the demon slaying strike, Yang Qing said without hesitation, rushing into the battlefield with the fire crows. Nearby, Lin Feng's shadow was silently observing the situation. Lin Feng waited for the right moment to offer assistance, then shouted cheerfully for both of them to hear. Well then, I won't attack anymore, I'll hold the line for you guys. Xinshi, already angry, grew even more infuriated upon hearing this. Her face darkened as she muttered to herself. Typical coward. Yang Qing flew beside her, only able to give a forced smile at the situation. Lin Feng stood on the ground, remaining silent as he observed the unfolding events. Before him, the figure of someone appeared, challenging the fire crows. He wanted to see what the person's intentions were. This person skillfully dodged every strike from the fire crows, showing no fear of the heat. Suddenly, Gaofan noticed that the king, young Lord Firefang, was floating above, watching the battle. Surrounding him were the crows, seemingly on guard. Gaofan thought for a moment, deciding to capture the leader first. He then devised a move to challenge the young lord. He charged forward, launching an attack at young Lord Firefang, but the lord reacted just in time, raising his shield to defend, so Gaofan was unable to capture him. The young lord's face darkened from the surprise attack. He roared in fury, and the flames surrounding him flared up wildly. The crows around him were gradually consumed by the fire, transforming into flames that began to take shape. The scorched crows formed 3 towering columns of fire behind young lord. Gradually, the mass began to take the shape of an ancient script of the demon. On the ground, the pressure he exerted caused everything around him to ignite as well. Young Lord Firefang began to sneer, smugly announcing in advance to them. Humans, taste my Fire King's true word spell. The people around were astonished when they saw the technique from the young lord. It was so hot that they had to shield their faces and asked, what is that? Gaofan's face looked serious, pondering and lamenting. This must be the ancient script of the demon race. I never expected you to have learned some of the divine rhythm. Truly rare. Gaofan took his stance, creating a substantial amount of magical energy around him, pushing away young lord's pressure and feeling pity for him. Unfortunately, written language is something humanity has transformed to the highest degree, belonging to our civilization. He chuckled lightly, mocking young lord in front of the human race. Your demon race's written language is nothing but a joke. After finishing his words, Gaofan did not hold back, channeling immense magical power. His magic formed a whirlwind, initially small and weak, but growing larger and stronger with an eerie power. It reshaped and formed a massive strike, quickly heading toward young lord. The strike rushed towards him, and he was horrified, reacting and thinking that he must escape the blow immediately. But it was too late, and the strike pierced his wing. Young lord screamed in pain. One of his wings was severed, falling with him, and feathers scattered everywhere. In his immense pain, he cried out. The people below witnessed Gaofan's strike hitting young lord, causing him to fall, and they couldn't help but sigh in awe for him. The Dragon Fist Whirlwind Slash, which Gao brother was most proficient in, was indeed formidable. On one side, there was a strong hatred for the young man known as young Lord Fire Fong, so Gao Fan had eagerly awaited the moment when this move would send him to his demise. The fire attack from young Lord rushed towards Gao Fan, but he remained smiling, confident that he could handle it. The whirlwind struck the young Lord's attack, shattering it into pieces. Gao Fan emerged unharmed. The women below, witnessing both his beauty and strength, couldn't help but fall for him and admire Gao Fan. They cheered. Gao brother is so impressive. Lin Feng, watching from below, had observed the entire battle, yet he couldn't help but smirk to himself. It seemed he had predicted this outcome. For now, it's all about holding on. Soon, there will be a spectacle to enjoy. Although young Lord had lost one of his wings, he still held his ground. His face darkened, filled with disdain for Gao Fan, and he spoke arrogantly. With a mere Jin Danqi artifact, you dare act so cocky? It seems this young lord is about to show you a new trick to broaden your horizons. He continued to shout, the flames around him growing increasingly intense. In an instant, he transformed into a massive crow, ablaze with fiery intensity, his sharp, blood-red eyes glaring fiercely. He unleashed the fire crow great formation to attack. Along with several smaller crows, the young lord advanced towards Gao Fan. In his mouth, he formed a small fireball that grew larger and brighter, eventually shining like the sun and blinding those who watched. Lin Feng spoke calmly. This, when fully formed, is the Sun True Flame. He was smug, able to perceive the solar true flame, which could be considered a creation of yours. Without hesitation, the young Lord Fire Fawn took a deep breath, his fiery breath surged toward Gao Fan. This powerful breath caused flames to spill onto the ground, making those below feel an increasing heat and desperately cry out for help. Lin Feng's expression became complicated. He stood from a distance, observing the situation, urging Gao Fan to take action. Although Gao Fan's magic had protected him from the young lord's attack, one of his arms was burned by the fire, causing a significant injury. The people below saw that Gao Fan's arm was torn, and they were anxious, for he was their Gao brother, and even he couldn't withstand the attack. They feared they would be buried here. Gao Fan merely smiled lightly, speaking with disdain, this damned bird, you must have never heard the saying water and fire are incompatible, right? The young lord, in the form of a giant crow, froze in place. His eyes, no longer fiery red, shifted to normal white pupils, and he asked, what? Suddenly, the massive mountain range behind him cracked open at its peak, gradually forming a giant rift. A blue magical force emerged from the crevice, rushing toward the young Lord Flame. Upon seeing this, he was horrified and broke into a cold sweat, realizing what it was. Moon True Water, he muttered, unable to believe that there was a Moon True Water vein beneath this place. Gao Fan explained to him that Moon True Water was the perfect counter to his Sun Flame. Lin Feng, standing below, listened to Gao Fan's explanation and then thought to himself, could it be that he already knew there was a Moon True Water vein here recently? Moon True Water quickly charged towards the young lord. He screamed in his heart with hatred, your heart is treacherous, but still, he thought to himself that he would not be able to withstand Moon True Water, even with Solar True Flame to protect him. He focused, gathered the strength of his forces, and made a desperate attempt, unleashing his final move. Fire and water collided with each other in a fierce battle, the two forces clashing violently. Water and fire struggled, each side testing which was stronger. The young lord began using fire to encircle the water, trying to overpower it and turn the tide in his favor. His thoughts grew sharper, he had to become stronger. Perhaps the immense pressure from the fire caused the water to dissolve, but it slowly reformed, coalescing into a new sphere. The young lord was surprised by this gathering, he never expected that even if I shattered the water, it could completely reunite itself. Moon True Water grew larger and more powerful, with the earth beneath it supporting its charge towards the demon. Gradually, the Solar True Flame weakened and shrank. The water was now right at his face, and he realized he had no choice but to retreat, unable to withstand it any longer. But suddenly, the water shattered the fire around the young lord, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. He was horrified. Before he could even react to the blow, Moon True Water shot toward his eyes. It pierced through his magical defense, destroying his fire completely. Moon True Water immediately engulfed him, causing him to scream in pain. The young lord, the last of them, was struck down, falling to the ground along with the little crows. He knelt on the ground, trembling continuously, his wings covered in the green hue of water. The young lord, filled with fear yet still harboring deep hatred, spoke, "You waste your efforts like this, just to drag this young lord down into endless destruction?" He looked up, his face darkened, not submitting, yet still screaming in an oppressive manner. Moon True Water manifested, unwilling to retreat easily. The people around Gao Fan began to feel afraid, trembling. Another person rushed forward and asked, "Gao brother, is this beast really telling the truth?" Before Gao Fan could respond, Shinshi angrily shouted, scolding, "Shut up, Gao brother must have a plan in place, why panic?" One person, sensing the pressure drawing near, exclaimed, "That Moon True Water is really coming toward us." Worried, they asked, "What should we do, Gao brother?" But he lowered his head, smiling lightly as if he had already anticipated this. Gao Fan turned to look at everyone, offering reassurance with confidence, "Don't panic, I've made preparations in advance. I know how to deal with Moon True Water." Upon hearing this, those around him sighed in relief and began speaking cheerfully, praising Gao Fan. Some commended his foresight, others praised his swift success, all thanks to Gao brother's efforts. Gao Fan's face darkened. He acknowledged their praise, yet his expression remained sinister. This success was thanks to everyone, but there was a certain maliciousness about him. Shinshi blushed, shyly sighing, "Gao brother is always so humble." He began to smile wickedly, as if he was plotting something with ill intentions. He replied to Shinshi, saying, "I am not humble at all. Without everyone, I truly wouldn't be able to obtain this Moon True Water." Yang Qing looked in surprise at Gao Fan, who was grinning maliciously. He skeptically called out to him, "Gao brother, you." Gao Fan soared into the air, above the entire group. Gao Fan loudly declared, "Indeed, I must thank everyone." His words made everyone suspicious of his actions. Suddenly, Gao Fan spoke, and on his hands appeared numerous red threads, corresponding to the number of people present. Everyone around him froze, dazed, and swaying as if dizzy, completely drained of strength. A red thread from Gao Fan had wrapped around Shinshi's forehead. She asked, "What is that?" Everyone around was affected, not just her. It seemed he had some sinister plan. The whole group appeared to be gradually linking with Gao Fan, the red thread drawing something from their foreheads. Many people, filled with worry and fear, shouted, "What is this?" It felt as though the vital energy was being drained from their bodies. Some screamed help. But Lin Feng stood still, trying to understand what was happening. Shinshi, after separating from the thread, noticed a bright red mark on her forehead. She worriedly said, "I feel so dizzy, I can't control my magic to cast any spells. From this moment, I will refer to Gao Fan as him because I despise him." All the vital energy from those on the ground had been absorbed into his body. Flames blazed around him. Gao Fan, full of pride, said, "The great furnace decision of the mortal world is indeed useful." On his head, there was something quite large, and flames were rising around Gao Fan. Gao Fan performed a few hand gestures and said, unexpectedly, a wall of fire appeared to counter the water. This wall helped him block the relentless onslaught of Moon True Water. He laughed heartily as he saw the strength of this move, successfully blocking the Moon True Water. He sighed, "The great furnace art of all living beings is truly marvelous." Gao Fan was pleased with the result and waited to find a secluded place to completely refine the Moon True Water. For the sake of gaining immense power from the 6 great true waters, he had betrayed his friends and everyone around him. Shinshi, feeling dizzy, rubbed his forehead and looked at him, smiling before angrily saying, "Gao brother, what is going on here?" Lin Feng smirked, watching as everyone was slowly drained of their essence by Gao Fan, and said, "What else could it be?" Everyone had already been toyed with. Those behind him were surprised after hearing these words. Lin Feng looked up at Gao Fan, who was engulfed in flames, and explained to everyone, from the very beginning, his goal was the Moon True Water. He knew from the start that the Moon True Water was here, but Gao Fan didn't know its exact location, so it was hard for him to extract it. That's why he used the fire crow as bait, using the fire crow's solar true flame to draw out the moon true water from beneath the earth. The young lord of Firefang fell silent after hearing this, though he still gritted his teeth in hatred. He had used the people with him as sacrifices to help Gao Fan perform a secret technique to refine and subdue the moon true water. Lin Feng exposed him further, showing that on the outside he pretended to destroy the fire crow, but in reality, he was using the human cultivators like you as pawns in his plan to absorb the moon true water. Shen Shi and Yang Qing's faces darkened, filled with fear. Yang Chang looked up at Gao Fan, who was floating while absorbing spiritual energy. He guessed that the fire-avoiding pills were involved. Those rounds of fire-avoiding pills. Upon hearing this, Gao Fan looked down at Yang Qing, his expression changing as he responded, "The rounds of fire-avoiding pills are created from the demonic lifeforms that I refined using the all-living being's great furnace art. Therefore, their essence and vitality are the fuel. The vast sky great furnace allows me to control the moon true water." Shen Shi immediately asked, "That's dark magic, Gao brother. What exactly do you want to do?" He sneered, revealing his goal: "I want the moon true water to gain the power of true water, heaven and earth." He explained to her and the others, "My goal is to become a legend, to become the heaven's favored child of my time. A true master in my own realm." Gao Fan arrogantly added, knowing they didn't fully understand or accept him, "But if they dare to resist, I won't hesitate to destroy them. For my own benefit, I won't hesitate to sacrifice the foolish comrades below me." He then directed his mockery at the small Yang Qing. "Yang Qing, you can recognize that the demonic lifeforms are the fire-avoiding pills, not bad at all. That's why I always say, you're not actually stupid, you're just too weak." He shot him a sharp glance. Gao Fan continued to focus on Lin Feng and asked, "So, this Lin bro, Gao Long died at your hands, right? At least his death is related to you." Lin Feng remained calm, unconcerned about the death. Gao Long then replied, "Are you seeking revenge for him?" Gao Fan looked at him and said, "Of course not. He constantly mocked him, calling that guy stupid, rude, and arrogant. Relying on the favor of his master, what else does he know how to do other than cause trouble?" Gao Fan added, "Every time, he wanted me to handle the consequences for him, so I thank Lin Feng for killing Gao Long and relieving me of the nuisance." After finishing his words, Gao Fan raised his hand and said, "All right, the questions have been answered. You may now proceed on your way." He laughed menacingly, intending to kill everyone, while also offering a token consolation: "Don't worry, I won't let anyone feel pain." Yang Chang lowered his head as if lost in thought. Lin Feng became serious after hearing Gao Fan's words and immediately asked him, "What do you want to do?" Just then, Yang Qing glanced at him with a guilty expression but still spoke up. Knowing a type of forbidden magic, the mountain red incantation of his sect, Yang Hao explained the details of the spell to Lin Feng. "The mountain red incantation will unleash all of one's magical energy in an instant, but it will cause significant harm to the body. Right now, I've been hit by the cursed magic of Gao brother, of Gao Fan. I don't know if I can still." Lin Feng understood what Yang Qing had conveyed and responded, "This kind of magic that triggers hidden potential. Normally, you would harm yourself first before attacking your enemy. The only fear is that before you can even cast your spell, you might already be struck by backlash and die." Yang Qing, upon hearing this, could only stammer, but he still comforted himself and confidently said to Yang Qing, "Don't worry, there's no need to do that." Lin Feng sighed and praised Gao Fan's plan, saying it was quite tight and flawless, but if nothing unexpected happened, he would have succeeded. The last words of his caused the other person to be momentarily stunned and mumble, Lin Feng replied, "It's a pity that I'm here." He then quickly drew the heavenly cage concealment incantation with his hand and cast the spell towards him. Suddenly, Gao Fan was startled, his expression turned panicked when he saw all the red threads being severed. He yelled, "Who did this? Who did it?" Then, gritting his teeth, he said, "Not good, it seems like the show is about to begin." Gao Fan's face changed, looking quite ridiculous. He thought angrily to himself that without the nourishment of his blood essence, he was about to lose control of the moon true water. His body trembled as he shifted into a stance, his legs drawn together to reabsorb the energy, and the fire around him slowly faded into a greenish hue. Lin Feng stood below, observing quietly. In his mind, he thought that the new spell still wasn't fully perfected, and yet it had only severed a quarter of the red threads. Yang Qing, standing beside him, looked up at Gao Fan with worry. Suddenly, Lin Feng noticed something, his brows furrowed in suspicion. Wait a minute, why does this guy look like he's constipated? High up in the sky, Gao Fan's face turned pale with fear. Screaming endlessly, unable to hold back the hatred, wishing he could tear his throat apart just to shout louder. No, turn back quickly. He could not accept this truth, the pain unbearable. No. The chrysanthemums withered, the floor covered in sorrow, the smile on his lips faded. Gao Fan fell from the sky, crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact. Lin Feng, Yang Qing, and Shenxi frowned, feeling sympathy for him. Lin Feng, both sympathetic and amused, thought to himself. Brother, you're doing great. Just watching it hurts already. Gao Fan lay motionless on the ground. Lin Feng, a bit worried, raised his hand to cover his mouth, thinking. I swear to heaven and earth, I really just wanted to break the great furnace of Gao Fan's life force, it wasn't intentional. In pain, Gao Fan lifted his face, gritting his teeth in agony before collapsing again, motionless. Moon true water leaked from his body, causing everyone to gasp in surprise and fear, not understanding what was happening. Lin Feng covered his mouth, exclaiming. That's terrifying. Moon true water shot directly at Shenxi's face. Lin Feng, standing beside him, widened his eyes in astonishment. Moon true water moved toward the people around and then disappeared. Lin Feng took a moment to observe, contemplating in his heart. Although moon true water had shattered the great furnace of life force, Gao Fan had still condensed it into an essence, though in a small form. Only the true water was now dormant, needing to enter a human body to nourish life. Those who witnessed this scene thought to themselves, among these green lights, only one was the true essence of the true water. Who would be the lucky one to receive it? Suddenly, Gao Fan shouted loudly, Who is it? He yelled, Who is moon true water on? His fists were tightly clenched, full of anger, as he struggled to lift his head and glared at Lin Feng with eyes full of hatred. Lin Feng looked at Gao Fan, who was consumed with rage, and advised, Stop dreaming. Once moon true water enters hibernation, even the solar true flame right in front of it won't wake it up. The people behind were closing in on Gao Fan, both furious and exhilarated, jokingly saying, That's great, Gao Fan has been backfired by his own magic, and still dares to look at us with such a murderous gaze. He'll gouge your eyes out now, let's kill this devilish man. Yang Cheng didn't get involved in the chaos. He stood behind, raised his hand, and said, Everyone, Lin Feng can't stand this noise anymore. He spoke, A bunch of fools, don't you realize your own situation? Yang Qing turned to look at Lin Feng behind him. The smile on his face made Yang Qing feel a bit uneasy, and he asked, What's going on? Lin Feng looked ahead and then said, It's here. A loud, hearty laugh suddenly rang out. Gao Fan, how did you end up playing like this? I never knew you had this hobby before, you even turned blood into something to play with. Everyone fell silent, all eyes turning toward the source of the strange voice. The joyful laughter continued. My good brother, Gao Fan has come to his senses, someone shouted. Li Xiang, Lu Sudong. Xin Tao's laughter echoed louder from above, and everyone looked up towards the sound. Above, 3 men stood on different peaks, each gazing down and laughing heartily. Li Xiang, the man who appeared to be the strongest among them, said, Gao Fan, of all the brothers of your generation, I respect you the most. Not only have you mastered the ancient secret technique, but you nearly subdued the moon true water as well. Truly, you are skilled in both strategy and tactics. Gao Fan's brows furrowed, his hands clenched tightly, and through gritted teeth, he demanded, What do you want? Another member of the trio laughed slyly and said, Don't play dumb, Gao Fan. Li Xiang continued, If you're in so much pain that your mind is unclear, I'll help you regain your senses. As he spoke, he extended his hand, ready to unleash his power as though preparing to strike a blow that would send Gao Fan out of this world. Gao Fan's eyes widened. He couldn't tolerate the humiliation, but even more so, he couldn't bear the impending strike. He said, "Fine, I'll tell you the location of the Kunping treasure, but that place won't open for at least a few more years. Otherwise, even a nascent soul stage elder wouldn't be able to break the external seal." Lin Feng, who had been carefully observing from the crowd, immediately brightened when he heard this. Kunpeng, the legendary primordial divine beast, although it might not be a pure-blood Kunpeng, but rather a hybrid descendant, the treasure left behind by Kunpeng was undoubtedly something extraordinary. On the mountain above, the two other men seemed to grow even more excited. "This alone is not enough to exchange for your life." Li Xiang spoke again. "We have known about this for a long time, otherwise, why would you still be waiting until now? Wouldn't you have gone to find the treasure long ago?" His words seemed to touch the limits of anger. His face twisted, and his eyes became sharp, like a sword that could strike at any moment. "Where is this voice coming from? Let me tell you, the moon true flame is still here, it hasn't returned to the underground yet." The three men looked down. The voice echoed again. The essence true fire was hiding on these people, quietly nurturing life. Whose body it resides in, you'll have to find out for yourselves. The fattest of the three men, Qin Tao, grinned with satisfaction and said, "This is simple, just kill them all." Upon hearing this, the people below started panicking and murmuring, They want to kill us all." Everyone's face turned pale, but they were all cultivators at the foundation establishment stage. They couldn't fight back. Shinshi stepped forward from the crowd, clenched his fists, his eyes glaring at the three men, and said, "Then let's risk our lives with them." Upon hearing this, everyone rushed forward, shouting charge. Each person went in a different direction, aiming for the three men, except for Lin Feng and Yang Qing, who stood still, despite the increasingly intense shouts from the crowd. "Charge, risk your lives with them." Yang Qing couldn't advance. He was struggling with himself. "Are my legs moving yet?" Lin Feng stood behind, his face cold as he spoke to Yang Qing. At this moment, even if the risk wasn't certain, what was there to fear anymore? Yang Qing jumped in surprise, stammering in fear as he replied. Shinshi ran up from behind to where Lin Feng and Yang Qing were standing, shooting them a glare as she spoke. "You two cowards!" She continued shouting, "Are you just waiting to die over there?" Lin Feng sighed and asked Shinshi, "Do you want to rush forward?" Shinshi turned around and looked at Lin Feng with a confused expression, then she charged ahead. After taking a few steps, she was stopped. Li Xiang, the strongest of the three men from earlier, suddenly shouted, "Heavenly Tolerance, Wind Scale Jade." Shinshi was halted in her tracks, unable to proceed. She was stunned, unable to believe her eyes, and exclaimed, "What is this?" Li Xiang responded, "A secret technique of the Wind God sect." He said provocatively, "I'm giving you a chance to strike." Shinshi, enraged, tried to use her own power. While attacking, she said, "Let's see what you can do." A green force shot forward with great power. Qin Tao, the chubby man who had been watching the spectacle, chuckled with delight and remarked, "Li Xiang, your heavenly tolerance wine scale jade technique is getting hotter and hotter." Shinshi was doing her best to counterattack, but she was almost at her limit, thinking to herself, "The power of heavenly tolerance wind scale jade is overwhelming. I am no match for him." Qin Tao turned to Su Dong and joked, "Let's join in, or else Li Xiang will be defeated." He grinned, signaling his agreement with Qin Tao. Su Dong clasped his hands together, preparing to unleash his power in response. I had the same thought. Suddenly, a blinding sandstorm appeared in the midst of the battle, and the disciples of the Shinshi sect exclaimed, "It's the flowing wind flying sand of the wind god sect." A senior disciple shouted loudly as his robes began to tear. "Watch me deal with this one." With those words, he tightly shut his eyes, his hands clenched, and his muscles began to bulge as he summoned all his strength for this move, hoping to push through the sandstorm. However, despite his effort, the senior disciple remained rooted in place, immobile as if unable to move. He opened his eyes, furrowing his brow and muttered, "Why can't I get through this sandstorm?" Someone hidden within the thick sand called out, "The flowing wind technique of mine doesn't grow stronger through brute force." He continued, "But once you step into my storm, there's no chance you'll survive and leave." The cultivator was drenched in cold sweat, terrified. He tried to maintain his composure, saying while raising one hand to gather his power, "Don't get too cocky. As long as I don't enter the sandstorm, what can you do to me?" A green light radiated around him as he launched a deadly strike straight into the heart of the storm. The shape of the sandstorm shifted, transforming into a giant, menacing figure. The giant took slow, heavy steps toward Sudong. When it was struck by the attack, it roared in pain, but it continued to advance toward Lu Sudong's group. Lu Sudong looked at the giant before him, sneering in disdain, his voice dripping with mockery. "Oomph, is that all you've got?" Qin Tao, using one hand to channel his energy, spoke calmly, "Now it's my turn." He laughed confidently and said, "My vortex is not at all as convoluted as Li Xiang's or Lu Sudong's. It will make you feel comfortable very quickly." He snapped his fingers and pointed forward, and a whirlwind appeared, swirling forcefully toward the giant. The vortex grew stronger and bigger, striking directly into his chest. The giant cried out in pain, shattering into 100 pieces, and gradually vanished into thin air. The sandstorm monster was completely destroyed, reduced to shattered fragments. The Taoist priest held his head in distress, tears and snot flowing freely. He collapsed to his knees, pressing his face to the ground, clutching his head tightly and wailing. The two disciples were horrified and panicked, worried that even the two brothers couldn't handle this. Xinshi frowned, uneasy, and said, "It's over. Today, we're likely going to die here." She took the gemstone in her hand, her lips tightly pressed together. There was no other choice but to use this. With that, Xinshi immediately hurled the gem toward Qin Tao and shouted, "Go!" The gem flew straight toward the sturdy air shield, and dark thunderbolts began to emerge. Yang Qing's eyes widened in shock. These were the thunderclaps of death. Li Xiang pressed his fingers together under his chin, smiling faintly, as he manipulated the cold air to absorb all the thunderous power, his voice shifting decisively. Xinshi's face froze in shock, and she shouted, "No, it's not good, we have to run." Just as everyone turned to flee, a loud explosion echoed, lighting up the mountaintop. Amid the swirling dust, Xinshi grimaced, her body covered in dirt. The disciples were all severely injured, and at the same time, the senior disciple of Cloudwater Cave was thrown back to the crowd. He landed right after the disciples, his large body unconscious and completely unaware. One disciple, outraged, stepped forward and shouted, "People from the Wind God sect, you come here and kill, thinking no one from the Northern Deer sect will stand up for justice?" Qin Tao stood on the opposite mountain peak, arms wide open, and retorted, "Justice?" He grinned smugly, mocking, "Do you think anyone here can survive to send news out?" A voice rang out from behind, "Is the divine power of your sect considered justice? Your sense of justice is still immature." Qin Tao went silent. In his mind, he quickly deduced who it was. At that moment, Lin Feng was already standing right behind him, casting a glance at Qin Tao. Qin Tao turned around, clasping his hands neatly in front of his chest, and with a sinister smile, said, "Then, why don't you tell me what qualifies as enough?" Lin Feng, unfazed, smiled confidently and replied, "For example, someone like me." He walked over to a large tree, slowly sat down in a meditative posture as if he were in deep meditation. Xinshi, seeing this, angrily shouted, "This guy, even now, is still trying to play the hero? Does he think he's not going to die fast enough? And he still has the nerve to sit down?" Criticism and judgment echoed around Lin Feng. When he fought the fire crow earlier, he had hidden at the back, but now he was recklessly stepping out to act like a hero. Some people were dissatisfied. Let him keep pretending. With him attracting attention, maybe these three thugs will have a chance to escape. Qin Tao raised his hand to cover his mouth, grinning slyly, his tone quite bold. "Then I should test your strength and see what kind of ability you have to pretend to be some kind of god or ghost here." The murmur of conversation still echoed, and someone asked curiously, "Is he waiting to die with his eyes closed? He's really out of luck." I had a flicker of hope in my heart, thinking he might have some skill, but it turns out he's just spouting empty words, trying to enjoy himself before death. Seems like I won't need to intervene personally after all. Yang Qing stepped forward and stood silently, observing Lin Feng for a moment. He slowly leaned in, smiling as he asked, "What's really going on?" Dong Feng answered, "Relax the mind and mood, just keep watching." Qin Tao waved his hand, smirking as he asked, "My spiritual power isn't enough? Today, I'll let you widen your horizons." As soon as he finished speaking, a voice echoed from somewhere, "Widen whose horizons?" Lin Feng's 3 disciples, Xiaoyan, Joey, and Xiaobu Dian, had arrived just in time to lend their support. Joey smiled and said, "Master, I told you, we don't need to be polite." Xiaobu Dian placed his hands on his hips, full of excitement. "How about we each take on one of them? Third brother, you take the lead for us." Wang Lin, riding the flying blade beast, responded, "Then I'll just quietly watch as you all succeed." Seeing the flying blade beast, the 3 of Qin Tao, Li Xiang, and Lu Sudong widened their eyes in astonishment. They glanced at Xiaobu Dian, their minds filled with thoughts. Being so young, yet already a foundation establishment stage cultivator. Xiao Yan turned to Qin Tao and arrogantly asked, "Is this what it means to be a foundation establishment stage cultivator at such a young age? You, a rough person, really think highly of yourself, huh?" Upon hearing this, Qin Tao became furious. 3 mere foundation establishment stage punks dared to be so rude in front of him. The disciples of Cloud Water Cave couldn't help but glare at the 3 of them, criticizing them silently. One brags and boasts, but it's not enough now he's bringing along a few reckless little punks who don't know the limits of heaven and earth. They're all just here to die. Qin Tao quickly clapped his hands and shouted loudly, "Vortex earth-piercing wind!" Immediately, a swirling tornado tore through the surrounding rocks and soil, a force capable of destroying countless objects, its power enough to send chills down one's spine. Xiaobu Dian stood on tiptoe, soaring into the air, and shouted loudly, "Senior Marshal Brother, leave this fatso to me." Qin Tao stood on top of the mountain, full of disdain, and asked, "Just with you?" Xiaoyan smiled lightly and asked, "With me? Our second disciple should join in too." Zhou Yi quickly responded, "All right." He gripped the hilt of his sword, slowly drawing it out, and coldly emphasized, "This stubborn fool should die here." Sword in hand, Zhou Yi soared into the air and flew toward the 3 of them. Lu Sudong, seeing this, arrogantly sneered, "This little beast doesn't know what death is." He brought his 4 fingers together and began chanting a spell under his breath. Zhou Yi suddenly panicked. In that instant, the flowing wind-flying sand technique emerged, surrounding him with a relentless storm. However, Zhou Yi remained calm, his expression icy as he analyzed the situation. It turned out this was an illusionary formation meant to confuse the mind, disorienting its victims until they were lost and helpless enough to lead them to their deaths. This illusion formation is nothing but a trivial trick. He brought his 2 fingers together, his eyes slightly closed. The light of the mysterious fire was no match for the light of the sun and moon. The dark mantra Manda formation activated, the dark formation opened, enveloping the entire space and simultaneously trapping Lu Sudong. He grimaced, his face twisted in fear. "This is bad, I can't feel the outside anymore." Within the dark magic formation, Joey shouted loudly, "Flowing wind flying sand, come back!" Lu Sudong panicked and screamed, "What kind of move is this?" Immediately after, he, along with the sand technique, was drawn into Joey's dark magic formation. The 2 stood face to face. Joey looked at him, furrowing his brows, his expression cold as ice. He unsheathed his sword, charging into the formation, and with a heavy voice, he shouted, "One marsh sword Dao, one style wind sword Dao, wind upon the marsh in the midst of hexagram Fu." With that, he swung his sword twice, sending 2 streams of sword chi straight at Lu Sudong, shouting loudly, "A fine steed gallops gracefully." Lu Sudong stood completely stunned, unable to move, helplessly receiving the 2 sword strikes from Zhou Yi. The screams echoed through the space before gradually fading, and he fell lifeless to the ground. The dark formation slowly dissipated, leaving only Lu Sudong's lifeless body sprawled on the ground. Shenshi, witnessing this, had his eyes wide open, mouth agape, stuttering in shock. One move. And it's over? On Xiaobu Dian's side, Xin Tao appeared with a powerful aura, his mouth threatening viciously. Little demon, don't overestimate yourself. Xiaobu Dian spread both hands wide, releasing a storm of thunder and lightning. He clenched his hands together, shouting, infinite wind and thunder. Xin Tao, upon hearing this, stood stunned, speechless, saying, how could this be? Wind and thunder collided with the dark energy. Xiaobu Dian smiled triumphantly. In the blink of an eye, Xiaobu Dian's wind and thunder had swallowed and subdued the dark energy of Xin Tao, causing him to gasp in shock. Before Xin Tao could finish his sentence, Xiaobu Dian launched another strike with wind and thunder, striking directly at him. Terrified, Xin Tao raised his hand to cover his forehead and mouth, stammering, wait a minute. Before he could say anything more, Xiaobu Dian's wind and thunder struck him, sending him flying backward. Blood spurted out, and soon after, Xin Tao perished. Li Xiang's face twisted in horror as he struggled to believe what he was seeing. Stammering, he asked, how? How could this be? Xiaoyan, with one hand on his hip and the other clenched into a fist, stepped forward to face him. Now, it's our turn. With that, he swung his fist towards him, executing the 8 trigrams ice dissolution. At the same time, Li Xiang also stood in stance and launched his move, Heavenly Rain Peak Scale Jade. Shenshi stood there with his mouth agape, dazed, thinking to himself, this can't be broken. Not even the accumulated thunder lightning could do it. How could he? Monster Ice Dissolver and Heavenly Rain Peak Scale Jade clashed, but Li Xiang's Feng Lin Bai was completely ineffective against Xiaoyan. With ease, Xiaoyan punched through the barrier, getting close to Li Xiang's face. A powerful punch from him struck Li Xiang, who spat out red liquid, then rolled a few times before tumbling backward. At the top of the mountain, the three of them lay scattered, unsure whether they were alive or dead. Shenshi stood frozen, still in disbelief, asking, is this the power of a cultivator in the early stage of foundation establishment? Lin Feng suddenly smiled triumphantly, lifting one leg and saying, this is what you call fairness. Lin Feng suddenly jolted, his eyes widening in surprise. Over here, Gao Fan was slowly standing up. Although his body was still trembling slightly, he did his best to remain steady. Gao Fan kicked off the ground and flew towards Wang Lin. Yang Qing, seeing this, anxiously shouted, be careful. Fei Lian, noticing the movement, glanced down as well. Gao Fan shouted loudly, Fei Lian, he shouted, give the order, fight alongside me. Fei Lian understood the situation, quickly shaking his head to express his disagreement. At this moment, Lin Feng had already stood up, one hand placed in front of him, looking very relaxed. Lin Feng smiled broadly, enjoying the moment. Gao Fan, enraged, opened his mouth wide and yelled, Fei Lian, why are you standing there? Come here now. Fei Lian remained indifferent, showing no concern. Hearing this, Gao Fan's anger flared, gritting his teeth and muttering, you damned opportunist, you all will die together. After finishing his words, Gao Fan clasped his hands together and shouted loudly. The dragon's wind scroll touched, and suddenly blood spurted from Gao Fan's body. He grimaced and gritted his teeth, struggling to suppress Fei Lian, his mouth still spouting arrogant words. Wang Lin patted Fei Lian's head, looking at him with gentle eyes and saying, it's time for you to show your abilities, your master greatly values your performance. Fei Lian, taking the advice, turned and opened his mouth, letting out a sharp scream. A wave of sound energy surged towards Gao Fan, its overwhelming pressure hitting him directly. He made him collapse in pain. Furious to the point of his face turning purple, Gao Fan cursed again. This treacherous bastard, there will come a day when he'll strip your tendons and pull them out. Gao Fan continued, then suddenly paused when it came to bringing along one. He froze, looking up at Wang Lin. The two locked eyes. Wang Lin raised 2 fingers, clearly and loudly declaring, Heavenly Yellow Spring Finger Annihilation. Immediately, the yellow spring finger surrounded Gao Fan. He stood there in a daze, his brow furrowing tightly. What? Gao Fan panicked, grinding his teeth. He spread his arms wide, gritting his teeth as he growled. This is bad, I no longer have the strength to break this space. Below the ground, the group from Cloudwater Cave watched closely. She was once again astonished. One move, could this be the chi refining stage? The disciples gathered around Xiaoyan, continuously praising him. Domineering aura, now this is what we call domineering aura. Heavenly Rain Peak has raised such a strong one. Didn't even bother to look and just smashed it with one punch. Impressive, absolutely beautiful, handled his flowing wind-flying sand technique so effortlessly. The power of that punch is even greater than accumulated thunder, truly formidable, and not a single bit of smoke or fire involved. The girls exclaimed in admiration. So handsome. Xiaobu Dian also shut his eyes, savoring the moment of triumph. At just 5 or 6 years old, he already had some true strength. Is this even human? He better not be some ancient beast's little kid. Upon hearing this, no one spoke up immediately. Shoo, don't say nonsense, someone will hear you. Do you want to die? A disciple asked curiously. They addressed each other as brother. Could it be that we have the same master? The disciples pondered among themselves. It was clear that their abilities were similar, suggesting they practiced the same path. However, they were unsure who their master was. Despite their current low cultivation level at most in the early stages of foundation establishment, if they continued to develop their strengths, each of them would reach a level that could not be underestimated. After hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Yes, that's right. Lin Feng said nothing, simply closing his eyes and smiling gently as he thought to himself. In truth, each one of them was a child of destiny. She turned around and asked, "What are you laughing at? You don't have any skills, yet you like to act all dangerous." Lin Feng kept smiling and replied, "Maybe not." She then looked over at Yang Qing and said loudly, "Why are you still sitting there like a clam? It's about time he suffered a little." Yang Qing was lost in thought, wondering if Lin Taoist was the one who had come with the 3 brothers, Xiaoyan, toward Lin Feng. Seeing this, She felt a surge of happiness and said, "They are coming over, so handsome." She smiled warmly and said, "Thank you for saving my life, brothers. I haven't yet asked for your names, and where is your master?" Lin Feng quickly interjected, "Xiaoyan Zi, Little Yitzi, Xiaolin Zi, Xiaobu Dian." Upon hearing this, the 4 brothers immediately knelt, clasped their hands together, and said in unison, "Disciple greets the master." She froze in place. What? Lin Feng looked at the disciple with a gentle gaze. He didn't hesitate to offer them a few compliments. "You've shown your master a wonderful performance, very well done. Stand up, all of you." She was still in a state of confusion. Is this an illusion? Is this an illusion? Only when Lin Feng turned his face away did she dare to stutter. You're not a senior, I really don't remember." Lin Feng turned to say a few words to Yang Qing. "The biggest problem you have isn't that your magical powers have drained, but rather your mindset." He continued. "Be a little more confident, a little braver, and you'll realize the path ahead is actually wide open." Yang Qing was surprised after hearing this. He lowered his head and replied, "Thank you for the advice, senior. I will try harder." Then, he turned and left. Xiaobu Dian trotted over and asked, "Will there be a reward for master?" Lin Feng replied, "A reward? Let me see." Lin Feng pointed toward the fire crow beast and asked, "Do you think that fire crow counts?" The beast grimaced and said, "I didn't expect you'd still remember me." Lin Feng smiled brightly. "Of course I remember. I specifically came to find you." He used the Black Cloud banner to trap the crow beast and added a space for the defeated. After finishing the task, Lin Feng turned and said, "That's all for today, let's go." He didn't forget to turn to Yang Qing to bid him farewell. Young One, Yang Qing, were fated. See you again in the future. Yang Qing respectfully clasped his hands and replied. Yang Qing looks forward to the day we meet again, senior. After that, Lin Feng waved a cloud banner and soared into the sky. The 4 disciples followed him, returning alongside him. Yang Qing stood below, turning his face to look after them. His gaze was filled with sorrow, deeply lost in thought. When will I be able to, like Senior and his disciples, glide through the clouds and winds, easily defeating the enemy? This young man riding the Fei Lian beast had only reached the 5th level of qi refining. He absent-mindedly turned his face back, and Yang Qing was startled to see that Xin Shi and the group of disciples were already standing right behind him. The senior disciple spoke. Yang brother, it seems like you are quite fated with that senior, aren't you? Xin Shi also offered a few compliments before asking. Once again, Yang brother, you have a sharp eye. You recognize that senior's extraordinary nature right away. Are they also cultivators from our Guluan mountain? Yang Qing shook his head, raising both hands in a gesture of humility. He frowned and replied. I do not know where that senior's origin is, nor their background. Xin Shi turned to lightly scold him. Young disciple, do you still hold a grudge for my previous lack of courtesy? If that's the case, let me make amends here with a small gesture. You don't need to keep it in your heart, do you? The disciples huddled together and whispered among themselves. That person has a good karmic connection, so they probably don't want to tell us so easily. Right, how could someone like him catch their attention? Forget it, maybe it's true, who knows? He might think of them as a support, but what if they turn around and forget all about him? Yang Qing felt downhearted upon hearing this, unsure of how to explain. Suddenly, he pointed ahead and asked, what is that? A cloud of golden orange, resembling fire, suddenly appeared in the sky. Both of them looked up with curiosity in their hearts. That's Jin Dan Qi. Xin Shi furrowed her brow, worried, and said. The black fire eagle beast spread its wings and flew towards them, glaring fiercely. It looked at Xin Shi and the others and asked, where is the young lord of our clan? Without saying another word, the black eagle arrogantly declared, it was you humans who harmed the young lord of our clan. Xin Shi quickly turned the tables and clarified the situation. No, it was a white-robed Taoist priest from the cloud refining sect who captured the young Lord Firecrow. The black eagle flapped its wings, sending out a shower of flames, and shouted, what? It flew closer to the group and asked, where are they? Xin Shi pointed directly at Yang Qing. The Taoist has already left. This person knows where they went? Yang Qing, in fear, said, I don't know. The black fire eagle beast drew closer and closer to Xin Shi. She shut her eyes tightly and suggested, if you just take this person with you, you will be able to find the white-robed Taoist. This has nothing to do with us. Upon hearing this, the black eagle agreed, fine, this human will lead me. As for the other useless ones, it shouted, let them all die. Upon hearing this, someone screamed continuously. The black eagle unleashed a massive surge of flames, and Xin Shi screamed in agony. Right after that, they too were gradually burned by the flames from the black eagle. Yang Qing, standing by, could no longer endure. He clenched his fists tightly, mumbling to himself in an attempt to calm down, courage, courage, just a little more courage. At this moment, his gaze changed, his pupils turning bright yellow. He stretched out both hands, releasing the surging aura of the Mountain Red incantation. With a single strike of the long Mountain Red incantation, Yang Qing sent it flying straight towards the black eagle. The eagle stared intently at Yang Qing, thinking to itself. Ishem, this is the black eagle, it squinted its eyes, moon true water. It immediately flew back, evading the attack, its heart filled with unease. This isn't good. At the critical moment, the black eagle launched a full force strike, causing Yang Qing's moon true water to rebound with its own force, sending him flying backward before crashing onto the mountain cliff. His body emanated a blue aura that enveloped him. The black eagle watched from a distance, its eyes turning red with rage. Moon true water, consider yourself lucky. Whoever dares to capture the young lord of my clan will surely die. Without a second thought, it turned and flapped its wings to leave. No need for the king to intervene. One day, I will turn you into dust. At the bottom of the abyss, Yang Qing sank deep into the river, unconscious and unaware. On Lin Feng's side, he anxiously held the black cloud banner, stepping aside to check on the young Lord Firecrow. He immediately appeared within the black cloud banner. The young lord, upon seeing him, angrily asked, "Who are you? Do you know who I am?" Lin Feng answered clearly, "I don't know who you are, but I know my connection with Firecrow King." "What do you want to tell me?" Young Lord Black Crow fell silent, pondering. Has this person been intimidated by my identity? Lin Feng asked seriously, "Why has the entire Firecrow tribe come to Guluan in such large numbers this time?" Young Lord Black Crow quickly tried to deflect, changing the subject. "No, it's nothing. I just wanted to go out, and my clansmen wanted to come with me." Lin Feng frowned and smiled faintly. "You don't need to tell me, I already know." "You Jing Shan? But it's fine." Young Lord was surprised. "How does he know?" Lin Feng continued, "I've met Lang Wei, the Jade Tree Demon Ming Long Yi. The news about you Jing Shan came from her." Young Lord asked again, "You know the Demon King Long Yi?" Lin Feng stroked his chin, quietly analyzing. "Demon King?" It seems that Long Yi's prime was at the nascent soul stage. Doesn't that mean both Yen Mingyu and she herself were at a disadvantage? Young Lord Black Crow was also deep in thought. In recent years, the ancestor Song Golden Crow Great Sage and Long Yi's master had caused some trouble. Long Yi must surely want to harm our entire tribe. I need to quickly report this to father. He hurriedly said, "Well, I'll tell you the exact location of Yu Jingshan if you let me go." "How about it?" Lin Feng smiled faintly. "Your only choice is to tell me everything you know. As for what happens to you, I have my own arrangements. But it doesn't harm anyone." Young Lord Black Crow, having no other choice, finally revealed the truth. From here, heading west for 4,000 miles, there is a place on the peak of northern Deer in Guluan Mountain, called Lingyan Peak. Yu Jingshan is the immortal mountain that hangs suspended in the sky, now located above Lingyan Peak. However, around Yu Jingshan, there is a layer of misty purple air that envelopes it. I have tried many times but couldn't get in, so don't blame me. Lin Feng then said, "Let's see when we get there, but there's another matter. Bring out the solar true flame." Young Lord Black Crow immediately retorted, "Don't even think about it." Lin Feng took out a water essence pill and smiled slyly, threatening, "You've already tried the taste of solar true flame, haven't you? Doesn't it feel good?" "Although I don't have the solar true flame, I do have the Yellow Springs true water from the 6 great true waters. I can let you try that flavor instead." Young Lord Black Crow panicked, "You? Who are you trying to scare?" Lin Feng kept smiling, "I'm just preparing the Yellow Springs pearl for you. What do you think?" Out of fear, young Lord Black Crow quickly handed over the solar true flame to Lin Feng. "Quick, take the Yellow Springs true water." Once Lin Feng got the treasure, he turned and walked away, his heart full of satisfaction. "Got it, now let's go check on those people from the Wind God sect." The 4 members of the Wind God sect were sprawled on the ground, still unconscious, with injuries all over their bodies. Lin Feng looked at them with a sigh. These 4 people, this gang, were really in a sorry state. Gaofan slowly opened his eyes, raised a thumb, and forced a smile as he tried to flatter Lin Master. "No, Senior Lin, you and I once fought the Firecrow, but it was not under your guidance. Our encounter is fate, and there was some misunderstanding before. I hope Senior Lin does not take it to heart." Lin Feng secretly assessed the situation and thought to himself, "This guy's thick-skinned and quick to turn things around." He then turned to the 3 people, Xin Tao and his group, and remarked, "You all are disciples of the Wind God sect, right? I seem to recall, some time ago, I killed a pest from the Wind God sect. The name? Gao Long, if I remember correctly." Xin Tao and his 2 companions immediately stiffened, their faces contorting in fear. This person obviously didn't care about the Wind God sect, having killed one of their members without hesitation. It seemed clear now that in order to survive, they would have to offer something valuable. All three of them simultaneously pointed at Gao Fan, revealing all the secrets. A person like Senior truly deserves great power, they said. Senior, this person knows of a secret place where the ancient demon Kuanping left behind treasures. The three of them trembled and looked nervously at Lin Feng. Desperation filled their voices as they said, this person knows of a treasure left by the ancient demon Kuanping. Only with your strength, Senior, would you be worthy to claim it? That's right. Gao Fan slowly sat up, glaring at the betrayers. His face twisted in anger, but he couldn't find the words to speak. His heart was seething with rage. These damn traitors. They've sold me out and left me with nothing. Lin Feng's smile turned sinister as he stepped closer. The traitors kept talking without stopping. Gao Fan not only knows where the treasure is hidden, but also has a spiritual artifact that can open the treasure. I hope the Senior will make a fair judgment. Gao Fan spoke clearly. Although I know that the Kuanping treasure is hidden in the Arctic Ice Sea and there is a spiritual artifact to open it, every year the treasure is frozen by the mysterious ice, making it impossible to open. I came here to break the mysterious ice. Lin Feng exclaimed, oh. He continued. The Yin Yang family's legacy, but in a few years, the mysterious ice will be eroded by Yang energy and thin out. However, even after it thins, the mysterious ice will still be difficult to open. Either one must use the extreme firepower of heaven and earth, like the 7 great true fires, to force it open, or one must have the power of 1,000 waters general to control the sun's true water of the ice and the water of heaven and earth, thereby breaking the mysterious ice's obstacle. Lin Feng responded. I see now. So, you led the Fire Crow and Moon True Water to fight each other, waiting for both to suffer heavy losses, then you swooped in to take advantage. Then, where is the treasure opening artifact you mentioned? He extended his hand in front of Gao Fan. Gao Fan took out a small scale and handed it over. This is it, the scale of Kuanping. Lin Feng picked it up, examined it carefully, and thought to himself. I didn't expect Kunpeng's scale to contain spatial power. No wonder it can shrink Kunpeng's scale down like this. Its size must be at least 1 square kilometer. Immediately, he transmitted his thoughts through the spirit stone. Xiao Yanzi followed the black cloud banner of his master for 4,000 miles westward. Upon reaching the peak of Yunlang, Xiao Yan received a swift response, got it, master. Lin Feng then turned to remind the people of the Wind God sect, as for you all, stay here and wait. After saying this, he also turned and left. Lin Feng took out the dark abyss pill that was glowing in his hand, quietly making his judgments in his mind. Although he had not yet obtained the Moon True Water, the nether evil emperor of Xiaoyan was similar in nature, it could break through the layers of mysterious ice, but still, he needed to test this seed of true fire. He clasped his hands together, causing the dark abyss evil to glow even brighter. The stone then led Lin Feng into another space, and countless assumptions flashed through his mind. He was using the 8 trigrams, hidden great Tao of all heavens technique to create an illusory world in his consciousness. He looked up at the sky and thought, the divine light of the solar true flame is indeed formidable, I never expected it to have such power. Suddenly, a voice echoed from somewhere, who is it? How dare you spy on the seed of solar true flame I bestowed upon the descendants? Lin Feng furrowed his brows. The voice came from a fiery bird soaring in the air, the golden crow great sage. He looked up at the sky and fell into silence. It turned out to be a divine thought left behind by the golden crow great sage and the seed of true fire, just a lingering consciousness. But it was this very thought that suppressed him, making it difficult for him to breathe. It seems the divine thought left behind by the golden crow great sage. It is precisely to prevent outsiders from obtaining the true fire seed. If an outsider attempts to refine it, this divine sense will directly take the true fire seed and use it to refine a clone to kill the enemy. However, the solar true flame contained in a single seed is not much, but the golden crow great sage, with its vast supernatural abilities, can rely on its will to refine this true fire seed into a clone of mine. Once it is successfully refined, that clone will possess extremely powerful combat strength, far beyond my current abilities to withstand. But I have already understood the principle, and it's the perfect time for me to experiment with a new spell. It's also the right moment to refine the Solar True Flame seed to serve as a reference guide for me. The Golden Crow Fire immediately spoke, "No matter who you are, daring to touch the seed, and with the legacy I passed down to the descendants, there is only one path for you: death." Lin Feng swung his arm and slashed through the air, executing a severing move. The Golden Crow Fire suddenly asked, "Who exactly are you? I never expected you to sever the connection between my true self and the fire seed." Lin Feng smiled faintly and replied, "The question you just asked is rather foolish. Should I answer you?" A moment later, Lin Feng had escaped from the illusory space, letting out a sigh of relief. "It's gone. I'll go out now." He stood still, holding up the bright, radiant pill in his hand, his mind filled with thoughts. How should I describe this spell? It still needs refinement. Unfortunately, the divine ability to analyze aura cannot be used on a spell I created myself. In that case, you'll just analyze the Solar True Flame seed instead, with my aura analysis technique. Starting up, the system displayed the analysis screen. The divine light of Solar True Flame divine ability had been completely analyzed. Would you like to learn it now? Lin Feng selected confirm. Congratulations, host. The divine ability of Solar True Flame has been mastered. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Through the analysis of the divine ability's energy, it really was fast to grasp. If only he could use this to advance the Solar True Flame technique. But understanding a divine ability through the technique was easy. Using a divine ability to reverse engineer the technique was as difficult as climbing the heavens. He put the ring on his finger and thought to himself, "This is Solar True Flame, the real Solar True Flame." My earlier feeling was not wrong. A voice rang out, "Give it to me, quickly, give it to me." Lin Feng furrowed his brows, his expression serious as he asked, "What kind of trick are you up to now?" Cun immediately replied, "Before, I vaguely sensed the aura of Solar True Flame, but I didn't dare confirm it. Now that I'm closer, I'm sure it's Solar True Flame." Lin Feng smiled lightly and asked, "So what? Even if it's Solar True Flame, it still belongs to me." Cun clasped her hands tightly in a pleading gesture, "Please, give it to me, please give me the Solar True Flame seed." He paused, thinking. This little thing was always greedy, but never picky. This was the first time it had begged for something so urgently. Curious, he asked further, "Why do you want Solar True Flame so badly?" Cun's face was full of resolve, and she spoke clearly, "I want revenge." Lin Feng continued to inquire, "You want to take revenge on the one who harmed you, and now they only have a wisp of their soul left?" Cun replied, "Not exactly, but it's more about avenging the shame for my parents. My father is the Taodai great sage of the demon tribe, and my mother is the Deathwind Taodai king of the entire evil beast race." Lin Feng's mind raced with thoughts. It seemed that within this tribe, she might still be considered a child, but her strength should not be underestimated. Then what kind of monsters were your parents, if the one who harmed you has only a wisp of soul left? Their background must be substantial, right? He stood, gazing at Cun. The pressure of her parents, the formidable enemy, and the helplessness of an individual. Turns out, this little girl had to bear so much. She continued, "Please, give me the Sun Essence seed. As long as you give it to me, I'll do anything you ask." Cun's tone was pleading. Lin Feng sat down, looked at her gently and said, "Oh, lowering your voice like this, it's not like you. Could it be that the enemy you're facing is really that strong? A single Sun Essence seed doesn't seem enough." Cun clenched her fists and shouted, "Strong my ass. That Fox Clan brat only knew a bit of seductive magic. As for cultivation, they were at best just a regular demon," Lin Feng replied, rubbing his chin. "A demon at the foundation establishment stage could reduce you to just a wisp of soul? If you killed it, wouldn't that be a trivial matter for your parents?" Cun furrowed her brow and recounted, that little brat is deeply favored by the clan's ancestor, and has been hiding in Qingqiu Mountain, not coming out. It's very difficult to kill him. Lin Feng, curious, quickly asked, who is the ancestor in his clan? He replied, Nine-tailed Great Sage, the ancestor of the Heavenly Fox clan. Although he is not famous for his sharp combat skills, he possesses many divine abilities and tricks. Even my father couldn't do anything to him. Lin Feng chuckled lightly and added, if it really comes down to a life and death struggle, your father would have a higher chance of winning. But that would easily allow other enemies to take advantage. And who are these other enemies? Cun furrowed her brow and spoke in a low voice, of course, it's the 10 sages of the demon clan. Lin Feng was somewhat surprised, the 10 sages? His mind immediately raced with countless possibilities. The peak-level demon lords of the demon clan are respectfully called the Great Saints. Most of them are ancient demons from the primordial age, and among them, the 10 sages are the most famous, known as the Great Saints of the demon clan. Among them, the heavenly enchantress Great Saint is the most mysterious of the 10 sages. No one knows her whereabouts, but no one dares to question her strength. Even my father said he couldn't fathom the depth of her power. The chaotic advantages of her cultivation are that her demon arts are second only to the Heavenly Path Demon Scripture's 10 rites, the sacred scripture of the demon clan. Therefore, currently, her demon arts are the most profound among the remaining teachings of the Heavenly Path Demon Scripture. Lin Feng scratched his face and said, so that's how it is. Her backing is the nine-tailed Great Sage, but what does this have to do with Solar True Flame? Cun responded, of course, it's not related. While Heavenly Tiger Flame is not one of the 7 great true fires, it is still a renowned spiritual fire. Lin Feng nodded, then why do you still need the Solar True Flame? Cun slammed her hand on the ground and explained, of course it's to deal with the black water light of the Mystic Light clan. Only the Solar True Flame can counter the incredibly cold illusory Ming True Water. That damned bastard actually needs that seductive fox spirit, yet refused to marry me and even beat me like this. It's just despicable. Lin Feng was shocked, wait, marry? What do you mean? Cun calmly continued, yes, at first, I was at the level of a demon king, and I wanted to steal a bride, but failed to capture the demon general. It's truly laughable. This whole mess has become so loud that the entire Tianhuan continent knows about it. Cun was enraged, my parents have lost all their dignity because of this. Isn't this a huge humiliation? That's why people like you, with your schemes, are nothing good. Lin Feng was left stunned, the entire ruckus was because you couldn't steal a man? Cun even sighed in frustration, why are you so nosy? Lin Feng, still dumbfounded, asked, the black water mystic light beat you to this state, and your parents don't care? Cun's gaze turned a little sad, I destroyed his entire body, his soul is heavily injured, and he probably only has a trace of his residual soul left. But I'm sure he's still alive. As for whether my father will come in the future to cause trouble with the Mystic Light clan, I'm not sure anymore. It wasn't easy for me to find a ring to ward off the heat. After sleeping for more than 10 years, it punched the wall so hard that several large cracks appeared. Cun said, if we have Solar True Flame to counter Mystic Light True Water, plus the fact that I can absorb all the divine powers, we can definitely defeat him. Lin Feng thought for a moment. Mystic Light True Water is the coldest ice water in the world, it can even freeze fire. If we want to counter it, the Solar True Flame from the 7 great true fires is the most effective. No wonder Cun kept remembering it. He crouched down in front of Cun. Cun, let me say something, but don't mind it, Lin Feng said. Cun immediately responded, what is it? Go ahead. Alright, Lin Feng continued, that black water mystic light let its guard down with you while protecting Lake Dust. Their feelings for each other are so deep, I'm afraid you don't stand a chance. Cun countered, what are you talking about? He's just playing around with that fox spirit, Lin Feng said helplessly. Just playing around? Is the brain of that black water mystic light sick? Why would he go to such extremes and risk his life for you? Cun voiced her simple and naive thoughts. Because I want to mate with him, and that guy refuses to die. What else can I do but teach him a lesson? After fighting him to the point where true fire ignited, it turned into a final battle. Lin Feng had nothing more to say about this person. Cun reached out, begging, "Give me the solar true flame." Lin Feng rubbed his head wearily. So, what you're saying is, you need the solar true flame to defeat Black Water Mystic Light, kick him out of the fox pond, and finally force him into something? Cun jumped up joyfully. Mate, yes, mate. Once I have children with Black Water Mystic Light, that enchanting fox is nothing. At this moment, Cun was lost in her pink-colored fantasy world. Handsome, obediently submit to this young lady. Not submitting? Today, whether you want to or not, you will submit. I'm top tier, I promise it won't hurt. Lin Feng couldn't help but judge in his heart. He had already said it was a great humiliation, that it was a blood feud, that they couldn't coexist under the heavens. His entire body twitched. From the start, it was so formal, even involving parents. I thought it was supposed to be the Demon King's glorious history, but the more I listen, the more wrong it sounds. Is that all the demon clan's virtue amounts to? Cun saw him stiffly take a step to leave and quickly asked. Ha? Why are you leaving? Don't go. Where's the true fire seed? Give me the true fire seed. At that very moment, Lin Feng received word from his disciples. Master, we've already reached Lingyun Peak. Below a towering mountain that pierced straight through the clouds, Lin Feng stood with his arms crossed and said, Yu Jingshan should be here. The four of you, follow me up. The four Shabudian, Xiaoyan, Joey, and Wang Lin responded in unison. Yes. He flew upward with the four disciples, while Lin Feng hovered in midair, observing. He thought to himself. What's going on? The skies above Lingyun Peak were utterly devoid of any creatures. Entering the place where the fire crow was imprisoned, Lin Feng saw it and the crow asked in confusion. Do you intend to release me? He ignored its question. Why isn't Yu Jingshan here? The fire crow answered nervously, beads of sweat forming. You can't see it with your eyes. Only when you touch it will it reveal itself. Otherwise, every time Yu Jingshan emerged from the chaotic currents of the void, it would have been discovered long ago. Hearing this, Lin Feng swiftly flew off. Very well. Then I shall investigate personally. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes caught sight of something, a distorted space that trembled unceasingly before him. He reached out to touch it, but was repelled, leaving him astonished. It rejected me from entering. Xiaoyan, pointing suspiciously behind him, asked, Master, what was that just now? Didn't you notice? You used your hand to slash the space in front of you. A massive, awe-inspiring mountain appeared, causing everyone present to be unable to hide their astonishment. Yu Jingshan, an incredibly majestic mountain, Xiaoyan asked, confused, Master, is this the place you wanted to bring us to? Lin Feng turned to look at him and smiled, replying, Yes, this is Yu Jingshan, the mountain gate of our master-disciple relationship. What do you think? Do you like it? Xiaoyan was overjoyed and excited, needless to say, it's absolutely amazing. Joey, who was beside them, also spoke up, Heavenly White Jade Pagoda, 12 towers, 5 cities. This is what truly deserves to be called a real-world scenic spot. Shabu Dian, with a happy expression, climbed onto Fei Lian's back. Fei Lian, let's go quickly. He waited for the four of them to fly off swiftly. Watching this, he chuckled to himself, it was indeed a bit hasty. Suddenly, a burst of purple energy erupted, causing Fei Lian to freeze in shock. Dazed, it caused the four people on its back to fall off. The four of them fell freely from the sky, shouting loudly. Fei Lian quickly regained its senses and flew to catch them. Seeing Lin Feng laughing heartily as he slowly rode the clouds towards them, Wang Lin asked, "Master, did you know there was purple energy ahead?" He turned his gaze to him. "What's wrong? Is a little difficulty making you look so gloomy?" From within the space, Lin Feng took out a secret seal. The heavenly cage seal incantation continuously absorbed the purple energy. He looked at the purple aura, which was completely unharmed, and thought to himself, even the heavenly cage seal incantation couldn't trap this vast purple mist. Fortunately, he had quickly activated the divine power analyzer to analyze the purple chi. A notification appeared, displaying the name Universal Purple Chi, Great Joe's mother chi of myriad things. The details read, Heaven and Earth's first breath, when creation was born, a trace of pure spiritual energy was born along with the heavens. It has no offensive nature, but it can give birth to all things and also repel them. Lin Feng stroked his chin. So it turned out that when the heavenly cage seal incantation's magic power interacted with it, it had transformed into a form congruent with the heavenly cage seal incantation's essence. That's why it managed to bypass the heavenly cage seal incantation. The chi was called Universal Purple Chi, also known as the Supreme Master of Heaven's myriad origin essence. He turned to explain to the 4 disciples. The mist before you is called Universal Purple Chi, also known as Great Joe's mother chi of myriad things. This chi can give birth to all things, but it can also repel them. It is not as simple as you may have imagined. Previously, I asked you to search for this mountain as the first test, but that was just to warm you up. This is the real trial. Let's go. There are no restrictions on how to proceed. Whoever can break through the obstacle of this universal purple chi and reach the top of Yujing Mountain first will receive a special reward from the master. Hearing that there would be a reward, the 4 disciples were overjoyed. Yes, master. Bu Dian quickly stood up, volunteering. I'll go first. Fei Lian, give me a hand. The boy raised his hand to the sky, shouted loudly, and created a large green whirlwind. Seeing that the vortex was large enough to destroy, Bu Dian immediately ordered, "Go!" However, the previous attack was not strong enough to affect the universal purple chi. The boy, with wide eyes, looked confused. Huh, ineffective? Joey calmly raised his sword and smiled faintly. Attacking this way might not work. Without further words, he drew his sword with one hand, formed a seal, and shouted his move. Hexagram of Inner Truth. His gaze was sharp as a blade. He confidently said, Wind is atop the roof, the gallant steed leaps out, the dragon is amazed, escaping from the trap. With just one sword move combined with his incantation, Joey charged forward, unleashing a counterattack. As he advanced, an invisible barrier blocked all attacks. He suddenly exclaimed, Even the sword path is being repelled? At the same time, Xiaoyan also unleashed his ultimate technique to break the ice. He came to assist Joey. Let me dispel this death aura, perhaps we can break through. Both Xiaoyan's and Joey's moves attacked together, but they were still ineffective. It was all in vain. Joey felt immense confusion because the universal purple chi was truly too powerful. The purple energy wrapped around Joey's sword, making him anxious. It's over. A shrill scream echoed as Joey was pulled by the death aura. Shortly after, he was inexplicably transported closer to Xiaoyan, leaving him stunned and slightly flushed. Lin Feng appeared and said, It seems you still don't understand the special nature of this death aura. Does anyone know what just happened? Wang Lin rested his hand on his chin, deep in thought. If the universal purple chi is said to be the prototype of all things, it must be the hidden will of the Creator. On the other hand, Senior Marshall Brothers' Monster Ice Dissolver is a destructive force that shatters heaven and earth, a creation that goes against the very laws of nature. The two are essentially opposites. Hearing this, Xiaoyan seemed to have learned a painful lesson. So that's how it is. Luckily, the master called us to leave in time, or we would have been in big trouble. Joey replied, It looks like we need to find another way. Bu Dian was overjoyed. This is great. Lin Feng, seeing this, spoke up, "Don't rush. Take it slow, the master's rewards are not easy to obtain." The group simultaneously shouted with determination, "We, the disciples, will definitely do our best." The three of them conversed. The universal purple chi is indeed hard to break. Exactly. None of our moves worked. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will win 100 battles. Let me observe a bit first. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng just stood there, smiling, his energy surging. Xiaoyan shouted loudly, "Alright, I'll have Fei Lian circle the death chi once." Even Bu Dian, though young, didn't fall behind and shouted as well. Watching the disciples leave, Lin Feng silently thought to himself, "I must do my best to break through the barrier of the universal purple chi to reach Yu Jingshan." He was also aware of how solid this barrier was. The death chi from the cloud sea sealed off all the space inside. Neither the black cloud banner nor the dual world void technique could be used here. Lin Feng recalled when the disciples had just launched their attacks, realizing that both magic and people were repelled by this death chi. This death chi truly resembled the unfinished form of my own magic. In the primordial beginning of heaven and earth, the pure chi rose into the sky, while the turbid chi sank into the ground. Universal purple chi was precisely that moment when creation itself, at the dawn of heaven and earth, ascended into the heavens, becoming one of the pure essences of the sky, imbued with the profound and wondrous intent crafted by creation. Lin Feng sat in cultivation, reflecting deeply. This time, his comprehension of Taoist arts had advanced yet another step. It was indeed the perfect moment for cultivation. This spiritual platform had been constructed, yet the alchemical cauldron had never been successfully refined. He continued to ponder in silence, realizing that the quality of the alchemical cauldron would have a tremendous impact on his success in forming the core later on. It was something that could not be taken lightly. First attuning himself to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, he attempted to merge his body with the vast world around him, and once again felt a harmonious resonance. Then, in the distant horizon, between sky and sea, a mystical vision of the sea of consciousness appeared. Lin Feng widened his eyes, using his will to control and envision the form of the alchemical cauldron. At once, that golden sphere transformed into the alchemical cauldron. Before him now stood the alchemical cauldron. Suspended in midair, he contemplated its initial form had taken shape, and the next step was to temper it with his magical power. As Lin Feng's hand touched the handle of the alchemical cauldron, it suddenly soared upward, shaking violently. The radiance it emitted was even more terrifying than before. He began cultivating the supreme alchemical cauldron. The cauldron fully manifested, gleaming with dazzling golden light. Spiritual energy surged endlessly, condensing in the atmosphere, then pouring into Lin Feng's body, as he prepared to step into the next stage of the grand alchemy. Afterward, he opened his eyes sharp and resolute while a confident smile played on his lips. From his expression alone, it was clear he had made ready for a great undertaking. Feeling the surge of new power, Lin Feng said, "It's taken so long, but I've finally reached the final stage of foundation establishment. I wonder if I can break through this universal purple chi now." He placed his hand on his chest, a doubtful expression appearing on his face, as though something unexpected had happened. A bright golden light suddenly shot up into the sky from Lin Feng's wrist, causing him to exclaim in surprise, "Heaven and Earth Mirror." Lin Feng was puzzled. Why had the Heaven and Earth Mirror activated by itself? His face was filled with astonishment as he thought to himself, "I never expected the light from the Heaven and Earth Mirror would dissipate the death energy." Lin Feng reached out to grab the Heaven and Earth Mirror and silently mused. "It seems I've underestimated you before." He held the Heaven and Earth Mirror, its brilliant light radiating out, and suddenly thought, "This light is the black energy from beneath the earth." Behind Lin Feng, the Tai Chi symbol of Yin and Yang appeared. He held the Heaven and Earth Mirror in his hand and contemplated the incantation. Qian represents heaven, while Koan represents earth. Above the celestial dome is Yang, giving rise to pure energy. Beneath the vast earth is Yin, giving rise to turbid energy. The final line was, "With azure brilliance guarding China, the purple aura disperses." Lin Feng smiled faintly, thinking, It seems that with the power of the heaven and earth mirror, I can reach Yujing Mountain. He began to move, and as he walked, a mystical scene appeared. Countless glowing orbs materialized, displaying scenes from the immortal realm. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with awe at the heavenly sights of the mortal world. He raised the heaven and earth mirror, and two dim words appeared on the mirror. Lin Feng immediately sensed something was wrong, and the situation seemed to be worsening with each passing moment. He silently thought to himself, "This is bad, the light of the heaven and earth mirror is getting weaker, all the deathly aura is flowing into here now." Lin Feng pointed to his forehead, using a spell to figure out a way to resolve the dual realms void technique. He had moved to a different location, but the mountain peak was still quite far away. Seeing this, Lin Feng grew a little worried. It was as if he had entered a different dimension, walking and thinking at the same time. The purple cloud was massive, though it was terrifying, it didn't seem to pose a real danger. Lin Feng rested his hand on his chin, deep in thought. The power of the heaven and earth mirror was limited, it seemed impossible to reach Yujing Shan now. He needed to strengthen the power of the heaven and earth mirror, but the source of the murky aura was likely the earth attribute vital essence. He wasn't sure if he could find such a material. Suddenly, the system announced. Host has activated a random mission, Central Earth Attribute Divine Light. Lin Feng read it and was left dumbfounded, his mouth hanging open. The notification screen continued. Mission name, Central Earth Attribute Divine Light. Mission background, the Universal Purple Chi has activated the Central Earth Attribute Divine Light of the Heaven and Earth Mirror possessed by the host. Currently, the Central Earth Attribute Divine Light of the Heaven and Earth Mirror is quite weak. To enhance the divine light, a high-quality Earth Attribute spiritual material is needed. This material will nurture the light using the Earth Attribute vital essence within. Mission objective: the host must acquire a high-quality Earth Attribute spiritual material and nurture the Central Earth Attribute Divine Light to a sufficiently powerful level. Mission deadline, 10 days. If the mission is not completed within the deadline, it will be cancelled. Lin Feng read it through, still puzzled. What does a sufficiently powerful level mean? You begin to ponder seriously. Central Earth Attribute is indeed related to soil, but where can I possibly find it within 10 days? Looking into the mirror, Lin Feng saw a red spot appear, and he also noticed that the pink light kept flickering restlessly. Is this pointing me toward a place to search for something? He wondered in surprise. Why does it feel so much like searching for the Seven Tombs Pearl? With that, Lin Feng continued walking, his thoughts still racing. It seemed the location was somewhere near Immortal Black Cloud. Whatever, he decided to just go and see. Elsewhere, an army was stationed at a shop entrance, waiting. A general stood with folded arms, speaking angrily. Such misfortune, having to guard a place with no benefits at all. A subordinate behind him replied. Indeed, and we still have to worry about the Nether Blood River erupting underground. Suddenly, a blinding light appeared. Someone shouted loudly. Someone's coming. From the sky, a figure slowly descended. All the soldiers immediately knelt and shouted in unison. Greetings to General. The general who had just spoken asked. General Chen, are you not on duty today? Why have you come here? General Chen waved his hand and answered. I was uneasy about the Nether Blood River underground, so I came to check it myself. Hearing this, the other general said. General Li just finished inspecting the Blood River and has already left. Now General Chen arrives, did you two not run into each other? He watched Chen walk into the ranks. General Chen, how was the plum wine we gifted you a few days ago? Did it suit your taste? Chen replied coldly. You shouldn't have bothered. Those jars of wine are still sitting untouched at my house. The general realized something, his sharp gaze flicking to the side as he thought, and sure enough, he asked, Chen General, have you lost your mind? He looked confused and asked back. Gao, the military officer, waved his hand to signal the soldiers and said, I remember you hate plum wine the most. Have you forgotten? All the soldiers surrounding Qin General shouted in unison, "You are not Qin General, who are you really?" The man removed his mask and said, "Oh, it's been exposed." He spoke coldly, "But just relying on you all is not enough." The general suddenly felt panicked, frozen in place. Why couldn't he move anymore? The man finally revealed himself, his red eyes and red outfit standing out. A red aura swirled around him, and with a flick of his finger, a circular magic formation appeared beneath the feet of the soldiers. The officer turned to look at his subordinates and saw them all wide-eyed, blood beginning to pour from their bodies. Both the general and the soldiers screamed in agony. The scene now was nothing but a group of people lying scattered in pools of blood. Tang Jai looked down and coldly said, "This is what I meant, too weak, I'll have to head to the underworld." His feet moved across the ground, which was as hot as fire. Tang Jai stopped in front of the dark crimson river known as the Nether Blood River. He smiled with delight and said, "This is the Nether Blood River, the smell of fresh blood is really intoxicating. I'm sure you're thrilled to see me." Tang Jai suddenly called out a name, Lu Yang. Hearing the voice, he immediately opened his eyes wide and woke up. Tang Jai stepped forward and said, "I wonder if the taste of Blood River true water is to your liking?" Lu Yang quietly realized it was him, Tang Jai, and then questioned, "Did you come here to mock me?" Hearing this, Tang Jai laughed and replied, "I'm not that bored. Naturally, I came here to save you." Tang Jai sarcastically continued, "Looking at your current state, who else but me would care about you?" Lu Yang frowned in doubt, "Are you really trying to help?" He cheerfully responded, "Of course, I don't have such noble intentions. I need to exchange your intelligence." He looked confused. "Intelligence?" Tang Jai spread his arms wide and said loudly, "Recently, there's a Taoist named Lin who wears a long white robe, acting arrogantly as a dance master. Some people find him unbearable and want to eliminate him. He raised a suspicion, that person must not be unfamiliar to you, right?" This caused his opponent to be greatly shocked. Tang Jai rubbed his chin, as if having achieved his goal. "Judging by your expression, this transaction seems easier than I imagined, huh?" Lu Yang, on the other hand, gritted his teeth in anger, his eyes flashing with an unquenchable fury. "Let me go, don't talk about intelligence, killing him is not out of the question." Tang Jai used his magic, drawing his hand forward to conjure floating red-orange gemstones. These gemstones flew straight toward the talismans hanging on each wooden post, creating a tremendous force as if trying to compress the space itself. He proudly declared, "Transaction successful." Immediately, the talismans dispersed in all directions. Tang Jai spoke, "Although the technique I practice is not the orthodox blood river method, you might feel some reluctance seeing the thing you just broke through. But this is merely a small branch of the Nether Blood River. It's truly a pity. I wanted to have you take control of the Netherworld blood, but I can't take all 9 branches of the Blood River." The two of them then left. Lu Yang questioned, "Are you worried that the Blood River might cause chaos?" It surged towards the ground. Tang Jai replied, "In other places, I can't be sure, but here, it's too close to the heavenly capital of Dezhou." He turned back and sneered, "Pity your once pure celestial sword is now soiled. Even if you return to Shushan, it'll be hard to wash away this stain." This made Lu Yang seethe with anger, thinking to himself, "If it weren't for him saving me, I'd have made his head a football by now." The scene shifted to a dense forest, where Lin Feng took out the heaven and earth glasses to find the way. "It should be here." He stood before a dark cave, based on the readings from the heaven and earth glasses. Lin Feng furrowed his brows, silently convinced, "It must be here." He then resolutely entered, deciding to move forward first and deal with things later. His steps gradually slowed as the space inside posed many challenges, with the surroundings growing darker. The dense smoke added to the tension, making Lin Feng even more cautious. Usually, these caves are guarded by demonic beasts protecting treasures, right? Instantly, he sensed something was wrong. And there it was. A demon general, resembling an aggressive ape, charged at him with the intent to tear him apart. However, Lin Feng's speed was too fast for the beast to catch him. It was still stunned and bewildered by the situation. Suddenly, a flame from behind struck straight at the back of the demon general. It was blasted into the stone wall in front. Lin Feng analyzed. The demon general is at the foundation establishment stage. Having a demonic beast guard such a treasure seems a bit weak. It slowly got up, its armor shattered. Lin Feng sighed. This stone armor is quite sturdy, saved your life. Unfazed by death, it charged forward, wanting to attack Lin Feng. Lin Feng continued to cast his magic. Coming again? One strike split it into two pieces like slicing through bread. Afterward, Lin Feng sneered and said to the earth ape, I guess what we're looking for is deeper inside this cave. As Lin Feng moved deeper, someone outside had been watching, their gaze serious, concealing some ulterior motive. As soon as Lin Feng ventured further inside, a shadow appeared. The figure approached the body of the demon general, raised a knife high, and struck it directly into its head. Immediately, an orange gem appeared. It turned out that the mysterious figure was Fengling. She was delighted upon seeing the shimmering treasure. Was it really that easy to kill it? Earth Mother Stone Ape. Fengling smiled and said, These little things probably aren't of any use to anyone. Xiao Jin was left helpless by her cunning. Fengling, she was someone who never passed up any opportunity for gain, taking everything without leaving a single scrap behind. She took pride in it, holding her head high. What do you understand? The satisfaction of holding a good item in hand is indescribable, yet it feels incredibly magical as well. She continued to admire it. Look at this color, just go back and polish it a bit, and it'll make a great earring, perfectly reasonable. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Little girl, this isn't something you should turn into an earring. The gem in her hand was also snatched away by someone else. To her left was Zhang Shen, a disciple of the Wind God sect, who tightly gripped the gem and said, To be exact, this is no longer from the original realm. Beside him was Zhang Lin, another disciple of the Wind God sect. She was startled as she realized they were from the Wind God sect. Zhang Shen smirked wickedly. Did you recognize who we are and now you want to expose us? Fengling was frightened and shrank back. No, didn't your clan lose a Fei Lian? I'll be more careful. He grew even more suspicious, adopting a menacing expression to intimidate her. Could it be that you stole the Fei Lian? She quickly denied it, pointing toward a deep cave. No, I didn't, but I know who did. You took it over there. Zhang Shen looked up and followed her gaze. Fengling pointed to a demon general and continued. This big one was killed by him. I saw with my own eyes him riding a blue beast and heading that way. Her pitiful appearance made Zhang Shen reconsider. Indeed, it was impossible for a young girl at the chi refining stage to have killed a demonic beast at the foundation establishment stage. She firmly insisted on her innocence. I was just passing by, and by chance, I picked up two priceless treasures. I used my tears to clear any doubts about me. Besides, as a little girl like me, how could I have any ill intentions? Since I've given you some useful information, let me go. Zhang Shen communicated with Zhang Lin through his thoughts. Lai Feng Elder recently sensed the presence of Fei Lian nearby. Now that someone has spotted something, isn't that a bit too coincidental? He suggested, should we report this to Lai Feng Elder first? Zhang Lin immediately objected, no, this is our chance. If we can find the whereabouts of Fei Lian and Gao Long, with Lai Feng Elder's status, we'll be able to enter the inner sect. Zhang Lin hesitated. Then, he'll follow brother's decision. But he looked at Fengling's tiny figure and asked, do we have to kill her? Zhang Shen decided to leave it be. Killing her will only attract others. Keeping her alive might, who knows, save our lives someday. He turned and walked inside. Let's go, we'll meet the person inside. After they had moved some distance away, Xiao Jin anxiously whispered, Fengling. At that moment, she smiled cunningly. This time, we have a good show to watch. Turning to Lin Feng, who was heading deeper into the cave, he suddenly saw a light. He thought it strange how could a cave leading deep into the earth have light. Lin Feng took a few more steps and soon found himself in a slightly larger space. He moved closer to a dazzling object. The light was blinding. Lin Feng subconsciously wondered, where is this light coming from? In front of him was a large golden gem, shining like the sunlight. Lin Feng couldn't help but marvel. The Earth's essence is so dense here, he muttered, then sat down to observe it more closely. This must be what's needed to enhance the heaven and earth mirror. He reached out to touch it, but something startled him. It turned out that in front of him was a demonic beast, also a type of monkey, but it was 10 times larger than the one before. It bared its sharp teeth. Lin Feng froze when he saw it. Now this is the true demonic beast guarding a treasure. The demonic beast's eyes were filled with murderous intent, making Lin Feng realize that this was the real guardian of the treasure. He quickly tried to retreat as fast as he could to avoid its terrifying attack. Lin Feng was drenched in sweat and shouted, "This demonic beast is close to Jin Dan Qi. It's too fast." It swung its arm toward him, intent on killing him. Lin Feng placed 2 fingers on his forehead and shouted, "Dual void technique." In an instant, Lin Feng teleported to a different spot. The demonic beast struck the stone behind him, shattering it into pieces. Dust filled the air, mixed with the beast's furious roars. He appeared in front of the treasure. "A perfect opportunity," he said, then swiftly took the glowing gem and distanced himself from it. System notification: Mountain God Jade, a divine treasure of the heavens, requires the essence of 100,000 great mountains to create the perfect stone. Lin Feng smiled with delight at the newfound treasure he had just acquired. It turns out to be a heavenly spirit beast. No wonder it can nurture the central earth attribute divine light at its core. Suddenly, the ground trembled. The vibration made him immediately turn around, thinking to himself, I didn't sense this before. The moment I held the mountain god Jade, it appeared. Could it be that the mountain god Jade is suppressing something? The demonic beast was already standing behind him without him noticing. It exhaled smoke, growling in a commanding tone, "Put it down." Then, it leaned back, inhaled deeply, and released poisonous gas. Lin Feng squinted, unsure of what it was. The space filled with the green mist, and the demonic beast sneered, believing he had perished. Unexpectedly, a familiar voice spoke up, "Can the magic in this thick mist turn other things to stone?" Lin Feng walked forward unharmed. "Not bad, your magic," he smiled, almost mockingly. "You remind me, how should one deal with this kind of magic in the future?" The demonic beast grew even angrier. "You damn human, taking my treasures, killing my friends, now, give up your life." Lin Feng stretched his hand forward and spoke, "Perfect time to test this magic on you, just thought of it." He summoned a large wall to block the smoke pouring out of the creature's mouth. Lin Feng was satisfied with the function of his new power. "I've now created a second form of self-made magic. What should I name it?" Suddenly, his eyes widened, sharply noticing something strange. With a swift motion, he turned toward the cave entrance, silently thinking, "This magical energy is..." Lin Feng recognized the abilities of Zhang Shen and Zhang Lin, 2 late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators, their speed too fast. He frowned, these 2 also came for the mountain god Jade. Returning to face the demonic beast that was attacking him, Lin Feng understood that he was being cornered. If they really came for the treasure, then I'd become the target of everyone. But the corner of his mouth curled into a faint, unclear smile. He had originally wanted to finish his spell, but it seemed he would have to find another opportunity. As soon as Zhang Shen arrived, he shouted, "That girl wasn't wrong, the person is right in front of us." Lin Feng placed 2 fingers on his shield and said, "Go ahead and enjoy yourselves for now." Suddenly, the demonic beast shifted direction and exhaled smoke towards the 2 of them. Zhang Shen jumped back in shock, and by then, the space had already been engulfed in green smoke. Annoyed, the beast grumbled, "2 more of them." A voice rang out, "Hey, you filthy monkey." It turned out that both of them had used a magic artifact to suck the smoke in, avoiding the vicious attack. At this moment, Jiang Shun looked ahead, astonished. Where's that thief, Fei Lian? The demonic beast was furious, thinking to itself, 2 more humans came to steal the mountain god Jade, and took another long step forward. The person speaking was Lin Feng. His face turned serious as he spoke, looking for Fei Lian. Well, that means I'll have to let you 2 fight it out then. Jiang Shun furrowed his brows and questioned, Hey, you filthy monkey, where's the thief, Fei Lian? Did you kill him? It was in a fit of rage, so it yelled, If you know what's good for you, leave now. If you still want to steal the treasure, then I'll have no choice but to swallow both of you whole. He looked toward the distant, glowing gem and understood it seemed that this monkey still had another extraordinary treasure. Jiang Shun suddenly grew malicious and thought, judging by your tone, you've already swallowed those who dared to fight you. The demonic beast, unafraid, questioned further. So what? Seeing the scene unfold below, Lin Feng was satisfied and pondered, as expected, no need for any baiting, these Wind God sect members knew how to handle things on their own. He felt a little puzzled though. How did these 2 know that Fei Lian was exposed at my place? Jiang Shun stepped forward and spoke, We've been looking for that guy for a long time, and now you've swallowed him. Zhang Lin continued, He still owes us. Jiang Shun then made a decision, then we'll just have to split your stomach open. The 2 of them joined forces, summoning 2 massive tornadoes aimed at the demonic beast. Slowly, the 2 tornadoes merged to enhance their power. Even Lin Feng was stunned by the sight of the 2 wind-based magical forces. On this side, the 2 tornadoes combined into one, with an overwhelming destructive force. Of course, the demonic beast wasn't going to back down, roaring as it unleashed its own power. The 2 Foundation establishment stage brats, their eyes filled with fury, stared at it. Is that all you've got? Then, it opened its mouth wide, sucking in the air. Jiang Shun shouted loudly, and the 2 tornadoes from the wind-based spells shot toward it. The demonic beast unleashed a magical blast from its mouth. 2 attacks collided, creating a shockwave that shook the heavens and earth. Lin Feng, standing high above, had to brace himself to stay upright, realizing that the abilities of these 2 were not to be underestimated. At that moment, Zhang Lin shouted, Transformation of the Nether Wind. The power of the tornado grew stronger and stronger. The demonic beast, sensing the difference in strength, was stunned and unable to resist any longer. It was immediately swept up by the tornado's upper body, blood splattering everywhere, and it died instantly. The tornado was so powerful that it even stirred the stone wall behind them, shattering it into pieces. The demonic beast's corpse, now only half intact, lay still on the ground. The 2 brothers withdrew their moves. Jiang Shun spoke. Younger brother, with this kind of attack, I fear even someone who has been swallowed whole will be reduced to scraps. Zhang Lin frowned and replied, seeing how arrogant the monkey was, he couldn't hold back. He turned toward the glowing gem and said, But still, at least we gained something. At that moment, Lin Feng appeared, bent down to pick up the treasure. A satisfied smile curved on his lips after witnessing the spectacular display. Gained something? Is the harvest you're talking about this mountain god Jade I threw on the ground? Jiang Shun cracked his knuckles threateningly, You threw it, huh? That means the one who fought the monkey just now was you, and you must be the thief who stole Fei Lian. Lin Feng smiled and denied, Fei Lian? I think you 2 must have mistaken someone for me. Zhang Lin demanded, Whether it's you or not is not for you to decide. Come with us to Wind God sect, and you'll find out for yourself. Lin Feng said arrogantly. Sadly, there's no chance to acquire the supplemental all-wind formless art, and yet, you 2 have come to me willingly. He continued. From your actions, it seems that you 2 must have quite a bit of blood on your hands, right? Otherwise, I wouldn't have made a move so easily. On this side, Zhang Lin, still very conceited about his own abilities, boasted loudly. Fool, you don't know what's coming. Let me cut off your arms and legs and see how cocky you are then. He confidently declared. I'll make sure you won't be able to laugh later. But immediately, his right hand was severed by something sharp, blood pouring out like rain. It was then that Zhang Lin felt a pain so intense it seemed to pierce the heavens. He screamed in shock as Zhang Shen's worried voice rang out. Younger brother. Lin Feng spoke seriously. I saw what you did earlier. Your methods are quite dangerous, aren't they? I think they're unnecessary now. Zhang Lin, feeling the pain, howled in agony. My arm. Zhang Shen rushed over, using magic to stem the bleeding. Blood was spilling from his mouth, and he weakly muttered. My arm. Where is my arm? Lin Feng grabbed his opponent's severed arm and said. Is this what you were looking for? This thing is too dangerous, it's better if I hold on to it. Zhang Lin, his strength gradually fading, stammered. Brother, hurry and run. Lin Feng approached, a murderous aura radiating from him. How are you two feeling? I'm sure when you committed your crimes, you must have already thought about this moment. Zhang Shen pulled out a talisman and shouted loudly. Great teleportation talisman. It immediately lit up in the dark space of the cave. Then, under the effect of the spell, the two of them shifted to another place. Lin Feng felt a burst of joy and laughed, wanting to escape. Outside, a pair of legs were hurriedly fleeing. Zhang Shen carried Zhang Lin, fleeing while pondering, the great teleportation talisman has taken effect, we are saved. Next time I encounter this enemy who took my arm, I will definitely make him pay tenfold. Lin Feng raised his hand and gently said, I have a gift for you. This gift is called Myriad Heaven's Barrier. At that moment, he realized something was wrong. This feeling wasn't right. Sweat poured out in streams as his eyes warily glanced behind him. Zhang Shen was horrified when he saw Lin Feng. Why have I returned? Lin Feng smiled warmly, well, we meet again. He once again took out the talisman. The great teleportation talisman glowed briefly and then dimmed. Zhang Shen was both scared and furious, shouting, no escape. Why? What have you done? Lin Feng calmly replied, it's just a small magic trick. The move Lin Feng just used could be understood as follows. Myriad Heaven's Barrier divides the void, creating a barrier for the all heavens, severing the flow and movement of spiritual energy and magic within a certain range. As long as you enter within 3 zhang, it's like a bird in a cage, there's no escape. At that moment, he summoned a dark flag. All right, gentlemen. Lin Feng spoke up, if you already know my movements, then follow me. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, making it hard for him to maintain his balance. Lin Feng broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, the sensation of trembling is here again. What exactly is this mountain god Jade suppressing? He shut his eyes tight, relying on his spiritual senses to listen more keenly. A white mist slowly drifted away. He stood still for a long time, but at that very moment, something happened that made Lin Feng's heart jump. He saw a sea of blood, countless skulls, and heard the agonizing screams of pain, Avicii tyrannical slaughter, endless reincarnation, the most torturous hell with no hope of salvation. This left Lin Feng stunned. To think that beneath the ground here, Avicii tyrannical slaughter, one of the 4 great divine beasts, was being suppressed. Avicii tyrannical slaughter, if any living being were to touch it, their soul would immediately be devoured, turning them into a demon. Those swallowed by it would never reincarnate again. He stood in silence for a long time, contemplating. The power of Avicii tyrannical slaughter was eerie and tyrannical. Without the mountain god Jade to suppress it, it would be better to leave quickly. He then shifted and moved away. At that moment, a figure appeared, none other than Fengling, smiling with satisfaction. As expected, you are very powerful. If I had known your movements, that would have been perfect. This way, I can keep sending people to provoke you. Once you're killed, I can take advantage of the situation and seize the benefits. Xiao Jin shrugged and reminded her. But it seemed like he left nothing for you. Suddenly, beneath her feet, countless skulls appeared in a terrifying manner. Fengling instantly realized something was wrong. Before her eyes was a scene from hell, filled with fiery red and the dreadful sight of skulls. She screamed, he left this for me. Fongling, frightened, quickly fled, not forgetting to curse out loud, "That Taoist in white, this lady remembers you now, don't let me meet you again." Lin Feng, on the other hand, sneezed and thought to himself, "I hope I'm not catching a cold." Holding the glowing gem in his hand, Lin Feng was satisfied as he spoke out, having prepared the mountain god jade. Standing amidst the ethereal space that felt like a dream, it was time to break through this deathly aura. He summoned another treasure, the heaven and earth mirror. After drawing energy from the mountain god jade, Lin Feng shouted loudly, "Central earth attribute divine official," and then flipped the mirror toward the front. A beam of light shot out like it was piercing through thousands of formless universes. System notification: Central earth attribute divine light has been enhanced. Host has completed the enhancement task and earned a chance to draw a lottery. A look of curiosity and amusement appeared in his eyes. "You Jing Shan, let me see what you really look like." Lin Feng placed his hand on his forehead to gain a better angle. "Am I reaching the end soon?" At this moment, he opened his eyes wide in surprise because before him stood a magnificent mountain. This was the immortal mountain White Jade capital. Lin Feng gently landed below, slowly climbing each step, following this path towards the summit of the mountain. Is this the way to the peak? He wondered as he leisurely walked amidst the verdant landscape of the majestic mountains, briefly pausing to savor the strange moment. Suddenly, Lin Feng realized that Yu Jing Shan actually contained the profound principle of time. He continued his journey toward the enveloping light. Upon arrival, a colossal tree, ancient and seemingly alive for hundreds of thousands of years, greeted his eyes. He marveled, is that the mysterious heaven treasure tree? Its grandeur left Lin Feng stunned for a long while. The branches stretched out to cover the entire sky, making it hard to believe. Looking up, he remarked, "It feels as though even a fallen leaf from this tree could crush a person." Then, he frowned and thought to himself, "But to think that such a giant tree isn't considered one of the 4 great legendary trees." Lin Feng recalled that the 4 great legendary trees in the world were the Fermiana divine wood, followed by the Sedum morganianum tree, then the ginseng fruit tree, and lastly, the Sarah iron tree. Lin Feng looked up, his mind filled with these thoughts. Yet, when he saw the mysterious heaven treasure tree, he couldn't shake the feeling that even the combined might of the 4 great divine trees could not compare to this one. Is it just my imagination? He wondered. The atmosphere remained as dreamlike as ever, and Lin Feng stood still, unexpectedly unsure of his direction atop the mysterious heaven treasure tree. Everything vanished into the aura of death. He then raised his hand, feeling as though he had touched an invisible barrier. His eyes widened in astonishment, and the surrounding space gradually began to undergo a significant transformation. Initially stunned, Lin Feng closed his eyes, then slowly opened them again, scanning the area. He had been transported to a lush, green land, where towering trees stood. Lin Feng stared in disbelief, unable to fathom that the mysterious heaven treasure tree had opened up a realm of its own. Suddenly, the wailing cry of a child broke through the air. It turned out to be the cry of the baby. Beside it stood a young girl with a sword at her back, and in front, there was an old man sitting alone, playing chess. Lin Feng was momentarily stunned. The old man, who was playing chess by himself, was known as the old man playing chess. The baby was crying, and was also referred to as the clay doll child. Lin Feng looked at the young sword-wielding girl and broke into a cold sweat, puzzled. Why is this woman walking so forcefully? What is she? He slowly approached the baby, who was still sobbing and muttering hungry in a soft, trembling voice. Lin Feng murmured, "The clay doll child can cry, and is even saying hungry." He bent down and smiled gently, trying to comfort the baby. Don't cry, don't cry." His gaze then shifted to the lush green grass surrounding him. Lin Feng wondered, why does the grass grow so well here? Suddenly, a large box containing swords appeared beside him, causing him to startle and quickly sidestep. Lin Feng, irritated, snapped, "Hey, can't you see me? Walk more carefully. Are you just going to circle around the tree?" At that moment, the sound of chess pieces clinking together drew his attention, and he glanced over in that direction. Lin Feng stared intently at the old man and said, without needing to elaborate, You seem a bit helpless, you don't know how to care for others, do you? Lin Feng thought seriously to himself. And as for playing chess, following the moves, I suppose it's right to play where it's least likely to succeed? But then he suddenly realized something was off. Lin Feng told himself internally that on this chessboard, it wasn't about placing one piece after another, but the situation was constantly changing. He then sat down and picked up a white piece, deciding to try it for himself. However, when he tried to place it on the board, he hesitated. So, he didn't make the move. Lin Feng just smiled and said, "Forget it, I don't understand it, it's better not to step into a losing move." He stood up abruptly, his gaze distant, hoping they wouldn't disturb his control over the mysterious Heaven Treasure Tree and the Yujing Mountain residence. He leapt high and landed right on top of the giant tree. Admiring the picturesque view, he couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, this is a blessed land. But Lin Feng still had work to do. I'll investigate the mysterious Heaven Treasure Tree first. He then closed his eyes, feeling the flexible spiritual energy flowing in the air. Lin Feng was transported into a strange, otherworldly space. The space's force was unexpectedly rich with spatial power. His hand gently touched the protective barrier on the outside, slowly absorbing its energy. In just a few seconds, Lin Feng found the answer. I understand now. It turns out this immortal mountain has become a world in itself. He thought to himself, universal purple chi is life, Yujing Shan at the same time embodies eternity and two kinds of temporal reason in an instant, while this mysterious Heaven Treasure Tree represents space. Time, space, life. These three form the world, yet something still seems missing. Life is not merely life, flowers, birds, fish, insects, beasts of the land and birds of the sky, humans all are creations. Forests deep and waters flowing, caverns and distant seas are also creations. The difference between the two kinds of creation lies in life possessing spirit. Time, space, life, and spirit, only when the four merge can a true world come into being. With that thought, he looked into his own palm. The missing element to unite this world was spirit. At that very moment, atop the lofty mountain peak, a brilliant radiance shone forth as if illuminating the four directions, and a thunderous voice resounded. Quickly, look! Xiaobu Dian, Xiao Yan, Zhou Yi, Wang Lin all were stunned into reflection, the qi has already been drawn away. The boy cried out excitedly, this is Yujing Shan. From above, Lin Feng's voice rang down, Master has opened the cloud sea for you. Thus the four mounted their divine beasts and soared to the summit of Wang Lin's treasured mountain. Hurry up the mountain, it's Master's voice, Xiao Yan said anxiously. It seems we have wasted far too much time. Master has already grown impatient, Zhou Yi reproached himself. Surely this trial of Master's was long prepared, and we, by causing delay, have committed a fault indeed. Wang Lin clenched his fist with determination, telling himself that next time, he would not disappoint the master. Upon hearing this, Fei Lian broke into a cold sweat because of these problematic individuals. They were down for a while, but then they encouraged each other. We must not lose heart. Next time, we will definitely complete the mission. For now, let's head up the mountain and see what we can do. Lin Feng, from up above, softly said. Xiao Yanzi, they've all made it up here. Then, he extended his hand forward and performed a spell with a slight wave. To prevent any accidents, it's best to activate the universal purple chi again to protect our entire family. At this moment, a notification popped up from the system. Congratulations, host, you have found the right conditions. This is indeed a blessed land, perfect for establishing a sect. Congratulations on completing the third mission. The special reward for the mission has been delivered. Upon hearing this, he felt at peace and silently thought to himself. I've been in this world for so long, and finally, I have a place to live in peace. An image of a vine branch appeared, piquing his curiosity. The mission was finally complete. This was the reward for completing it. The system explained. The item is called the Pillar of Radiant Vine Spiritual Root. Its core ability belongs to the space after the heavenly earth-shaking event. It can adjust the flow rate of the independent space at the host's will. The flow speed can be increased by up to 100 times and reduced by up to 100 times. In the future, as the host grows stronger, the speed will increase. Lin Feng was stunned, then exclaimed. So, it means the speed of cultivation will increase by 100 times? He rubbed his chin, smiling, recalling that his 100-fold time boost was even more powerful than 100 times the gravity. Lin Feng pondered again. 100 years inside the cave was equivalent to 1 year outside, and not only did he have to accelerate the process many times over, but he also had to upgrade the space of the Tian Yuan world. Essentially, most major sects owned various time-accelerating caves to speed up their cultivation, but those that could accelerate time by up to 100 times were few and far between. He smiled. With this cave, the 3-year appointment with Xiaoyan Zi didn't seem so worrisome. The system prompted, "A new mission has been issued. Host, please open it to view." When Lin Feng returned to reality, he was momentarily stunned. Another mission was here. He clenched his fist in dissatisfaction, muttering to himself, "Can't I just enjoy some free time?" The system began to explain, Main Storyline Mission 2.0, Open a mountain and establish a sect, disciple recruitment. Congratulations, host, for completing the first phase of preparation work. You may now officially establish the sect. From now on, host needs to build the foundation of the sect's career and recruit disciples with a total potential value of 30, each with a level of 25 or above. The sect will then enter the second stage of the mission. The deadline for the task is 10 years. If the task is not completed within the time frame, the host will be killed directly. He was stunned, his face turning pale. Potential value of techniques and 30 disciples of level 25 or above? Then, he seriously thought to himself, foundation, comprehension, mentality, and fate. These 4 metrics, each representing a different type of potential, appeared in a ranking. 4 people stood at the top, with Xiaobu Jian ranking higher than all, each surpassing 33. The maximum limit is 40, the human central dragon phoenix is 30, the extraordinary talent for the world is 20, the ship of the immortal path is 10, and a normal person is 0. Now it seems that the system has set a standard for direct disciples, which must also have potential value and reach 30, with a total potential value of more than 25 clearly being at the same level as inner sect disciples. Lin Feng, in frustration, threw the branch he was holding and began to cry out loud. A disciple like this, is it even worth meeting? Even though the time limit is 10 years, when will that day come? The system is really setting traps for people. But then, he reluctantly accepted the truth, gave up, and decided to focus on increasing his cultivation first. After that, he would build his reputation and attract talented people to actively come to join the sect. This was the true way to go. Then, he jumped down and quickly buried the treasure he had just received, thinking to himself that, in the end, he had to establish a foundation first. Suddenly, there was a change, it moved continuously and began to grow, eventually turning into a vine that wrapped around the trunk of a great tree. Lin Feng looked on, marveling. It's growing so fast, this will be the place for the sect to cultivate. He stood straight below and silently thought that the 2 energies of time and space had created a perfect resonance. So comfortable. From now on, this cave will be called the Mysterious Heaven Pillar of Light Grotto Heaven. He looked up with great expectations. From this moment on, my connection with the Mysterious Heaven Treasure Tree Yu Jing Shan and the Universal Purple Qi will grow even closer. The thoughts kept arising in his mind, one after another. The 4 directions continuously combine, forming the stable little world of Yu Jing Shan. Lin Feng's expression also shifted, now full of ups and downs. If it really becomes a small fortress, you'll need to form the golden elixir before it's complete. He extended his hand forward, creating a source of energy that gathered toward the tree trunk, then softly murmured, "Begin accelerating by 100 times." Immediately, the massive tree glowed brightly, as if undergoing a powerful transformation. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes and spoke to himself, "It's a pity the light pillar hasn't fully matured yet. As its master, I can only enjoy the time it accelerates." Otherwise, I would call Xiaobu Dian and the others to cultivate together, we could save quite a bit of time. But then, his gaze became thoughtful, and he muttered, never mind. The urgent task now is to quickly increase my cultivation and gain control over the little world of Yujingshan. Unless this process reveals itself in the skies above Guluan Mountain, it could easily attract unwanted attention. Lin Feng summoned a scroll to his hand. Before he entered seclusion to cultivate and prepare for any potential accidents, he needed to make preparations. He then spoke aloud, and a burst of dazzling magic energy spread out. Xiaobu Dian and the others looked up, witnessing the scene. The young boy eagerly pointed upwards, and immediately a circle of yin and yang appeared in the sky. Lin Feng's voice rang out to reassure them, do not be afraid. This is just a temporary mountain protection formation. The master must enter seclusion for a while, and you all stay behind and cultivate on Yusheng Mountain. Joey spoke up, Master truly has found a great place. Xiao Yan, full of enthusiasm, reminded, we cannot be lazy. After we climb the mountain, we must begin cultivating immediately. Xiaobu Dian excitedly shouted, all right. Wang Lin nodded, I will follow the arrangements of senior martial brother. They were still floating in the midst of the dreamy space, unaware that somewhere, a dark aura was spreading fiercely. A terrifying figure with bloodshot eyes appeared and roared, its breath causing the bracelet to disappear here. In a certain region, Liu Yang was sitting inside a sphere to cultivate, attempting to cleanse the only piece of heavenly first true water that the blood river true water contained. He gritted his teeth with immense difficulty. After the sphere shattered, Liu Yang stood upright on the ground, and Shen Gang spoke, the bloodstain has been cleaned. To clarify, Shen Gang is a Jin Dan Qi cultivator from Taishu Guan. He says the intelligence in your hands should be handed over to me now, right? Liu Yang walked forward and voiced his doubt, the person who hired Tang Jai to find me turned out to be someone from Taishu Guan? Even Taishu Guan wants to eliminate Lin Feng? Shen Gang replied bluntly, that person is too much of an obstacle. Liu Yang frowned, responding with subtle implication, a year ago, that brat was cultivating qi at the 10th level in the underground palace. Now, he's only at the foundation establishment stage. How many people still want to kill him? Shen Gang calmly replied, the Golden Core elder of Blazing Fire Sword sect, the Yu family's Golden Core, Xian Ji Marquis from the second manager's estate, Tao Er, a disciple of the Great Thunderclap Temple, Wei Kong, and the 4 Jin Dan stage cultivators have all been defeated by him. That information made him so angry that the veins in his face bulged out, resorting to petty tricks. It was as if he had tricked me into falling into Blood River. If I were to face him head-on, I'm afraid I wouldn't even get the chance to do so. At that moment, he widened his terrifying eyes, staring directly at the opponent while questioning him. Under the intense gaze of many people, in the direct confrontation, Wei Kong's 3 Golden Core experts were killed, 2 were slain, and 1 captured alive, an act that could also be called a sinister plot. He was stunned by what he was told, his face turning pale. 1 person fighting against 3 Golden Core experts is impossible. Liu Yang, impatient, urged, just tell me everything you've been through once. Shen Gang turned around to respond. At that moment, he summoned a puppet to fight, while the surface of the water remained calm during their conversation. He broke out in a cold sweat and spoke, that puppet, it was clearly an extremely powerful one. I don't know how this hybrid managed to refine it to such a degree, but it's got the combat strength of that level. He hesitated, saying, dealing with that puppet wasn't hard. But then, thinking back on the situation, do you understand the formation he used? Suddenly, in the ancient territory of Dezay, a formation map appeared, one with a formation never seen before, and it wiped out the 3,000 divine martial soldiers of the Jin Danshi sect and their Zhu Xian formation. Liu Yang's eyes widened, his voice filled with panic. A formation. Shen Gang felt deceived and was enraged. It seems you don't understand the full story either, he gritted his teeth and said. This heavenly first true water of mine is truly a waste. At that moment, Tang Jai appeared, joining in. You clearly all want to kill Taoist Lin, yet just a few assumptions have already caused internal strife among you? Isn't Taishu Guan capable of breaking the supreme ancient formation, of breaking the changes in the world? Why not suggest your Bang brother come out here? Chen Gang thought that was a good idea. He placed his hand on the clear water beside him, and then Bang Jia's image appeared. Chen Gang spoke, "Disciple, there is something I need to report?" Lu Yang, standing behind, thought to himself, this person is the current world traveler of Taishu Guan, Bang Jia. The world traveler is the spokesperson of the secular world for the major sects, responsible for protecting their sects and managing inter-sect relations. He smiled and pondered. Previously, the world travelers of Taishu Guan were all women. Back then, at Shushan, my brothers would laugh, saying Taishu Guan was imbalanced with too much yin and not enough yang. And now, is it finally the case that a man is the world traveler? Bang Jia smiled and said, heaven, earth, and human hearts all have their fate, yin and yang cycle, the winds change, everything aligns with reason and the righteous path. What's so strange about it? Just hearing this made Lu Yang shiver, stepping back. Yet this person had such profound cultivation, he didn't expect him to be able to read his thoughts. Could it be that? As long as he agrees, he can kill my soul at any moment and take over my body. The man over here beat a small drum and instructed, disciple, if you want to break the formation, the Grandmaster's ancient formation technique is entrusted to you. You can handle it yourself. Chen Gang gratefully responded, in that case, I can deal with that Taoist Lin freely, without troubling brother Bang. Bang Jia calmly spoke, if that's the case, then go ahead. If the items on him are genuine, make sure they come back without any losses. He confidently replied, understood. Bang Jia reminded him, by the way, that person is a disciple, probably from the Zhe family of years ago. He's now only about 5 or 6 years old. Chen Gang was bowing his head, yes. Before disappearing, the man left a few words, after eliminating Taoist Lin, bring the child back to observe. A talent like this should not be left wandering. Truly, a bright gem obscured. Chen Gang respectfully responded, I will obey the master's orders. Lu Yang then spoke up, following your earlier suggestion, you need to find that little Lin. Do you know where he is? Chen Gang turned around and answered, I'm not sure about the exact location, but I recently received news that he was in the northern deer range of Mount Guluan. The corner of his mouth curved into a scheming smile, finally able to strike down that dog's head. Chen Gang questioned, what about Tang brother? He yawned long and replied, I've finally reached a critical stage in my cultivation, and I'm afraid I'll need to enter seclusion very soon. He smiled gently and said, all right, if anything comes up, I'll get in touch with you. After that, Chen Gang and Lu Yang rode their swords and flew away. Tang Zhai watched them with a faint smile, then gradually vanished as well. On Yu Jingshan, Xiaoyan stretched and spoke, finally, today's cultivation session is over. Let's go down for a walk later. Hearing that, Xiaobu Dian eagerly agreed, great, sitting all the time is really boring. Joey smiled to himself, thinking, with a broad vision and an open heart, the ancients did not deceive me. He sat there at ease, admiring the wondrous scenery of the mortal world, the waterfall rushing fiercely, immortal energy drifting about. Truly, this training ground of masters was an excellent place. Suddenly, he glanced toward Wang Lin, this third disciple's magical art. The boy's eyes were tightly shut, and before him floated a sphere. Zhou Yi immediately sensed the heavy murderous aura. Inside the sphere, a man was clutching his head, screaming in agony. After a while, a change in Wang Lin drew his attention. The boy stood up, frowned, and with a wave of his hand conjured a surge of black energy, shouting loudly, all heaven's yellow springs. The sphere expanded greatly, black chi engulfing its interior, tearing apart the one imprisoned within. Soon after, it shrank back to its original size. Wang Lin looked slightly disappointed, thinking to himself, it seems I still can't kill a foundation establishment cultivator with a single strike, more cultivation is still needed. At this moment, Joey stepped forward and called to his third disciple. The boy lifted his gaze to look at him. He seriously reminded, if you have a grudge against the enemy, revenge is enough, but if you truly hate someone, just kill them already. There's no need to humiliate him like this. Upon hearing that, he obediently replied, if second brother doesn't like it, I won't practice anymore. Joey sighed and thought to himself, I'm sure that as soon as I leave, I'll end up coming back again. Meanwhile, Wang Lin appeared to be harmless. He noticed something and turned to one side. In the sky, a huge fiery flame whizzed towards them. Joey shouted, "What's coming?" It turns out it's a fire raven. Xiaoyan, Joey, and Wang Lin were stunned when they recognized its power. The demonic force it wielded was Jin Dan Qi. It hovered above, its red eyes scanning the surroundings as it pondered. Could it be in an immortal mountain, like young Lord used to mention? He once discovered a marvelous cave dwelling in Guluan northern Deer. Could it be here? The fire raven was about to fly forward but was struck by a barrier. It grimaced in discomfort and thought, someone got here before me, took the first step, and started casting their grand magic. But they were overly confident and tried to block me. It then shot directly at the barrier. When the two magical forces collided, a strong shockwave erupted, creating a massive explosion that sent dust flying in all directions. But soon, everything returned to normal, with no damage done. Unexpectedly, the barrier absorbed the magic from the fire raven's strike, strengthening itself into an even more powerful wall than before. He sweated profusely, filled with suspicion, unable to believe that the solar true flame had turned into misty rain. What kind of divine ability was this? At that moment, a golden power appeared behind him. The person who materialized was Lai Feng True Person, a golden core cultivator from the Wind God sect. He chuckled and spoke, the breath of Zhan Lin's aura here has completely disappeared, all hidden in secrecy. The fire crow immediately recognized the familiar face. Lai Feng turned out to be a human. Lai Feng frowned and spoke in a somewhat mocking tone, this demon has actually infiltrated Guluan. Don't you fear that you won't be able to turn back? Irritated, he replied, Old man, do you think you can stop me? Lai Feng clasped his hands together and said, Today, I'm not here to fight you. Then, he unleashed his demonic energy and shouted, The breath of Zhang Lin and his group has been severed here, it must be related to this immortal mountain. He was resolute as he charged forward, saying, I want to see what the master of this cave looks like. Lai Feng swung his hand forward, quickly executing a move aimed directly at the formation Lin Feng had set up, but it seemed to have no effect. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead as he solemnly said, turning fire into water, transforming wind into thunder, truly a brilliant technique. The master of this space is indeed no simple figure. The fire crow, witnessing the scene, felt quite disappointed. It seemed that the old bastard had no tricks up his sleeve. Over here, Lai Feng took out a multicolored fan. He was very surprised and exclaimed, I didn't expect you to use the 6-colored fan to refine and create the 7th ring of light. He raised it high and decisively swung it down to activate its effect. A massive wind pressure, with many colors, rushed towards the formation, colliding with it. It was surprising that the treasure Lai Feng brought out had an effect. The yin-yang ring in the formation gradually began to spin, then slowly faded, eventually disappearing completely before both of their eyes. The fire crow would be very cautious of this for its own safety. The 7-colored wind of this old bastard specializes in destroying the magical powers of immortal cultivators, extremely malicious. I must be careful and avoid getting involved with him for no reason. Lai Feng glanced at him and spoke. Monster, today I have important matters to attend to, so I won't settle scores with you for now. Leave the Guluan mountain range immediately. He continued. If you dare to provoke the true person, it will definitely not end well. But just as Lai Feng was about to fly toward the mountain peak, the formation appeared again with immense force. The pressure forced him to cover himself with his hands. The formation unexpectedly attacked Lai Feng, causing him to stagger back, lose balance, and fall to the ground painfully. The fire crow saw this and couldn't help but burst into mocking laughter. Lai Feng struggled to sit up in humiliation, his anger rising as he attacked him. Monster, take this. The fire crow easily dodged, teasing. Old bastard, aren't you going to get back to your business already? On the other side, Xiaobu Dian puffed up his cheeks, finding the situation too ridiculous. All 4 disciples of Lin Feng burst into uncontrollable laughter. Xiaoyan spoke mockingly. Such a small display of grandeur, the formation was already dispelled long ago. Maybe the thunder was too faint, and this person couldn't hear it. At that moment, a strange sound rang out, unpleasant to the ear. Lai Feng immediately turned his head at the sound, and even the fire raven was drawn to it. The figure of Chen Gang appeared, flying on a cloud, with Lu Yang following closely behind. Both of them advanced confidently, drawing nearer with each passing moment. Lai Feng immediately recognized their identities and bowed respectfully. "Are you the direct disciple of Taishu Guan, Chen Gang, the Chen friend?" He smiled in response. "Ah, Lai Feng, true person of Wind God sect, I remember you now." He then smiled brightly, saying, "Chen friend visited Wind God sect for a tour some time ago. Now, seeing you again, your presence seems even more formidable than before." But internally, he wasn't so at ease. So, the people from Taishu Guan had arrived. It seemed the Wind God sect had no luck in this place after all. Chen Gang spoke up. "I've come for something. Once it's done, I'll talk with you." Lai Feng's guess was correct, indeed, that was the case. He glanced at the majestic mountain surrounded by a strong protective formation, and Lu Yang questioned, "Are you sure this is the formation that little beast, Lin, set up?" Chen Gang crossed his arms and solemnly confirmed, without a doubt, then declared, "Chen Gang, other matters can be discussed, but the life of that little beast is mine. This mountain, Shushan, must be divided equally. It's not that I'm saying I can give it to you just because I mentioned it." At this moment, he raised his voice and commanded, "I am Chen Gang, a disciple of Taishu Guan, tasked by the Taoist sect to travel the world. I have received an order to evacuate the people from Lin Feng. Lin Feng, come out here and hear my orders." The voice echoed several times through the space, but there was no response. "Lin Feng, come out here and hear my orders, come out here and hear my orders." The arrogant tone of the other party made Xiao Budian dissatisfied. How dare he give orders to our master? Xiao Yan reminded him calmly. He's seriously analyzing, and they're all Jin Dan Chi cultivators. They're not people we can handle. There's a formation here, we can just stand by and watch. Otherwise, we might disturb the master's retreat. Seeing there was no response from Lin Feng, Chen Gang then took out the treasure entrusted to him by Bang Jia. "If you won't come out, then I'll come in." He threw it high up, and its size increased tenfold. "Watch me break your formation." Lai Feng was stunned and exclaimed, "How could this be? I didn't expect the formation to be the natural nemesis of the supreme ancient formation of breaking the changes." Lai Feng was momentarily overwhelmed by the aura of the treasure, but then he realized something. Wait, this is not the true supreme ancient formation of breaking the changes. If it were, the moment the treasure appeared, we'd all be in danger. Chen Gang, relying on the good item in his hand, carried himself with an arrogant demeanor. Taishu Guan rules over all heavens, and with such a powerful formation, you should obediently present yourself. Now, you're using it to block my way? It's nothing but a grasshopper trying to stop a chariot," he said with a stern face, his voice full of threat. "Today, I'll deal with your formation first, then we can argue later." The drum flew toward the barrier, and its sound reverberated in powerful waves, causing the yin-yang circle to shift. The treasure grew more oppressive, and its sound became increasingly jarring. Eventually, the formation was broken, shattering into pieces, and returned to its original form as a scroll. The 4 disciples inside were stunned by the rare sight. The master's formation had been shattered. Chen Gang looked down on it with disdain. "Is that all?" he thought smugly. "No matter how it ran, it will eventually belong to me." At that moment, Lu Yang, filled with intense fury, rushed forward. "You little beast, Lin! Get out here right now!" They flew towards the massive tree at the mountain's peak, landing in unison on the ground. Chen Gang spoke up, "If you don't come out now, don't blame me for dragging you out and making you lose face in front of your disciples." The 4 disciples on this side saw them and Joey, worried, said, "Their magical tools are too powerful, and the master is still in seclusion. No one is controlling the formation, and the enemy has already attacked the mountain. This is bad. Meanwhile, at the place where Lin Feng was in seclusion, atop the massive tree, his body was surrounded by vines when an object from another dimension flew in. It's been over a month outside, and Lin Feng has spent 8 years in the void. At this point, he has completed the Golden Core, which is his magic array scroll. Lin Feng remained focused, his eyes tightly closed. A wave of magic spread outward and then erupted more powerfully than ever before. Wild beasts and humans appeared within it. He saw a light spot ahead. Is this the form of the golden elixir? Here, Lin Feng remained calm, as though sinking deeply into a dream. Pieces of memories floated around him, sparking many thoughts. Why do the memories before I crossed over keep appearing in my mind? Is it reminding me that I don't belong to this world? Or is it trying to make me let go of the last shred of memory of that world? He hovered in the void, slowly sinking into an undefined space. Lin Feng gradually opened his eyes, only to find everything around him was darkness. It turned out that all of this was just passing through before understanding life and death. He slowly closed his eyelids again, realizing that he had entered the realm of life and death. Loss and restoration appeared. Between life and death, a great fear now existed. Suddenly, Lin Feng opened his eyes wide. Is there a way to dissolve this terror? Lin Feng then entered a state of tranquility. With his left hand holding the Dharma tripod, his posture was solemn as he meditated, countless spells flying around him. Birth, aging, illness, and death are life. All things rise and fall, from the void comes creation. After creation is destroyed, life begins again. Immortal for all eternity, only steadfast will is the eternal truth. This is the key point that forms the golden elixir. Swallowing a golden core, one has arrived at the threshold of life and death, hopeless yet resolute. Without fear, brave and bold, one can step forward into the hopeless realm of life and death. His eyes shone brightly, a confident smile spreading across his face. I have arrived. All the essence he had gathered flew into the Taoist altar. It contained countless powerful spells that slowly radiated outward. Suddenly, in the darkness, a purple light appeared. He stood up, enveloped by the purple magic, his clothes also turning a deep shade of purple. At that moment, Lin Feng had officially entered the Golden Core realm. The corner of his mouth curled up. The uninvited guest has arrived, surely, they've already caused enough trouble? Chen Gang spoke arrogantly, are you ready to die? Shifting the scene to the disciples, they were still discussing their strategies. Zhou, somewhat worried, said, Master is in closed-door meditation. If the enemy attacks now, the situation will only become more difficult. Xiaobu Dian frowned and replied, it seems that the mysterious heaven treasure tree is quite formidable. What if we lure them to attack the treasure tree, and let the mysterious heaven treasure tree subdue them? What do you think? He said seriously, we still don't know the true power of the mysterious heaven treasure tree, everything is just speculation. If it fails, it could endanger the treasure tree. Xia Yan wasted no time and declared, we rely on ourselves. He clapped his hands together. Master is in seclusion within the celestial cave atop the sacred tree, it would be best not to disturb the elder. This battle, the four of us shall face together. Lai Feng spoke with resentment, my most beloved disciple, Gao Long, was slain by their master and disciple pair. This hatred I must avenge, do not interfere, the both of you. Lu Yang let out a laugh and said, all I need is that beast surnamed Lin. As for the others, I care not. Shen Gang pointed at Zhou and Xiaobu Dian, instructing, that brat and the scholar in blue see that they are not harmed. Both sides, having been singled out in this manner, glared in displeasure. He cast a cold glance at Xia Yan and Wang Lin, saying indifferently, as for those two, deal with them as you will. Xiao Yan sneered with mockery. Just you, deal with me? Then his power erupted in full force, his voice resounding in challenge, who do you think you're looking down on? Lai Feng, brimming with confidence, thrust his hand forward, unleashing a blazing flame. That merciless fire slowly took the form of a colossal beast, shattering the demonic array as it sought to devour Xiaoyan. Momentarily startled, Xiaoyan instantly regained his composure, launching forth two blazing fists to counter the monstrous assault. What followed was a terrifying collision of two mighty forces, smoke and dust billowing into the air. Through sound transmission, Joey addressed his two disciples. Senior Martial Brother has blocked the first strike. This time, we must join forces against the enemy. Without it, victory will not be ours. Junior Disciple, prepare the infinite wind and thunder. Try to enhance the power, we must rely on you to counterattack. Then he charged straight forward, the two of them making the most of the time. He'll attract their attention, the two of you behind, handle what's assigned to me. Joey rushed into battle, using the sword technique, then turned around to gather momentum and slashed down with his sword. Lai Feng immediately noticed and blocked the strike with his hand. You little Foundation establishment brat, get out of here. He was instantly pushed back, and before he could assess the situation, Joey shouted loudly. This is the moment. Wang Lin gathered a source of dark magic and shot it straight ahead, shouting, annihilating finger of Nirvana. Lai Feng leaned back to dodge the attack, but in doing so, a wound appeared on his face, bleeding. He furrowed his brow and said, that was close. If this technique were perfected, I would have already fallen. But then the corners of his mouth curled up. You've missed your only chance to kill me, now it's my turn. Over here, Xiaobu Dian formed a technique with a yin-yang circle, the only chance. It increasingly gathered electric currents to become more powerful, and Lai Feng turned to defend, but when he saw it clearly, the technique had already grown too strong. Xiaobu Dian sneered, old demon, survive this attack of mine first, then talk. Xiaobu Dian struggled to lift the yin-yang magic sphere in his hand. The boy threw all his might into hurling it toward Lai Feng. It made him stagger backward in shock, trying to block it, then he immediately unleashed his technique, Nine Heavens Formless Azure Wind. Yet, the yin-yang sphere was easily destroyed. Lai Feng let out a mocking laugh. Is this the finishing move you were talking about? Xiaobu Dian crossed his arms and replied. Master once said, truth and falsehood strike unexpectedly. At that moment, Xiaoyan appeared as fast as lightning behind him, gripping a giant sword tightly. Did you know our intention to attack? Without waiting for a response, he delivered a powerful strike, sending the opponent crashing to the ground. This is our final move. Xiaoyan sighed in relief, slowly landing on the ground. Lai Feng had fallen so hard that he spat blood from his mouth. Lu Yan was left astounded. Xiaoyan spoke. Killing a golden core with a single strike, indeed, it is quite difficult. The fire crow on the side sneered. A golden core cultivator being bullied by a bunch of little devils? Only your old bastard could allow that. He angrily cursed at the little devils for their devious schemes. Lu Yang furrowed his brow, preparing to draw his sword. We gave you a chance, but since you couldn't take it, don't blame us. 3 at the Foundation establishment stage and 1 at the Qi refining stage, yet they almost made a Jin Dan Qi cultivator fail miserably. To be honest, it was somewhat beyond expectations, just enough. That Lin bastard should be sent off. How long do you plan to keep hiding like a coward? Xiaoyan angrily pointed his finger at his face and shouted. Watch your language. You must have suffered quite a bit under my master, with such a deep grudge against him. Lu Yang immediately raised his voice, that damn master of yours, a mere little Qi refining stage cultivator, if he hadn't schemed against me, I would have chopped off his dog head a long time ago. Chen Gang sneered and added, the master you all talk about, in reality, his cultivation level is probably just like yours. It's just that he knows how to act like a god or a ghost. You young and naive ones, it's not surprising that he managed to deceive you. With a face full of contempt, he said, but it's not too late to realize now. You still have a chance to make amends. He then turned and looked at Xiaobu Dian, saying, at such a young age, you've already reached Foundation establishment. You should join the sect of Taishu Guan. In the future, the Tao will open up for you, and your prospects are limitless. Chen Gang kept babbling on, not even 2 years and you've reached Foundation establishment, truly deserving of being Bing Yan's disciple. Zhou Hongyu really has a good eye. You've traveled far from your hometown, you should return to Taishu Guan. That is your mother's sect, and also yours. As for the two of them, Chen Gang's incessant chatter was really annoying to listen to. One person was resolute and strong, the other quiet and calm. As far as willpower went, they were already qualified to follow me up the mountain. If they passed the test, they'd have a chance to join the Great Void Heavenly Official. Xiao Yan was infuriated and shouted, "You keep blabbering on, do you think you're any better?" He bluntly said, "Stop pretending to be all good and righteous in front of me. We don't care." Joey pointed his finger at the other party and questioned, "I'll ask you one thing, where were you when my mother passed away?" Meanwhile, Xiaobu Dian stuck out his tongue playfully. Chen Gang gritted his teeth, helpless. Then, his entire body glowed brightly as he invoked the Heavenly Dragon Seal. He created a gigantic barrier that enveloped the four of them. They shouted, "Heavenly Dragon Seal!" Chen Gang tried to persuade them, "Come with me quietly." Xiao Yan gripped the blade tightly, "Dream on." Then, a massive flame erupted outward with an overwhelming force. Chen Gang's mouth hung open in shock, Lu Yang was frozen in horror, even the fire overseer broke into a sweat. Xiao Yan's expression turned serious as he declared loudly, "Don't even think about taking my disciple." The group was stunned. This fire was the Nether Evil Emperor, one of the 7 great true fires. At Yujing Shan, a flame of faith blazed up, forming a circle that surrounded Chen Gang's barrier. Xiao Yan continuously slashed at the barrier before him, shouting, "Don't even think about taking my disciple." Chen Gang tried to reassure himself, "It's just the Nether Evil Emperor." "Do you really think a brat at Foundation establishment can stop me?" He then summoned large dragons, invoking the 9 dragons reversal of heaven treasure technique. When the last dragon appeared, Chen Gang let out a loud cheer. He clenched his fist, gritting his teeth as he muttered, "Refine." The 9 dragons circled around, surrounding the 4 of them, creating what was called the Returning Dragon Grand Formation. Xiao Yan frowned, struggling to hold on, thinking to himself that fighting against a golden core cultivator, he probably wouldn't last even a single moment. At that moment, Joey raised his hand and softly called out, "Brother, Wang Lin also wants to join in and put his hand in as well." Xiaobu Dian also joined in with his teammates. "Brother, what about us?" Xiao Yan was slightly surprised, stammering at everyone, but then the corners of his mouth curled into a satisfied smile, feeling a surge of fighting spirit. But if he chose to retreat, that wouldn't be the behavior of a true man. Then, everyone combined their strength and shouted together, "Everyone, let's drive the enemy out of here." Chen Gang began to feel the pressure growing. The little Foundation establishment kid stubbornly fighting back was indeed laughable. He grasped his spiritual tool tightly and shouted, "Finger Water Banner." The dragons formed and flew together, attacking from all 4 directions under Chen Gang's command. In this calm and peaceful place, the ancient power of the land worked to suppress the surging floodwaters, growing stronger instead of weaker. "Dealing with your little flames is nothing for me." This pushed Xiao Yan's strength back. The disciples behind him cheered. "Brother, hang in there." Chen Gang mocked continuously. "By now, you should realize that your so-called master is just a loudmouthed charlatan, right?" He laughed mockingly. It was true that he had acquired treasures, but it still couldn't hide his true nature as a deceptive clown. This made Xiao Yan furious and he shouted, "Shut up!" But Chen Gang kept talking incessantly. Seclusion was merely a way to conceal his embarrassment. "I've broken his formation. Now, he fears I may be able to break his puppet as well. If that happens, he will have no more trump cards left. Do you think you can just guess my tactics?" At that moment, Xiao Yan realized something. The flow of magical power suddenly shifted as 2 powerful magic currents pierced the ground. The space seemed to fall into a dreamlike trance, and the sky turned a mesmerizing shade of purple. Lin Feng slowly descended the staircase. "You've worked hard. Leave the rest to your master." They all said in unison, "Master." When Lu Yang saw him, he was so furious he nearly vomited blood. "That little bastard Lin, you dare to show your face here? I'm going to chop you into pieces, one by one." Lin Feng closed his eyes and spoke calmly. "How dare you be so insolent on Yujing Mountain? Fortunately, my disciple is unharmed." He fixed a cold, murderous gaze ahead. "Otherwise, I would have made sure your flesh and bones were pulverized." He drew his sword, his voice low and threatening. "With no nether blood river to aid you, you still dare to speak so arrogantly?" He pointed the sharp tip of his sword straight at Lin Feng. "Today, I will tear off your deceptive mask." Lu Yang took a breath and cast his spell, summoning the vitality of the world, aiming for the vital points with his sword. He unleashed his strike with a roar. "Die!" Xiao Yan called out in panic. "Master!" Lin Feng kept his eyes closed, completely unfazed. Just as the tip of the sword neared him, he finally opened his eyes, a smile full of mystery on his lips. "Then, recite the incantation of the dual world void technique, and immediately, a protective barrier formed, shielding him from the tip of the sword." As fast as lightning, Lu Yang's strike seemed to vanish into the wind. He screamed in horror. "Disappear! It's gone!" Even Chen Gang was stunned, trembling in shock. Lin Feng gazed directly at them, his two fingers pointing forward as he spoke. "You've come again, and it seems you're prepared to die. Let me grant you that wish." Art of the void between two realms. Lu Yang was struck back, and he was so astounded that he couldn't believe his eyes. "How is this possible? No way. In less than 2 years, how could you become this strong?" But even at this point, he still refused to relent. "Yes, it must be due to some external treasure, there's no way it's your own strength." "It's absolutely impossible." Lin Feng questioned him, "Is this your final legacy?" Suddenly, a beam of light engulfed Lu Yang's body. He fearfully exclaimed, "Wait!" The more he experienced it, the more distinct the pain became. Why did it hurt so much all of a sudden? When he looked down, he was horrified. "Where is my body?" In the end, Lu Yang was left with nothing but his head rolling wildly on the ground. At this point, Chen Gang, a bit frightened, decided to change the subject. "Massacring the Shushan disciples, did Lin Bro ever consider the consequences?" Lin Feng lowered his head, his voice rising with fury and resentment. "Invading the mountain gate, attempting to slaughter other disciples. What you call imposing the death penalty on each sect is nothing but an insult to those who have no mountain gate. The Shushan Grand Preceptor certainly wouldn't acknowledge this, would he?" He gritted his teeth. "Moreover, none of you will be able to leave my Yujing Mountain, and no one will ever know what happened here." At that moment, Lai Feng, in panic, chose to flee. But as soon as he took to the air, he crashed into the myriad heavens barrier. Lin Feng's voice rang out clearly, "People of the Wind God sect cannot leave. In the future, a great war will inevitably break out, but not now. I will trap you inside a cube, so you will remain here forever." The cube grew smaller and smaller, crushing Lai Feng and causing him to spit up blood. "The people of the Wind God sect will never be forgiven," Lin Feng declared. In the end, Lai Feng was crushed to death, his blood and flesh splattered inside the cube, and the remains fell to the ground. The Fire Raven, now in human form, saw this and vomited uncontrollably, thinking to itself, "Can't find the young master. Who would have thought that even he would abandon himself? This time, it seems there's no escaping death." Chen Gang spoke up. Lu Yang said, "You only have foundation establishment, but it seems now that it's not just that. Luckily, I still have other preparations." The jade pendant flew up from his hand, shining brilliantly. From there, a massive form appeared, covering the sky above. A towering man had just been summoned. Li Long Xieyong, the Fire Raven, muttered, Dragon Clan is not a flood dragon, not a separation dragon. I never thought it would be the heavenly dragon. I heard that Taishu Guan nurtures the Dragon Clan, could it really be true? No wonder it's the #1 sacred ground, truly rich and imposing." The black dragon Xieyong had large, sharp horns and a mane of silver-white beard, left to look ornamental. Lin Feng thought to himself, the the Dragon Clan. I heard that the 10,000 Demon Clan was the strongest since ancient times. I never thought a mere Jin Dan Chi disciple would have such a treasure. The Black Dragon Xiaoyong spoke. Chen Gang, this is the strong opponent you were talking about. He replied, it is him, do not be careless. He arrogantly said, it seems he hasn't cultivated his physical body or divine abilities. On this side, he snapped his fingers and said, that fool, you still dare to be picky about your opponent? Then, he summoned his own colossal form. Fine, I will fulfill your wish. The Black Dragon Xiaoyong began to speculate, this is the demon's bizarre error. No. Is this an incarnation of the divine outside the body? He smiled and asked. Are you satisfied now? It charged into battle with overwhelming momentum, but couldn't even finish its sentence. Before it could reach him, Lin Feng had already disappeared. In an instant, he reappeared and landed a punch straight to its stomach, sending Black Dragon Xiaoyong flying backward. Struggling to get back on its feet, it thought to itself, could he be stronger than the Dragon Clan? His gaze is full of caution. It seems I've met a formidable opponent. Then, looking at Lin Feng, it muttered, you shouldn't have provoked me. The two stood facing each other, neither willing to back down. Black Dragon Xiaoyong gritted its teeth and thought, I never expected to encounter such a powerful opponent while out here. I've been tricked by this brat, Chen Gang. It forced itself to stay calm, exhaling deeply, before throwing a punch and yelling. Compared to the one at my home, you're still far behind. Black Dragon Xiaoyong rushed toward Lin Feng at full speed, but Lin Feng's expression remained as calm as ever. The moment they faced each other, Lin Feng swiftly dodged to the side. One round for us. With just that slight movement, Black Dragon Xiaoyong was already sweating profusely. Lin Feng clenched his fist and threw a punch to its chin, causing it to spit out blood and fly backward. He asked with disappointment. Is this all the Dragon Clan can handle? On the other side, Black Dragon Xiaoyong struggled to rise, rubbing its aching head, its form now resembling that of a dragon. It thought to itself, today, I will show you what the Dragon Clan is really capable of. Resolutely, it transformed, its body morphing into that of a gigantic dragon. It swung its claws as if it wanted to kill him. Black Dragon Xiaoyong forcefully tossed Lin Feng high into the air, its mouth full of sharp fangs aiming to swallow him whole. Yet, Lin Feng smiled with amusement, is that all your big body can do? The words made it pause. He turned and threw a punch at it. Black Dragon Xiaoyong refused to give up, biting down on Lin Feng's hand with its massive jaws. Chen Gang flew in the air, stammering, the Guluan mountain has collapsed. Lin Feng chuckled and said, you've already pinned it down, and you still won't strike back? He questioned, do you want to run? Bang Jie furrowed his brow and thought, the people of Taishuguan only die, they never escape. He spoke with a sharp gaze and a cold tone, if you surrender, your sect will treat you generously. Those who flee shouldn't blame me, Xia, for not showing mercy. This sent a shiver down Chen Gang's spine. He decided to continue the battle with determination, since when did Taishuguan have people afraid of fighting? The war drums sounded loudly. Lin Feng used his magic and said, this is the same technique that once broke my duality life and death formation. Truly extraordinary. Since I've been in seclusion and couldn't oversee the formation, I've returned to face you in battle this time. Chen Gang laughed and said, I am from Taishuguan, the supreme formation-breaking ancient. If I break formations, I am the nemesis of formations in this world. If you continue to rely on formations for defense, you will only bring disgrace upon yourself. Hearing this, Lin Feng furrowed his brow and asked, is that so? Lin Feng questioned, what about this then? His technique seemed to tear apart both space and time, leaving a streak of bright red blood across the sky, heaven and earth transformation, a violent wound. Lin Feng pointed towards his opponent, and the wooden drumstick in Chen Gang's hand instantly snapped. His face cracked as though it were made of porcelain, and his body began to shatter as well. Lin Feng stood high above, looking down as he spoke, you said that aside from the formation and summoning the talisman, I have no other abilities. How about now? Even at this point, Chen Gang was still smiling, as if he had miscalculated. A strange mark appeared on his forehead, and since death was inevitable, why not die in a grand manner? Chen Gang curled his body, his power enveloping him entirely, intending to make Lin Feng feel the fear of being controlled by Taishu Guan. Then, a magical circle in the shape of an X appeared. Bang Jie appeared, looking quite satisfied, saying, "Disciple, you've worked hard. Leave the rest to me." The Taishu world was not one for the faint-hearted. Lin Feng faced the nascent soul cultivator directly. Lin Feng raised another question, "Taishu Guan, the one who controls the world, Bang Jie?" He continued, "A grand holy land of the Tao sect, yet you resort to sacrificing the lives of disciples to help your soul reach this place. If I'm not mistaken, next you'll refine him into an external incarnation, then seize control of his body." Lin Feng furrowed his brow, speaking with surprise, "I never expected the Holy Land of the Tao sect to use such methods." Bang Jie remained calm and responded, "This is the enlightenment that Taishu Guan disciples must have in order to eradicate heretical sects like yours. All Taishu Guan disciples are prepared to offer their bodies." He questioned, "So, you think it's alright to plunder others just like that?" He justified himself, "I follow the heavenly Tao, so I don't need to explain. But it's not that the heavenly Tao is heartless, rather, it is the heavenly Tao companion. They must follow heaven's mandate, and I won't hesitate to take this body." This made Lin Feng extremely angry, and he shouted, "Do you think that Taishu Guan, the greatest sacred land under heaven, is the ruler of the world? Anyone who resists is defying heaven's mandate?" Bang Jie paused for a few seconds, then closed his eyes and said, "How you understand it is your business. I'm here to reclaim what doesn't belong to you." He moved his hands a few times, "This immortal mountain, the stone of the Demonis Longya." Then, he turned his gaze towards Xiaoyan's group and your 4 disciples. He was directly enraged and replied bluntly, "You Jing Shan, sure di, although these are rare treasures, to me they are nothing but foreign objects. I wouldn't even bat an eye if I threw them away, but when you point your finger at my disciples." Bang Jie was quite pleased with himself. "The moment the sacrificial ritual ends is when I manifest. Now it's your turn. Can you stop me?" Lin Feng answered curtly, "Can I stop you? It's not for you to decide." Then, he used the All Heavens realm to create large square boxes, and he firmly declared, "Because I won't allow it." Bang Jie was immediately trapped inside. He slammed his hand against the surface in frustration, questioning aloud. The flow of magic intervened, creating a barrier. "What kind of magic is this?" Chen Gang, now like a lost soul, stared with wide, unconscious eyes. Bang Jie clenched his fists tightly. "It seems I've underestimated you." Then, he disappeared, leaving behind a few words. "Don't rush, we'll meet again one day. That day isn't far off." Xiao Yan stood dumbfounded. "We won." Suddenly, a large figure leaped down from above. It was Lin Feng in his gigantic form. "We won," he turned and confirmed. "Yes, we won," Xiao Yan replied. Everyone rejoiced, throwing their hands up in celebration. Xiao Budian cheered. "Great, we've saved our home. Master is amazing. We won." Amidst the celebrations of his own children, Lin Feng still carried a deep sense of concern. He hadn't expected that a fixed mountain gate would lead to so many major troubles. Their location had already been exposed, and those who came with ill intent would likely be many. The most urgent matter now was to keep their movements secret. He spread his arms wide, calling out with his mind, "Soul, Death Aura, Immortal Mountain, the Sacred Tree." As soon as the words converge and harmonize left his mouth, the giant tree suddenly emitted a powerful energy. It shot up into the sky, creating a pitch-black portal that tore through space. The mountain peak was gradually pulled into the black hole, vanishing from the real world in an instant, leaving a strange and massive crater at the summit. The land now floated in a surreal, intangible space. Lin Feng silently thought, "If my cultivation advances a step further and I form the nascent soul, I will be able to understand many of the secrets of space." He solemnly contemplated, combined with the mysterious heaven treasure tree, it should allow Yu Jingshan to travel freely through the void. And so, he stood there, his mind filled with profound thoughts. Wherever he wanted to appear, he would. Unfortunately, after emerging from the void, Yu Jingshan could only manifest at the peak of northern Deer Lingyon on Mount Guluan. Suddenly, a loud call brought him back to reality. Master! The 4 disciples were still waiting for him behind. Lin Feng paused for a moment, then smiled gently, reflecting on his thoughts. Now, we have our own sect, we have a home. The 4 disciples respectfully called out in unison, Master. Lin Feng moved forward and said, I was a little late in coming out of seclusion, so I must have kept you all waiting. Xia Yan smiled and replied, Master, what are you saying? Rather than saying we were tormented, it's more accurate to say we were being trained. Joey spoke seriously, it's just a pity that we didn't perform well enough. We couldn't push back the enemies, so in the end, we still had to rely on Master to take action. Hearing this, Lin Feng felt quite satisfied and responded, to feel shame and strive for improvement, this is a good thing. He then spoke up to impart more wisdom to his disciples, the mysterious heaven pillar of the heavenly domain is now usable. This is a blessed land, so don't let it go to waste. They then moved to one side of the land. Lin Feng lifted his head to admire the stunning scenery, sighing in awe. Taking a deep breath, he reflected, only 1 year left. Time waits for no one, and I still have to recruit 30 potential disciples, all aged 25 or older. He paused, then spoke aloud, the road ahead is still long and heavy. His thoughts wandered to the barrier formation scroll from before, as he began calculating. Now, he also had to deal with Taishu Guan and the 2 factions of Shushan. If his strength didn't increase, the system might never even have a chance to intervene. Luckily, this time the universal purple chi flowed into the formation, or else the outcome would have been unpredictable, with no clear victor. His hand slowly formed a yin-yang circle in front of his chest, the 6 paths of reincarnation, each with its own transformation, each requiring the right material to set up the formation. The universal purple chi was the force of the heavens, but in order to complete the heaven and earth transformation, materials that corresponded to lightning were needed. The central earth attribute divine light, which could balance the universal purple chi, was thus called earth. However, the amount of central earth attribute divine light that could be emitted by the heaven and earth mirror was still far too small compared to the universal purple chi at Yu Jingshan. Suddenly, an idea struck him. That's right, why not use the spoils from this time? Lin Feng grabbed a flag with a white cloud design, then shouted, Finger water banner, Zhuanyan, as he continued to summon another treasure. The heaven and earth mirror he eagerly awaited to see the results it would bring. After achieving success, Lin Feng laughed heartily, delighted. Just as I thought, he said, the essence contained within the earth-type spirit is even deeper than that of the mountain god Jade. Suddenly, his expression sank again, but even with a bit of this, it was nothing compared to the hundreds of thousands of universal purple chi. If only he could find the source of this instant soil, it would be great. He suddenly found a way to the source, and turned to ask Qin Gang, who had just woken up. Where did the finger water banner you crafted come from? Of course, he chose to remain silent. It was indeed not easy to speak out. So, Lin Feng used a deadly move to intimidate him for a while. You hail from Taishu Guan, with profound knowledge. You must have heard of a certain spell. Upon hearing that name, Chen Gang's face turned pale. It was called Netherworld Spirit Grass. He lost his composure and shouted. I can't believe you would use such malicious methods. Lin Feng folded his arms and replied. Is that what you call malicious? Compared to Bang Jia, it's still a long way off. I won't harm my own people, just offer them as sacrifices. Chen Gang, still confused, said. You can't understand Bang Brother's intentions. Bang Brother will take revenge for me. Lin Feng, irritated, moved closer and said. He better not come to provoke me. If he does, I'll expose his sacrificial offering of a fellow disciple to the whole world, and then let's see how much face the great void heavenly official will have left. Chen Gang trembled and said. No one will believe you. Lin Feng smiled and replied. Everyone will believe, because I have the best witness. At this moment, Chen Gang seemed to be caught in an enchantment, yet he still tried to stay calm, thinking to himself, I will never. As for Lin Feng, just take your time and torment him, you will do it, but that is for later. Now, tell me, how far have you reached in your rank? A moment later, the plan was settled, and he took the opportunity to ask in detail, is Zhuanyan from the Zhangchun mountain range? Chen Gang answered absent-mindedly, the Zhangchun mountain has a passage leading to the Guanlu Tianhuang demonic beast. The demonic beasts there gather in swarms, and only the Baichao medicine sect, greedy for the spiritual herbs in the mountain, established their sect there. Hearing this, Lin Feng thought for a moment. It seemed that to find the instant soil, he would not only have to eliminate the demonic beasts in the way but also visit the Baichao medicine sect. He spoke up, alright, now tell me about the situation of Taishu Guan. Chen Gang began to explain, Taishu Guan is esteemed as the most sacred place in the world. For countless millennia, it has worked in full cooperation with the human forces to deal with the demonic beasts, but now it has rotted from within. Normally, the leader of Taishu Guan only handles daily affairs based on strategies decided by the Elder Council. Under this system, the Elder Council has split into two factions. He continued, one faction advocates becoming the supreme sect of the world, aiming to be the dominant force of humanity with supreme wisdom. The other faction advocates peace, balancing the power of various sects. The current world-renowned Bang Jiadao sect represents the latter faction, being led by the most exceptional disciples of this faction, those who are the heirs and the main candidates for succession. As for the faction opposed to the world-renowned Bang Jiadao, led by Yan Mingyu, they must maintain peace and balance. She is the commanding figure of the new generation of the Peace Faction's army. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth curled up as he silently thought, indeed, the most impenetrable fortress is always breached from within. If the Great Void Heavenly Official is engaging in internal strife, then I have room to move. He was very pleased with himself. Besides, I still have another card to play. His gaze shifted towards the land above. What about those kids, how are they doing? Up there, Xiaobu Dian looked a bit confused. Why isn't it eating from me? Xiao Yan replied, try feeding it in a different way. Lin Feng asked, so, how is it? Is this thing fun to play with? He bent down and respectfully called out, Master, before looking down below, stunned, half thinking, it has both medicine and food, but it also fed a green pellet sword. He glanced over at Xiaobu Dian, who was grinning, and immediately realized who the culprit was. Only a little demon lord in this chaotic world could do something so unusual. Xiao Yan lowered his head and said, it seems like it only responds to eating, but every time it eats, it just throws up immediately. Wang Lin asked, Master, what exactly is this thing? He said seriously, I've read many books about strange and supernatural creatures, but there's nothing about this. Lin Feng spoke up, you were the one talking the most back in the day, why so quiet today? Xiaobu Dian answered in confusion, I don't have any clues either. But out of the four of us, he's the closest to senior martial brother. Is he sweating? The little boy said seriously. He doesn't understand anyone at all. Only senior martial brother reacts a bit when doing something, though it's not that strong, he added. Lin Feng glanced at the other person, thinking to himself, Xiao Yanzi has a reaction. Suddenly, he realized something and sat down, staring intently at the red pill. Strange, it seemed like only this one had been bitten. Lin Feng picked up the pill that had been partially bitten and turned it over to observe it, then spoke, this pill is the Fiery Sun pill. The Fiery Sun pill contains fiery essence, beneficial for cultivators practicing fire-based techniques. He then glanced at the little boy and thought to himself, it seems that the chubby little one has a favorable affinity for fire-attributed spiritual energy. That's why Tian Hao mentioned earlier that the chubby boy seemed to have a reaction to Xiao Yanzi. Lin Feng thought to himself, although Xiao Yanzi practiced fire-based techniques before, he's now switched to the 8 trigrams All Heaven's Great Tao technique. He probably no longer has any fire-attributed spiritual energy. At that moment, he suddenly realized, could it be that it sensed the evil Emperor Tyrant's sword on Xiao Yan? With this thought, Lin Feng spoke up, Xiao Yanzi, take out your evil emperor tyrant sword. It might help reveal the secret of this little one. Hearing this, Xiao Yan immediately drew his sword. The little boy instantly sensed it and jumped toward Xiao Yan. Lin Feng smiled and said, looks like I was right. It's very interested in the true fire within you. He continued, while Xiao Yan was patting the little boy's head, if I'm not mistaken. This little one must be a rare, mischievous creature. Its body is entirely composed of condensed spiritual energy, with no intelligence, only an instinctive hunger, though it's very picky, preferring to eat fire, and the stronger the flame, the more it likes it. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, the problem is, with the Nether Evil Emperor's destructive power being so domineering, can it really eat it? Lin Feng replied calmly, if it's a small amount, it should be fine. Hearing this, Xiao Yan accepted it. He gripped his sword tightly and cast a spell. The little one's eyes lit up, babbling excitedly. Xiao Yan drew the flame back and cautioned, little one, don't get hurt. The child opened its mouth to catch the flame, then hugged its cheeks, chewing as if it were delicious. But suddenly, its face turned purple. It collapsed onto the ground, clutching its stomach and rolling around. Lin Feng thought to himself, easy to eat, but not easy to digest. After a long while, the child let out a relieved breath and shot up into the sky. Xiao Yan suddenly shouted, it's running away. Lin Feng instructed, everyone, hurry and chase after it. Not far away, the child stood up, stretching its body, laughing joyfully. Then it suddenly collapsed onto the ground, and unexpectedly, the earth beneath it began to shift and rise, clumping together. By the time they arrived, the area had become a deeply plowed field. Lin Feng's expression turned serious as he thought to himself, it seems this patch of land has an abundant life force. Let me see whose ability this is. He sat down and used his hands to dig up the sand and soil here. Beneath the ground, there were several small holes, from which a strange light emanated. A sprout emerged, and when he saw it, he spoke up. These medicinal herbs, once picked and dried, have long lost their life force. I never expected that these withered, dried herbs would rise again. He commented on the ginseng, but in just a moment, it had grown as large as a human hand, like a child emerging from the earth. A few seconds later, it transformed into a thriving garden. He thought to himself, is this the sound of transformation? Then, countless herbs sprouted up quickly, their growth rapid. One appeared as a pure white child floating on a branch of flowers. Joey, astonished, shouted, it's become a spirit. This ginseng has become a spirit. Wang Lin saw the tiny children dancing and said, this medicinal herb must be at least 1,000 years old, not just 100, to become a spirit. But this dried herb, with just a casual touch, has become a spirit. The speed is terrifying. Lin Feng closed his eyes and replied, the 5 elements generate and counteract each other. Fire generates earth. No wonder, no wonder. He smiled and continued, the stronger the power, the stronger the spiritual energy of the spirit soil child. The Nether Evil Emperor, with the 6 great true fires in the world, would find this the finest delicacy. Hearing this, he exclaimed in awe, so, this is a piece of high-grade material? With a growth speed and quality like that, who could compare? Lin Feng smiled and asked, now do you know what it is? Xiao Yan felt a bit embarrassed, blushing, while Xiaobu Dian patted his shoulder and spoke up. Senior Marshal Brother, from now on, please take care of this little guy. Lin Feng looked at the child hugging Xiao Yan's leg and spoke. The soil that this one transforms into is called spirit soil. It can rapidly increase the growth speed of plants. As for it transforming into a human form, just call it the little one. He chuckled. Looks like it likes you. From what Tianhao said, you should take care of it. Xiaobu Dian glanced over and said, Master, this little one is so good. There are only 2 monsters left in the heavenly domain, could they also be transformations of some kind of essence? No, he replied seriously. Those 2 monsters, Master will handle them. You all shouldn't provoke them. For now, we have my Yujing mountain sect, and the mountain opening is urgent. You all should focus on increasing your strength. The little one was excited. Master, since you're opening a sect and establishing a school, does that mean we four are your first disciples in this world? Lin Feng teased. Not bad, but Master once remembered someone saying, willingly becoming a little brother to everyone. At that moment, Joey interjected with a question that made him freeze. So, Master, what is the name of our sect? Seeing the enthusiasm of the disciples, Lin Feng was momentarily stunned. I'm sweating now. Oh no, I don't think I've ever thought about this. What should we call it? Lin Feng, upon hearing the question, rubbed his chin and said, I've made up my mind. Our sect will be called the True Fate Heavenly Sect. He thought to himself, True Fate Heavenly Sect, those who join the Heavenly Sect, I am the destined son of heaven, the ancestor. I guarantee you will sail through life with ease, rise like a kite caught by the wind, and ascend to immortality in one step. He then raised his head proudly. This beautiful name would surely receive endless praise from everyone. However, to his surprise, the disciples only responded with indifference. Lin Feng had no choice but to choose another approach. He cleared his throat, regained his composure, and said, I was just speaking off the top of my head earlier. In fact, the name of the sect has already been decided. He explained with great seriousness, the name of our sect is Mystic Gate Heavenly Sect, profound upon profound, marvelous gate, Wu9 Heaven's Gate, establishing a foundation for our legacy. The people around him stood there, dazed, as if frozen. Is this acceptable? They wondered. Then, they happily remarked to each other, in the future, when we introduce ourselves, we'll have the courage to say we belong to this sect. The three disciples of the Mystic Gate Heavenly Sect's leader felt that the name sounded wonderful, and the meaning behind it was profound. Mystic Gate Heavenly Sect sounds amazing. From now on, I'm a little disciple of the Mystic Gate Heavenly Sect. At this moment, Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, everyone liked it, or else he wouldn't have known what to call it. Then, he spoke again, all right, make sure to seize the time to cultivate. In the future, you will be guiding new disciples who join our sect. Xiao Budian chuckled teasingly. Maybe in the future, he'll be the youngest master, and everyone will be so amused they'll laugh along. Lin Feng remained standing, looking up. Eventually, they had left. He said seriously, but after all this time, the sect only has one tree left. He rubbed his chin, murmuring to himself, no matter what, I still have to go to the library pavilion, reach the academy, practice alchemy, and cultivate weapons. Thinking about the construction token I have in my hand from the representative, I'm already quite confused. Suddenly, he remembered, right, I still have one chance for the lottery prize. He opened the system, but after looking through it a few times, he felt quite disappointed, there was nothing of value. The 5-clawed golden lion, capable of spitting thunder and fire, blessed with 5 claws, able to ride the clouds and step on the wind. Finally, Lin Feng found something a bit special, a library pavilion token. He rubbed his chin, thinking, I remember last time, after spinning 3.5 times, I landed on 4 slots, meaning I got a total of 3 full rotations and 13 squares. This time, he decided to analyze the pattern of the system's spinning wheel and then selected the option he wanted. The spin started at number 1, and he sat there waiting for the result. Lin Feng sighed. It seemed that the wheel's range was from 3 full circles of 9 squares to 3 full circles of 13 squares. His luck still wasn't great. His hand reached out, and a large black orb appeared. That was the strange part of this little item. He just wasn't sure what it could do, so he decided to place it in his storage bag for now. This thing must be placed far away from the solar true flame to avoid strong friction that could cause it to catch fire, Lin Feng frowned and said. We should prepare a bit, send Avatar War God to Chang Shan Shan to look for instant soil, and conveniently see if any new disciples can be recruited. Avatar War God was acting on Lin Feng's behalf, standing on a cloud of dark mist, deep in thought. The heavenly first true water was found from the body of the formation's core, and then he pondered further this could be just the right thing to cleanse the black cloud banner, which had been tainted by the Nether Blood River. Now, it could finally reach its full potential. His eyes were filled with determination. Although performing magic as Avatar War God wasn't as comfortable as in his true form, his physical strength was enough to compensate for the lack of magical prowess, and it could also help him complete the tasks. The advantages of the golden chessboard were simply too many. These thoughts arose naturally. Previously, while comprehending the Zhou Tian Great Dao Monument's 8 trigrams, he had vague insights into the power of divine abilities and martial arts techniques. He was very serious now, and this time, with the assistance of Avatar War God's powerful bloodline strength, he would create this martial art. At that moment, he had already flown to a place where 2 mountains stood apart. Lin Feng turned, believing that the southern direction must be Zhangchun Mountain. He looked down at the landscape below, as though evaluating it. Among the dense forest, a group of people was standing, fighting in the middle of a battle. Lan Ning spoke, "Master, martial uncle, please break through the encirclement immediately. Don't let us be a burden." Taimu laughed and said, "Little beauty, your master is the one who truly understands." "How ridiculous, can't you see the situation clearly? He's pretending to be lowly and telling you to obediently return with the Taoist priest. I won't let you suffer with him in dual cultivation, and in the future, you might even have a chance at the Golden Core and Great Tao." This infuriated her to no end. "Taimu Taoist, you are a great sinner, having harmed so many women with your evil arts. Even if I die, I will never go with someone as wicked as you." Taimu remained calm and said, "I'm afraid you won't be able to follow me. Get up, don't hurt the little beauty, I want her alive." Then one of his subordinates rushed forward, the man shielded her with his own body, and then urgently told Lan Ning, "Run quickly, the Baichao medicine sect is nearby, tell them to come rescue you." Lan Ning was terrified, but he insisted, "Hurry up, or we'll all die here." She gritted her teeth, tears falling, and sneered. Taimu scoffed. "Want to run?" He then lunged forward to grab her. "Where are you going, beauty?" He tore part of her clothes, forcing Lan Ning to clutch her chest. "You shameless bastard." Taimu remarked, "It seems like we'll have to finish cultivating right here." Lin Feng stood above, thinking to himself, this was not the time for a young hero to single-handedly defeat the villain, save the beauty, and then have the girl throw herself into someone's arms, making promises to each other. Suddenly, someone appeared and loudly declared, "For a woman like that, it's truly nauseating." Taimu questioned angrily. Lin Feng was also taken aback. "Damn it, what the hell is this about?" Taimu shouted in fury, "Which scoundrel dares to ruin the good deed of my Taoist way?" The mysterious figure then pretended to say, "I heard that Taimu Taoist has been practicing demonic arts for a long time, often abducting girls to use as furnace materials for cultivation, with blood on your hands." Then, he firmly asserted, "But today, I ask you to release this young lady." It turned out that the person was Hong Yi, who resolutely spoke, "If not, don't blame me for being merciless." Everyone suddenly froze for a moment. Lin Feng blankly said, "This situation feels so familiar. No, wait, with such imposing style, there's something wrong with this situation." Taimu, hearing this, not only wasn't afraid, but laughed loudly. "I thought some great power was here, but turns out it's just a brat at the late stage of foundation establishment. You want to die? Fine, I'll make it happen for you." His eyes then gleamed with a murderous intent. "Shall Si, Shao Lu, seize him." The two immediately lunged forward. "Yes, master." Everyone shouted in unison, "Young master, be careful." Hong Yi, on the other hand, coolly remarked, "You guys are wearing black clothes, I really hate that, what color are you wearing?" With that, he unleashed an incredibly powerful surge of magic. "You have tainted this color." The two men were immediately sent flying backwards. Taimu, now somewhat cautious, asked, "Who are you?" Right at this moment, a black carriage appeared, and he jumped high before landing on it. Hong Yi, with a serious expression, questioned, "You ask who I am?" He then waved his hand forward, and the group below was frozen in place by his imposing aura. They exchanged confused looks and whispered, "Battle Chariot of Thunder, Hong Feng Yi." When someone recognized him, they exclaimed, "So it's Hong Yi, young master, Yi Piao Shui." While Lin Feng was hiding his eyes with a disguise, he curiously glanced down and thought to himself, indeed, too young. The old-fashioned disguise was clearly meant to fool inexperienced youngsters like them. Suddenly, a sweet voice called out, "Husband," and several young women appeared on the carriage. Xiaoru spoke up, "Husband, hurry and deal with those Taoists, don't waste our precious time." One of the young women added, "Xiao Yizi is so handsome." Xiaoman softly called out, "Husband." Lin Feng could only exclaim in astonishment, then, feeling excited, thought to himself, "The harem, this is the legendary harem. A group of girls like you, just let go of him, if you want a scheme, come at me instead." He was extremely frustrated, his anger building up, almost causing him to blurt out. Looking at Hong Yi, who was smirking below, he felt incredibly vexed. Damn it, I curse that he never gets hard again. This bastard is monopolizing so many beautiful women by himself. This is truly an injustice, as though heaven and earth are against me. Lin Feng then opened the system to check Hong Yi's information. That's not right. The harem of this man is vast, and with the style of the destined son of heaven, Shu Shua could easily take them as disciples. Suddenly, he realized something strange. On the contrary, there was no mentor, but his foundation, character, and mind were decent. Lin Feng's eyes widened, and then he puzzledly asked himself. Blessed origin is so low, is the error detection machine broken? No way? Lan Ning, below, saw that their savior, Hong Yi, had arrived and was enamored, thinking, as expected of Hong Yi, young master, we are saved. Someone beside her said, I heard Hong Yi, young master, entered the immortal Dao deep in the mountains 5 years ago, and then only took 3 years to reach foundation establishment. Is that true? Another person confirmed. That's true. Just a few days ago, he even killed a demonic beast with a golden core. He's truly a talented young man. They all thought that Taimu was as good as dead this time. Hong Yi merely stepped forward and briefly said, Leave or die. But of course, he was not satisfied, so he stepped back and cursed. Just relying on the Azure Thunder battle and you dare to be so arrogant? This made him very angry, and his gaze turned serious, frightening those around him. Do I need to use the Azure Thunder battle to deal with you? Lin Feng also helplessly spoke with a tough tone. Has the main character changed? Hong Yi confidently declared. Why would I need to use all my strength to defeat you? Taimu shouted desperately. The five-formed sword returned, and he gave him a murderous look, saying, Do you want the sword to return? Suddenly, there was movement behind the great treasure. It released magic, not very strong, but enough to pressure the opponent. Hong Yi spoke, Now I'll return it to you. Immediately after, the sword flew back, nearly striking him. He jumped down to the ground and boldly said, Show me what other tricks you have. Lin Feng was extremely annoyed. I can't stand this flashy guy anymore. Yet Xiao Man was utterly captivated. Xiao Yizi is so handsome, and his sister is just as amazing. Husband is so impressive, handling a Taoist like him isn't easy. Lin Feng broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, filled with mockery. I don't know why I feel like cheering for the villain. Taimu is so humiliated, I can't stand it, it's perfect. He then summoned 3 swords, wait until I kill that little brat, after I drain all your yang energy, they'll torment you to death. Suddenly, countless chains shot out from somewhere, tightly binding Taimu. He struggled desperately to break free, but to no avail. What kind of magical artifact is this? It can control my body? Lin Feng was shocked to see his cultivation suppressed to the foundation establishment stage. Hong Yi gritted his teeth and pronounced judgment, You've succeeded in angering me. You've made 2 mistakes. First, you shouldn't have played with the sword repeatedly in front of me. Second, you shouldn't have insulted my woman. I'll wipe out his entire family. He then raised his hand high. Summoning the sharp sword, he then used the technique 7 Killings Dragon Slaying Sword, and loudly shouted, 7 Killings Dragon Slaying Sword. Lin Feng was stunned. This sword exuded an overwhelming murderous intent. Hong Yi gripped his weapon tightly and said, "Today, I'll show you what true swordsmanship is." Taimu, sitting below, was helpless, only watching as he struggled to use the technique to escaping Wind Art 5 Elements unification. His swords all rushed toward Hong Yi, creating a terrifying explosion that shook the heavens and earth, with rocks and debris scattered on the ground. Taimu managed to escape, leaping high into the air. Hong Yi had to use dark magic to attack him, while the wicked demon still attempted to flee. He turned around and said, "You want to chase me to the ends of the earth? My Taoist path will accompany you to the same fate." He then spat out something that resembled blood and moved his hand to execute his technique, ultimately forming a seal before his chest. Taimu shot forth a surge of terrifying power. "Ah!" Lin Feng, holding his nose, complained. "It smells so bad. Nothing compares to this stench, not even the Nether Blood River." At that moment, Lan Ning jumped out. "Young master, be careful, it's the deadly poisonous wind." She was immediately hit and spat out blood. Hong Yi was panic-stricken, while Taimu flew off, thinking to himself that the brat was lucky this time. He angrily shouted, "Scoundrel, don't run!" On the other side, Lan Ning, struggling, weakly said, "Young master, even in this condition, Lan Ning still tries to remind you." "Don't go, be careful, there might be a trap," Hong Yi said anxiously. "Miss, are you all right? Why are you so foolish?" "It would be an honor for me to block one strike for the young master," Lan Ning replied with a smile. "It's good that you're fine," he shouted, "miss." Lan Ning lay motionless on the ground, while Xiao Man, who was observing her condition, said, "Look, after wearing the young master's jade pendant, the poison has stopped spreading." Xiao Ru said, "It seems there's no more danger." Hong Yi spoke up, "The poison in Miss Lan Ning has been contained for now, but to completely cure it, we still need to go to Bai Chao sect. I have ties with them, and if you don't mind, let me take her to the mountain." The man stopped him. "I'm afraid that's not a good idea." He was somewhat irritated, but firmly said, "This young lady suffered a lethal poison because of me, so it's my responsibility to treat her. Once she's out of danger, I will personally take her back to your sect." Hong Yi urged, "Taoist, don't hesitate, this concerns someone's life." Thus, he agreed. "All right, then I apologize for the trouble, Hong Yi young master," Xiaoman frowned. "Looks like we have another sister now." Xiao Ru laughed, "The more, the merrier." The little girl said worriedly, "This time, husband is going to buy Chow Medicine sect to look for the human origin spirit pill. I wonder if it will cure this sister's poison." A woman stepped forward to remind her, "Xiao Ru, be careful with your words, don't say these things in front of outsiders." The girl hesitated, "Sorry, elder sister." The woman immediately reached out to pull Xiao Ru into her arms. "Silly girl, of course I know you didn't mean it." Seeing them so harmonious, Lin Feng was also taken aback and thought to himself, still chatting away, "Is the harem really this united? Are they trying to fool me?" Lin Feng clenched his fist, biting his hand in jealousy. Damn it, how can this guy manage the harem so well? Naturally, he felt an impulsive urge to seek guidance from him. He watched as the carriage moved farther away, continuing to think, "It seems like they're heading to Bai Chao Medicine sect." He rubbed his chin, thinking to himself, "Strange, the probe shows that Hong Yi young master only has a blessed origin rating of 5, but no matter how you look at it, this person seems stronger than Zhou Yi, who has a perfect blessed origin score. Could it be that the probe is malfunctioning?" However, the group below did not follow the carriage and instead flew off in the opposite direction. Lin Feng was puzzled. How strange, why are they flying toward Taimu true person? Curious, he decided to follow them. The group soon landed on a mountain not far away, where Taimu had been waiting for a long time. Seeing this, Lin Feng was even more confused. Why are they gathering here? Taimu bowed respectfully. Taoist Taimu asked, "So, how's it going? Has the progress been smooth?" He reported, "Although Lan Ning is outstanding, around the Ji Hong young master, there are all breathtaking beauties. It might be a bit difficult for her to succeed." he said with a serious expression. Lan Ning has already been taken by him, she shouldn't be suspected. Things are progressing smoothly. He sighed, always having to give his best. At that moment, he finally realized the problem that was right in front of him. These people were all part of the same group, performing a play together. To outsmart that immortal Yihong young master, Taimu spoke up, "You all can leave." They immediately obeyed, "Yes." With a serious expression, he said, "Having paid such a high price, it must succeed. I must get the human origin spirit pill from Bai Chao medicine sect." At that point, Lin Feng no longer hid his presence and decisively spoke up, "What is it? What exactly is the human origin spirit pill you are talking about?" Taimu was startled by the unfamiliar voice and immediately turned to question him, "Who are you?" Lin Feng calmly replied, "Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that you all are scheming against the immortal Yihong young master, so what exactly is this human origin spirit pill you're trying to take?" Taimu arrogantly pressed his sword down, "If you want to know my secret, only the dead can know." Suddenly, Lin Feng disappeared and reappeared behind him, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he questioned, "Can you now tell me what the human origin spirit pill is?" The scene shifted to a prison cell. A little girl, frightened, asked, "Xiao Huanzi, brother, will we die here?" The boy tried to reassure. "No, Hong Yi's sister will definitely save us." The little girl sobbed, but everyone comforted her. Huanzi wiped her tears and firmly said, "Don't worry, even if Hong Yi's sister doesn't come, I will protect you." At that moment, footsteps were heard from outside. The person stopped in front of the prison door, and the two children hugged each other in fear, trembling. Bai Chao ancestor, with a murderous gaze, spoke, "Human origin spirit pill is incomplete, it's your turn now." After a detailed explanation, Lin Feng said, "According to what you said." He rubbed his chin and spoke, "Bai Chao medicine sect has recently created a new medicine called the human origin spirit pill." Then he continued, "Foundation establishment cultivators can quickly break through to the rare golden core. Using the rare golden core can enhance one's inherent qualities, while Taimu here is already dazzled and gagged." Lin Feng's gaze glanced behind. Such a spirit pill is in the hands of Bai Chao medicine sect. Doesn't that mean they will produce a large number of rare golden core cultivators? And with ancestor nascent soul, who could possibly resist them? He summoned a dark cloud, lifting the Dahang Duan mountain range. The strongest sect might be the Great Wilderness Sword sect, but would they ignore this matter? Then, he jumped onto the cloud and flew away. The human origin spirit pill indeed caught people's attention. It's better to first investigate the situation of the pill before taking further steps. He was struggling below, trying to shout, "Let me go first." The scene shifts to some cave within the Qingshan mountain range. Lin Feng slowly landed. As he stepped inside, Chen Gang spoke, "The interior of this cave is indeed quite secluded." After a moment, Lin Feng felt a bit disappointed. Why had he searched through the entire cave and found nothing but a small amount of instant soil? Lin Feng questioned, "What is this?" "I remember you said that the instant soil you took only made up a small portion." Chen Gang tried to explain, "I really only took a little, perhaps someone else found it and took all of it." At that moment, a voice came from outside the cave, "Who is it?" Lin Feng pulled Chen Gang's soul back inside, then turned around to look. Lin Feng spoke, "A cultivator from Bai Chao medicine sect." He smiled and explained, "I heard that there is a very magical type of soil here, called Zhuanyan. It can regenerate itself and never depletes, so I came here to explore, but it seems there is nothing at all." Sweat beaded on their foreheads. "Did you come here to take instant soil?" He solemnly replied, "It's not like that. I'm just curious and wanted to investigate a bit. I practice water element cultivation, and earth restrains water. I won't seek trouble for myself." Then, he cast a spell and struck the nearby wall. "Please take a look." One of them spoke, "You came at quite an inconvenient time. The instant soil in this cave has already been taken by the ancestor of Bai Chao medicine sect." Lin Feng's face grew serious as he thought to himself, So it's the ancestor of Bai Chao medicine sect again, what a coincidence. I need to think of another solution. I must find another way. Out loud, he spoke. Indeed, it's a pity. I was hoping to learn more about the miraculous instant soil that can automatically create flags. The person on the other side wiped the sweat from his brow and replied. Seeing it may not be as good as you claim, especially for those who are natural enemies of the water-based sword techniques. Lin Feng continued. That's true. By the way, I've heard that the human origin spirit pill your clan is about to refine is almost ready. Do you know how it's going? The person responded. Bai Chao medicine sect has never had the human origin spirit pill. Where did you hear that rumor? Lin Feng forced a smile. Maybe I was mistaken. In his heart, however, he thought, there's no way this is fake. Maybe my cultivation is too low, so I can't get the news in this area. But suddenly, something felt off. Wait a minute. If this news came from Bai Chao medicine sect, it should have spread from within the sect first. These two don't seem to know anything about it. This is getting interesting. However, Lin Feng bowed slightly and said his farewells. Since there's no more instant soil here, I'll take my leave. The two people also paid their respects. May you travel safely, friend. With that, Lin Feng mounted the black cloud and flew off. It seemed that someone had intentionally spread the news about the human origin spirit pill. Whether it was true or not, Bai Chao medicine sect was definitely in for a big disaster. Perhaps I'll have the chance to infiltrate it. He gazed at the towering mountain in the distance and thought, Bai Chao medicine sect truly deserves its reputation for refining medicinal pills. Lin Feng took a deep breath. The mist surrounding him was formed by the spiritual herbs and elixirs on the mountain. His eyes scanned the area, searching for clues. It would be best if he could get inside and investigate thoroughly, but how could he bypass the protective formation of the mountain? Suddenly, he spotted a group of people flying on swords, with the leader being a man named Chu Bin. Lin Feng broke out in a cold sweat. He was a golden core sword cultivator, and the light emanating from his sword was from the Great Wilderness Sword sect. Lin Feng then thought to himself, the sect's famous treasure, the Great Wilderness Wu sword cannon, has a long history, passed down from ancient times to the present day. It must have something extraordinary about it. Seeing them today, it was indeed as famous as the rumors suggested. After flying for a while, they finally stopped. Watching their movements, Lin Feng mused, the Great Wilderness Sword sect is the largest force in the southern part of the geographical barrier mountain range. A golden core cultivator from the sect visiting Bai Chao medicine sect is similar to a superior coming to inspect the subordinates below. Lin Feng continued moving forward. The protective formation had closed behind him. A smile appeared on his lips. This is my chance. The dark clouds continued to drift across the sky, and below, Manhwa and Hong Yan made their appearance. He spoke, the protective formation has closed. It's time for us to take action. The two of them then dove into the ground to move more freely. Inside, Lin Feng proceeded cautiously, still keeping an eye on Chu Bin and his group. He scanned the area once more. Afterward, feeling delighted and thoughtful, 9 Heavenly Branch had too many key ingredients in the medicinal herbs to help recover the Xian Jim Blood Ginseng's spiritual power. The main ingredient of the Great Thunder Resonance Pill, it was incredibly effective in healing wounds. Additionally, the 3-colored Nether Orchid and 3 Suns Dharma Sea Pill, once refined, could unblock the chi seas within a foundation establishment cultivator, increase the total amount of spiritual power, and also included the Spirit Fusion Fruit. Once refined, Spirit Fusion Fruit could increase the speed at which cultivators absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, thereby improving the efficiency of their cultivation. His eyes shone with passion as he muttered, "Very well, these are all fine medicinal herbs." At this point, they entered a palace, and Chu Bin spoke up, "You all wait inside the main hall first, I will meet with Bai Chao Sr. alone. Let's avoid disrupting the rules." Lin Feng, with a serious expression, thought for a moment. The Great Wilderness Sword sect must have heard about the human origin spirit pill and come to question us. It's too dangerous to go inside. It's better to first go around and try to find out where they are. He entered the main hall and respectfully greeted, Junior Chubin greets Bai Chao Sr. Bai Chao Ancestor replied, Chubin, no need to be so formal, I've known your master for over 1,000 years. Chubin spoke, Senior, are you planning to refine another batch of pills? The elder smiled and answered, you came at the right time, this furnace is filled with healing pills. Take half back to your master. He replied, there's no need for that. Let's focus on the conversation first. We are instructed by the tutor to inquire about the matter of the human origin spirit pill, he continued, and now, the outside world has become quite noisy about it. Lin Feng was contemplating something. Heaven and earth might be able to locate the Jade Mountain deity. He thought that this news should be reliable. The heaven and earth mirror began to glow, and he moved forward, step by step. Is it nearby? The Golden Land. Lin Feng rubbed his chin, thinking, so it must have been taken recently. It must be for some purpose. It can't be for the human origin spirit pill, can it? If such a pill truly existed and the disciples of the Bai Chao medicine sect were unaware of it, it would suggest that the Bai Chao ancestor wanted to keep it hidden from them and had secretly concocted it. Numerous thoughts kept swirling in his mind. If I were the Bai Chao ancestor, where would I hide the secret pill storage? A hidden pill storage? The disciples of the sect don't know about it, ordinary people can't get close, and the ancestor can come and go freely. Lin Feng stomped hard on the ground, feeling the area around him. If he were to dig a cave in Chongqing Feng and leave no exit, the people nearby would have no way of accessing it. His eyes gleamed with a mysterious light. As a nascent soul cultivator, he certainly possessed the ability to pierce through space. The terrain would be invisible to him, and it would be very convenient for him to enter and exit the cave, as long as he could pinpoint the exact location and lock it down. He suddenly pulled out a black flag. Although I am not a nascent soul cultivator. But it's also possible to break into that old man's alchemy cauldron. Lin Feng immediately shifted in front of a huge door. He was resolute, there were restrictions inside, just as he had suspected. Lin Feng decided to circle around the outside to see what was there. Suddenly, countless giant ants appeared. They began crawling toward Lin Feng. He chuckled and thought, the Bai Chao ancestor sure has many tricks up his sleeve, then easily shifted away, but he can't stop someone like me who knows space shifting. Upon entering, the area was surrounded by ice and snow, forcing him to wrap himself up. It's so cold. Lin Feng looked around, grumbling inwardly. Why is it so cold here? What exactly is this place? Outside the palace, Bai Chao ancestor reassured, don't worry, the pill refining place is undetectable, no one will ever know the truth about the human origin spirit pill. Chubin sweated profusely, saying, but now rumors have spread everywhere. Although the tutor has tried to suppress them, it's only drawn more attention. The tutor believes we should wait until the storm passes. The old man replied, there's no need to worry. The second batch of human origin spirit pills is almost ready. Stay here, then take the 6 pills back. He kept stuttering. But Bai Chao ancestor placed his hand on Chubin's shoulder and said, you still don't believe my words? The place where I refine pills is only accessible to those at the nascent soul stage or higher. He explained, having set up numerous restrictions. Just a single gust of wind brushing through the grass, and we would detect it. Moreover, surrounding the outermost layer of the crafting room is a 1,000-year-old ice layer. Bai Chao ancestor firmly declared that only by melting it instantly could the barrier be lifted. Who else could possess such incredible power? On this side, Lin Feng was feeling somewhat helpless. With such a thick ice layer, using the solar true flame might cause the master to panic. Moreover, there was also a spatial barrier set up, preventing him from teleporting past the wall. Suddenly, Lin Feng realized that Ling Guang could try using this item. He then took out the sphere. This item changes temperature depending on its surroundings. When it encounters cold, it heats up, and when exposed to heat, it cools down. Once it ignites into flames, he tossed it, and a fierce blaze erupted, soon followed by an explosion that was both terrifying and powerful. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction and said, "Indeed, it transforms the ice wall into a massive firestorm. The larger the flames, the more this item contains a touch of mysterious force that could completely disrupt the reversal." The flames gradually formed a large passageway. Lin Feng reached out to retrieve the sphere and then moved inside. "With so many barriers, I want to see just how many treasures you've hidden in here." Lin Feng ventured deeper. The place was completely empty. He wondered why there was such a faint scent of herbs. Slowly, he pushed open a door and found countless jars boiling inside. Lin Feng was a bit surprised, then muttered to himself, "Let me open one and ask." In each urn, there was instant soil for brewing medicine? But immediately, Lin Feng was frightened and forced to step back. It turned out that a child was being soaked in the urn. This made him extremely angry. "Beast, I oppose this. Is this how the world of immortals works, with such inhumanity?" Unable to control himself, he vomited, "That old villain Bai Chao, this wicked beast actually dares to use newborns to refine medicine." But then he raised a question: why do these children's bodies contain the golden cores of Jin Dan Qi cultivators? Lin Feng marveled in astonishment. At such a young age, how could they have formed golden cores? "This is impossible," his face turned pale. "Their chi-si hasn't even been opened, and their spiritual embryo hasn't been established. Although their bodies contain a rich amount of spiritual energy, it's all forcibly pushed in from the outside, and they're not even considered cultivators. But inside their bodies, there is an alchemical cauldron, and within that alchemical cauldron, a golden core is being condensed. This is truly bizarre." Immediately, Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and he spoke. "I understand now. The human origin spirit pill is not a pill, but the entire body of this child. This child itself is the miraculous human origin spirit pill." He stood there and analyzed. "It's like Blazing Peak, which contains a spiritual pill, and is itself the spiritual pill. This is probably Void Peak. The principle is quite similar to the Supreme Spirit embryo that my clan wants to seize. However, this method would indeed increase the efficiency of golden core formation for cultivators." He sensed that there were at least 30 children in the urn, all Void Peaks, their bodies already shattered. What are they going to do with these kids? Lin Feng exhaled lightly and said, "These jars must be closely linked to Bai Chao ancestor. Whether we save them or take revenge, both actions will definitely alert Bai Chao ancestor." He thought to himself, "Bai Chao ancestor, you're something else. Right now, I can't save these kids, but I won't let you have your way either." At that moment, Lin Feng noticed someone approaching. The sound of footsteps grew louder. He quickly pressed himself against the wall to observe. A burst of brilliant light appeared in the space, and 2 figures emerged. The 2 of them entered the room. Lin Feng recognized them, and thought, "Kong Nanhua, Yu Hongyan, why are they here?" He furrowed his brows and thought to himself, one person would be easy to handle, but both of them have the same expression. Is something happening over at Jiefeng Guild? Hongyi, furious, shouted, "A bunch of dog thieves from Bai Chao medicine sect daring to do something like this." Nanhua instructed, "Previously, we were blocked by an ice wall and didn't dare to risk charging in. But this time, a hole has appeared in the ice wall. Clearly, someone did this." He continued, "Bai Chao ancestor hasn't reacted to this at all. The person who broke through the ice wall must be very skilled, and they're definitely still here." She opened one of the jars and announced, "Kong Master. Xiao Huanzi is fine. It seems that the monk Chang Qingfeng we captured was not lying." "Xiao Huanzi is indeed here," Nanhua said seriously. "But right now, rescuing the kid is very difficult. These Chun jars are certainly closely linked to the mind of Bai Chao ancestor. Any slight disturbance will definitely be sensed by him." Hong Yen sighed with regret. "It was so hard to get in, and we found Xiao Huanzi." Nanhua sighed, "The timing is not right yet. If we act recklessly, it will only alert the enemy. We won't be able to save Xiao Huanzi." Hong Yen had no choice but to accept. "I understand, Master Kong. We've already sent the message outside. The people outside will be led here by the believers, and we'll have a chance." Lin Feng, who had been eavesdropping from a corner, realized, so they've sent word outside. Manhwa said, "Alright, let's leave here first, to avoid being detected." Then, with a flash of brilliant light, the two of them left in an instant. Lin Feng walked over to the jars and said, "We can't stay here for long. I'll restore this place to its original state first, then think of a way to get you all out." In the vast and majestic mountain forest, Lin Feng walked while contemplating everything in his mind. Suddenly, he saw something that caught his attention. It was a fox demon, with a strong and muscular body. Judging by its appearance, it looked fierce and very hard to approach, but Lin Feng wasn't afraid, he was excited instead. It seems that the mystic spirit pill created by Bai Chao ancestor has attracted quite a bit of attention from the fox demon forces. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. The demon clan Gold Tiger is a descendant of the ancient white tiger, possessing a body of iron and steel, sharp claws and teeth, and an ability that makes it almost impossible to harm with spells. The Gold Tiger King is immune to all poisons and indestructible. A smirk crept onto his face, filled with delight. This Gold Tiger King is immune to all poisons, and its immunity extends to plants and herbs, whereas Bai Chao ancestors' methods are all related to plants and herbs. Doesn't that make him the natural nemesis of Bai Chao ancestor? He then decided to reveal himself and speak. Is the human origin spirit pill really so powerful? Is it capable of attracting the attention of the Fox King like this? Lin Feng continued, the effects of the human origin spirit pill are indeed limitless. The fox demon immediately turned to question, who is it? He smiled enigmatically and replied, a cultivator from Bai Chao medicine sect is guarding the human origin spirit pill, and its quality has risen from a golden core grade pill to a sapphire grade 1. The fox demon, bewildered, thought to himself, I couldn't even discern the cultivation level of this person. The fox demon spoke up, if the human origin spirit pill is truly that powerful, would the sects allow it to be in the hands of Bai Chao medicine sect? Moreover, if it had such miraculous effects, Bai Chao medicine sect would have risen to prominence long ago. Lin Feng responded, there are two factors limiting the value of the human origin spirit pill. First, its effects have limits. Second, the success rate of refining it is extremely low. He made a very casual suggestion. We just inquired about the Tao within it, so I thought I'd let you know. The fox demon then excitedly thought, this person speaks so straightforwardly, the human origin spirit pill is indeed a great treasure. I must hurry back and tell Fox King. Afterward, it took a defensive posture and questioned, who are you? How do you know so much? Lin Feng calmly replied, who I am. You don't need to know. He smiled, feeling that the plan had succeeded about 70 or 80%. This cat doesn't want me to return, does it? If it dares to act, I'll make it a cushion for my servants out of its box. Suddenly, a familiar carriage appeared. Lin Feng sensed it and looked up, it was indeed Hong Yi. Lin Feng sighed tiredly, not this guy again, don't ruin things for me. Hong Yi took an authoritative tone, speaking as if he was superior, daring to face off against a golden fox demon master without any cultivation. Not bad, you're quite impressive. Lin Feng frowned in annoyance, not bothering to respond. So, Hong Yi arrogantly said, although you don't have cultivation, your physique is strong and your talent is exceptional. You should come with me and help me with the horses. I'll pass down my Tao to you, making sure you become truly stuck at your spot. Hong Yi extended his hand and continued, acting as if I'm being generous. If you really have the potential and understanding, forming your own Tao, I'll protect you and help you along the way. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and sarcastically retorted. Hey, my friend, haven't your parents ever taught you? Arrogance should be placed in the right place, shouldn't it? Xiaoman poked her head out and smiled, saying, husband, that cat looks so beautiful. Hong Yi then suggested, Xiaoman, do you like it? If you do, I'll catch it for you. She excitedly cheered, I knew you were the best. He slyly asked, is there a reward for that? Then Xiaoman kissed Hong Yi on the lips. She playfully scolded him, you naughty thing, are you satisfied now? This immediately made the fox demon furious. Damn it, you dare to use me as a joke. It jumped up, wanting to fight seriously. The fox demon bared its sharp fangs and questioned, "Are you tired of living?" Hong Yi simply brushed off its claws with ease. He spoke, "Little kitty, if you're this aggressive, my wife won't like it." After that, both of them charged into a relentless fight. Lin Feng secretly thought, this cat just got played a little and is already ready to fight. "I still want you to go back and report to Tiger King," he helplessly said. "You dare to expose your demonic aura on the territory of Bai Chao ancestor?" Then he continued, "What if he comes over here and faces a nascent soul stage cultivator? How could you possibly escape?" Immediately, some kind of magic appeared. Then a voice echoed in the air, and it turned out to be the rebellious demon from the Golden Fox clan who dared to be arrogant at my white medicine sect. The fox demon immediately recognized whose voice it was. "We're doomed." Bai Chao ancestor, a magical thread shot toward it, tightly wrapping around its neck, causing it to writhe in pain. Bai Chao ancestor shouted in a loud voice, "If you're here, don't even think about running." The woman covered her mouth and said, "This is the technique that nascent soul ancestor uses to traverse through space." Hong Yi, showing great understanding, replied, "That's right, but it's not really anything strange. If one wants to successfully form a core, there are methods to practice a secret technique. Moving through space is not a difficult task. Husband is really amazing." He smiled and said, "There are many more tricks I have up my sleeve. You'll understand them all in time." Seeing the fox demon about to be killed, Lin Feng felt utterly helpless. It was such a nuisance. The plan had been completely disrupted. He thought to himself, he had no choice but to take the risk of being discovered by this fan. Then, he shot a magical bolt upward, severing the thread. He shouted loudly, "Go ahead, strike." Bai Chao ancestor immediately withdrew its magic power in surprise. Meanwhile, the fox demon tried to escape as quickly as possible. It silently wondered, who was it that saved me? But then it reminded itself to leave and cleared its throat, saying, "The fox demon flies away and disappears into the sky." The elder was displeased and said, "Recently, there's been a passageway to the demon realm. It really is getting more and more reckless." In the quiet space of the main hall, Bai Chao ancestor sweat profusely, pondering. Who exactly is it? Who suddenly interrupted my magic? Shubin spoke up. Could it be that a nascent soul stage monk has recently been eyeing and attempting to sabotage Senior's magic? He glared sharply and replied, "I don't know, but this person is definitely not simple." As soon as their spiritual power was activated, it disappeared, even I couldn't pinpoint their location. Bai Chao ancestor said, "The important issue now is whether that fox demon knows about the human origin spirit pill. If they report it to the fox demon from the Gold Tiger clan, it will be troublesome." Shubin spoke anxiously, "Tutor is in secluded cultivation, and it's impossible for them to come here in such a short time. If we inform the other elders in the sect, the news about the human origin spirit pill will no longer be kept secret." He reassured, "It's fine." Then, he continued, "I remember that your master has a magical item called the Wilderness 9 Refined Divine Thunder Net. If I have that treasure to assist me, I can subdue that vicious fox demon. Hurry and go back to the mountain, borrow the item from your master, and bring it to me." Shubin immediately followed his instructions. "Understood, I'll set off right away." The pill cannot be lost so easily. Lin Feng looked up at the light spot in the sky, deep in thought. Are we moving to rescue reinforcements? He frowned. If before Bai Chao ancestor had hidden the truth, then now that he's actively seeking help, it must be exposed. The pressure from the Gold Tiger King is immense. If the Great Wilderness Sword sect investigates, Bai Chao may not come out unscathed. It's most likely that someone in the Great Wilderness Sword sect is colluding with him. The last time they sent someone to investigate, it was the accomplice who had been hiding and helping him. Lin Feng thought to himself, "It seems that there's quite a bit of tangled connections here. I hope that Fox Demon won't let me down." Switching scenes to the demon realm Tian Huang Guanglu, Fox Demon was coughing and talking to itself. "I didn't expect that old devil has become much stronger, even the chance to escape has slipped away. It muttered in confusion. The Taoist in purple even said the effect of the human origin spirit pill is limited, but I think the nascent soul stage still has quite a few benefits. It then made a firm decision: we cannot allow the human race to continue growing. I must persuade Tiger King to attack the mountain. 3 days later, in the grand and magnificent tower, the disciples gathered to receive orders. Each Earth Sun Guardian formation carried 5 vials of healing potions, ready to restore their spiritual power at any moment. A group of 10 inner disciples guarded an important ravine, while the others were stationed in the inner courtyard, awaiting orders at any time. Fox Demon would soon attack, and the disciples of the sect had to unite and resist the enemy. After the discussion, they were all eager and shouted in unison, "We will definitely do our utmost to defend the sect." Inside Hong Ye's carriage, he remarked, with such a loud noise, it seems a great battle is about to happen. A woman spoke up, "Is it so dangerous? Does staying here mean they owe you a favor?" He replied, "Of course, when the time comes, I can ask them for the human origin spirit pill, and they won't be able to refuse." Xiaoman blushed and praised, "My husband is so clever." Hong Yi was extremely pleased to hear that. Naturally, he considered himself the smartest in this lifetime. The sky at that moment was gloomy, as if a storm were about to break. Lin Feng immediately realized it was happening. In the sky, a brilliant red streak appeared, slowly expanding like a gigantic spatial portal. Countless dark figures flew out. The towering mountains were now sinking into a pitch-black night. Fox Demon leads the clan, calling for an attack. They looked up at the sky, roaring fiercely, making the disciples cover their ears. "This is the soul-binding sound of the Fox Demon, quickly channel your spiritual energy to resist," one of the disciples shouted. They laughed wildly, as if in madness. Bai Chao Ancestor was extremely furious, slamming his hand down on the armrest of his seat, then shouted, "Impudent!" With just those 2 words, he managed to somewhat overpower his opponent. The disciples were overjoyed, their ancestor's spiritual power was boundless. Fox Demon coldly mocked, "Bai Chao Ancestor, are you still as useless as ever?" He then spoke, "Fox King, you've been silent for so long." Raising 2 fingers to the sky, he loudly declared, "It's been 100 years since we last met, and at that time, you couldn't break through my Zhangchun heaven restoring formation." Immediately, a beam of light shone from the mountain's peak. Bai Chao Ancestor continued, "And today, you still won't be able to." The disciples whispered among themselves, no longer hearing the Fox King's laughter. The radiant light illuminated the dark night. Lin Feng's expression turned serious as he said, "The mountain-shaking formation set up by a nascent soul cultivator is truly extraordinary." The witnesses could not help but exclaim in astonishment, "Is it the Zhangchun heaven restoring formation?" Suddenly, at that moment, a powerful force descended to the ground, its long and sharp claws sinking into the hard earth. All the Fox Demon clan knelt down respectfully to pay homage to their great king. The Fox King spoke, "Bai Chao Ancestor is indeed very clever. As soon as I arrived, the formation was immediately activated, shaking the mountains. But no matter how hard I try, it's all in vain." He continued, "Today, both the human origin spirit pill and the Zhangchun summit must be eradicated." He then growled, "Before the reinforcements from the Great Wilderness Sword Sect arrive, release the ghost contest and test the strength of Bai Chao Ancestor Fox King's Zhangchun heaven restoring formation." With a powerful roar that echoed high into the sky, the heavens suddenly turned an eerie shade of green. Countless demon ghosts surged out, terrifying beyond measure. The disciples were horrified. The ghost contest, so many ghost contests. Lin Feng thought to himself, the ghost contest are the people eaten by the Fox Demon. He reminded himself that their souls and cultivation had been preserved. Lin Feng was quite surprised, it was exactly like the 100 Ghosts night parade technique of the old demon Si Kong back then. However, the souls of the ghost contest had been damaged, making it inferior to the Netherworld's puppet manipulation technique. He spoke aloud, "It's about to begin, but the demon ghosts are descending to the mortal realm." The disciples strained with all their might, holding firm. Everyone continued to channel their energy into the formation, determined that they would not let the second layer of restrictions be breached. The demon contest kept wailing in all directions, twisting their bodies in a terrifying manner before releasing a dense stream of black gas. Lin Feng pondered, do these ghost contests even absorb the ghost contests of those that have died to make themselves stronger? It seems the formation being breached is just a matter of time. He landed on the ground, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, filled with delight. Bai Chao ancestor wants to overcome this tribulation, but let's see if he can rescue the forces of the Great Wilderness Sword Sect. With the human origin spirit pill he concocted, I won't let him have his way. Lin Feng scanned his surroundings to assess the situation, then spoke up, this is the path that the Great Wilderness Sword Sect must take to stabilize. Because you've placed both hands on your forehead, your true form must pass through the void crossing technique. Lin Feng said seriously, don't even think about any reinforcements making it through here. At that moment, Lin Feng saw a bright red light. He realized that he had found what he was looking for. Lin Feng's sudden appearance caused Chu Bin to stop abruptly. Sweat dripped down his forehead as he thought to himself, did I just kill the right person, Chen Jiaojin, halfway? Chu Bin was full of confusion. What kind of cultivation does this person have that I couldn't detect him? He fumed and thought, damn it, Zhang Chun heaven restoring formation is about to be breached. Bai Chao medicine sect is still waiting for me to assist them. He spoke out, I have urgent matters to attend to. Why is this friend blocking my way? Lin Feng smiled and said, I can sense the aura of your spiritual power, desolate and cold, ancient and distant. You must be a disciple of the Great Wilderness Sword Sect. Chu Bin questioned. So what? He replied sternly. It's nothing. But if you are indeed a disciple of the Great Wilderness Sword Sect, then I have something to say to you. The man, anxious, snapped. I have urgent matters to attend to, saving lives is like putting out a fire. If you have something to say, it can wait. Lin Feng spoke calmly. The matter I wish to discuss is also related to human lives. Chu Bin was furious, gritting his teeth. Lin Feng directly exposed. Bai Chao medicine sect is refining the human origin spirit pill in a way that is utterly immoral. Why is the Great Wilderness Sword Sect turning a blind eye to this? The man was stunned, not expecting his body to freeze in place. After a moment, he pretended to be composed and said, that's just a rumor. The Great Wilderness Sword Sect has long known about it. We even sent people to Bai Chao medicine sect to investigate. This is nothing but a baseless smear. Lin Feng replied sternly. That's right. The Zhang Chun peak is tall and rugged. I've also investigated, and there is no such thing as a human origin spirit pill. Chu Bin tried to dig for more information. Are you sure? Could it be that the person who came to investigate that day was you? A smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips, but he added. Not long ago, I discovered a secret pill room completely sealed in Zhang Chun Peak. The alchemists there had shockingly used the souls and bodies of children as furnaces to refine medicine. Chu Bin sweated profusely and asked, is this true? He answered seriously, having seen with his own eyes what was called the spirit pill inside. Upon reaching the peak of Zhang Chun, when he broke through the mountain's heart, he immediately saw the truth exposed. The man made a furious face, trying to show off his imposing demeanor. Chu Bin said, you even tried to deceive me when coming to the Great Wilderness Sword Sect? Let's go to the peak of Zhang Chun together. If there really is such a thing as the human origin spirit pill, I absolutely won't just ignore it. Lin Feng turned and walked away, but not without complimenting him. Responsible like this, the Great Wilderness Sword Sect truly deserves to be the #1 sect of the Great Wilderness Broken Mountain Range. This is good. Let's go. When Lin Feng took off into the air, Chu Bin smirked craftily. He immediately launched a dangerous move toward Lin Feng, saying, did you fall for it? Lin Feng remained calm and said, your acting isn't bad, but it's still not as good as mine. At that moment, Lin Feng appeared behind him and said, at first, I thought I might accidentally kill an innocent person, and it would be unfortunate. But now, I can confirm that you definitely have a way to die. Chu Bin jumped in shock. What? Then he turned around and thought to himself, I never expected him to be able to move through space. Is he at the nascent soul stage, or does he have some spatial magic or a magical artifact? Ignoring it, Shubin attacked again. I don't care what cultivation level you're at. Let's see how you escape from my move. Lin Feng silently thought, this is a net made of countless electric wires, and it seems like it's meant to ensnare me. Nascent soul stage artifact, this is the assistant that Bai Chao ancestor has been waiting for. Want to use lightning to suppress the Congold Tiger King, whose entire body is as tough as steel. That electric net has directly blocked his path forward. He tried to retreat to avoid it. Lin Feng frowned. As long as he was trapped by the lightning, in 1 hour and 15 minutes, he would be scorched to dust by the electric current. But this only intrigued him, fueling his determination to defeat the guy. Interesting, the nascent soul stage artifact is indeed extraordinary. If it doesn't deviate from expectations, this artifact should integrate with the conceptual comprehension and strength of the nascent soul old monster, along with the secret of space. He waved his hand forward, casting the dual realm void technique. His magic flew toward the net, intending to destroy it, but unexpectedly, it returned to its original state. He thought to himself, just as I expected. Chu Bin was feeling quite pleased. The matters of the Great Wilderness Sword Sect were not something outsiders could meddle in. If you interfere, this is the result you get. Lin Feng spoke with a serious tone, do you also know how the human origin spirit pill is made? The man arrogantly questioned, so what? Compared to the value of the human origin spirit pill, such a small loss is nothing. You should know how much power a batch of human origin spirit pills can unleash, right? Lin Feng smiled and replied, you don't need to tell me right now. In a moment, even if you don't want to speak, I'll pull everything from your brain. At that moment, another version of Lin Feng appeared from the spatial gate behind. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he questioned. Are you ready to die? Shubin shouted loudly. Don't underestimate me, you brat. After that, he swung his sword forward, and even though Lin Feng dodged in time, it still left a slash on his face. Lin Feng glanced at Chu Bin. He is extremely arrogant. Can your ragtag group of cultivators really oppose the Great Wilderness Sword Sect? Great Wilderness Wu sword form, first strike. With that, he decisively launched his move. It was quick, like the Wind Finger Gene sword transforms all things. A smug smile appeared on his face, as though he had already won. Unexpectedly, the sword was shattered, and that was when he realized. At that moment, Shubin knew his time had come. Lin Feng appeared before him like lightning, questioning him. You struck so many times, isn't it my turn now? He reached behind to gather momentum and launched a fiery strike that pierced through Chu Bin's back. Chu Bin spat blood out of his mouth. Lin Feng spoke, it's a pity for those children who were captured. But Chu Bin stubbornly resisted until the very last moment. No. Immediately, Lin Feng punched Chu Bin's head, causing it to detach from his body. He noticed that the thunder net had loosened. It slowly began to fall and return to its original form, forming a spherical shape. Lin Feng sighed, do you want to return to your true master? The nascent soul stage magic weapon already has a consciousness like this. Very well, very well. He raised both hands and said. But how could I let you go? I still need you to deal with that tiger. The thunderball continued to surge, releasing more and more lightning. It seemed as though it was about to explode in midair under Lin Feng's influence, and lightning bolts began striking down below. Suddenly, a man appeared nearby, roaring, I never expected you to dare kill my disciples. You took my magical artifacts, you're incredibly bold. Lin Feng sighed, and yet, you've left a trace of divine consciousness on your magical treasures. Lin Feng reached out toward the old man, causing him to scream loudly. Annoyed, Lin Feng muttered, you're really talking too much. The Myriad Heavens barrier immediately severed the Han Lei ancestor and connected with the Thunder God net, then he extended his hand forward, performing Myriad Heavens barrier. The mountain cave residents of the great wilderness sword sect echoed with shock. The old man furiously shouted, "Wait until I ascend to the nascent soul stage, and when I break through next time, I'll definitely tear you into a million pieces." Meanwhile, Lin Feng was diligently practicing how to use Chu Bin's Thunderball. He still needed to refine it carefully to completely eliminate the old man's hidden aura. Just earlier, this treasure had truly come under his control, but for now, it was still not enough. At this moment, he noticed the distant mountain, the corner of his mouth curling up. "The Zhang Chun Heaven Restoring Formation has been broken, I can't afford to delay any longer." The thing on the surface had fully submitted, just in time to be ridden. The area was surrounded by dense smoke, looking quite mysterious, but at this moment, countless fox demons and demon contestants were charging toward it. They stormed in and attacked the disciples. A powerful hand reached out, striking directly into the chest of the fox demon, causing it to cough up blood. That was Bai Chao ancestor. He quietly wondered, "It's too late already, why hasn't Chu Bin arrived yet? If he doesn't come soon, Zhang Chun Peak will be finished." The disciples and fox demons were engaged in a terrifying battle. They were very resilient, having sworn to protect Zhang Chun Peak with their lives, but one of them was suddenly bitten by the fox demon on the neck, causing excruciating pain. At that moment, a voice rang out. "Stop! It's that familiar carriage again." One could immediately tell whose voice it was. "Everyone here, please show some respect to me." He quickly drew the sword hanging on his back. Hong Yi spoke. "Leave Zhang Chun Peak, or don't blame me for being ruthless with my sword." The group of disciples joyfully cheered. "Young Master Hong Yi has arrived at the battlefield." The fox demons, on the other hand, questioned. "Ha? Who are you?" And so, he had his chance to boast. "Who am I, you ask?" Hong Yi confidently replied. "The most handsome person to the north of Zhang Chun Peak, the strongest man to the south of Mount Guluan. I am Hong Yi, young master." The fox demons were left stunned and shocked, but they didn't pay much attention and charged forward. "The brothers can't stand it anymore, let's go, let's chop off his dog head." Hong Yi immediately brought out his treasured items. One of them struck, dazzling a demon and leaving the whole group in shock. The fox demon charged at him, shouting, "You missed one, and there's still me." Its hand quickly grabbed the edge of his robe. Hong Yi hurriedly dodged, moving a long distance behind to keep himself safe. It would be a piece of cake for it, given its arrogance. If you don't have the skills, don't try to imitate others. Without magical weapons, you are nothing. This directly infuriated Hong Yi, and he spat out in a low, angry voice. "Dragon wandering amid flashing waters and raging rivers. If I don't wipe out the Gung Jin tiger clan, I won't be human." The fox demon summoned a massive claw and said, "Today, you don't need to be human anymore, just be the prey of my tiger demon." Hong Yi scoffed and questioned, "Based on you?" Suddenly, a strange vortex appeared in the space. A blazing stream of magic flew out from it. The fox demon stood stunned, wondering, What is this?" Hong Yi warily pondered, directly bending the space, manipulating the forces of the void. Who was it? He hovered in the air, his face lifted in astonishment. Heavenly gift? The fox demon trembled in fear. The sound. Hong Yi's horses trembled as well. The young girls sitting on the carriage were in a state of panic and confusion. So it turned out to be Lin Feng himself, riding upon the black dragon Xia Yong, appearing grand and majestic. The disciples marveled. "Look, there's a man on the dragon's back." Hong Yi, wide-eyed and dazed, exclaimed. "This kind of majesty surpasses even my own war chariot." Lin Feng stood tall and imposing, arms folded, his gaze sharp as blades. The fox demon, knowing no fear, scoffed. "Though it is indeed a pure-blooded black dragon armor cultivator, it's still only a secondary-ranked demon commander. What's there to boast about?" Then he commanded his followers. "Surround him." Yet with just a single claw, Black Dragon Xiaoyong seized and slew countless fox demons, forcing them to cry out. Release it! Lin Feng merely waved his hand lightly, but at once the fox demons sensed something amiss. Their bodies began to glow, then vanish, writhing in agony. My body! My body! My body! The disciples stood dumbfounded, paralyzed with horror. The townsfolk whispered among themselves. Who is this man? So powerful he slays a fox demon commander with ease, and rides upon a dragon no less. Could he be an ancestor of the nascent soul stage? So mighty! He crushes a demon commander as if it were an ant. Young Master Hong Yi is no match at all. They continued to chatter, heedless of Hong Yi's growing fury nearby. How could he compare? The man just slew a demon commander. Young Master Hong Yi only managed to kill a demon general, and when surrounded by commanders, wasn't he beaten helpless, unable to fight back? Lin Feng remained upright above them all, calm and unwavering, never striking carelessly. Xiaoma added fuel to the fire by shouting loudly, "Husband, it's the person you originally wanted to take as your mount." The tigers were left dumbfounded after hearing this. Even the disciples stood frozen, their expressions stiff. Then, they burst into laughter, mocking him. A foundation establishment stage taking a nascent soul as a mount? This is killing me. As they continued laughing to their heart's content, they mocked again. Really, no shame at all. You still want to take someone as your mount? His face is probably thicker than the corner of a wall. Hong Yi, standing upright on one side, questioned them with a smile. Keep talking, no one has ever insulted me like this before. He then frowned in anger. You want to laugh? Then go die. With that, he raised his hand and summoned a large magic cauldron filled with demonic power. Lin Feng was taken aback, the movement, the artifact, this was even beyond Jin Dan Qi. Hong Yi coldly cursed. Die, all of you. The cauldron soared downward, wreaking havoc wherever it passed, indiscriminately slaughtering both humans and beasts. The fox demon, now trembling with fear, lowered its head to glance at the massive hole in its abdomen, contemplating. It hadn't killed the demon general yet. Hong Yi let out a snort. Just a bunch of chickens flying and dogs running. He thought to himself, usually, I use the void cauldron to defend myself, not something I easily release. Yet these frogs at the bottom of the well dare to look down on me. The corner of his mouth lifted in smug satisfaction. Let you all see the power of my void cauldron, I'm sure little son's expression must be pretty amusing right now, huh? But Lin Feng's gaze towards him still carried a profound contempt. This infuriated Hong Yi. What are you? How dare you look at me with such a gaze? Suddenly, he was struck with terror and coughed up blood. One of his concubines had stabbed him in the chest with a sword. At long last, he was finally going to experience the day when the void little cauldron was released from his body. Hong Yi stared in disbelief and questioned. Why? Why you? Then, all the concubines teamed up to stab him repeatedly. You? You all? Hong Yi screamed in horror, blood gushing from his mouth like a river. He collapsed in agony. Hong Yi asked, struggling with confusion. Why? Why is this happening? She replied. Did you never wonder why we followed you? She secretly pondered. Isn't it because of my allure? She then bluntly explained. I'm very interested in that void little cauldron of yours. I want to take it for myself. Hong Yi continued questioning. And what about you all? Now, it was another woman's turn to explain. As the saying goes, you are the one who ascended the path of cultivation by finding enlightenment in the mountains. What do you think, is it true or not? She continued. That day, when you were in the mountains, you encountered a cultivator who had fallen into a state of madness, his life in grave danger. In reality, if you had simply followed his instructions and helped him soak in the nearby pond, he would have recovered quickly. Tears streamed down her face. But what did you do? You took his treasured scriptures, abandoned him there, and watched him suffer, eventually dying in agony, helpless. The girl struggled to speak. Do you know that he is my father? I was just one step too late, so even if I wanted to save him, it was already too late. She stepped forward, then posed a question and issued a threat. My good husband, what do you think? Should I kill you? Lin Feng, watching from above, felt a chill run down his spine. You are truly pathetic. After all this time, it wasn't you who deceived others, it was you who were deceived. Hong Yi stammered, You all. You smiled at her and said that, but in reality, you have no grudge against the young master. It's not because you admire the young master either, but because you came for the human origin spirit pill. Xiaoman spoke up, I'll speak on her behalf. She explained, Xiaoru already had a childhood sweetheart at home. But after meeting you, you took a liking to her and came to propose. Her father flattered your power, while she feared that your strength would harm her lover. That's why she had no choice but to marry you. It's best you don't fall in love with yourself. Then she said, As for me, on that day, someone was chasing me, but I was just using someone to escape danger. The corner of Xiao Ma's mouth curled up. She had originally planned to apologize to you, but who would have thought that you wanted to forcibly claim me? She raised her foot high and decisively stomped down on Hong Yi's singing bird. His scream was so shrill that it made anyone who heard it feel a jolt of pain. Lin Feng shuddered, thinking, that must hurt. Seems like this is beyond saving. Lin Feng spoke, it seems that young master Hong Yi can't be saved now. The magical artifacts of Hong Yi, which had previously soared into the sky, were now visible to Lin Feng, who couldn't help but marvel at them. Indeed, these two artifacts were not simple. One sword flew directly toward him. The master is dead, yet it is still stronger, Lin Feng said nonchalantly. If it's targeting me and then using its magic to control everything, then I can only accept it. You just need to exert a little effort and you will subdue them into your sleeves. Looking down, he saw the former harem of Hong Yi in a daze. Lin Feng secretly rejoiced. It seemed these women only wanted Hong Yi young master's artifacts. Sorry, but I also want to take them all. He glanced to the side, far away, and subconsciously recalled an important matter. Bai Chao the old demon and the fox demon must have already reached the clouds by now. Lin Feng commanded, Take me up there. Black Dragon Xie Yong, sweating profusely, said, There's a demon king up there, the Gung Jin Tiger King with great skills. I don't want to go up there and die. Lin Feng stepped on its head to reassure it. With me here, you don't have to worry. It stubbornly refused. Lin Feng said, Then I won't go up. Lin Feng immediately mocked, You look so big, yet your courage is tiny. Today, whether you like it or not, you're going up. You have no choice. He called its name directly, Black Dragon Xie Yong. It jumped in shock, leaping into the air. Black Dragon Xie Yong questioned, How do you know my real name? Lin Feng thought to himself, The soul of Chen Gang told me a long time ago. Taishu Guan used his true name, Dragon Taming Art, to command the Dragon Clan. Xiao Long, with just a secret technique added, could easily subdue them. Then he ordered, Black Dragon Xie Yong, quickly follow me to the peak of Zhangchun. Thus, it had no choice but to obey, not daring to defy the command. Upon reaching the summit, he saw in the distance a floating azure magic sphere. The Fox King was furiously charging forward, roaring hoarsely with fading breath, A few blades of grass like you think you can protect this grand formation? Dream on. Inside the sphere, Bai Chao ancestor was still struggling to resist, while the entire mountain range shook violently from their clash. The old man shouted loudly, The final seal of the Zhangchun heaven restoring formation, open. The tiger guardian only sneered, mocking and derisive. It gathered a great flame in its maw and spewed it out. That blaze became a roaring vortex, sweeping everything away. Lin Feng thought to himself, This wind is fierce and sharp, it seems it could rival the nine heavens' formless azure wind. The Fox King pressed harder against the tree that was desperately trying to withstand the force. Seeing this, he thought again, but it looks like that old demon Bai Chao still refuses to yield. The Fox King charged in with menace. Watch me tear apart these petty weeds of yours. Then it slashed them to shreds with its claws in an instant. Bai Chao ancestor within immediately spat blood. Enraged, he roared, "Renown without wisdom is worthless. Just what has Chu been doing?" According to the plan, he should have returned long ago. Unexpectedly, a strange light descended from the sky. Fox King was immensely pleased. "Old demon, after 100 years, finally, I have the chance to destroy your Zhangchun pinnacle." The mountain range behind was directly split in two, with rocks and earth beginning to fall down below in a pitiful sight. Disciples fell to the ground, and even Bai Chao ancestor struggled to hold on. He was extremely furious. "Monster, don't even think about being arrogant." Suddenly, an overwhelming force erupted, and the gigantic flower branch of Bai Chao ancestor blazed red. He spoke. "What ability do you have to cut off my Zhangchun? Demon, accept a flower of reincarnation from me." A smug grin appeared on his face. Any mortal consumed by the flower of reincarnation would fall into the cycle of rebirth, unable to transcend, doomed to die. Fox King, of course, wasn't afraid and mocked. "Still using flower tricks after all these thousands of years? Don't you understand the principle of metal overcoming wood by now?" It leapt high into the air, moving as fast as lightning, then, in a minute, it clawed through the stamen of the flower with a metallic essence-sundering strike. Bai Chao ancestor was stunned, his body trembling in panic. "My flower of reincarnation. The flower of reincarnation I've cultivated for 100 years. Fox King laughed with delight. "Is that all you've got, Bai Chao? Go ahead, use everything you have." Its eyes glowed with red, murderous intent, looking at Bai Chao ancestor's ruined form. "If you don't move, I'll take it first, then come back to play with you afterward." It used its powerful claws to charge forward, placing them between the two parts of the mountain that had been split in half. Fox King, upon seeing a secret house inside, thought to itself. It seemed that the monk hadn't lied. Indeed, there was a secret hidden within the mountain. It immediately destroyed the house, revealing countless small jars. Fox King was eager. "Let me taste what this human origin spirit pill is like." But just as it was about to touch it, a mysterious force intervened and blocked its way. Fox King was stunned and roared, "Who's there?" At that moment, Manhwa rose from beneath the sand, and he loudly announced, "This cauldron contains living people. You cannot eat them." Lin Feng thought to himself, as expected, Kong Nanhua and the others are still here. Fox King paid no attention to what was inside but focused on the fact that someone was blocking its path. Where did this little creature pop out from? Quickly, state your name. Nanhua began to manipulate the sand, gathering it before his chest. He said, "I have no name, no family. I was just passing through and decided to act for justice." Bai Chao ancestor was extremely shocked, turning to look, and even Tiger King was greatly surprised. Nanhua created a large and thick sand wall, hurriedly pleading, "I beg both of you to spare these children." He then enveloped the jars, forming a round ball. Tiger King was furious. "A mere golden core dares to ruin my plans, die." It repeatedly struck the ball with its claws, but it had no effect whatsoever. Fox King was astonished. "What? How could a golden core cultivator possibly withstand my tiger claws?" With that, it launched a relentless assault. Lin Feng stood observing, lost in thought. Kong Nanhua must have found the complete incantation of the Eternal Sands Flowing Sand. To break the formation of the Eternal Sands Flowing Sand, even two nascent soul cultivators would need quite some time. You may wonder, but eventually the formation will be broken, then what must be done? Inside, Nanhua told Hongyan. "Take this chance and go save them." She obeyed. Opening a jar, she found her familiar companion. Hong Yan burst into tears. "Xiao Huanzi, your sister has come to save you." Suddenly, A branch thrust inside. The Bai Chao ancestor's voice rang out to block them. Today, not a single one of you will escape. Fox King cast a glance over this old ghost. Bai Chao was truly ready to risk everything? At that moment, it noticed Manhwa and Hongyan fleeing outside. Fox King's eyes blazed crimson as it roared. Let's see how far you can run. Once I'm done with that old Bai Chao ghost, I'll deal with you. In the silent expanse, the image of Black Dragon Xia Yong appeared, soaring with unhurried grace. Lin Feng thought to himself. The sky has changed its hue. It seems to veil the events inside from the outside world. Convenient, it conceals all from prying eyes, allowing me to act freely. Nanhua wondered aloud. Lin Bro is here too. Could it be that you also came for the human origin spirit pill? He smiled and replied, indeed, I came for the human origin spirit pill, but it's to make sure it disappears completely from this world. Lin Feng turned around and said, friend, take the children down the mountain safely. I'll handle the rest. Bai Chao ancestor conjured a massive, powerful magic orb and asked, are you mentally prepared to face death? The Fox King, unafraid, stepped forward. It said, the heaven-opening fruit spent hundreds of years of cultivation to kill me, was it worth it? Bai Chao ancestor replied bluntly, is it not worth ending the thousands of years of enmity between us? The Fox King then entered battle stance, its entire body radiating with the force of the demon realm, countless swords flying around it. Come on, Bai Chao, don't disappoint me. Bai Chao ancestor guided the orb downward. The Fox King stomped on the clouds before striking. It roared with the power of terrifying flames. The two massive forces of magic collided, causing a shockwave that threatened to tear apart space and time. The result was that the orb was shattered into countless pieces, which then fell to the ground from the clouds. From below, one could see unprecedented explosions in the sky. Only then did Bai Chao ancestor realize the danger. Even the heaven-opening fruit could not harm this beast. Seizing the moment when the opponent was caught off guard, the Fox King pounced. Bai Chao, I'll be taking your nascent soul today. Bai Chao ancestor was in a panic. Damn it, I can't dodge it, it scratched me and my blood is flowing like a river. He jumped up in an attempt to save his life, both hands forming seals to cast magic. The Bai Chao medicine sect's self-determined fate was hanging by a thread. Bai Chao ancestor gritted his teeth and thought, it seems that this grudge can only be avenged at a later time. Suddenly, a voice rang out, friend, please stop. When did Lin Feng appear? Friend, don't worry, I'm here to lend you a hand. Bai Chao ancestor questioned, who are you? Lin Feng summoned a thunderball and said, who am I? It doesn't matter. What matters is, do you recognize this thunder net? The old man immediately recognized the magical artifact. Wilderness 9 Refined Divine Thunder Net. Who are you really? Bai Chao ancestor wondered. Where are Chu Bin and the others? Why are you the only one here? Lin Feng explained, Chu Bin is handling the fox demon below. As for the other matters, we can talk after we've dealt with this fox demon. The Fox King sneered and growled, you think you can subdue this king with just a magical item? Lin Feng continued to channel energy into the thunderball. Is that so? He then threw it high into the sky. Desolate Plains 9 Refinement Divine Thunder Altar. Countless bolts of lightning rained down on the Fox King, forcing it to constantly dodge. Enraged, the Fox King said, with your cultivation, you can't unleash the full power of this artifact. You can't trap me. Lin Feng spoke up to remind them. Why aren't you acting yet? Do you want to see the 1,000-year legacy of Bai Chao medicine sect destroyed? Bai Chao ancestor hesitated, beads of sweat forming on his brow, but eventually, he resolutely followed the instructions. If the friend has helped, then today I must give my all to subdue this monster. His magical orb was still gathering energy before crashing down. On the other side, Fox King was desperately dodging the attacks, using a net to restrain the fox demon. He stood behind, silently thinking, the old man must have given up on the idea of fleeing. A cunning smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth, though it looked harmless. Now, he had to figure out how to kill both of them at once. Fox King, while dodging, spoke up. If I'm not mistaken, it's angry, roaring. Your cultivation is simply not enough to trap me. He then charged forward desperately, wanting to tear him apart, likely thinking you were just a golden core cultivator. Lin Feng calmly responded, talking too much, surely you don't think you've already escaped, do you? At that moment, Fox King realized something was wrong. What? So that's the true form of another one. Lin Feng had grabbed its tail. He sneered and said, Fox, when fighting, you should pay attention to what's behind you. Fox King bared its sharp fangs and lunged forward. Do you think this king is afraid of you? Lin Feng immediately unleashed his martial technique, the Bagua Ice Sky Strike. He clenched his fist and delivered a direct blow. As the thick smoke began to dissipate, Fox King trembled in agony, its body covered in wounds. Its hand was drenched in blood, looking as if it had no strength left. Suddenly, a powerful current of electricity surged, jolting it to the point where its bones seemed ready to shatter, its soul nearly dissipating. Lin Feng reminded, aren't you going to make a move? Bai Chao Ancestor, seeing the opportunity, seized it. Alright, let me finish off this fox demon. The magical orb he had been gathering grew stronger and shot straight toward the Fox King. He shouted, go! Immediately, a terrifying explosion occurred. Tiger King roared in fury, kill me! He unleashed all his energy, determined to fight to the death. You won't live through this. Lin Feng yelled, nascent soul is breaking through, he's going all in. Fox King screamed, White Tiger spiritual ruin. He, who had been standing in front of Bai Chao Ancestor, suddenly shifted backward, startling the old man. Not good, I must avoid this move. He spoke, friend, I'll borrow your body for a moment. Then, he stretched out both hands and shouted, Myriad Heaven's Barrier, all heaven's great arrest. Immediately, two enormous hands reached out and grabbed Bai Chao Ancestor, as if intending to crush him. The old man struggled desperately, striking back, little son, you're really up to no good. Get out of the way. Lin Feng's lips curled into a smirk. It had been enough to get involved for a while, now just endure the fox demon's power. The Fox King's soul exiting technique was indeed overwhelmingly strong, pressing directly onto Bai Chao Ancestor, making him scream in agony as his body began to weaken and collapse. The dismembered parts of the body looked utterly terrifying. Instantly, Bai Chao Ancestor was crushed to pieces. Lin Feng sternly reprimanded, using children to refine medicine, this is the consequence you face. At that moment, blood rained down like a storm, causing the once pure clouds to turn a dark crimson. A small foot appeared, and Bai Chao Ancestor's body shrank down to that of a child. His face darkened as he questioned, do you think destroying my physical form means you've won? Lin Feng flew up to face Bai Chao Ancestor. The latter gritted his teeth and demanded, who exactly are you? Lin Feng smiled and replied, of course I have a reason for killing you. Lin Feng maintained his calm demeanor and added, but I'm not going to tell you. You can rest assured and leave this world. This infuriated Bai Chao Ancestor. He unleashed his power and screamed in madness, my ancestor has fallen, but you won't live either. What followed was a reckless outburst from Bai Chao Ancestor. Let us die together. The terrifying force shot straight toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng remained standing, unwavering, wanting mutual destruction, with a mocking smile on his lips. What I despise the most is a nascent soul self-destructing. Immediately, purple circles began to form, causing Bai Chao Ancestor to be stunned. This was Lin Feng's dual void immortal technique. Unexpectedly, Bai Chao Ancestor vanished from space. Then, Bai Chao Ancestor reappeared, and what stood before him was none other than the Fox King. He only realized his regret at this moment, but it was too late. Stop, but unable to stop. The Fox King howled, but no terrifying shock came to shake the heavens and earth. The Fox King was still alive and spoke. Fortunately, the nascent soul had been separated, but it remained in his tiny body, and in the end, he managed to preserve his life. Lin Feng appeared and softly asked, is that so? You managed to survive? The Fox King furiously shouted, "Don't get too smug." Knowing what he intended to do, you created a protective barrier around him. Self-detonation? You won't have that chance. Lin Feng smiled and replied, "The primordial energy in your nascent soul is the purest. I'll help you preserve it." The black dragon Xiaoyong behind also held on to hope. As long as he could devour the essence of the nascent soul and the remaining shattered flesh and bones of the Gungjin Tiger King, he would gradually become the Demon King. Looking at the Tiger King, Lin Feng said, "I remember someone before, who wanted to demand justice from me." Lin Feng then looked at the black dragon Xiaoyong and said, "I find it very strange. What kind of justice does he want?" It immediately became obedient, for that person was definitely not normal, speaking vaguely, the words of the immortal are justice. Lin Feng, hearing this, asked in confusion, "Then, in the future, if I have something, will I call you to do it?" It immediately answered resolutely, "Whether it be diving into the sea, leaping into fire, or soaring to the skies or descending into the earth, as long as it's your command, I will obey with just one glance from you." Then, they expect to say, "Master, look, do you think the body and the nascent soul essence of this fox demon are usable?" Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and replied, "That depends on your performance. If you perform well, I won't let you suffer." The black dragon Xiaoyong flew around with great pleasure, even bowing his head to show respect to him. The light of a new day gradually grew clearer behind the mountain. Yet, the disciples and the fox demon kept fighting tirelessly, as if they didn't know what exhaustion was. Lin Feng shouted loudly, "Stop! Everyone, stop!" He announced loudly, "The Demon King is dead." The fox demons were stunned, unable to believe their ears. How is that possible? How could the Tiger King have died? Meanwhile, the disciples jumped with joy. "We've won! The fox demon is dead. System notification. Host has killed a regional demon king. The accumulated prestige points have reached 70 points. It continued to educate. Successfully activated prestige transformation. When others spread the story of the host, the accumulated prestige points will transform into current fame. The current prestige points are 70. Ordinary talents have a potential score of 20 or higher and actively seek out a master. The current prestige points are 80. Outstanding talents have a potential score of 24 or higher and actively seek out a master. The current prestige points are 90. Geniuses have a potential score of 28 or higher and actively seek out a master. Lin Feng was satisfied and thought to himself, "Prestige points are at 80. As long as the current prestige points reach 80, the system's key mission will likely be completed." You rubbed your chin and muttered to yourself, "The person with the highest prestige at the foot of the northern mountain of Kunlun has only 20 points, yet I need 80 points. I wonder how long it will take to reach that." Then, you said again, "This really isn't good. I'll head to the Great Wilderness Mountain Range to dig into the roots of the Great Wilderness Sword Sect." While you were still talking to yourself, the fox demons had already run off as if their pants were about to fall down. "Everyone, run quickly. That guy's face looks strange, so don't block my path in front. If you want to die, get out of the way. Hurry, hurry." Lin Feng was confused and wondered, "What's wrong with these fox demons? I didn't eat any fox meat." He raised his voice to reassure the disciples around him, "The fox demons have retreated, you don't need to panic." They were doubtful, asking, "Senior, is that Lin Feng?" Calmly, he introduced himself, "I'm actually a friend of Bai Chao ancestor. I heard that Bai Chao medicine sect is in trouble, so I hurried to offer assistance." He sighed, showing sorrow, "A 1,000-year friendship. Who could have guessed that this would be our last meeting?" Upon hearing this, everyone felt sorrowful and cried out in grief, "The ancestor has fallen." Lin Feng smiled and comforted them, "All right, don't be too sad. Bai Chao medicine sect still has all of you." He secretly thought to himself, "Without a leader, Bai Chao medicine sect is bound to decline. And these herbs can't be wasted like this." After a while, Lin Feng met Manhwa and Hongyan. "It's been a long time, my friend," he said sadly. "I don't know where I'm supposed to go from here." The boy suddenly noticed something strange. Her gaze at that moment was filled with deep resentment. Manhwa wondered, "Let's not talk about that. What are you going to do with these children, Lin bro?" Lin Feng calmly replied, "I was already angry about those things, but then I saw that Bai Chao ancestor had the audacity to use these children's lives to refine pills, to make the void pills. Those void pills are the human origin spirit pills." He continued, "So, I took it upon myself to eliminate him. If these children still remember the way home, they should be sent back to reunite with their families." Upon hearing this, he responded, "I had the same thought, but now it seems it might not be possible." The boy asked, "Why?" Manhwa explained, "Senior, these children are still too young, their minds aren't fully developed, and they've been placed in those cauldrons for refining. Their minds are in a dazed state, and they can't even remember where their home is." "That's the situation," Lin Feng suggested. "Fine, take them with me. Once they regain their senses, if they want to go home, well, send them back. As for you two, what are your plans for the future?" Manhwa smiled and replied, "I'll find a suitable place to meditate first. If I can break through, I might be able to advance to the nascent soul stage." Lin Feng suddenly spoke up, "If I'm not mistaken, your cultivation has an imbalance between the water and earth elements." He was extremely surprised to hear that. Friend possesses divine insight and extraordinary abilities. If he could cultivate primal true water during this seclusion, it would allow him to avoid the thunder tribulation. After forming his golden core, he smiled and said, "If that's the case, why don't you come to my Yujing mountain? I'm sure it will be very helpful for your breakthrough." Manhwa hesitated slightly. This Hong Yen understood what he was thinking and quickly reassured him. "Kong Master, you don't need to worry about me. Hong Yen can take good care of herself." Lin Feng silently checked the system's analysis of her innate talent. Bone quality, 8, comprehension, 8, mind, 7, luck, 7. The total potential score was 30. While it wasn't as high as Xiao Yen and the others, her rank was still quite impressive. He then spoke up. "If you want, you can come along too." She was overjoyed. "Can I really go as well?" He responded casually. "Of course, it's no problem. I haven't had guests in a long time anyway." Manhwa was deeply moved. Not only had friend helped him before, but now he was helping him with such an important matter. He had received too many favors from friend. He would gladly serve him for life. Hearing the system's prompt, it then announced, "Congratulations, host, for activating the key mission of the sect guardian. Do you wish to recruit independent cultivator Kong Manhwa as a sect guardian?" Lin Feng was slightly surprised and thought to himself, "Is this even possible?" He smiled and spoke. "Don't worry about temporarily serving as a guardian. If you don't mind, please consider becoming the Dharma protector in my sect. I have a few disciples who are a bit unruly, and when the time comes, you can help me keep them in check." Manhwa felt a little embarrassed upon hearing this. A great master produces exceptional disciples. To guide the disciples of the sect leader, I feel quite pressured. The system popped up, confirming that Kong Manhwa had officially become the Dharma protector of the host's sect. The host had completed the crucial task of protecting the sect, earning a chance to draw a reward. Lin Feng smiled and said, "You're joking. There's no time to waste. Let's get moving." He thought to himself, "Is this like a buy one get one free deal? This will certainly be a great haul to bring back." After some time traveling, the familiar mountain appeared in sight. Manhwa, seeing it, couldn't help but feel moved. He really wanted to cultivate here for life. One day of cultivation here could surely cover 1,000 miles of progress. He said to the sect leader, "This place, the blessed land of the heavens domain, truly is the first time I've seen such a place for cultivation. I'm certain I can survive the tribulation and achieve the nascent soul. Lin Feng smiled and responded. As long as you're satisfied, that's all that matters. Now, let me introduce you to a few of my rebellious disciples. He called out loudly. Tianhao, Xiaoyanzi, come out here, we have guests. But the only response was silence. Lin Feng began to feel uneasy. Why was no one answering? Under the large tree where the old man was playing chess, Lin Feng's voice echoed in his mind. Zhou Yi, Xiao Yi, can you hear me? Why is no one responding? He broke into a cold sweat as he recounted the incident. Master, junior disciple was playing around, and the old man was sitting under the tree, playing chess by himself. As a result, he got sucked into the chessboard. Senior martial brother tried to pull him out, but who would have known that touching junior disciple's hand would also pull him in and disappear without a trace? Neither I nor third junior brother dared to act recklessly. Upon hearing this, the young man seriously instructed. Master is coming right away. Don't be afraid, don't do anything. Just stay where you are and wait for Master to arrive. He then turned and smiled, saying, Children haven't matured yet, they like to play around, so a little mishap occurred. I'll go take care of it for a while, and let's not make fun of them. Manhwa replied. Then please go ahead, sect master. Immediately, Lin Feng flew off. While flying, he muttered. These two brats are always causing trouble. Zhou Yi, worried, spoke up. It's been an hour already. Do you think something bad has happened to them? Wang Lin reassured him. Don't worry, Master will definitely have a solution. At that moment, Lin Feng appeared. The two of them joyfully shouted. Master! He raised a question. What did Tianhao do to get sucked into the chessboard? Zhou Yi recounted the events. Junior disciple took a piece from the chessboard, and then he was sucked in. Senior martial brother tried to pull him back, but who would have thought that touching junior disciple's hand would also pull him in and disappear without a trace? I tried contacting them, but there was no response. Lin Feng glanced at the chessboard beside him, then sat down, took a piece, and made both of them jump, shouting. Master, be careful. A spatial gate appeared. He reassured his disciple, don't worry, stay here. I'll be back soon. After that, he stepped inside and vanished. The scene here was gray and gloomy, like the night sky on a snowy day. Lin Feng spoke, as expected, the chessboard is another independent space. He sighed and wondered, where did those two little brats go? Then, he took slow steps forward. At this moment, Lin Feng realized something was wrong. The black and white boundary was disappearing, turning into a dull gray. Suddenly, he felt dizzy, rubbed his head, and experienced a slight headache. Lin Feng placed 2 fingers on his chest, trying to wake himself up, but the result was disappointing. He couldn't do anything. Useless. His eyes slowly closed, and his magical power couldn't stop it. Then, he helplessly collapsed onto the snow-covered ground. How strange, he lay motionless, his voice faint, the world. But when Lin Feng tried to gesture with his hand, he suddenly snapped out of his trance. He sat up quickly, relieved. Fortunately, I can still use Myriad Heaven's barrier. Lin Feng realized that only a cultivator at the nascent soul stage, who had comprehended the secrets of space, could enter here. The spatial separation ensured that he wouldn't be hypnotized or fall into a deep slumber. He raised his hand and muttered to himself, I fear this is still the power of space affecting me. Frowning, Feng said, if there is an enemy with ill intent, unleashing full power, even a nascent soul stage cultivator might not be able to stop it. After walking a few steps, he immediately saw Xiaobu Dian and Xiao Yan. Lin Feng slowly approached both of them, finally finding the two. You two have really changed a lot. Suddenly, he realized something and said, these two little brats actually dared to establish 5 spirit embryos and were even planning to set up a 6th one. And Xiao Yan's alchemical cauldron is also extremely strange, yet it secretly contains a high potential for future evolution. Suddenly, the boy shouted loudly, "Hit him!" Then something crawled out from Xiao Budian's head. Lin Feng was greatly puzzled, wondering what on earth was growing out. In the scene, the boy joyfully exclaimed, "Senior Marshal Brother, hit him! And that gorilla over there is Xiao Yan." Lin Feng could only feel helpless. Is this the image Xiao Yan Z has in your mind? Then the scene shifted, and in that moment, Joey transformed into a duck, constantly making pecking sounds near their ears. Xiao Budian sighed in annoyance. Second brother is so troublesome. Lin Feng stroked his chin and said, "So that's how it is." The scene in the image represented the most primal thoughts deep inside the boy's heart, showing how he perceived everyone around him. Lin Feng was also somewhat curious. Wait, how do I appear in this little brat's mind? So Lin Feng moved a little closer to observe. I must see for myself. But when looking at it, you were a bit stunned. This place, apart from this kid, there were no other living creatures around. You could only see Xiao Budian hugging the mountain and shouting, "Master!" At that moment, you understood, could it be? Lin Feng said to himself, "I am that mountain." He smiled. This kid. Then he broke free and continued towards Xiao Yan to see how Xiao Yan was doing. In the dream, he saw Xiao Yan running frantically, holding on to this and that. He could only see Xiao Yan chasing after Xiao Budian to catch the items that the boy had thrown away. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh and say, "You two brothers really are a perfect pair, one specializes in causing trouble, and the other specializes in cleaning up." Suddenly, the scene blurred and changed. This time, it was the vast ocean, with other brothers around, which was the feeling the boy had for him. Xiao Yan jumped into the water and swam joyfully, and Lin Feng spoke up. "So, in that kid's heart, I am the ocean?" He said that the power in this space was incredibly sinister, and once a person entered the dream, it seemed like they could trace the true thoughts hidden in that person's heart. If I fall asleep here, after someone enters, wouldn't they also be able to see the inner world of my heart? But then, he returned to the main issue. Now was not the time to think about these things. The more important thing was to get these two kids out of here first. He raised two fingers in a pressing gesture, his eyes wide open, preparing to perform magic and reopen the spatial door using the Void of Two Realms technique. Lin Feng threw his two disciples to the ground. Zhou Yi and Wang Lin were overjoyed when they saw him. "Master, you're back." At this moment, Xiao Budian and Xiao Yan also regained consciousness. The moment they opened their eyes, they saw Lin Feng. Both of them immediately sat up and greeted him. "Master." He chuckled and replied, "You really like causing trouble, but there are guests coming. Cheer up a bit for your master." They said in unison, "Understood, master." The five of them stood in silence for a long while. Then, Lin Feng looked at them thoughtfully, before using magic on his disciples. "Before meeting guests, you need to dress uniformly." Xiao Budian excitedly exclaimed. "So we're getting new clothes?" In an instant, all four of his disciples had new appearances. Lin Feng smiled to himself and thought, "When I changed your clothes, I took the opportunity to use my spiritual sense to look at you, and you gave me a bit of a surprise." He silently told himself. Xiao Budian set up 6 spiritual platforms. Xiao Yan's alchemical cauldron could absorb the 7 great true fires and evolve, while both sides excitedly showed each other off. "My clothes are so beautiful, mine's also beautiful." Lin Feng glanced at Zhou Yi, who was slowly analyzing, while Zhou Yi had reached the realm of alchemical cauldron and had refined his own alchemical cauldron. Moreover, his alchemical cauldron was different from everyone else's. A magic peak appeared, which was likely an incomplete Dao technique. This little sun was comprehending the dark Dao of the dual realms of light and darkness. Light and dark dualism is the most primitive, and also the most mysterious dualism in the path of Tao. Whether one chooses light or darkness, both are the highest principles of heaven and earth, encompassing the vast and profound Tao within them. Lin Feng deduced what was needed, and to fill the vessel meant that Zhou Yi still required the power of the path of light. He looked at the other disciple. Now Wang Lin had reached the peak of qi refining. But in the future, little son, when you create the spirit platform and condense the Tao Summit, won't you also contribute something wonderful for your child? Then, Lin Feng turned and walked away, not forgetting to urge, let's go, don't keep people waiting too long. Lin Feng smiled and spoke, Tian Hao, have you considered the positions for the spirit platform in your Qi Si? Do you have any plans in mind? Xiao Bu Dian eagerly replied, Master already knows? I think there will be 9 positions. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, 9 positions? The trade-off in the system. I recall something called the Tianhua 9 Heart Lotus, which is a kind of spiritual essence of heaven and earth. It is used in the best fusion of powers of different origins under the heavens. I wonder if it will be of any benefit to Xiao Bu Dian. Lin Feng's gaze became extremely serious, his thoughts filled with complex reflections, though there was no one who paid attention. Xiaoyan's true fire and Zhouyi's great path of light had no clues. The Tianhua 9 Heart Lotus was also very expensive. Now, even if I were to go bankrupt, I wouldn't be able to exchange for a single lotus seed. He sighed wearily. This issue had to be resolved quickly, or it would affect their cultivation path. Worse yet, it would likely trap them forever in their current realm, preventing any further advancement. Lin Feng realized that if he extended the deadline for the disciple recruitment task set by the system, the outcome would be death. At the foot of a massive tree, bathed in radiant light, Lin Feng's 4 disciples spoke in unison as they paid their respects to Master Kong. Manhwa spoke amiably, I have received much guidance from the sect leader, equivalent to half of the disciples. I cannot compare to the direct disciples of you all. Today, upon meeting such a pillar of support again, the sect is certain to achieve great things. He turned to ask, may I know what issue has troubled the sect leader? Lin Feng replied, I won't hide it from you, am troubled. His eyes were sunken, and his tone was sluggish. The problem is, I've been searching for the Tianhua 9 Heart Lotus. These kids need it for their cultivation. Manhwa rested his hand on his chin and responded, though I don't have it in my possession, there might be a place where you can find it. From what I know, the Tianhua 9 Heart Lotus has appeared there before. Lin Feng hurriedly asked, huh? Where? He slowly explained in detail, to the north of Mount Guluan lies an endless desert. Where the desert meets Mount Guluan, there is a flatland that belongs to the far western territory of the imperial dynasty de Qin. It is called Sand Pearl. Manhwa continued, Sand Pearl is the territory of the imperial dynasty de Qin. But in reality, the force that controls this place is called the Heavenly Trade Pavilion. This force is extremely mysterious and cautious, never once participating in the struggles among factions, but mainly engaged in resource exchanges connecting with the continents. Every year, on the 19th of October, the Heavenly Trade Pavilion appears at Sand Pearl to host the vast Sea Dharma Assembly. Cultivators attending can freely trade all kinds of cultivation resources, and practitioners from everywhere will come here to take part. In the last 3 assemblies, the Tianhua 9 Heart Lotus appeared twice, both times brought out for trade by the same person. Lin Feng probed, do you know the background of that person? Manhwa shrugged and replied, I don't know. But I heard that person has always been searching for something without success. So this time, he will surely attend again. He spoke seriously. According to the systems division, Sand Pearl is also considered a part of Northern Deer's Mount Guluan. If we can build up influence here, it will certainly be beneficial for gaining prestige and profit. Handled well, there's no need for others to risk life and death, and we can also accumulate great renown, especially in Sand Pearl. One could say that the population of Northern Deer's Mount Guluan is the most enigmatic, making it convenient to recruit disciples. Lin Feng said, but this matter has both advantages and disadvantages. Taking in disciples at Sand Pearl also makes it easier for big shots to stir up trouble. His gaze swept over his disciples as he reflected, but no matter what, we must participate in the vast Sea Dharma assembly to raise our reputation while also solving the cultivation problems of those little brats. Lin Feng placed his hand on his chest. Moreover, I need to take another step to advance my cultivation. With my current strength, if I were to leave Yu Jingshan and challenge someone at the nascent soul stage alone, it wouldn't be ideal. Here at Yujingshan, everything is incredibly peaceful. Lin Feng glanced toward where the children were standing and spoke. The child brought back by Cha medicine sect and taught by Zhou, while the others were all cultivating. At this moment, he sat down with a thud. Since there's nothing else to do, I might as well start my breakthrough. He closed his eyes, beginning to channel his spiritual power. Around him, the wind began to howl, and above his head, a radiant pill filled with spiritual energy appeared. The yin-yang tribulation required intense yin fire for the breakthrough to the middle stage of the golden core. Success would lead to advancement, but failure would turn him into dust. The yin fire tribulation wasn't a torment in itself, but when the yin fire became too concentrated, it could purge the impurities in the golden core, making it perfect. The pill swiftly flew through the crimson space, and Lin Feng followed it, using it to guide his path. In front of him, two energy sources, ice and fire, appeared as if they were about to merge. He reached his hand high, striving to grasp the strength within himself. Then, in his mind, a warm and powerful light filled his consciousness. Lin Feng awoke in the present moment, a satisfied smile on his lips. The dual void mystical technique. When the all heavens phase and the 8 trigrams ice heaven were unleashed, the fourth technique of my cultivation finally reached completion. The breakthrough to the middle stage of the golden core had succeeded. Suddenly, something caught his attention, a breath. In the distance, there was Hong Yan, also sitting in meditation, surrounded by a large flame. Lin Feng realized that she was about to break through to the Foundation Establishment mid-stage spiritual platform realm, the Bamboo Rising spiritual platform. He observed carefully and commented, her spiritual power had accumulated enough, but she was still one step short. He slowly analyzed further, you practice fire-based cultivation, but you are a woman, and your body is of the yin nature. Your path differs from that of a man. Lin Feng then gave guidance on how to complete the process. You must tap into some hidden yang energy within your original yin essence and use it to channel the yang tsang spiritual power produced by the technique in order to succeed. However, noticing that she might not be able to hear him clearly, Lin Feng decided to take action. Forget it, let me lend you a hand. Consider it an investment. He dropped a small leaf down, which landed on her head. Lin Feng gently said, this is a leaf from the mysterious heaven treasure tree. It will help you pass this stage, but whether you succeed or not depends on yourself. Just a moment later, Hong Yan immediately ascended to the 9th level of the first-grade spirit platform. Lin Feng smiled inwardly, impressed by the extraordinary nature of her spiritual platform. Once Hong Yan realized that she had been helped, she bowed and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Senior, for your assistance. Lin Feng seriously replied, I was merely guiding you in the right direction. Without your own talent, all would be in vain. He then spoke, in your eyes, there is nothing but hatred in the raging flames of anger in your heart. If you do not destroy your enemies, you will surely burn yourself. You and I meeting is also fate. If it's convenient, please speak what's in your heart, Hong Yan said, clenching her palms tightly. He's too strong, even Master Kong is no match for him. I've risked my life to become stronger, wanting to kill him with my own hands, but I truly don't know if I can do it. I don't even dare to think too much about it, but every time I gain confidence, I fall into despair. She slowly recounted everything from the past. The Jiefeng Guild was a resistance organization against the imperial dynasty de Zhou, founded by the emigrants of Snow Peak Nation, and one of its founders was her elder brother, Yu Hongfeng. He had sacrificed his life, while the other founder was Zhang Jia. He and my elder brother were very close. The martial arts techniques I'm currently learning were also taught to me by Zhang Jia. During the ancient territory de Zhe War, Zhang Jia was in seclusion in another place. After emerging from seclusion, Zhang Jia had reached the nascent soul stage, but his personality became extremely extreme and unpleasant, as if he had lost his mind. After learning that the Jiefeng Guild had withdrawn from the Dezhou borders, he became furious. He said we were a group of weaklings and useless fools who compromised. After that, he sacrificed all the members of the Jiefeng Guild. He is the one I must kill, to avenge and take revenge for the people of the Jiefeng Guild. After hearing the whole story, Lin Feng spoke. Rather than calling it a tragedy, it's more like a sad joke. Hong Yan looked down dejectedly. Forgive me, senior, for my foolishness. Then, you pat her head and comfort her. In fact, you don't need to belittle yourself. For you, nascent soul is not the end point, Lin Feng said sincerely. You'll catch up to him very quickly, surpass him, confront him, and then put an end to the grudge in your heart. Tears streamed down Hong Yan's face because his words were so right. You're right, senior. Lin Feng spoke up. Manhwa, congratulations. He bowed respectfully, thanking the sect leader for his support. Manhwa asked in confusion, by the way, where are Xiaoyan and the others? He smiled and replied, they should be on the mountain. Wait a moment, you'll call them over. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 disciples appeared in the blink of an eye. Master, they bowed their heads in greeting when they saw Manhwa. Kong Master, one of them raised both hands to his chest, performing a magic gesture, and spoke softly, last time we met, I didn't have anything to present as a greeting. I'll make up for it this time. A magical circle, like a portal to another dimension, was opened. At that moment, in front of the disciples, a shield appeared. Manhwa introduced it. This item is called the Primordial Shield of the Eternal Sands. Consider it a gift from me to all 4 of you. It's quite simple, I hope you don't find it lacking. Xiaoyan touched it and exclaimed, feeling its solidity. Lin Feng smiled and explained, of course it's solid. The defense of this shield can even block the destructive power of a nascent soul cultivator. With these 4 turtle shells, if any of you encounter a strong enemy you can't defeat, what can your opponent do to you? They heard this and immediately expressed their excitement. Thank you, Kong Master. Xiao Budian innocently cheered. Does Kong Master have anything else? Please bring it out and give it to us too. Xiao Yin frowned and scolded. This kid really has no shame. Lin Feng stepped forward and patted the boy's head, saying, one must know how to be content. He smiled and added, if you really want something, Master has prepared a few things for you all. Xiao Budian happily chattered. I knew it, Kong Master is so generous. How could Master be stingy? Lin Feng turned around and said, soon, I'll take you all to the vast sea assembly. During our time away from the mountain, everything here will depend on the original spirit. Manhwa also gladly agreed. Yes. When I need time to cultivate my spiritual power and adjust my water and earth techniques, after the sect leader returns to the mountain, I will undergo the tribulation. Wang Lin bowed his head and expressed his wish. Master, I want to stay on the mountain to cultivate. I hope to reach foundation establishment. He was satisfied and said, that's fine. After you reach foundation establishment, I will give you a gift to congratulate you. He then walked up to Manhwa and said, Kong Master, I hope you will look after me in the future. He responded casually. Leave the trivial matters to me. You can rest easy and focus on your cultivation. Lin Feng asked Hong Yin. Do you want to come with me? She asked in surprise. Can I go too? He smiled and replied. With your fiery nature, if I don't let you release some energy, such hard cultivation won't be suitable for you. Experiencing the outside world more will be beneficial for advancing in the path of Tao. Her cheeks suddenly flushed. Hong Yan bowed low in a gesture of gratitude. Thank you very much, Senior, for your concern. Hong Yan was deeply touched. Xiaobu Dian ran over and tugged at his sleeve. Master, Master, where is the treasure? Lin Feng rubbed the boy's head and replied. How could I forget you? Once you take the treasure, you'll need to go on a journey with your master. Think carefully about it. The 3 of them said in unison. We've thought it through, we'll follow master. Xiao Bu Dian's curiosity had reached its limit. What treasure have you prepared? Stop beating around the bush. Lin Feng then brought out small specks of light, which immediately captured everyone's attention. 3 glowing orbs floated around. Xiaobu Dian watched, thoroughly delighted, his grin wide. Lin Feng immediately summoned the forms of the 3 treasures, the amber butterfly, the 7 slaughter dragon sword, and the black cloud banner. He began to present the black cloud banner to Xiao Yanzi. Xiao Yanzi bowed and replied, "Thank you, master." Lin Feng carefully instructed, "Right now, you need speed and agility more than offensive power. I give you the black cloud banner. Understand its wonders on your own." Xiao Yanzi was filled with anticipation. "Yes, master." Then it was Zhou Yi's turn. "Xiaoyi, this sword is yours." He thought to himself, a 2-in-1 sword, a deadly weapon. Lin Feng smiled and continued. "This sword has an extremely heavy killing intent. In terms of offensive power, it is considered one of the best among Jin Dan Shi magical weapons." "Do you think this sword has too much killing intent?" "I'm not sure if it aligns with your preferences," Joey said, somewhat uncertainly. "Master, you are right. This sword doesn't quite fit with the swordsmanship that I practice. It's powerful, but I fear it might have the potential to bring destruction." He smiled to himself, thinking, that's true. This sword's killing intent is too heavy. Its dominance and royal aura alone aren't enough, but then he spoke aloud, "Among all of your disciples, you are the most steady and have the greatest control. Because of that, you are the most suited to master this sword." He fell silent, pondering for a long while, before Lin Feng's voice rang out again, "At the same time, this will be a trial for you." Upon hearing this, he lowered his head, accepting the treasured item. "I will not disappoint you, master." Lin Feng already knew how to make his counterpart agree. He used different methods depending on the person. For those who needed motivation, simply encouraging them and making them aware of your high expectations was the most effective approach. Xiaobu Dian rushed forward to seize the last treasure. "Is that for you?" Lin Feng replied joyfully. After Master had killed the Gung-Jin Tiger King, he used a portion of its nascent soul essence to forge the demonic tiger spirit's essence, which had the combat power of a high-tier alchemical cauldron. With this golden butterfly in hand, you can freely control the demon fox spirit essence. The boy cheered excitedly, "Thank you, master." Lin Feng spoke again, "Now that you have the treasure, go rest. We still need to go to Sand Pearl tomorrow." The disciples immediately obeyed the command. Yes. The next day, inside the Sand Pearl city, the morning was filled with an extremely noisy and bustling atmosphere. Xiaobu Dian kept running from one place to another, sightseeing. This was something that made Xiao Yan follow him, almost exhausted. "Hey, stop running around." At this moment, Hong Yan noticed something and pointed at a couple, confused. "Senior, what's going on with those two?" Lin Feng was stunned, utterly speechless. When he didn't respond, Hong Yan called out again. "Senior, you're looking extremely embarrassed right now." "How can I put it? The love between Long Yang and Duan Xiu? The love between Duan Xiu and Duan Tao? It seems that these stories don't exist in this world." The scene remained the same, full of noise and activity in the morning market. 2 young men walked side by side, showing affection for each other in a warm and tender manner. Lin Feng raised a question. "What do you think their relationship is?" Hong Yan blushed and answered. "They seem to be lovers." Lin Feng's cheeks also turned slightly red as he slowly explained. "There are indeed some people in this world who have this kind of love, same-sex admiration. But even saying it like that isn't entirely accurate." Lin Feng turned to her. "You can understand it this way, they don't necessarily prefer men, it's just that the person they like happens to be a man. Isn't it said that yin and yang, when united, create the great Tao of heaven and earth?" Hong Yan seemed to understand something and spoke up. "So, could it be that love, transcending heaven and earth, is true love?" "Senior, what's wrong? Why are you sweating so much? You just blindly answered without thinking." "I can only say that everyone has their own preferences, and it's not something that should be met with strange looks. But trust me, in this world, the situation of men loving women still makes up the majority. She stared blankly, still not quite understanding. Lin Feng tried to steer the conversation elsewhere, though it wasn't anything important. Deep down, he felt utterly helpless. Don't think about it anymore, that's for the best. Otherwise, I truly wouldn't know what to say. Suddenly, someone approached and called out, "Young lady, you must be Mingju." That man spoke up, "Are you here to attend the Vast Dharma assembly?" Lin Feng, on his side, could only think helplessly, since when did my ideals turn me into a young master bullying innocent girls? His gaze shifted slightly toward the person next to him. These people were all at the foundation establishment stage, with two of them already at its late stage. Mingju stuck out his tongue in an extremely vulgar manner, his eyes leering shamelessly at Hong Yin. His thoughts were just as filthy. Such good talent. Once I take her into my chambers, and later she bears me heirs, surely her parents will be pleased. Putting on an air of superiority, Mingju continued, "Since this is the young lady's first time here, in a foreign land far from home, there must be many inconveniences. If you permit, allow this young master to guide you. Even the heavenly martial pavilion must show some respect to my Honglan sect here in Sandpearl." Hong Yen rejected him outright. "Thank you, but I don't need it." He chuckled, "Still a thorny rose, huh? I like it." The townspeople, upon seeing Mingju's group, immediately fled. "Run quickly, they're here again to harm the womenfolk. Why doesn't heaven punish him? No wonder the Yu family even has to show respect to the heavenly martial pavilion, they're asking for trouble." The little sister of the sect leader is the head of the concubine family of one of the four great clans of the imperial dynasty de Qin. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's lips curled into a smile. "The Yu family, huh?" Mingju arrogantly spoke up. "What are you ants staring at? Looking at something? Get out of the way." Hong Yen asked, "Can I make a move?" She smiled. "Go ahead." He kept making an unpleasant noise in his throat. "Miss, didn't this young master say, the mortals around you come from two completely different worlds from yours?" She immediately disappeared and, in the blink of an eye, appeared right in front of Mingju, then coldly asserted, "You're not worthy." Hong Yan's eyes opened wide with murderous intent, her hand tightened, then she threw a punch that sent him flying backward, crashing into the wooden objects. Mingju lay crumpled, likely on the verge of reincarnation. Xiaobu Dian felt a bit nervous. "Senior martial brother, second brother, I never offended Hong Yan before, right?" He replied, "Forget it, I'm just trying to recall if I did." Seeing this, Mingju's subordinates charged forward. The group surrounded Hong Yan, but she was unfazed and strode through them like she was walking through a pack of wolves. A pioneer charged forward to attack first. Really gutsy. He swung his whip, releasing a barrage of fireballs, the fire god bullets. Another man placed both hands on the ground, and a strange red mist began to spread out in all directions. He shouted, "Devourer of the mortal dust." Lin Feng stood calmly, observing them thoughtfully. The pinkish mist had a corrosive property, capable of eating away the opponent's mana and magical items, binding them tightly, much like sinking into quicksand. But he did not rush to assist, instead, he stayed outside, watching. What would she do now? At that moment, Hong Yan remained standing in one spot, thinking of a strategy to deal with them. Quick-witted, she used her weapon to spin in a circle, creating a powerful tornado that blew the mist away. The minions were caught off guard, stumbling backward in surprise. "The devourer of the mortal dust is useless?" one of them said. A few others, undeterred, charged forward. "Don't worry, we'll help you." They placed their hands on the shoulder of one of their own, combining fire, ice, and sand. Hong Yen frowned, trying to move carefully. The ice and sand formed two giant hands, which rushed toward her, along with the fireballs. Hong Yen leaned backward, silently thinking, "Earth and ice attributes, huh?" A great surge of magic struck down toward Hong Yen, but the corner of her mouth curled up. The defense of the fireballs was the weakest. First, there was the fighter of the ice system, and at the end, there was the fighter of the earth system. She tightly gripped her weapon and bluntly criticized these kinds of spells as being too trivial for the battlefield. Immediately, Hong Yen charged forward, swiftly finishing off one opponent with a single strike, a devastating blow from a godlike strength. The man was terrified, almost going insane from the terrifying attack. Hong Yen slowly moved towards her prey, his face darkened with fear, but she showed no mercy. One swift slash across the neck sent him on his way. After the battle, more than a dozen men lay defeated on the ground. Lin Feng calmly asked his disciples, "Have you learned something from this?" They blankly replied, we've learned." Hong Yen approached, bowed to Lin Feng, and said, "Sorry for causing you more trouble, senior." Hong Yen felt deeply ashamed, but he smiled and responded, "It's nothing, such small matters are not worth worrying about." He thought to himself, this is technically the territory of the Great Qin dynasty. I wonder if anyone from the Yu family is involved in the Gabi Desert Magic Assembly? If so. Lung spoke up, "Since we're already here, why not take a tour, see if there's anything interesting, and buy some if you like." Xiao Bu Dian excitedly pulled Xiao Yan along. Let's go buy treasures," he said. "I brought you here precisely to dig for treasures." Glancing at Zhou Yi, who was smiling, he couldn't help but feel guilty, especially since Xiao Yi had such great luck. He was the type of person who found treasures as soon as he left the house. "I've been so busy lately, really wasting that kid's talents." On the road in Sand Pearl City, the shopkeeper was greeting customers. He glanced at Lin Feng, who was approaching, and welcomed him. Lin Feng looked at him and asked, "Is this a foreign race from Sand Pearl?" A glowing blue gem was placed inside an exquisite box and brought forward. The shopkeeper introduced that this pearl contained an extremely rich water essence, capable of helping female cultivators preserve their youth. Hong Yen folded his arms in disdain, dismissing it as something useless. He covered his mouth and smiled, replying, "It seems that only something with combat power is useful in your eyes. Do you want to take a walk again?" Hong Yen responded, "No need." At that moment, both of them looked toward the source of a loud call. Master Joey stepped forward, shouting, "Master!" He presented a yellow bag. The disciple, Master, found the object quite strange. "Look at this, I feel a strange familiarity with it, yet it also feels off-putting, a truly odd sensation. That's why I bought it myself, though it was a bit pricey." Lin Feng secretly laughed and raised his hand. Not expensive. If you see something you like, buy it. The master will cover it." He took the bag that Zhou Yi had handed him, thinking, so that's it. No wonder Zhou Yi felt both familiar yet repulsed by it. Lin Feng excitedly exclaimed, "This cloth used to make this fragrant pouch is actually leftover fabric from the robes of a high-ranking monk from the Great Thunderstorm Temple long ago." He laughed, glanced over at Zhou Yi, and continued, "The Sutra of Infinite Tathagata is exactly in line with the Path of Radiance, and it can perfectly complement the teachings of Little Sun." He pointed at the small grains inside the pouch and added, "This is the key item. These are high fire herb seeds, and the high fire herb is the only spiritual herb that can be used as the ingredient for solar true flame. A large quantity of high fire herb can nourish the solar true flame seed into a true solar true flame." Lin Feng thought to himself, you can't be too skeptical about the strange, as Joey can vouch for it, it's a rare item. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Master!" He turned around and saw Xiao Bu Dian and Xiao Yan approaching, holding some items in their hands. Lin Feng pointed at the pouch in Xiao Bu Dian's hand and said, not bad. You've made quite a good harvest, haven't you?" He rubbed his chin and thought, as expected from the lucky eighth disciple, but these aren't things I can use right now, they'll deal with them later. In the southern market, far from the city, Lin Feng rubbed his chin as he carefully examined a painting hanging on the wall. He noticed the small writing at the bottom right corner and said, "Found it. I'll buy this from you. This treasure is exactly what I need." A servant bowed and replied, "Esteemed guest, I'll report this immediately, but the Mirror Flower Master's whereabouts are unpredictable. I can't guarantee when he might arrive, so please bear with us." Lin Feng thought to himself, recalling the naming conventions in the human world. A Jin Dan Chi would be called a true person. Nascent soul stage is called true lord or ancestor. It seems like a nascent soul cultivator. I continue to speak. This Tianhua 9 Heart Lotus is the mirror flower master, Miaoshi Hao Mao true lord, who left it at this shop for sale. You laughed awkwardly, thinking to yourself, why does it sound so strange? The name is really bold, calling it mirror flower. It feels like the Great Han Dynasty is joking with the Golden Phoenix. Suddenly, the space around you distorted, making you dizzy, and you rubbed your forehead. Lin Feng steadied himself and judged that the strength of this force was from the nascent soul stage. Out of nowhere, a delicate figure appeared, a man with a beautiful face, like a woman's. Shi Hao moved closer to Lin Feng's back and said, I feel someone is using their spiritual power to probe my Tianhua 9 Heart Lotus painting, so I came here to see who has taken an interest in my treasure. Lin Feng thought to himself, where did this person jump out from? He lowered his head respectfully and said, Now true lord, you've arrived. This is the gentleman who has taken a liking to your Tianhua 9 Heart Lotus, and I was just thinking about how to inform you. Lin Feng sighed in despair and said, It can't be. This is the mirror flower master, Miaoshi Hao. He smiled faintly and muttered, Quite pleasing to the eye as well. Then he said, All right, let's talk. Shi Hao walked up to Lin Feng, getting closer to him, and asked, You want my treasure, don't you? He leaned in slightly, breathing lightly. Then come to my private residence. But as a straight guy, Lin Feng immediately avoided Shi Hao like he would avoid a plague, leaving him in a difficult position. At that moment, Xiaobu Dian appeared out of nowhere beside him and asked, Master, what happened? Not wanting to bring up the embarrassing story, Lin Feng pretended to ruffle the boy's head and said, What would a child know about this? Xiaobu Dian, confused about why he was being scolded, nearly teared up. Lin Feng didn't pay him any mind, turned around, and said, Stop whining, follow me quickly. Scene changes to Shi Hao's private residence, where he lay comfortably like a king, a smug smile playing on his lips. Now, tell me, what will you offer in exchange for my treasure? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng approached and took out a pill bottle, the faint scent of medicine lingering in the air. As soon as he smelled it, Shi Hao immediately recognized it as a priceless item. He was surprised and said, Could this be heavenly first true water? However, instead of agreeing immediately, Shi Hao responded, Although this is a fine item, unfortunately, it's not what I need right now. He then summoned the 9 Lotus Heavenly Canopy and showed it to Lin Feng. With a mystical expression, Shi Hao asked, Do you know what I need? In Miaoshi Hao's secret chamber, Lin Feng held a green branch in his hand, observing it before saying, Friend, what do you mean? Isn't heavenly first true water what you need? Shi Hao propped his chin and calmly replied, Of course, I need true water, but I'll offer something else in exchange. If you want to use spirit talismans, you can set the price. Spirit talismans are the currency that cultivators use, drawn by the practitioners themselves. Based on its power, it is divided into 8 levels, ranging from low to high, Qifu, Haifu, Daifu, Dingfu, Huangfu, Bichfu, Zhoufu, and Yuanfu. The ratio between each level is 10. Xiaobu Dian bowed his head to express his gratitude. That's right, thank you, true lord, for the explanation. Shi Hao rested his chin in his hand, somewhat amused, truly a well-mannered kid. He continued speaking to Lin Feng. Well, over the years, I've accumulated a bit of wealth. As long as the price isn't too outrageous, I can manage to meet it. Lin Feng was puzzled, it seemed like he understood Grand Void Temple extremely well. Shi Hao paused, trying to recall. Those wastes? I can't say I know them like the back of my hand, but I know quite a bit. Did you, by any chance, think I was serious? You misunderstood, it's just that I'm curious. Shi Hao wore an indifferent expression, then, looking disappointed, said, Forget it, forget it. I'll give you the information in exchange for the true water, how about that? He took the glass vial and waited for Lin Feng to toss it over, saying, Do you really trust me? Lin Feng calmly responded, You're a generous friend, but I'm not stingy either. Sure Hao, looking pleased, replied, I'm starting to like you more and more. Alright then, when the Vastsi Dharma officially starts, I'll make sure to look after you and get you inside. He fell into deep thought. The auction really was a rare opportunity. The item Xiaobu Dian bought before might come in handy. Lin Feng smiled brightly, turned to Xiaoyan's group, and said, Master will stay here to speak with friend Miao. You all go outside and play, but be careful. Xiaoyan respectfully replied, Master, please rest assured. Han Yan worriedly glanced at Xiaoyan's group and said, Senior. Lin Feng raised his hand to cut her off and said, It's fine. They carry my magical seal. If they truly face danger, I can come to their aid at any moment. Sure Hao covered his mouth, chuckling softly, and said, They're your disciples indeed, far from ordinary. He folded his arms and replied, These little troublemakers must have made friend laugh. As for the great families, I'm not one to flatter. These juniors of yours are already stronger than I was back then, and they're only at the foundation establishment stage. When they one day form their cores and nascent souls, you can be certain they'll be among the finest of their peers. Lin Feng responded, Friend flatters me too much. The Vastsi Dharma Assembly was not only a place for trading treasures once the grand event officially began, countless Dao arts and magical techniques would also be spread forth. Lin Feng asked in doubt, What are the requirements to participate in the auction? Sure Hao raised two fingers and explained, At the very least, one must be in the golden core stage and have a guarantor. Also, no more than 2 companions may be invited. In the vice-ruler's chamber, Xiaobu Dian pushed the door open anxiously. Just moments ago he had still been here, where had he suddenly gone? On the floor, a formation glowed faintly, intricately drawn. Xiaobu Dian exclaimed in worry, Huh? There's a formation, could it be that the cat just ran into it? This is bad, the cat is in danger now. Xiaobu Dian raised his hands to shield his face, shouting, The formation at the bottom is an attacking type. The light from the formation became even more intense. Lin Feng was troubled by this feeling, and he silently worried, Xiaobu Dian must have stepped into a formation someone else set up. Lin Feng anxiously turned to Miao True Lord, saying, One of my disciples seems to have caused some trouble. I should go check on it. Miao True Lord gently replied, I do like your disciples. Let me go take a look and see what surprise they might have for me. Sure Hao stood up and suggested, You'll go too, would that be a problem? Lin Feng was surprised, Do you really have to come watch me make a fool of myself? He waved his hand and answered, I wouldn't call it watching you make a fool of yourself. Xiaobu Dian clasped his hands together in front of him and recited a spell, 1 step here, 2 steps there, 3 steps over there. The energy around him continuously gathered on top of his head. Xiaobu Dian kept his hands together, murmuring, Not yet, not yet. Lin Feng observed Xiaobu Dian, saying, The sword intent connects with the 9 heavens of clarity and purity, the unity of heaven and earth. Now I remember, this must be the sword Dao of the heaven-penetrating sword sect. Xiaobu Dian's hands emitted 2 streams of energy, 1 green and 1 purple, and these 2 forces moved toward the space in front of him. Xiaobu Dian stared at the bridge that had just appeared and muttered, Thinking too much is such a hassle. It's better to just take action. The boy generated 2 streams of energy, continuously screaming as he ran up the stairs. Lin Feng, with a serious expression, muttered, No wonder the formation was broken so easily. It turns out the person who set up the formation isn't even inside it. Xiaobu Dian, with a joyful expression, exclaimed, The formation set up by the Jin Dan Shi cultivator is indeed strong, but am even more formidable. Let's just get out of here. Han Yan, observing with suspicion, spoke up, It seems like this is a secret chamber. Xiaobu Dian stepped out of the confusing space. Ha! What is this? A spiritual herb radiated a glaring golden light. Sure Hao, suddenly filled with doubt, asked, Why is this spiritual herb here? In the room, Lin Feng, Shi Hao, and Hong Yan stood observing Xiaobu Dian's space. After a moment of discussion, Shi Hao spoke, "This is heaven-piercing grass. It's rare and only found in the blessed land of the heaven-penetrating sword sect." Lin Feng, surprised, responded, "Oh, is this the main ingredient used by the heaven-penetrating sword sect to secretly make the heaven-piercing pill?" Xiaobu Dian, with a dazed expression, muttered, "It looks tasty. I'll bring it back for master." The boy grabbed the herb forcefully with his hand. "Let's take it." Hong Yan, with a worried expression, asked, "Senior, Tian Hao, should we just take it like this?" Lin Feng, covering his face and laughing helplessly, said, "I'm dying of laughter." Shi Hao burst into laughter. When he saw Xiaobu Dian hurriedly running off with the herb, he slapped Lin Feng on the back, grinning, "This little one is really interesting, I like him. He's exactly to my taste." Lin Feng smiled awkwardly, his face darkening as he realized his friend was making fun of him. In the elegant hall, the vice-ruler stood with his hands clasped, addressing the four seated individuals. He respectfully said, "The 9 levels heaven connecting grass has been moved to the secret chamber, but it will take some time to fully mature. I hope the 4 seniors will stay here for now." An elderly man stood up and replied, "There's no need to be so formal. By the time the ceremony ends, the herb will be fully mature." Another elder smiled and added, "Vice-ruler, you've worked hard." The vice-ruler clasped his hands in a respectful gesture and said, "If I am to join Shushan, I cannot go there empty-handed. I must be prepared. I hope Elder Baizhen will say a few good words for me when the time comes." Elder Baizhen, holding a cup of tea, calmly said, "In recent years, the power of the heaven-penetrating sword sect has grown tremendously. Their actions have become increasingly arrogant. I didn't expect them to challenge the position of the #1 holy land in the 4 sword schools. It's time to teach them a lesson." An elder with an arrogant expression added, "Without the advantage of the 9 levels heaven-connecting grass, the heaven-penetrating sword sect would be nothing." The vice-ruler clasped his hands and said, "Then I must trouble you, elder. Rest assured, once we have the herb, I will speak well of you in front of the ancestor." With a smile on his face, he raised his hand. "Please, the 4 elders, let me show you the way." Just as he was speaking, his eyes suddenly widened, and his expression became grave. The elder with the sword looked at him, puzzled, and asked, "What's wrong, vice-ruler?" Vice-ruler stammered, "No, it's fine. Let's go and see the heaven-piercing grass now." Vice-ruler and the 4 elders were on their way to the area where the medicinal herbs were stored. As they walked, he explained, "My residence, apart from the heaven-piercing grass, also contains other herbs, talismans, and treasures. Would the elders like to take a look?" One elder urged, "Hurry up and show us the herbs." Lin Feng's expression became serious as he silently assessed the situation, considering whether the master of the Zhe mansion had returned. Inside the Zhe mansion, everything was empty, nothing remained. Vice-ruler shuddered and stammered, "It's gone, the herbs, they've really disappeared." One elder spoke up with a tone of reproach. "Vice-ruler, what's going on? Where are the herbs?" He gritted his teeth in anger and replied, "Some damn thief took advantage of my absence and dug up the roots of the herbs." Vice-ruler, with a terrifying expression, stared at the ceiling where the hole had been broken through and said, "Don't let me catch you." The 4 elders stood around, inspecting the hole the thief had made. One of them spoke up, "The spiritual energy in the ground hasn't dissipated yet. The thief couldn't have gone far, we still have a chance to catch him." The elder speculated, and vice-ruler, having severed ties with the heaven-penetrating sword sect, knew that if he dared to mess with Shushan, there would be no one left to protect him in this vast world. The elder's face darkened as he realized the thief had created a breach and stolen the herbs. "The matter of the heaven-piercing grass is critical. We must get the herbs back no matter what." The 4 elders simultaneously took flight, heading down the streets of Sachangzhou. Xiaobu Dian, walking alone, muttered to himself, "There are 8 branches of the heaven-piercing grass in total. Should I eat one of them now?" He held the spiritual herb in front of him, following the advice of Xiaobu Dian, the angel. Don't eat it, bring it back for the master. Xiaobu Dian, the demon, urged him. Eat it, you're still growing. He suddenly turned around, hearing a loud shout coming his way. Little bastard, put down the spiritual herb. The vice-ruler quickly flew toward Xiaobu Dian, shouting loudly. Little bastard, put the herb down now. Xiaobu Dian stuck out his tongue, teasing. The boy quickly flew away, leaving the vice-ruler yelling. Damn it, why do you run so fast? He muttered angrily, raising his hand to chant a spell. Damn it, you're forcing me to use this move? Heaven-piercing sword shield. The vice-ruler yelled at Xiaobu Dian, who was flying. Little bastard, don't even think about escaping. He quickly flew after him. Suddenly, Xiaobu Dian summoned a gigantic tiger to attack him, saying, The herb is meant to be eaten right away. You're too stingy. The tiger struck fiercely at the vice-ruler, sending him flying with serious injuries. Xiaobu Dian placed his hands on his hips and questioned. People who talk nonsense always think they're qualified to lecture others. He lay on the ground, dizzy, struggling to speak. Who exactly is the one being unreasonable? 3 elders approached the vice-ruler, and one of them spoke. How did vice-ruler end up like this? Was it that brat who did this? One elder, hovering in the air, coldly asked. Brat, did you steal the 9 levels heaven connecting grass? Xiaobu Dian crossed his arms and pretended not to understand, replying. I don't know what you're talking about. This person attacked me as soon as he arrived, so I taught him a lesson. The old man swiftly launched his sword towards the boy, saying, A cunning little brat, it seems I have to let you taste some suffering. The tiger's demonic killing light shot a beam of energy from its mouth towards the sword. The sword suddenly disappeared, causing Xiaobu Dian to exclaim in surprise, Where did the sword go? Why did it disappear? Xiaobu Dian's face showed a great deal of panic. The sword was controlled by the old man's hand, directing its path through the tiger towards the boy. Xiaobu Dian shouted to block it. The tiger's tail quickly swung towards the sword in mid-air, causing it to falter. The elder's face showed confusion. Was the sword's killing force insufficient? He continued speaking in front of the 3 elders behind him. The heaven-penetrating sword sect must have realized the 9 levels heaven-connecting grass has been stolen. We should quickly set up the sword formation and resolve this matter. The 4 of them moved towards Xiaobu Dian from all directions, intending to cripple him. The 4 elders surrounded the boy and set up the formation, cutting through the void, transforming the world in an instant, slicing through space to strike down their enemy, though the sword's energy was lacking. Shaoshang sword is the most powerful and tyrannical sword in the 6th meridian sword chi of Shushan. Greaterine sword chi is a sword that can change unpredictably in the 6th meridian sword chi of Shushan. Lesser Yang sword chi is the most balanced and harmonious sword in the 6th meridian sword chi of Shushan. For streams of power shot straight into the sky, causing the surroundings to shake. The 4 beams of light formed a barrier that trapped Xiaobu Dian inside. Xiaobu Dian carefully patted the tiger beside him and said, Kid, I need your help. Xiaobu Dian clasped his hands together in front of his chest, conjuring 2 sources of energy, wind and thunder. An elder, surprised, spoke up, This kid, I didn't expect him to master wind and thunder techniques so skillfully. At such a young age, with such cultivation, if you hand over the 9 levels heaven connecting grass, I'll let you join the Shushan sect to learn the way of the Tao. What do you think? Xiaobu Dian sneered coldly and mocked, Alright then, if you have any tricks up your sleeve, just use them. The elder beside him, enraged, said, This little brat has no idea what's good for him. Both you and the god are asking for death. The chubby elder laughed loudly and spoke, The Mystic Gate Heavenly Sect is worthy of being mentioned in front of me? Who knows what kind of lowly sect it is hiding in some corner? Suddenly, a burst of power struck downward. The power hit the formation set up by the 4 elders, causing it to shatter. An elder angrily shouted, You broke my Shushan sword formation, who are you? Lin Feng, along with Miao True Lord and Hong Yen, appeared. Lin Feng coldly spoke, I am the master of the mysterious gate. On our way to Sand Pearl City, after today, both my name and the name of the Mystic Gate Heavenly Sect will definitely be more deeply imprinted in your memory than the Shushan Sword Sect. The chubby elder of the Shushan Sword Sect responded, Don't be so arrogant. Even Taishu Buan wouldn't dare to speak so boldly in front of Shushan. Suddenly, a group of people dressed entirely in red appeared, flying through the clouds. Lin Feng looked up and spoke, Someone is coming. He glanced upward, a slight smile on his face. The people in red were getting closer. Ming Zhu, with a serious expression, looked at everyone. He stepped forward, accompanied by the old man who silently observed. Lin Feng suddenly thought to himself, the Mystic Nether Manual, so it's the Yu family here. As Ming Zhu got closer, he whispered into the old man's ear, Uncle Lu, these two are the ones. After I told them I'm from the Yu family, that man still looks down on us. Old Lu spoke sternly, the Honglan sect is also a subordinate of my Yu family. Daring to provoke my Yu family, you will pay the price. The old man raised his hand, gathering a surge of energy, and unleashed a massive palm strike toward Lin Feng and Hong Yan, causing both of them to freeze in place. He thought to himself, they're coming right to me, it's the perfect time to test the power of the nascent soul stage. Miao True Lord stepped forward to shield the two, saying, You stand before me, and attacking my friends isn't as simple as it seems. With a snap of his fingers, he continued, What a fine heavenly true water you are. I haven't even retaliated yet. Let me take over and continue the formation for you. Miao True Lord stood in front of Lin Feng and Hong Yan, creating a reflective mirror. The mirror reflected the incoming palm strike. As the palm hit the mirror, it shattered and disappeared. The old man murmured in confusion, the replication isn't quite right. It's more of a reflection than a true mirroring. Old Lu, furious, questioned, returning light scene, mirror flower master, Miao world hero. Miao Sure Hao, I admire your cultivation, it's not easy to reach your level. But if you turn away now, I will pretend this never happened. Otherwise, you're just a nascent soul early stage cultivator. Do you really think you can withstand the wrath of the Yu family? Don't make the mistake of letting this escalate to a fatal outcome. Miao True Lord casually flicked his ear and responded, Oh, I'm so scared, you really know how to frighten me. Come on, show me what you've got. His face darkened. If that's how it is, I'll send you on your way to the cycle of reincarnation. Suddenly, a voice rang out from afar, Everyone, stop. Lin Feng looked up toward the voice. Another person, a group of individuals clad in green, led by a young man named Dong Hui, was approaching. He spoke up, This matter involves the heaven-penetrating sword sect, I ask that everyone cease for now, let me handle my own family affairs first. Old Lu angrily shouted, Tian True Lord Yang Tong Hui arrived just in time. The vice-ruler beside him anxiously called out, Master Dong Hui moved closer to the vice-ruler, questioning, Where is the 9 levels heaven-connecting grass? He stammered in fear, My master. The vice-ruler trembled and pointed towards Xiaobu Dian. Lin Feng quickly stepped forward to shield the boy. He spoke up again, the order was given to secretly steal the elixir and prepare it for the Shushan sword sect. My disciples learned of it by chance and took the elixir back. Now, it's time for it to return to its rightful owner. After finishing his words, he turned to Xiaobu Dian and commanded, Bring it here. Yes, master. Xiaobu Dian respectfully handed over the elixir, secretly thinking to himself, If I had known earlier, I would have taken a bite myself. Dong Hui placed a hand on his chest, showing gratitude, and said, Thank you, my friend. I'm unsure how to address you. Lin Feng lightly closed his eyes and introduced, I am the master of the mysterious gate. He replied gently, I will pay my respects to Lin Bro later. Suddenly, an elder from the Shushan sword sect clasped his hands in respect and spoke, hoping to appeal to Tian True Lord Mingset. We only just learned of this matter. Both of our factions are members of the 9 Heavens Sword Alliance, how could Shushan tolerate a traitor? Dong Hui, satisfied, said, That's the best outcome. He clenched his fists, muttering angrily, This cannot be tolerated. Wait for me to report to the ancestor, I will definitely seek justice. He glanced at the discontented person and said, let's go. Suddenly, Lin Feng spoke up to stop them. You want to go bully my disciples, and you still want to leave? The plump elder sneered and replied arrogantly, you want to stop us? Shu Shan has tens of thousands of sword cultivators, do you think you can turn us into mud? Lin Feng smiled and responded, oh, is that so? After saying this, he gathered a surge of power into the palm of his hand. On the road leading to the city, Lin Feng used his strength to create 4 energy orbs, trapping the 4 elders of the Shushan sword sect. One elder, furious, shouted, you are truly bold. After saying this, he turned to the others and ordered, make your move. The 4 swords continuously attacked the energy orbs, trying to break free. Lin Feng smiled and teased, interesting, let me allow you to play as much as you want. The elder panicked, what is happening? Suddenly, a force began pulling at his body, causing him to scream in horror. He suddenly appeared in a strange place, his face filled with shock, speechless. This is the all-heaven small world, a distant plane, with everything around it dyed in purple. He stood there, observing and muttering to himself, where is this damned place? Lin Feng stood observing the 4 small worlds he had created to trap the 4 Shushan elders. Old Lu suddenly thought to himself, the heavens and earth create and nurture all living things. Who exactly is this person? I never expected someone to be able to use such divine powers. Dong Hui was also taken aback, deep in thought. The owner of the mysterious gate is Lin Feng? It seems like he's a newly emerged powerful cultivator, someone who had remained hidden from the world before, but recently, with his mind shifting, he's established a sect and left behind a legacy. He observed, it seems that the owner of the heavenly minor world must wait until I reach the mid-stage of Golden Core before everything can be completed. At that point, even the primordial spirit will be unable to escape from the confines of this spell, leaving you at my mercy. The plump elder furrowed his brow in confusion. What's going on? My cultivation has been suppressed to the foundation establishment stage. Suddenly, someone appeared behind him, making him wary. He angrily shouted, it's you. Lin Feng crossed his arms and said, I will deal with you all myself. There are those who bully the weak with their strength, so let's have you fight my disciples and see whether the Shushan sword Dao is sharper or my mysterious gate spell is more elusive. The elder trembled, furiously questioning, you dare to insult Shushan like this? Xiaobu Dian suddenly soared into the air, raising his fist in a teasing attack. Shorty, where are you looking? The elder was startled and dodged the blow. This is bad, he shouted, his face turning red with anger. This little brat has a demon fox spirit at the peak Golden Core stage. How am I supposed to fight him? Xiaobu Dian laughed and responded happily, don't worry, I won't use the demon fox spirit's power. If you're scared, he'll let you strike first. The elder arrogantly said, so what if our cultivation levels are the same? I am still the foremost in the way of the sword, far surpassing your sect's miscellaneous paths. With that, he drew his sword. The Shaoshang sword slashed swiftly towards Xiaobu Dian. Xiaobu Dian immediately raised his hand to create a wind and thunder sphere. Watch me. Xiaobu Dian attacked, causing him to grit his teeth and resist, cursing inwardly. Is this a joke? I can't believe a foundation establishment cultivator can create such a dangerous attack for a Golden Core cultivator. This is downright bullying. The young man retreated, causing the 2 forces of wind and thunder to erupt. Dong Hui gasped in disbelief and exclaimed, how is this possible? I can't believe the Shaoshang sword can't withstand a single blow. Old Lu also couldn't believe it, Shaoshang sword, one of the 6 sword chi of Shushan. Its strength lies in its fierce and domineering nature. Even if I were at the same cultivation level, I certainly wouldn't be able to withstand such a divine ability. He glanced towards Lin Feng, speculating, then, if he's the master of that little son, how strong must he be? He turned and scolded Ming Ju loudly, if it weren't for that little son, why would we have provoked him? He walked over to Lin Feng with a smile, saying warmly, it's all a misunderstanding, we won't disturb you anymore. The young man replied sternly, feel free. Lin Feng stood and watched as old Lu's group flew off, thinking to himself, very good, when the auction comes, another actor will present himself, coming to my stage, crying and begging to be a part of my grand play. He looked in Dong Hui's direction, thinking, he almost spoke up just now. Dong Hui clasped his hands in respect and said, Sect Master Lin, they did not know their limits and have offended your esteemed command. According to reason, they should be punished, but I want them to be educated as well. I hope you can show mercy. After speaking, he took out a jade vial and handed it over. 7 heaven-penetrating pills. These are used to suppress the command token. Lin Feng grinned wickedly, thinking to himself, I knew someone would come out to play the good guy. I've been waiting for this person. Since you didn't speak up, I won't spare these good actors of yours. Lin Feng broke the seal for the 4 elders, saying, Alright, I'll give you face on behalf of my friend. It's just that Shu Shan has been too lenient with its disciples, showing disrespect to the reputation of 9 Heaven's bright sword. The man lay on the blackened ground, cursing inwardly, if I weren't no match for you, I would have killed you the moment you said that. Dong Hui looked at the 4 Shu Shan elders kneeling down, the lush trees around them, and thought that it was inevitable that some dry, withered leaves would exist. I believe the seniors of Shu Shan would not tolerate such arrogant and unruly behavior, let alone allow such corruption to enter their sect. He turned to Lin Feng and continued, So, Sect Master Lin, are you here to participate in the vast Dharma assembly as well? 3 days from now, the Heavenly Martial Pavilion will hold an auction. Will Sect Master Lin be attending that as well? Lin Feng smiled and replied, That's right. Once this matter is concluded, I will take my leave. His expression became serious as he pondered, I believe after this, Shu Shan and the Yu family will definitely be displeased with me, and will likely move against the items I need at the auction. Why wouldn't I have Dong Hui introduce me to the auction? After thinking carefully, Lin Feng asked with a friendly smile. This is my first time here, I don't know if there are any restrictions on participating in the auction? Dong Hui raised 3 fingers and answered him seriously. The minimum cultivation level for Jin Dan Qi is the lowest requirement. At the very least, one must have a treasure to participate in the auction, and you must also have someone who has participated in a previous law meeting to act as your sponsor. As long as you meet these 3 conditions, you will receive an invitation. Lin Feng sighed in disappointment. With you introducing me like this, it's going to be difficult. Sure Hao covered his mouth and laughed, answering in response to Dong Hui's confusion. Heaven-stepping true lord, don't look at me. I had already promised to introduce someone else before. Dong Hui replied warmly. If that's the case, if sect leader Lin doesn't mind, I can act as your sponsor. After saying this, he thought to himself that today's event could be considered a big favor that Lin Feng had done for him, and he should make an effort to help him out. Lin Feng covered his mouth, wearing a crafty smile as he replied. Friend, agreeing to help me is already a big favor. Why would I mind? He laughed cheerfully and continued. If that's the case, I thank you in advance, and we will meet again at the auction. Dong Hui agreed promptly. All right. At a guest station, Lin Feng and the others were ushered in by the waiter who greeted them. After sitting down, Sure Hao angrily spoke loudly. Letting heaven-stepping true water be your sponsor, what kind of game is he trying to play? Lin Feng hesitated. He raised his hand to interrupt. Wait, don't speak. Sure Hao playfully raised a finger, saying it all out loud, Not interesting, let me think for myself and follow you. Indeed, not wrong, it's too interesting. He wiped his sweat and awkwardly smiled, thinking, if anyone else heard this, they'd probably misunderstand me. Lin Feng suddenly remembered, right, the auction tomorrow is convenient. You can bring my 2 disciples along to learn about the world. I just sent them a message, telling them to come here for the meeting. He stood up and replied, No problem, sounds good, it's getting late. Sure Hao waved his hand in farewell, answering, Okay. Xiaobu Dian, with a regretful expression, said, Master is really proactive in sending the miraculous herb. Lin Feng patted his head and responded, Silly little son, think of it as an investment for now. Later, we can earn something much bigger. Besides, your share is guaranteed. This is all for you." Saying that, he presented a glowing lotus flower with a brilliant golden light. Xiaobu Dian froze, "Master, my spirit altar." The little one quickly sat down, cross-legged in a meditative position. Lin Feng stood by, observing, and then said, "There's an issue with your spirit altar, let me use my spiritual sense to investigate." He gazed at a spiritual tower under construction, silently assessing. The 6 spiritual towers of Tianhao were being built rapidly. Lin Feng, holding the spirit cauldron, reminded Tianhao, "Focus, don't get distracted." Xiaobu Dian meditated with the support of the spirit altar. In Xiaobu Dian's consciousness, a massive surge of energy erupted in all directions, causing the surrounding towers to tremble violently. All over his body, Xiaobu Dian suddenly began to glow with 2 parallel sources of energy, blue and yellow. Lin Feng was confused. This wasn't right, it was still changing. This form was precisely the way the particles on the heavenly fire 9 lotus flower lined up. The spirit altar rose up, almost ready to condense into the alchemical cauldron. Once condensed, 9 alchemical cauldrons would be created, and the master would help you. Xiaobu Dian soared into the air, bursting with a surge of power. He silently rejoiced, thinking to himself, the supreme alchemical cauldron was complete. After this thought, Xiaobu Dian turned and said, "Master, I've reached the late stage of foundation establishment." After Xiaobu Dian's breakthrough, Lin Feng stepped forward and instructed, "Tianhao, you've just broken through, now go back and focus on your cultivation to consolidate your gains." Xiaobu Dian responded respectfully, "Yes." He closed his eyes and thought, "I should ask Cun if the solar seed I obtained is real." In the space of the ring, Cun, lying on its back, appeared bored. Lin Feng cheerfully spoke up, "Solar True Flame, do you still want to take it?" Cun turned to look and replied, "You are truly despicable." Lin Feng remained cheerful and asked, "So, Solar True Flame, do you still want it?" While saying this, he thought to himself, "Even if I'm despicable, it's still stronger than you." Cun, with a pleased expression, asked back, "Are you really going to give it to me?" Lin Feng covered his mouth with his hand, laughing, "Of course, not just the Solar True Flame. I'll find a way to restore your body, to restore your strength." Upon hearing this, Cun's face turned sour as it said, "What do you want to do?" Lin Feng replied, "It's nothing. I never said I wouldn't give you the Solar True Flame." Hearing this, Cun thought to himself, "You didn't say it, but back then, you left before saying anything." He held out a seed that emitted a blinding golden light. The Solar True Flame seed I had before, its firepower increase was limited. Even if I gave it to you, it wouldn't amount to much. But now I've found a way to enhance its firepower. Once I've cultivated a true Solar True Flame, I'll share some with you. Seeing Lin Feng take out the high fire herb seed, Cun's eyes sparkled with greed. "You have high fire herb?" It seemed this was extinct in Tian Huangguan Lu. Without hesitation, it popped the high fire herb seed into its mouth. Lin Feng spoke up. "Take a look." Cun chewed while replying, "It really is the high fire herb seed. Why are you suddenly so kind to me?" Lin Feng pointed in a direction, saying, "I've always been good to you. Look at this." Cun's eyes lit up with desire as it saw what was before him. The remains of the Congold ancient clan's body. It thought to itself, "Once I swallow this corpse of the Beast King, I'll be able to regenerate my body and reach the peak of the Demon Overlord." Lin Feng then asked, "Do you like it?" Cun eagerly replied, "I like it, I like it." Lin Feng put away the Congold Fox clan's remains, leaving Cun confused. "If you like it, that's enough." Cun frowned, feeling displeased. "Are you messing with me?" Lin Feng turned to leave, saying, "I've given you something, but not right now. Wait a bit, and when the time comes, I'll give you this dead fox and the Solar True Flame." Cun watched him walk away in anger, muttering, "Annoying, messing with me again." The next day, apart from the guest station, Dong Hui and his disciples arrived. Has Master Lin prepared everything? Lin Feng said, sorry to trouble you, friend. As he stepped forward, Xiaobu Dian quickly followed behind. Master, wait for me. Seeing Lin Feng and his group approaching, Dongwei spoke, since everyone is here, let's set off. He was secretly surprised, thinking to himself, after only a few days, Lin Feng had already reached the late stage of foundation establishment. Had he already reached this critical point before, and only needed a breakthrough to advance? Lin Feng and the others began to fly. While flying, he said, I never expected the Heavenly Martial Pavilion's auction to be hidden in the void, truly a big business deal. Dongwei turned to add, Master Lin, your wisdom shines bright. In fact, the Heavenly Martial Pavilion is a paradise, but only the HNHO sect holds the opening rights for outsiders. A person stepped forward to greet them, and Dongwei spoke, Mr. Song, it's been a long time. Song Fu stepped forward and replied, Young True Lord, it's been a long time. Dongwei turned to Lin Feng to introduce him, Master Lin, this is Mr. Song, one of the 3 main managers of the Heavenly Martial Pavilion. Song Fu clasped his hands in greeting and spoke, is the Master Lin of the mysterious gate in front of us? He lightly bowed and continued, Mr. Song, my apologies for the trouble. Song Fu responded, not at all. Please, both of you, come inside. Lin Feng said, thank you for your trouble. He thought for a moment, realizing that the news of the Shushan sect's humiliation must have already spread. Lin Feng looked at the space in front of him, silently thinking that it was impossible to tread carefully, as the magical power had completely concealed it. It seemed that at the auction here, it might not be wise to reveal one's identity. A disciple stepped forward to greet Tian True Lord and Lin's sect leader, and the positions of the two had already been settled. Dong Hui nodded, let's go. The disciple pointed the way, please follow me. He led them into a blank white space, took out a token, and suddenly, a scene appeared within it. The disciple turned to Lin Feng and scratched his head, the surroundings are a bit simple, I hope sect leader Lin will forgive me. Lin Feng waved his hand in response to the disciple, it's fine, I'm here to witness the prosperity of the vast sea. Dong Hui gestured toward Lin Feng's group and said, sect leader Lin, let's go sit inside first. He sent a message explaining, it'll be a while before the official auction starts. During this time, everyone will enter the spiritual consciousness space to interact and trade. You can go take a look. Lin Feng was surprised, spiritual consciousness space? Dong Hui continued sending the message, when the spiritual consciousness of many people gathers, it forms a spiritual consciousness space. Moreover, because the appearance of the consciousness cannot be detected, it is highly secure. Lin Feng replied, thank you. Lin Feng looked at the white lights, contemplating that indeed, countless threads of spiritual consciousness were interacting. He then said, in that case, I'll choose a place with many people to observe. Within the spiritual consciousness space, a Buddha statue glowing with light made Lin Feng exclaim in surprise, why is there a Buddha statue there? We have to go and see. A glowing Buddha statue stood surrounded by many shadowy figures. This is Amitabha Buddha, someone in the spiritual realm spoke as they introduced the Buddha statue. This is the Buddha statue that was passed down from the Great Thunderclap Temple years ago. That means I have no connection with the statue, and I cannot comprehend the marvels within it. Today, there's no need for any competitive bidding, I'll sell it for 80 imperial talismans. Someone will take it when they see it. Lin Feng furrowed his brows, lost in thought. Indeed, this Buddha statue had an aura of purity and Buddha essence, but there was no active spiritual power, so it probably didn't possess any magical abilities or sword techniques. He stroked his chin, focusing intently on the statue, and then said, this Buddha statue only has a little bit of Buddha essence. There's no Buddhist power or magic, who would be fooled by 80 imperial talismans? The seller's face darkened, and he said, 80 imperial talismans is a fixed price. If no one wants it, I'll just take it back. Lin Feng thought to himself, 80 imperial talismans is relatively cheap, but I've just founded my sect, and my funds are tight. This Buddha statue is making me uneasy. Should I buy it? While Lin Feng was still pondering, the seller of the Buddha statue shouted loudly. Is no one buying? Then I'll take it back. Suddenly, an old man raised a bag of talismans high into the air. He paused, then threw the bag of talismans toward the seller. After receiving the bag of talismans, the seller spoke. This item is now yours. The Buddha statue was handed over into a waiting hand. The hand grasped it, and then it vanished without a trace. Lin Feng escaped from the divine consciousness space, his expression thoughtful and contemplative. Why do I feel like I've missed something? Never mind, I should still contact my identity as the war god. He calmed himself and muttered, calculating the time, realizing they should be arriving soon. I can have them stay for a while. At Heavenly Martial Cave, Lin Feng, while observing his surroundings, said, "Pay attention to anyone leaving the auction." Sure Hao, confused, asked, "What are you planning now?" Lin Feng glanced at him and replied, "Wait for a bit." He continued, "There's no telling if we'll gain anything yet. Let's just wait and see." Song Fu stepped forward and asked, "Miao True Lord, why aren't you going in?" He stroked his chin and responded, "I'm waiting for a good friend. He just sent word, asking me to wait for him." An old man in blue robes was flying swiftly. Lin Feng saw him and nodded inwardly, certain. "Oomph, that's definitely him." The old man spoke while flying, "If I've obtained the item, then this thing is useless now." After speaking, he tossed away the Buddha statue's base stone. Joey caught it and said, "Master, this stone doesn't seem to be moving in space. It feels somewhat odd." Lin Feng observed with his gaze, "This pattern might have some hidden meaning. Let's attend the auction first and discuss it later." Lin Feng silently speculated, Xiaoyi's 10 fortunate encounters are no mere talk. He picked up a stone when leaving the gate, and that stone must definitely have something hidden. Song Fu, with a bright smile, spoke up cheerfully. "Everyone, today is the grandest auction of the year, held once annually by our Heavenly Martial Pavilion. Thank you all, friends, for coming here to participate." Having spoken, he clapped his hands, and a red dragon appeared, roaring loudly. Song Fu introduced, "Red Dragon Blue Sea Crossing." He continued with a smile, "This dragon has reached the peak of the Demon Commander stage, with a rich and pure concentration of water-based spiritual energy. Its appearance is flawless. The starting price is 80 blue talismans, and each price increment must be at least 2 blue talismans." A voice called out loudly, "I bid 90. Another voice raised the bid, "I bid 92. Song Fu continued the auction. Next, an item for auction was a Jin Dan Chi magical item. This tower, named Red Flame Tower, was of low thunder grade and contained intense red flame thunderfire. Everyone knew that, aside from the 7 great true fires, the red flame thunderfire was the most powerful among all the various fire types, and it was extremely rare. The starting price was 50 red talismans, with a minimum bid increase of 1 red talisman. People called out their bids in unison, 51 red talismans, 60 red talismans. Suddenly, a hand slammed down on the table with a loud voice, "I bid." Lin Feng stood up and raised 5 fingers, 7 red talismans. One person muttered in his heart, cursing the little son for not following the procedure and jumping straight to such a high bid. An elder from the Shushan sword sect spoke up, "Lin Feng is afraid that we will raise the price with him, so he came in with Yang Tonghui to distract us." In fact, the person sitting next to Miao Hao must also be him or one of his disciples. He silently thought to himself, knowing that we were targeting him, that's why he took 2 seats. In fact, this was the very thing he was using to participate in the auction. The elder beside him spoke up, "Teach him a lesson, let him know that someone without any background like him is nothing in front of Shushan." The Heavenly Martial Pavilion's Dong Tian, the arrogant elder from Shushan, raised the price with a purple talisman. Those around them admired and commented, "Shushan really has money, just starting and already bidding so high." Xiao Yan turned to Lin Feng and said, "Master, stay calm, respond however you wish." He stood up, cupping his hands, offering 100 red talismans. Hearing this, he coldly remarked, 17 red talismans, and you want to compete with the financial power of Shushan? Little one, you're still far from it. The people around began discussing. Shushan wants to compete with the people from Mysterious Gate? That won't do. After all, the head of Mysterious Gate just slapped Shushan in the face. Another elder spoke up. Spending such a large amount of money just to compete with someone doesn't seem quite right, does it? He glanced over and responded, "You're right, but no need to worry, the low red flame Thunder Emperor is something we truly need." The fat elder also chimed in. The fourth generation ancestor has recently been cultivating a technique involving thunder fire flying swords, but his creativity is currently blocked. It's just the right time to get some high quality spiritual fire to assist. The crimson flame thunder fire was just what they needed. Martial Uncle, the elder sitting beside them, nodded in satisfaction and replied, "Then that's good." Sure Hao held the glowing orb with both hands, sending a voice transmission to Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, do you treasure that item? If not, don't stubbornly clash with Shushan, and I will support you. As for wealth, it's not certain they are your match. After this, there might be something even better." Lin Feng, upon hearing this, was puzzled. "How much do you think the Red Flame Dragon Emperor Tower is worth?" He replied via voice transmission. "Not more than 5 purple talismans, anything beyond that, we'll have to fight for it." He then turned to Xiao Yan and gave an order. "Keep going." Xiao Yan replied, "Yes." Without hesitation, he raised his hand again, continuing the bidding with 2 purple talismans. The elder frowned, cursing inwardly. "Damn, didn't expect them to still dare to challenge us on the price." The chubby elder beside him spoke. "Keep raising the price, crush them." Hearing this, the elder raised 3 fingers and bid 3 purple talismans. Song Fu cheerfully announced, "Then I declare that this tower belongs to..." Before he could finish his sentence, Xiao Yan interrupted. 350 red talismans." The onlookers muttered, fearing that these two would clash fiercely. He turned to the elder with his arms crossed. "Shall we keep bidding?" The elder spoke. "Crush them if you can." He raised all 5 fingers, continuing the bid. 5 purple talismans. Song Fu, hearing this, spoke loudly. "Is there anyone else?" Final call for the bid. Xiao Di then turned to Lin Feng. "If I bid 501 red talismans, what will Shu Shan's reaction be?" Lin Feng calmly replied, "A small gain is still acceptable." When there was no longer any bidding from Xiao Yan, Song Fu, holding the tower, said, "Congratulations to Shu Shan's friend for using 5 purple talismans to win the Red Flame Thunder Emperor Tower." He then presented a set of cultivation manuals, and the next item up for auction was a jade tablet set. Lin Feng observed it and, with surprise, thought to himself, just the flow of energy from the jade tablets gives off a heavy, grounded feeling. This book is not ordinary. Song Fu continued explaining, this jade tablet set records a high-level earth-type cultivation technique called Shizhua Zi. Although it is incomplete, its quality is extremely high, with the starting price being 30 red talismans. He found this confusing and thought, why is there so much mental energy exchanged? Could this book have some hidden background? Let's see. Lin Feng focused, trying to recall. The full name of Shizhua Zi was probably Tsongkong Shizhua Zi, which recorded the profound essence of the earth and was a top-tier earth-type technique, even surpassing the Earth Talisman Sutra of the Great Thunderclap Temple. Unfortunately, it was just a fragment. He then placed a bid for 1 purple talisman. As he did so, he thought, Heaven and Earth Shizhua Zi, this book must be mine. Upon hearing Lin Feng's bid, Elder Shu Shan said, if he's personally bidding, then this technique must be useful to him. We can't let him have it for too little. The chubby elder stroked his chin and thoughtfully said, that's true. After speaking, he set the price at 2 purple talismans. Lin Feng raised the bid to 200 red talismans. After speaking, he thought to himself, as expected, they are targeting me. Well, don't blame me for being ruthless. 240 red talismans. People around them started whispering. Who is this newcomer? Who has such financial power? Elder Shushan said, "Today, I'll show everyone what it means to be taught a lesson." Lin Feng continued to raise the bid, 260 red talismans. He smiled triumphantly. 570 red talismans. If I don't make you bleed a little, I won't feel satisfied. Lin Feng raised the bid again, 68 purple talismans. Upon hearing this, Song Fu knocked his gavel and said, 6 purple talismans, the first successful transaction. Congratulations to this friend for using 6 purple talismans to win the set of cultivation jade slips. He smiled proudly. Shushan and I both pushed you, today you won't leave in peace. Dong Hui transmitted a message, later, if sect leader Lin wants something, the heaven-penetrating sword sect can lend you some talismans. Lin Feng looked up and replied, not necessary for now. Hong Yan, worried, turned to him, Senior, using 6 purple talismans to buy this set of Taoist techniques seems a bit. Lin Feng calmly responded, it's fine, after all, I don't have to spend my own money. In the heavenly martial cave, the child Song Fu raised his hand and introduced, next is the final item of this auction. The golden tiger's clone, its consciousness has been completely erased, but it can be trained by humans. It will transform into its external manifestation, a massive tiger corpse lying on the ground. Heavenly origin world possessing an external manifestation means an additional entity, an additional opportunity for rebirth. The people present couldn't believe their eyes and started murmuring, oh my god, this supreme treasure is unexpectedly so miraculous. Lin Feng silently observed, assessing the situation. Old Lu suddenly spoke loudly, external manifestation of the body, I've been searching for this for many years and finally encountered it here. Song Fu, with a satisfied expression, spoke up, everyone here is someone with discernment, I've said too much. The starting price is 18 purple talismans. The people around immediately began to bid, 10 purple talismans, 15 purple talismans. He then excitedly made his offer, I bid 20 purple talismans. The elder of Shushan sword sect spoke, 25 purple talismans, this item must belong to Shushan. Old Lu slammed the table angrily, raising his voice, I bid 30 purple talismans. Someone exclaimed in shock, 30, that's the entire wealth of a nascent soul cultivator. Another person added, oh my god, has the Yu family gone crazy? The elders of Shushan sword sect all expressed their dissatisfaction, damn it, it's been snatched by the Yu family. These 30 purple talismans, is one Feng desperate or something? If it goes any higher, it will exceed our expectations. Someone stepped forward and spoke, don't worry, just buy it. Kong Shuang Shushan, a nascent soul cultivator, known as Li Xiong True Lord. The 4 elders spoke in unison, Kong, preside over this matter. Kong Shuang stood with his hand on the table. Shushan looked at them, none of them could take it away. The elders clasped their hands together and bowed their heads, saying, we will follow the command of the hand seat. He then issued the order, just state your bid. The man loudly announced, 4 purple talismans. Everyone began discussing among themselves, Shushan is really wealthy, indeed, raising the price as if it's causing a commotion. Dong Hui shouted loudly, 4 purple talismans, are you going to raise the price again? Old Lu slammed the table in regret, it was almost in our hands. Kong Shuang ordered, go and fetch the item. Suddenly, Lin Feng laughed joyfully and continued bidding, I bid 60 purple talismans. Kong Shuang looked towards Lin Feng and spoke, is that the Mystic Gate heavenly sect you all are talking about? The elder beside him replied, yes, Kong Handseat, that is correct. Hearing this, Kong Shuang reached for his sword, but before he could draw it, a shadowy figure spoke up, does Kong True Lord plan to act here? Kong Shuang withdrew his hand from the sword and replied, humph, then I will give you some face. He then issued the next bid, I don't believe it. The man raised the bid, 68 purple talismans. Kong Shuang smiled and continued, 70 purple talismans. Kong Shuang ground his teeth in anger, Song Fu, I request a verification of this person's qualifications to bid. I suspect he doesn't have that much money. Hearing this, the crowd around them became displeased and voiced their frustration, Shushan can't keep up with the bidding, so now he wants to use his influence to pressure others? The title of County Forest Branch Chief must have come from somewhere, But who knows what his background or family circumstances are? Who knows? Let's see how the Heavenly Martial Pavilion handles this now. Song Fu will definitely speak up. The relationship of that Lin sect master is quite solid, Mao Tiangu can vouch for it. Lin Feng smirked, speaking sarcastically, is your friend from Shushan perhaps short on money? If you're short, you can borrow from me, the interest rate is very low. He became even more annoyed, almost wanting to kill him with a single strike. After thinking it over, he made an offer, 100 purple talismans. The elder beside him stepped forward to intervene. Kong hand position, isn't 100 already beyond your limit? Kong Shuang shouted angrily, shut up. He then turned to Lin Feng and said, Master of the Mysterious Gate, it's your turn to make an offer. Lin Feng smiled politely at Kong Shuang and said, Friend of Shushan, you win. Kong Shuang grinned triumphantly, Humph, challenge me? The tiger is captured. Someone from the group spoke up, so this clone now belongs to Shushan. The elder sighed wearily, finally it was over. He clenched his hands in joy, waiting for this clone of his to be refined and advance to the nascent soul stage, it would all be worth it. Suddenly, someone spoke, Hey, why does this clone look so much like the Congold Fox Demon? Kong Shuang looked up in the direction of the voice, puzzled, Congold Fox Demon? Someone else answered the question, I heard that the former king of the Congold Fox Demon in Zhangchun was killed by a person named Lin Feng. Lin Feng seems to be the name of the master of the Mysterious Gate. Surely he wouldn't be auctioning off the clone of the Gold Fox Demon of Can, would he? He had a smug look on his face as he let out a sound. Humph, it's a bittersweet life. He angrily spat blood from his mouth and spoke loudly. Lin Feng, the Heavenly Martial Pavilion's room for Song Fu. Song Fu, sitting across from Lin Feng and Shihao, spoke up. Lin, the methods of your sect master are truly impressive. Lin Feng humbly responded. You're too kind, Master Lin. Song Fu pushed over a box and said. This is what the gentleman won at the auction this time. After deducting the auction fees and commissions, the total is 90 pieces from the estate. Upon hearing this, Shihao was taken aback and exclaimed loudly. 90 pieces? Could it be that the low red flame Thunder Emperor was also sold by you? He had a pleased expression on his face as he replied. That's right, he said, glancing at Lin Feng with a hint of praise. You really know how to surprise people. Lin Feng shuddered and broke into a cold sweat, then said. I fear nothing, neither the heavens nor the earth, but I'm afraid of Shihao Ge looking at me with such deep, affectionate eyes. Suddenly, the system announcement popped up. Congratulations, your reputation has increased. He thought to himself. As long as I have fame, I'll soon complete the task of recruiting disciples. When that time comes, once Xianzi breaks through to Golden Core, I'll go to Sand Pearl to recruit disciples. Lin Feng took the box and said. Mr. Song, it won't be long before I'll have the opportunity to cooperate with you all. When that time comes, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you again. Song Fu happily responded. It's nothing at all. The group of people from Lin Feng were on their way when he spoke up. Dang brother, when you're free another day, come visit Guluan Mountain as a guest. Dong Hui politely replied. Certainly. The group of people from Lin Feng continued flying on their cloud. Lin Feng turned to Shihao and asked. Now friend, I want to take the disciples back to the sect. What do you want to do? He laughed and answered. Of course, I'll follow you all back to the mountain. Lin Feng looked at him suspiciously. You don't mean? Shihao covered his mouth and chuckled, replying. At least you're not stupid. Don't you know that the sect is in need of an elder to protect the law? Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Congratulations to the host for activating the Law Protector mission. The host has recruited Tan Tu, the Cat World hero, as a law protector for the sect. Lin Feng, with a puzzled expression, asked. Why the sudden change of heart? He looked at Lin Feng and replied. Because it's fun following you. Lin Feng gave him a sidelong glance, lost in thought. If he accepted Miao Shihao, it could increase the sect's strength. In the future, while the disciples were training, there would be another protector. However, his personality was something no one could tolerate. After thinking for a moment, Lin Feng turned and said, "Once you join the sect, no more acting all delicate like this. And from now on, if you want to leave, just let me know." Upon hearing this, Shihao clasped his hands and bowed deeply in respect to the sect leader. He then leaned closer and whispered to Lin Feng, "Leader, I'm not sure I can do that. Do you want to change your request?" Lin Feng was terrified and mentally shouted, "Heavens, heavens!" Lin Feng was taken aback when the notification appeared. Tan Tu, the cat world hero, had officially become the guardian of the sect's disciple. The disciple had completed the task of finding a host for the sect and was granted a one-time reward opportunity. He waved his hand and dismissed it. Forget it, let's go." Lin Feng's group continued flying when an object landed, causing an explosion that sent dust flying in all directions. A figure appeared with a black sword. Kong Shuang, drawing his sword, said, "Damn it, too late." He walked angrily, muttering to himself, "I swear I'll kill you." Suddenly, Kong Shuang sensed something and shouted loudly, "Who's there? Show yourself." Two cracks appeared in the air, one blue and one red. Flying Fire Ancestor, a nascent soul cultivator from the Blazing Fire Sword sect, who had been killed by Lin Feng, and Blue Pass Ancestor, a nascent soul cultivator from the Flowing Light Sword sect, who had a 3-year agreement with Mu Rongyan Ran and Xiao Yan, stepped out from the two cracks. Upon seeing them, Lin Feng spoke. "I didn't expect the two of you to make Blue Pass Ancestor come in person. Your disciple is indeed a troublemaker." Blue Pass Ancestor replied, "Li Xiong True Lord is joking. I'm here only to investigate the origins of the mysterious Gates Master." As he said this, he thought to himself, if the disciples of Flowing Light Sword sect become his servants, it would truly be a huge disgrace. He turned to Flying Fire and asked, "Flying Fire, are you here because of the matter with Wuzhou City?" Flying Fire immediately responded, "After suffering such a great loss, of course, I'm here to get it back for him." Hearing that, Kong Shuang spoke up, "I hope the Heavenly Martial Pavilion can clarify the situation with Lin Feng. Shu Shan will certainly offer a gift of gratitude." A shadowy figure transmitted his voice, saying, "Kong True Lord, do not blame the old man for speaking too much. You should focus on turning this war into peace." He coldly replied, "How could I blame you? I've merely observed Lin Feng's actions. He has no small schemes, and I fear he may disrupt the balance of the divine continent." A pair of unfamiliar footsteps approached, and a voice said, "Business is business, always just business." Inside the Heavenly Martial Pavilion's cave, Dong Hui looked at the person who entered and spoke, "Damn elder." The elder approached, coldly saying, "Private matters are all in service of business." Damn elder, one of the high-ranking managers of the Heavenly Martial Pavilion, sent a message, saying, "The master of the mysterious gate is elusive and unpredictable, hard to track. The only information I can share with Kong True Lord is that when his people traded with others from distant continents, they once offered a spirit stone that came from Mount Guluan." Upon hearing this, Kong Shuang spoke, "That's enough." He clenched his fists, his face filled with anger as he said, "Shushan once had a disciple, Jin Dan Chi Lu Yang, who encountered misfortune and later disappeared on Mount Guluan. It seems this is related to this person." Flying Fire frowned in confusion. "Mount Guluan stretches for thousands of miles, and without a specific target, how could we possibly find him?" Kong Shuang turned to Blue Shadow and said, "Start by finding the local bullies and tyrants here. This old man seems suspicious. What about the Wind God sect?" Blue Shadow and Flying Fire stepped into the spatial rift. Flying Fire looked back and said, "Let's go." Kong Shuang recalled Lin Feng's provocative face, gritting his teeth in anger. "This time, we must find the whereabouts of that bastard Lin Feng." At the top of the Jade Peak, Lin Feng and Shihao were standing beneath the massive ancient tree. Suddenly, Shihao spoke up, now this is a place for the living. Lin Feng, standing beside him, replied, if you say that outside, you'll offend a lot of people. He was suddenly taken aback. Manhwa and a group of disciples stood in an orderly line. The disciples bowed their heads and loudly chanted, welcome, Patriarch, back to the mountain. Lin Feng looked at Manhwa in confusion, did you teach them all this? With a proud expression, Manhwa said, I had nothing to do, so I taught them a little bit of etiquette to handle guest receptions. Shihao stepped forward to compliment him, this guy's not bad. Your Jin Dan Chi cultivation is even more abundant than mine. Did you practice the primal true water technique? Manhwa smiled modestly, making his friends chuckle. Lin Feng pointed at the two and introduced, this is Miao Shihao, the Mirror Flower Master, who will become the Dharma Protector Elder of our sect. This is Kong Manhwa, also a Dharma Protector Elder of our sect. Shihao moved closer to Manhwa, surprising him, and then praised, this guy is really carefree, I like him. He approached and said, alright, go find a cool cave to rest. Let's go. He grumbled, let's go. Manhwa looked in the direction Shihao was walking and commented, I still feel like he's not as reckless as he appears on the outside. Lin Feng also looked towards Shihao and said, I hope so. How is Shaolin doing? Manhwa pointed and replied, 3 days ago, the boy entered a secluded place in the heavenly cave, planning to take the Dao route. I hope Shaolin Z can succeed. He suddenly remembered and said, right, Air. Lin Feng handed the Buddha statue stone to Manhwa, saying, this infinite light is like the Lai Classic, you must be truly persistent to comprehend the mysteries within it. None of you are to be lazy either, all of you, go cultivate for me. Manhwa took it and thanked Master Hongyan. Joey and Xiaobu Dian echoed their thanks as well. Joey turned to Lin Feng and asked, where should we disciples go? Lin Feng turned back and answered, just follow me to the medicinal herb garden. A little later, Lin Feng stood observing the spiritual herb fields and said, have you figured out the answer to what I gave you last time? Xiao Yan immediately responded, I've figured it out. The herb garden is fine, but it's lacking a water source that contains spiritual energy. Lin Feng created rays of energy with his hand and said, Zhou Son of Heaven's energy transforms into flowing water. Although it contains abundant spiritual energy, it still feels like something is missing. The energy he conjured flowed like water, sprinkling down on the spiritual herbs. He would later find a better water source to replace it. Afterward, he threw the seeds onto the ground and continued, for now, let's plant the high fire herb seeds first. The seed blossomed into a young sapling, quickly growing and easily emitting a brilliant golden light. It developed continuously and matured. Lin Feng cheerfully said, the high fire herb has sprouted. Next, we will cultivate it into a true fire sun. He waved his hand downward and said, let's try cutting a portion and see the result first. With both hands, Lin Feng held the high fire herb in a fireball, saying, I truly hope to see the actual true fire sun created by the high fire herb. The flame continuously absorbed the high fire herb around it, forming a vortex around it. He joyfully exclaimed, it really works. After absorbing the high fire herb, the fireball radiated a tremendous source of energy. This was the moment to connect it with the solar true flame and seize the opportunity to control the solar true flame thoroughly. In Guluwan southern foot of the mountain range, a building was constructed atop a towering mountain, where people were gathered inside. Zhang Hai, a nascent soul cultivator and the grand military officer of the Marquis of Mysterious Secrets from the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty, raised his glass and said, Divine Wind Mountain of the Wind God sect truly lives up to its reputation. Elder Feng True Lord, a nascent soul cultivator from the Wind God sect, humbly responded, Mr. Zhang is too kind. Old Lu spoke up, Elder Feng True Lord, you are too modest. Zhang Hai curiously asked, may I have the honor of meeting the sect master of your esteemed sect? Elder Feng replied, unfortunately, sect master brother is currently in seclusion, and it seems that it will not be possible for you to meet him. He held a wine cup in his hand and continued, wasn't the patriarch of your sect's seclusion meant to prevent that county lord Lin Feng from taking advantage of the situation and causing trouble? With a calm expression, he smiled and said, as long as he doesn't overstep the boundaries, he can act as recklessly as he wishes. If not, even if the Patriarch is in seclusion, I will still teach him the rules. Old Lu clenched his fist in anger and said, at that time, I failed to notice it, which allowed that villain to kill my grandson and escape. I've sent word back home. Fifth brother, tomorrow I will go and find Lin Feng to demand justice. Elder Feng suddenly asked, is that the friend from Mount Tian? He continued angrily, the one who was killed is my fifth brother's grandson. As he spoke, he thought to himself that it would be convenient to eradicate the dangerous seed as well. Zhang Hai also spoke up angrily, I came here this time because of this matter. This person not only kidnapped someone from the Marquis Manor but also killed the strategist of my household. He slammed his hand on the armrest, shouting angrily, is there any reason for this? How can there be such a vicious person in this world? Elder Feng's expression grew serious as he spoke, Wind God Sect, I am willing to contribute to the Kunlun Mountain Cultivators' Immortal Realm efforts and work with you, Xiao, to eliminate this threat. He sighed and put on a sorrowful expression, saying, I came here this time for this very issue. Not only did this person kidnap someone from the Marquis Manor, but he also killed the butler in my household. He stood up, looking at the two, there was someone who fought with Lin Feng before. We have instructed the disciples to take that person to Divine Wind Mountain. It is likely that TTNGH is already on the way back now. Lin Feng was focused on meditating under the watch of Xiao Yan. He thought to himself, the solar true flame is truly miraculous. It contains both the powers of life and death. It can annihilate the most destructive forces while nurturing all things. The fireball before Lin Feng's chest emitted energy, absorbing countless characters. He then said, in addition to the solar true flame technique, I will now unlock a new technique to control the solar true flame. The fireball formed and glowed in front of him. Lin Feng suddenly said, it could be called the Great Solar Heaven Emperor Path. He then placed the formed pill into his mouth. Lin Feng quickly formed a seal and began to digest it. He blew out a massive flame, so large that it covered the entire sky. Xiao Yan, seeing this, said with joy, it worked. Lin Feng smiled proudly, the restriction of the Golden Crow Great King has been broken. The solar true flame is now useful to me. He pointed and shot a beam of power directly into Xiao Yan's head. Xiao Yan quickly closed his eyes to comprehend. After a while, he opened his eyes and said, Master, it's done. The fire intent continued to flow into Xiao Yan's mind. Lin Feng spoke, Xiao Yan Zi, take it in, everything depends on this moment. His face was filled with difficulty as he continuously absorbed the energy. The flame transformed into a purple color, continually being absorbed. He sat in focus in front of the cauldron, constantly emitting two distinct streams of fire intent. Lin Feng spoke, make me the leader, use fire to assist, don't let the true fire split the group and take control, that would lead us astray. He watched and commented on Xiao Yan's comprehension. As long as it had the right direction and intelligence, it would stay on the right path. Suddenly, he turned his gaze towards a direction, where a surge of power shot straight into the sky. Lin Feng thought to himself, Xiao Lin Zi has broken through. He immediately walked over and handed over an electric ring, saying, Xiao Lin Zi, once you reach Foundation Establishment, I will give you a gift to congratulate you. He received it in surprise. Master, is this? Lin Feng replied, this is the Yin Yang Origin Sutra. It can transform into a barrier to defend against enemies, combining offense and defense in one. It is extremely powerful. Wang Lin clasped his hands together and said, thank you, Master, for the reward. Afterward, he thought to himself, in the future, when facing enemies, I no longer need to worry about being entangled by them. Lin Feng looked at Wang Lin, deep in thought. The magical energy within Xiao Lin Zi's body seemed a bit unusual. He had unexpectedly comprehended the life and death force of Li, which would surely result in an achievement greater than that of Xiaobu Dian. While thinking, he suddenly sensed something. Lin Feng looked towards the mountain where the energy surge was coming from, saying, why does the peak of Lingyan carry the aura of true Sun Shi, and why is there a trace of magical techniques from a cultivator of the divine sect? He glanced at Wang Lin and said, Shaolin Z, get ready. We're going into actual combat soon. Yang Qing quickly ran away, looking back to observe. He stopped, and Ma Shi chased after him, shouting loudly, Stop! Ma Shi, a golden core cultivator from the Wind God sect, created a source of power and shot it toward Yang Qing, shouting loudly, Let's see where you can run. The attack struck his back, causing him to stop. Yang Qing wiped the blood from his mouth and said, I never expected to be unable to escape. He pointed 2 fingers toward Ma Shi, preparing to counterattack. Then I'll fight back with all I've got. He then conjured a small vortex in his hand, likely true sun water. The 9 heavens infinite mutual whirled around, and the attack shot directly toward Yang Qing. The 2 attacks collided, and Yang Qing was hit, causing him to fall to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. In pain, Yang Chang lay on the ground as Ma Shi walked over and mocked him. You're bringing this shame upon yourself. Ma Shi stood, looking arrogant. You've really surprised me. I originally just wanted to ask you about the Master of Mysterious Gate, but I didn't expect you to know true sun water. Yang Qing struggled to support himself and said, Don't even think about getting anything from me. Ma Shi gave him a disdainful glance, sneering at his ignorance. Yang Qing gritted his teeth in anger. Yang Cheng used true sun water to attack, shouting loudly, Come at me. Ma Shi conjured a vortex in the palm of his hand, angrily launching his attack, stubborn and relentless. The 2 attacks collided, causing Yang Qing to struggle to defend himself. He covered himself with his hands, opened his eyes to look at Ma Shi, and grinned triumphantly, saying, Even true sun water can't protect you. Suddenly, the attack dissipated. Lin Feng transmitted a voice message. True sun water can't protect him, but I can. He suddenly spoke, Who is it? A pair of horns appeared. Lin Feng and Wang Lin rode the Fei Lian beast towards him, and Ma Shi was surprised. Who are you? Why do you have a Fei Lian beast from my Wind God sect? He created a puff of purple smoke with his hand and said, You captured Yang Qing, didn't you, to get information about me? Now I am right in front of you. Speak, what does your Wind God sect want to do? He was taken aback, a little uneasy, and thought to himself, I must report to the elder, the whereabouts of Mystic Gate Heavenly Sect will be settled with you once they return. The smoke enveloped Ma Shi, causing him to struggle. This isn't good, he wants to trap me. He quickly conjured a whirlwind and shouted, Let me go. Ma Shi fell to the ground with a thud, in pain. How is this possible? Wang Lin hovered in the air, creating a powerful force that surrounded everything. I'm just testing out a new move on you. He propped himself up, enraged. A tiny foundation establishment stage cultivator dares to speak like this. He formed a ball of energy with both hands, and suddenly, a set of bony hands rose from the surrounding area. The bony hands grabbed Ma Shi, making it hard for him to speak. How could you perform such a terrifying spell? He thought to himself, Lin Feng hadn't even made a move yet. It seemed like he was using me to let his disciples test their skills. Seizing the opportunity, Ma Shi decided to use a move, thinking in his mind, I have to use this chance to capture that little son. Exchanging for the path of life, the technique creates a destructive storm, annihilating everything around. Wang Lin muttered anxiously, as expected, this move still doesn't work against a Jin Dan Qi cultivator. The 2 stood facing each other, cautious. Suddenly, Ma Shi shot up into the air. He's flying up to attack, get him here, Wang Lin commanded. The attack was blocked by a shield. Ma Shi suddenly exclaimed, a peak-grade Jin Dan Qi magical artifact. Wang Lin pointed a finger, summoning a stream of black energy, a devastating strike. The black energy surrounded Ma Shi. He suddenly shot upwards to counterattack, shouting, Break for me. Ma Shi clenched his fist arrogantly, What do you think of this? Little bastard, Wang Lin replied calmly, staring at him like he was an idiot. Ma Shi gritted his teeth in fear and rage. If his disciple was this brutal, how terrifying must his master be? At the peak of Lingwen Mountain, the two continued to struggle. Wang Lin thought to himself, as expected, a Jin Danqi cultivator is not so easy to kill. If I set up a spirit altar, my chances of winning would increase a little, but in this situation, unless I take a risk, it seems impossible. Ma Shi gaped in surprise as Wang Lin formed seals, summoning several lightning bolts that gathered above his head. He pointed, and the bolts of lightning shot rapidly toward Ma Shi. Ma Shi pulled out a judgment flag. Are you willing to risk it all? The flag shot forward, and the two attacks collided. In the air, Ma Shi closed in, smug, thinking to himself. Little son is so foolish, he just exposed himself. In a moment, he'll be able to leave. Suddenly, he couldn't believe it and stepped back, saying, how could one cast such a spell? The flag has been shattered into pieces. Ma Shi, gravely injured, clutched his chest and yelled, my magical artifact. His face darkened, and in a fit of rage, he shouted, I'll tear you apart. The two attacks clashed violently, and Ma Shi's situation became increasingly dire. As he struggled to defend himself, fear and calculation began to cloud his mind. In this situation, if I fight to the death with this guy, the owner of Mysterious Gate will surely intervene. Wang Lin formed a hand seal with one hand and attacked with the other. He dodged the strike, thinking to himself, I need to leave quickly. Seeing this, Wang Lin taunted, you cowardly bandit. Lin Feng, standing outside, watched the two of them and silently thought, in terms of real combat, Shaolin Z is indeed doing quite well. He's able to consider multiple factors that could influence the outcome. Ma Shi charged forward to attack, screaming, I'll fight you to the death. Seeing this, Wang Lin pondered, he's already forcing his opponent to risk everything so quickly. As Ma Shi charged toward him, Wang Lin said, you came at just the right time. He unleashed a strike toward Ma Shi. Seizing the opportunity, Ma Shi turned and fled, leaving Wang Lin in shock, exclaiming, what? Ma Shi, feeling pleased with himself, flew away while looking back and laughing, I'm so smart. I pretended to fight to the death to distract the owner of Mysterious Gate and create an opportunity to escape. Suddenly, he stopped, puzzled, what's going on? Why is this deathly aura starting to condense into reality? Lin Feng swallowed him with the palm of his hand, smiling as he said, if you want to escape, you should at least ask me first. Wang Lin stepped forward, clasped his hands respectfully, Master, disciple made a careless mistake, allowing the enemy to escape. He replied, it's all right. Recognizing the mistake and learning from it is what's important. Lin Feng turned to Yang Qing, who was being supported by Wang Lin, and said, Shaolin Z, help him back to Yujing Mountain. Wang Lin obediently responded, yes. A giant ancient tree grew atop a towering peak. Lin Feng was using his power to heal Yang Qing. The soul is exhausted, so we'll use spiritual energy to restore it evenly. After the healing, Yang Qing clasped his hands in gratitude, thank you, Senior Lin, for your timely help. I naturally feel the urge to invite you to act as my protector. Lin Feng responded cheerfully, destroy and then rebuild, this is your creation now. Remember to seize the opportunity. He raised his hand to form a seal, a surge of power flowing through Yang Qing's forehead. He focused and made an effort to absorb it. A burst of energy erupted, and Lin Feng, observing, thought, the solar true flame and true sun water seem to be connected. I can use the great solar heaven emperor path to study the true sun water. From the true sun water, he comprehended a method, a technique that could be called the Tai-yin true solution. Yang Qing's expression changed, and he said, are you trying to build a high platform? Forget it, I'll lend you a hand. A gust of wind swept the leaves, swirling around above Yang Qing's head. He sat on the tower in the midst of the swirling water. Lin Feng watched this, stroking his chin in contemplation. It's even gentler than when Hong Yan set up the spirit altar. What kind of talent does he have? The system notification popped up, making him whiten his eyes. Root has increased to 9, comprehension has increased to 9, intellect has increased to 5, fortune has increased to 8. Summary, exceptionally high potential, recommended to accept as a disciple, enthusiastically teach, and he will certainly be the pillar of the sect. His face contorted. What is this? I didn't expect I could see Yang Qing's talent. Could it be that Yang Qing's sect has a problem? Under the tree, Yang Qing was still unconscious after his breakthrough. Lin Feng stood, staring at the sky in thought, stroking his chin. As for the problem of Qing Yang's sect, he would have to wait until he woke up to ask him. Suddenly, Yang Qing woke up, rubbed his head, and approached, bowing in gratitude. Senior, your continuous help is greatly appreciated by this junior. Lin Feng raised his hand to invite him up. No need for formalities. Why did you offend someone from the Wind God sect? Yang Qing, angry as he recalled the incident, said, After I escaped from the Fire Crow's grasp, I returned to report to my sect. Unexpectedly, the news was leaked, and people from the Wind God sect came. Lin Feng sighed upon hearing this, then replied, It's my fault for dragging you into this. Doesn't your sect do anything to stop the Wind God sect from coming after you? With a sad expression, Yang Qing answered, The Cloud Water Cave has been destroyed. He furrowed his brow, his sharp gaze fixed as he asked, Was it the Wind Portion sect? Yang Qing painfully recalled the scene. The Cloud Water Cave had been scorched by a green flame, and he said, No, it wasn't. My sect was burned by a green flame. Lin Feng stroked his chin, pondering. The green flame. He thought to himself, could it be the earth treasury true yellow? He wept bitterly and recounted, I was gathering the bones of my fellow disciples when the Wind God sect arrived to capture me. They wanted information about Senior. I managed to escape, but there are still the bones of my disciples that haven't even been gathered for burial. Lin Feng felt a pang of sympathy. He sighed and thought, I must call Miao Hao over to escort Yang Qing back to the Cloud Water Cave to bury his fellow disciples. Suddenly, someone appeared. Hao approached Lin Feng and Yang Qing. He transmitted sound, Sect Leader, this is the little son you mentioned. He responded via sound transmission, that's correct. Please accompany him on this trip. Hao gladly agreed, no problem, but Sect Leader, there's something you need to know. The sect master of the Wind God sect is a primordial spirit cultivator. He secludes himself every year, but if something happens, he'll break out of seclusion immediately. Lin Feng nodded and transmitted, I understand. He turned to Yang Qing and gestured towards Hao, introducing, this is Elder Jinghua. He will escort you to the Cloud Water Cave to bury your fellow disciples. Yang Qing wiped his tears and gratefully thanked them, thank you both, seniors. Hao moved closer to Yang Qing and spoke, indeed, a man values loyalty and brotherhood. Let's go. Hao will take you on a trip. He replied gratefully, yes. The system notification appeared. Congratulations to the true disciple Tian Hao of the sect leader for reaching the Jin Dan Qi. Congratulations to the true disciple Zhou Yi of the sect leader for reaching the Jin Dan Qi. Congratulations to the true disciple Xiaoyan of the sect leader for reaching the Jin Dan Qi. Lin Feng stood watching the three streams of power rushing toward him. Xiaobu Dian and Xiaoyan, along with Zhou Yi, were flying swiftly toward him at the same time. The three of them kneeled simultaneously, clasping their hands and speaking loudly. Disciple pays respects to the master. Upon seeing this, Lin Feng said, Get up. Xiaobu Dian's face lit up with excitement as he spoke, Master, this is my first time forming a golden core. What was the reward you mentioned before? Hearing this, Lin Feng reminded him, Don't rush, let me check your golden core first. He observed the golden cores of all three and praised them. Very good. Based on your golden cores, they show signs of a rare phenomenon. This is more than just a regular golden core, it's a manifestation that surpasses even the purple Dan. Xiaoyi's understanding of the concepts of light and darkness had already reached a very deep level. Little son, well done. As expected of the Nine Cauldrons unification, truly extraordinary, who would have thought you could independently eliminate impurities from your body? Lin Feng presented a censer, this bronze void censer was the reward. He playfully flicked his finger and happily exclaimed, Great. Lin Feng then reminded them, Take some time to refine it, be careful in honing the strength and essence within. Xiaobu Dian, looking smug, glanced at Xiaoyan and Zhou. I understand, master. Xiaoyan walked over, put an arm around Xiaobu Dian's shoulders, and ruffled his hair, saying, Little son, you're such a brat. Are you deliberately trying to provoke me? It's been a long time since I last went bird hunting, and today, you're the one who's seeking it. Lin Feng looked at the three disciples who were not joking around and, with a smile on his face, said, These two little sons have already reached golden core but still haven't matured. Xiaobu Dian, running away, shouted loudly, Brothers, I want dare again. Suddenly, a system notification appeared, announcing that because half of the sex core disciples of the host had successfully formed their golden core, a special reward would be given to the host, Demon Breaking Chu Ling, the Jade Armor of Green Jade, and the Black Hawk Jade Cloak. At this moment, the host's Dao cultivation had risen by one small realm. Finally, the Yin Wind sword had arrived. Saying this, he stood still, closing his eyes to feel the growing wind around his body. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, his golden core glowing with golden light. He joyfully exclaimed, Late-stage golden core, it's done. Under a tree where Lin Feng was standing, he crushed a communication jade slip. Song Fu appeared, startled as he said, Sect Leader Lin. Lin Feng continued, Please, Mr. Song, send a message. In half a year, my mysterious heaven sect will expand its mountain gate in Sand Pearl City, but we will not be accepting any new disciples. Please, Lon, spread this news, and I will pay for the service. Song Fu added more information, the three cultivators of your sect, True Lord Li Xiong, Flying Fire Ancestor, and Blue Pass Ancestor, are looking for a mountain gate. As he relayed this message, Lin Feng replied, No problem. If fellow cultivators come to pay their respects, the mysterious heaven sect will shine even brighter. Song Fu nodded in agreement. If that's the case, then this business is accepted. Heavenly Martial Sect will take it on, and we will certainly not disappoint Sect Master Lin. He nodded in response, Then I will trouble you. Lin Feng stroked his chin, deep in thought. With three nascent soul cultivators targeting him, he needed to quickly improve his strength. The power of these two was similar. Perhaps the creator of the Heaven and Earth Mirror was a powerful cultivator from the Heaven and Earth Altar sect. His cultivation realm had just broken through, so he could only rely on the magic techniques at his disposal. He pointed his finger and cast a spell towards the Heaven and Earth Mirror, saying, I must try this. The Heaven and Earth Mirror emitted a golden light around it. It released numerous characters that surrounded the Heaven and Earth altar. Lin Feng focused and felt the connection. Although his body was in the void, it seemed as if it was linked with the earth. The Heaven and Earth altar scripture was indeed extraordinary. A system notification appeared. The host has selected the foundation for referencing the Tao techniques to establish the second chapter, the celestial image of the heavenly Tao virtue scripture. He stared at the strange smoke and the two streams of green and red spiritual energy before him, his eyes wide. Only by resetting the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind could the operations of this world return to their proper course. So I will use Wind God Infinite Mutual Technique instead of the Great Solar Heaven Emperor Path, Tian instead of Fire Taiyin True Solution, and Heaven and Earth Altar Book instead of Tian. Lin Feng stood at the center of the magic circle. The system notifications continuously appeared, showing the number of foundational Tao techniques that met the requirements. Now, begin the fusion. The fusion of the Tao begins. The fusion of the Tao is successful, and the second chapter of the Heavenly Tao Virtue Scripture, beginning from the heavenly symbol, is established. The second chapter of the Heavenly Tao Virtue Scripture, starting from the Xiang Kai Tian Shu, is successfully established. The four elements begin to merge and shatter apart. These are earth, water, wind, fire, and lightning. Earth, water, wind, and fire are rearranged to establish heaven and earth, separating the pure from the turbid, preparing to form a world. The pure chi rises and transforms into the sky. Next, the spiritual essence of the sun and moon is manifested, the turbid chi sinks down and condenses into the earth. Then, it transforms into the flowing rivers and mountains. Heaven and earth are opened, creating a world. Is this the true meaning of the four symbols opening heaven scripture? He slowly opened his eyes, and suddenly, someone came to pay respects. He turned to look and thought, this breath, it's as if countless bolts of lightning are continuously striking Manhwa. Lin Feng looked at him and thought, Kong Nanhua is about to break through to Nason's soul. A small entity flew out from Nanhua's body. The entity took the shape of him, and Lin Feng observed, this is Kong Nanhua's nascent soul. Lin Feng gazed up at the sky in contemplation. Cultivating the Tao is inherently an act against heaven, a struggle for life against the heavens. Only by maintaining independence from beginning to end can one create a heaven and earth that belongs to oneself. Heaven and earth, look, am I about to face the thunder tribulation as well? His gaze suddenly shifted in a certain direction. Yang Cheng and the others had returned, and the banquet would be held tomorrow. At Yujing Mountain, De Feng was standing, giving instructions to the disciples for the 8th of May this year. This sect will establish its branch at the mountain gate that has not yet received disciples. From now on, you will follow me to the city of Sandpearl. Yang Qing held something in his hand. Senior, there's no need to worry. Just accept it. Perhaps once we get to Sandpearl, things won't be so peaceful. He clasped his hands respectfully, thanking the senior for the reward. Senior has shown great favor to me. I will certainly do my best to complete the task you have entrusted to me. He then spoke seriously and continued his instructions. Listen up, all of you. This time, when we open the sect to receive disciples, most of them will become your disciples, and how you use the talismans is up to you. Everyone shouted in unison. Yes. Lin Feng added. I still have some matters to attend to. Let my clone accompany you instead. Lin Feng's clone appeared and said, Let's go. The group, led by Lin Feng's clone, flew into the city, witnessed by those around them. They arrived at their destination. Lin Feng's clone turned and said, Xiao Yanzi, wait for a bit and then go to a nearby location to accept disciples. After that, gather at the eastern courtyard of the city. Xiao Yan and the disciples clasped their hands in agreement. Yes. Lin Feng sat back and enjoyed his tea, while the disciples spread out to accept new disciples. I am truly idle. Nanhua stepped forward and spoke. Sect Master, he clasped his hands, just now, Sect Master Wen Liang of Beyond Heaven Mountain sent someone to report that he will come with disciple Meng Chanyan later to pay a visit. Lin Feng smiled and replied. In that case, prepare a little, and he'll go out to greet them. Lin Feng and Nanhua went to the door to welcome them. Wu Wenliang, Heavenly Outer Mountain, Nascent Soul Cultivator, Meng Supernatural Beyond Heaven Mountain Golden Core Cultivator. When Liang spoke to congratulate Lin Sect Master on the opening ceremony of the mountain gate. I have prepared a small gift to congratulate you, he said. Lin Sect Master raised his hand, inviting him in. You're too polite, Sect Master. Please, come inside, Lin Sect Master replied. Everyone, please come in and sit down, Wen Liang said. It was already known that the Sect Master had a charming appearance and heavenly level spiritual power, and meeting him today was indeed not disappointing. Lin Feng humbly responded to him, Sect Master, you're flattering me. When Liang continued, I wonder what Lin Sect Master thinks about the future of Guluan Mountain? Lin Feng's expression became sharp as he thought, why bring up this matter out of the blue? Surely, he has something to ask for. Suddenly, someone entered and interrupted. Lin Sect Master, the person said. Lin Feng raised his hand, inviting him in, please, Master Yang, come inside. Dong Hui approached Lin Feng and whispered, Lin Sect Master, on my way here, I saw the strong wind of Wind God Sect. True Lord and Wu Wanfeng have surrounded the disciples of the Great Your clan. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng thought, I haven't caused any trouble with Wind God Sect, yet they come to me. He turned to Dong Hui and said, please lead the way. Dong Hui nodded and said, follow me. Lin Feng turned to Nanhua and instructed, Xiao Yan and the others have been surrounded by Wind God Sect. I need to go there. Inform Yi and the others to be cautious. He then approached Wen Liang and spoke. Before the opening of the mountain gate, I invite everyone to watch a wonderful play, he said in a deep voice. Guests may act as the host pleases. Lin Feng's group, led by Dong Hui, quickly flew to the location. Xiao Yan shouted loudly. What is the meaning of your obstruction here? Xu Xianshi, a golden core cultivator from the Wind God sect, spoke up. I am Elder Xu Xianshi of the Wind God sect. Do you still wish to become disciples of my Wind God sect? Hearing this, he laughed. Want to dig your own grave right in front of me? Xiao Yan thought to himself, they all choose power, would they really make all of them their disciples? Fine, let's see which sect they want to join. At the moment, the elder arrogantly laughed. My Wind God sect has been established for hundreds of thousands of years. Who doesn't know about us? These little ones will surely ask me to take them as disciples soon. One person in the crowd spoke up. Should we join Mysterious Heaven sect or Wind God sect? A volunteer stepped forward. Seeing this, the elder asked. Preparing to kowtow and become a disciple? He looked up indifferently. Wrong, I choose Mysterious Heaven sect. Another person, hearing this, spoke up. I also follow Lu Xiaofeng. Xianshi, enraged, shouted. Such a worthless sect, I can't believe you want to join it. I advise you to think again. Lu Xiaofeng pointed at him and shouted. Wind God sect, do you have the same status as Shushan Sword sect? At this moment, furious, the elder rushed forward to attack, and in a blur, he flew quickly toward Lu Xiaofeng. Xiao Yan saw this and shouted loudly, You're really bold. He clenched his fists and continued, If you've already made your choice, then you are disciples of my Mysterious Heaven sect. I won't allow anyone to touch them. Xiao Yan threw a punch straight towards the old man, shouting, Go back to your southern deer mountain, Guluan. Xianshi sneered viciously, thinking to himself, Gotcha now. He formed a circle of green spiritual energy to directly confront Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan sneered in disdain. It was laughable. He punched through the space in front of him. Xianshi was stunned, unable to believe it, thinking, How is this possible? He's only at the Jin Dan stage. How could he cause the space to collapse? I can't die. I still have a beautiful life waiting for me. With that thought, the old man quickly retreated, running away. Xiao Yan held a flag, watching him, and said, Leaving isn't that simple. Xianshi suddenly felt something, and before he knew it, Xiao Yan had appeared behind him, causing him to exclaim in surprise, You dare! Xiao Yan charged to attack, responding, What's there to dare? Suddenly, Elder Feng appeared, speaking sternly, Young man, don't be too arrogant. Xiao Yan glanced at him as he appeared unexpectedly, thinking to himself, with a casual palm strike, he could break through my Bagua ice seal. Thinking this, Xiao Yan raised his hand and cast a spell, saying, Old little son, the one who shouldn't be arrogant is you. True son mortal fire. Elder Feng gritted his teeth in anger and said, 9 heavens heavenly gift, grant me power. Flickers of fire shot out from Xiao Yan, while Elder Feng summoned a protective air shield to block them. At the same time, he also directed his energy into the attack. Xiao Yan remained calm and composed, arriving at the perfect moment. Suddenly, a mirror flew in and absorbed Elder Feng's attack. Xiao Yan immediately realized that the Heaven and Earth Mirror Master had arrived. Elder Feng felt uneasy upon seeing this. Who are you? Dare to oppose my Wind God sect? Elder Feng asked. Lin Feng appeared with a cool demeanor, and his disciples cheered. Master, he's looking at us, this is the sect leader Lin Feng of the Mysterious Gate, Lin Feng said to Xiao Yan. Take them back to the city, Lin Feng ordered. Xiao Yan responded, Yes. Elder Feng was furious, not expecting to be ignored. He summoned a gust of wind toward the disciples. Bring them back here. Elder Feng shouted. Seeing this, Lin Feng stroked his chin, his temper flaring. His mirror shot out and knocked away Elder Feng's attack. Elder Feng could not hold back his anger. Do you want to join those 3 wolves in the dark? Elder Feng scolded. Old Lu stepped forward, sneering. Those from the Mystic Gate Heavenly Sect have no rules or moral standards, accepting anything and everything. Even someone like the Mirror Flower Master, who is neither male nor female, is welcomed. Elder Feng added, it's just that the sect leader likes this delicate and graceful type. Xiao Yan was enraged, disgusted, and sure how chuckled. When it's real, you think it's fake, when it's fake, you think it's real, Xiao Yan remarked. Who can guarantee it? What I see is the truth, Elder Feng muttered. Julie was cautious. Jinghua's cultivation in True Lord power had advanced even further. Seeing his appearance, he must be about to reach the nascent soul stage, right? He replied, you flatter me too much. A cold voice suddenly rang out. I just overheard someone saying that Mystic Gate Heavenly Sect is a pack of wolves, not worth mentioning. Elder Feng glanced over. So what? The man exuded an oppressive aura, speaking loudly, if anyone is dissatisfied, they can step forward. The combat skills of the Mystic Gate Heavenly Sect's disciples are unbeatable. He wondered how a mere Jin Danchi cultivator could possess such overwhelming power outside Sand Pearl City. Elder Feng spoke sharply, what big words! Aren't you afraid the wind will blow your tongue off? Old Lu, standing behind, sneered. I think the strongest thing about Mystic Gate Heavenly Sect isn't their cultivation, it's their boasting. The disciples of Wind God Sect burst into laughter. Did you hear that, little sons over there? Mystic Gate Heavenly Sect is so arrogant, and you still want to join them? Get out while you still can, or you might lose your life for no reason. Xiao Yan turned and whispered, this person is a nascent soul stage cultivator, and he can't even handle a Jin Dan Chi cultivator? At this rate, Wind God Sect will be disbanded sooner or later to save face. Elder Feng gritted his teeth. How arrogant! La Zhou, who knows where he came from, bringing along such a pompous little son. Today, I will teach you some manners. The disciples around spoke up, La Zhou Elder, that little son is doomed. Elder Zhou has already broken through to the nascent soul realm. Xiao Yan turned to seek his master's opinion. Master? Lin Feng nodded in agreement, and seeing that, he smiled and spoke up. If the master has agreed, then I will deal with this old man. Zhou Han whirled withdrew his magical weapon, speaking loudly without shame. The old man summons his magic tool, releasing a stream of blue energy. Xiao Yan recognized the opponent's physical cultivation technique and quickly stepped back to dodge the attack. Xiao Yan clenched his fists. I absolutely detest this kind of hit-and-run tactic. The black cloud banner in his hand fluttered. Again and again, Xiao Yan managed to dodge the old man's attacks. La Zhou noticed the issue. This magical tool could manipulate space, it was even more dangerous than the solar true flame. He curled his fingers, and countless arrows shot out from the KNH phone, flying toward Xiao Yan. He tilted his head and narrowly avoided the barrage. Xiao Yan muttered. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The countless arrows continued to attack Xiao Yan relentlessly. He unleashed his fire energy to counter La Zhou's wind attacks. The old man sneered, thinking that with the solar true flame, he could act without worry? A powerful force continuously drew in the fire energy, creating a blazing, glass-like heat. This energy, capable of suppressing the solar true flame, was said to have been created by a powerful human cultivator to deal with the solar true flame of the Golden Crow clan. La Zhou smirked, thinking, in front of my divine fire, no matter how many solar true flames you have, I will suppress them all. Xiao Yan stared in surprise as his solar true flame was suppressed. La Zhou swung his hand, creating a powerful wind to attack Xiao Yan. Elder Feng said with a smug expression, once we catch this little son, we must interrogate him thoroughly to see if anyone is colluding with the Jinwu clan. Lin Feng replied, the 7 great true fires in this world were created by heaven and earth. Those with great divine powers can naturally comprehend the principles of heaven and earth, and understand the mysteries within them. He continued arrogantly, it's easy to say, but if you're so confident, why don't you try summoning another true fire? Xiao Yan, with two colored wings sprouting from his back, said, "Then I will show you." Two flames, red and purple, entwined and combined, burning fiercely like a bull. The old man was immediately burned to death. The disciples of the wind god sect trembled in shock. How is this possible? A cultivator who just broke through to the nascent soul level died like this? Julie exclaimed in astonishment, the blue-purple flame, could it be the nether evil emperor, the most destructive of the 7 great true fires in legend? Elder Feng stammered, "No, I didn't expect it to be the second true fire." Old Lu broke into a cold sweat, thinking, with disciples like these, how terrifying will their master be? He looked up at Xiao Budian. Now that it has the strength to threaten us, if we let it grow, it will become so terrifying in the future that we won't even dare to imagine it. We must eliminate it quickly. Xiao Budian said, "Does the Yu family want to try too?" The disciples, encouraged by his words, spoke up, "Does the Yu family dare to agree?" I don't think they would. Some disciples of the Yu family turned away, while others whistled, trying to divert attention. Xiao Budian was disappointed. If the Yu family doesn't dare, then forget it. One of the Yu family's disciples felt embarrassed and asked, "Little son, do you dare to take on 2 opponents by yourself?" The people around them sneered, "Are you trying to be shameless? Why not take on 2 at once? To bully the weak like this and still claim to be one of the 4 great families of Daqin. You've made the Yu family lose all face." Xiao Budian pointed at the Yu family disciples one by one, "You, and even 4 of you, come at me together." One person stepped forward and said, "2 of us couldn't even defeat him, and now he's asking for 4? Truly, if the master is extraordinary, so too are the disciples." He smirked, "Since he's already spoken, don't let him down. Come at him together." At those words, the Yu family disciples rushed forward in unison, surrounding Xiao Budian. The young man stood firm, observing their movements. Donghui stroked his chin, "This little one is still too young, at the early stage of the Golden Core realm. If he's challenging 4 chi cultivators of the Jindan stage, he'll probably be defeated quickly." Suddenly, 2 of the Yu family disciples were taken down simultaneously, crashing to the ground. He stiffened, his eyes wide open, mouth agape in disbelief. Xiao Budian summoned lightning, his hands and mouth smiling as he flew toward him. He called forth a magical artifact and said, "This little son cannot be spared." A flag appeared, and everyone around them exclaimed in surprise. Why is the cold aura emanating from this flag so overwhelming? This is a nascent soul artifact, the mystic light flag of the Yu family. The Yu family is truly shameless. He made a hand seal. The flag shot out a torrent of water, rapidly rushing toward Xiao Budian to attack. He formed a protective barrier around himself. Xiao Budian took out the copper furnace. He stood there, smiling. "Don't waste your efforts, my mystic light flag can seal off an entire area." The elder of the Yu family was taken aback, surprised that Xiao Budian possessed a nascent soul artifact. In an instant, Xiao Budian appeared behind him and said, "Then why can't I use the copper furnace to strike and attack your barrier?"